Hello, and welcome to the Voice of the Realm. With sound effects now, apparently.
With sound effects.
They're going to be abused as soon as we start.
We a real radio show
We
now,
are a real
ladies and
radio
gentlemen.
show.
And so we are back now, Voice of the Realm, back with Seek and Strike. I mean, Richie, who's that Seek and Strike guy? I don't know. He's like a caster. He'll be casting later, I think. But for now, it's good to be back. We're at the desk here, back with Alvaro, and we've got our first match here
I love that you...
for fun.
I love that you...
Don't cut me off.
I love that you
Don't
did
cut me
exactly
off.
that. To present yourself. I have never seen a more narcissistic intro in a radio show.
Well, you see, it's the problem.
Hello, and welcome back with Ava Plus. I'm here again.
The problem is, first of all, that's not your radio host name. And secondly,
Shit.
when we started, even though you clearly knew the sound effect that was going to play, you laughed.
I wasn't expecting you to play it then.
Oh, you weren't expecting me to play it?
No.
No.
Why would you use it
No,
such a long sound effect after the Realms Collide thing?
Well, you see, it's because it's sort of like an intro. It's also known as what we call in the industry as a stinger. You know what, Alvaro? You know, I think sometimes.
I think you're confusing it.
Sometimes what goes on in that brain, you know
No,
what it is? It's just this.
Today.
That's all. That's all that goes on in that brain. We got a draft going, ladies and
Yeah,
gentlemen.
and this draft is between For Fun and Thunder Predator, so stop talking about Stinger because
Go
Beast
ahead
Coast
and-
is playing later.
Let's go ahead and check this one out. Stinger is playing later. We got a lot of good matchups
Yeah, we
today.
have four
We have
matches
a lot
today.
of really good matchups
And
today.
it's like they'll concentrate all the hype matchups in a day, to be honest.
It's good to be back. It's good to be back on such a hype day as well, isn't it?
Yep,
In
it's
it.
on purpose, of course.
Well, you know. Just a lucky coincidence, I would say, here for fun, bringing up the Wisp Mars, and of course, Thunder starting with the Tusk Timber. Timber actually more banned than picked. I was planning on taking a deep dive into the stats yesterday at a coffee shop, and then I realized, holy moly, the first match is at 2 a.m. I need to get to bed.
He's a very valuable pick. The reason why Timber is banned so often is because he is a really good hero if you particularly have second pick and you can pick him in the first phase at the last pick. Otherwise, you have to kind of ban it. Because if you don't have the protective bans for Timber, so you pick him at the end of a phase, he can be relatively easily countered by a carry. There's a fair amount of carries that do well with him.
Like the Ursa or the Leshrac, and the Faceless Void to a degree. Yeah.
Somewhat, yeah. It's more about the carries that can just survive against him in lane. Because if you destroy him like with the Ursa and you prevent him from getting level 3, we've seen in the match particularly... it was Omega Game versus Quincy Crew, where there's just no chance. There's no chance for the Timber. And if you just trade evenly with him and Timber can't pop off, then you lose a lot of his main power, one of his best assets. But Timber this game in general is not only a good pick because it's specifically in that position, but also because you're up against 2 strength heroes already.
Indeed.
And that stops For Fun from running the 4 IO. If they wanted to run like Mars IO, which was a possibility, against Timber, you gotta reconsider maybe.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, the Wisp, of course, as a strength hero, is going to be very susceptible to whenever you dive a good old Timber chain into a whirling death, and he's going to be hurting a lot, and that's a good way to dive the backliners. You know, you ever watch any Bob Ross?
Mm-hmm.
And he's got the Sterling White, for example, whenever he would beat the devil out of his brush.
Yeah, it's the Horlock.
Well,
very convenient.
Well, I mean, you know, whatever he does off the Dota battlefield, you know, is his own things. You know, he is, of course, a warlock, so he had to do something to his patron. And generally speaking, warlocks are going to be a little more, you know, willing to do things that other mages, such as Invoker, aren't willing to do to get their powers. You know, that's why Warlock, his magic purse, is that's his black grimoire, because if he loses that, he actually loses his powers. That's his connection to his patron.
Meanwhile, Invoker has to
Little
keep
known fact.
talking about himself the whole game. Otherwise, he will lose his power.
It's actually that's kind of true. I think what is he, a sorcerer? He might be a wizard
he's-
because he went to school for it.
Yeah, because the Magus is supposed to be Rubik, right? So he's
That's right. Wizard Rubik's born with it.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
maybe it's Maybelline. Maybe he's just a magus.
Yeah, Invoker studied the arts for ages, and
He
he
did.
made 3 orbs. Like that was his magic. Anyway, Thunder Predator with a Warlock, and actually 2 picks we haven't seen in a while. The Warlock and the Twin Protector, both
Yeah.
relatively defensively. I actually like the Twin Protector a fair amount.
You
'cause-
do against a timber?
Yeah, I know it sounds dumb, but he is bad like in that matchup per se.
Yeah.
But he is good because of the tempo. Because what Timber I've seen play, especially with Warlock, right, is that you can actually play a relatively quick game because your lanes are just so strong, right? And so you try to play the early mid game, you play a really explosive mid game, which I know I love saying it, and then you just snowball the enemy team. We've seen this a lot of times with the Timber Cell, where if you don't have a good check for him in the lane, you kind of just get snowballed through.
Yeah, but the problem
And
is
Trin slows down the
the
game
problem
for
is that you're on the other team is a snowball.
you. What?
We have Tusk on the other team. I like how you go, what? Is there a serious problem? Oh, you fucking
I see you've had some clowns for breakfast today.
Oh well, I'm just full of a clown today, aren't I? I'm gonna start coughing, and then there's gonna just be a scarf. And it's gonna.
I don't think it's cool. I think it's a magic thing.
I
I don't think it's what clowns do.
Yes, it is. What are you talking
clowns
about?
are supposed to come out, when you're sleeping and like laugh at you and like spray some blood on your face from their flowers.
From the flower in the nose, and they go honk honk.
Honk honk, yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, not for me.
And they eat you.
Ah. There was a trend in the U.S. in 2018.
Look at what I was saying, by the way. For Fun knew that they were going to go for a fast carry. They did. I mean, I know Alchemist is farming carry, but he's a fast farming carry, right? He's a flash farmer.
He is.
And the choice by Thunder Predator the choice by For Fun is quite smart because now they already have a pick that can slow down the game a bit. Yes, they don't really have an answer for the Timbersaw, but it's not as necessary as much. And because they've banned all the best carries against them and all the best heroes in general. And now they also have a way to deal with the Alchemist if he wants to play this really quick. I mean, I'm not saying that go pick up a really slow hero now, but yeah, Sven's a bit more viable, right? Because Sven can kind of fight in increments depending on what items you go for, of course. And you already have a couple heroes that can slow down the game for you. Also, Sven pretty decent with Io in the lane if you want to pair that. Though I actually would like to see Sven Trim Protector, but then the Io Mars lane is quite weak though.
Yeah, I don't know. Plus their team fight is looking real weak right now as well, just because you have so many tanky heroes that Fatal Bonds is going to absolutely destroy. And you have no dispels currently. I mean, I guess Mar is with the Yules, but he wants to Yules enemies to set up. Wisp can go Greaves. It's not fantastic. I mean, it's okay, to be honest. It's pretty darn good, but that's only going to dispel yourself.
Actually, Wisp sent to not go Greaves. Because they just want, because the mech is more efficient.
Because the mech is more efficient, because you don't like to build boots on Wisp, and this is, I could see a mana boots this game, to be honest, because
like
Treant has some mana problems.
I'd rather see Yules on Wisp, to be honest with you, than Greaves, because it's just the extra 1,700 gold you're just kind of being thrown.
I agree. The recipe is really expensive, and normally
actually extra more than that, because it's also the boots as you mentioned, right? So it's like extra like 4,100 gold.
Yeah, boots kind of feels like a waste. Yeah, almost always on Wisp, but. I don't know. It's.
You also have 4 strength heroes against Timber, which is also a point to be contested. Like I see where they're going for in a tactical sense,
and 3 melee heroes against him.
Right. Like it is a bit of a really good Timber game.
Yeah. I don't know. Like the Warlock is just right now. He just Fatal Bonds, and it's like for fun. I think they really need to take it easy. Even with Bulwark, dealing 50% damage, which is then going to be reflected whatever 12% or. Yep. However much is to your teammates, like it's gonna be hurting in these team fights, especially because we do have some good burst damage. Timbersaw as well with great AOE. Alchemist, we haven't really seen. I feel like we don't really see him go for Radiance anymore, but it's not actually not a terrible Radiance game. Yeah, it's normally Battle Fury and the 20 talents for the double cleave, and then you're just farming up a Storm, right? Not a Storm Spirit. Just a Storm.
Which, by the way, not the greatest pick. I mean, I actually really like the Invoker because For Fun acknowledges that if they get an offensive... So, right now, For Fun also has 4 strength heroes, which means low agility gain for the most part, low armor as well for most of these heroes, which Alchemist can take advantage of, which is why they banned the Invoker, because they're relying a lot on that Warcry to give him the extra bit of armor. Very smart ban, actually, there.
Yeah.
But the ban on the Monkey King... Actually, it makes me think Konka, you're committing to the 5 strength heroes.
5 strength cores. Envy's like, they'll never see it coming, boys. Timbersaw, we picked 4 melee strength heroes.
The swordsman bonus. This is really good. This is in my TFT. I run it all the time.
Okay, so not a strength hero, but it is a melee. Regardless. It is a melee. I mean,
Ember.
Yeah.
Special.
Sure. Asterisk on the melee, right? But no, I agree with you. It's...
Oh, wait. I was on melee. We keep categorizing it as melee.
Well, no. Io's not melee. No, we never said that.
Okay.
I never said that. But with the 3 strength melee was, still very true.
Yeah, For Fun, it's a tough lineup to run. Like, they have a really solid mid-late game, honestly, if they can get to it. Thunder Predator, though, should just run them over. Yeah, it's a puck pick. Like, they really picked the fastest heroes with decent lanes. I actually would, I think if I was just looking at these 2 lineups with 2 random teams, I probably would side for Fun, even though the Timbersaw is pretty good, just because For Fun is a really consistent lineup. It's relatively easy to play. But Thunder Predator excels in this particular style. They love snowballing from lanes. You have a really easy Timbersaw game, which is also one of Sacred's best heroes. The Alchemist, Puck are both particularly huge tempo heroes. Puck should win that lane as well.
I mean, it should be said that while we do have it's on paper a really fun Timber game, they also can kill him pretty consistently, right?
Yeah, they have good stuff.
Arena of Blood, magic damage. They have Overgrowth if they really want to commit it. It sucks to commit it for a Timber, right? Just a Timber that is. Sven Bolt to nuke him down. Ember can do damage from. They have ways of killing him. It's not impossible, but it's like you're saying, it's looking like a pretty easy Timbersaw game. Fatal Bonds looks fantastic this game. Leo Styles probably going to get a pretty good start there mid lane. Puck Ember's always really fun to watch.
Yeah. And because you have a lot of roots as well, Puck is pretty solid here because
Yeah.
you can, of course, phase shift the full route away, which a lot of Pucks will do. And good Pucks now, what they do is they actually know the calculations, the routes, how long they last. And so they'll throw the illusory orb so that you can jaunt towards the end of the route when it fades away. And of course, as I mentioned, you can just phase shift for the duration of the route. He might have to consider getting a couple early points in phase shift. I don't know. We'll see that. But the point is, though, Thunder Predator, I really like the draft. I think they went for a really solid draft here for fun. This might be the one they win.
For Thunder Predator, that is.
Yeah, because I was honestly expecting for fun to maybe 2-0 them. I was talking to some people and I was saying, let's see if Thunder Predator shows up today, right? Because they've been inconsistent these past few days.
Well, they really have. Yeah, Omega's really been the team showing up. They're not playing today.
No,
but I just
unfortunately.
wanted to give them a shout out. They'll be playing tomorrow. They're looking real good.
Yeah, Thunder, of course, they've had a little bit of a change here with Frank, so it's not surprising that they're not showing up as much because obviously they're still finding their team chemistry. So this is to be expected. We'll see. I hope they do well today. I like when the teams do recover.
Yep, I agree here as we'll be going to a short break. Quick message from our sponsor. I did have a few days off from Twitch. I can't rhyme Twitch with Twitch, though.
Oh my fucking goodness. Are you Kanye West?
But make sure you follow us on Twitch. I am Kanye. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Realms Collide 2 Bittersweet Tournament. We have now your two casters, or at least myself, Alvaro, of course, not yet in the team speak, as per usual. Getting ready to cast our first of 4 best-of-2s from the day, and it's an early one for us here. Yes, that's right. We woke up around 1:30 a.m. to get the stream up for you guys here over in Singapore, Malaysia time. Envy even, it's early for him. The glare from the sun, too early game.
Your channel.
Hello there, Alvaro. Did you see that Envy chat message?
What do you say?
He said, glare from sun, 1 second, too early game. Lol.
Glare from sun, too early game.
Yeah.
Lol, 1 sec. Does that mean glare from sun game is too early literally, or this game is too early and I'm playing the team fight tactics again?
Yeah, that's right. Envy really likes letting us know about our team fight tactics. But this is a bit of an early game, isn't it? I mean, well, I think this one started
At 1 p.m. for them.
1 p.m., which is just 1 hour afternoon, if I remember my clocks, Breaking news, Sequence Strike breaking down clocks for you on stream. No, but this was not the earliest we've seen esports start. There was kind of a little bit of controversy about the 10 a.m. start time for a CSGO match that one time. I don't know if you heard about that one. But so it's not as early as it could be, but it's still relatively early, isn't it?
I wouldn't say 1 p.m. is that early, but I would say that
for
as
esports players.
I guess for esports, as a Spaniard though, it's lunchtime, so that's kind of
Oh yeah, I get that.
yeah, if this game would go in the middle of lunch, in Spain you would not play this game straight.
No, it's true. It's true.
You need your 3-hour break.
That's why
for
Flapjack
lunch.
he didn't actually join the broadcast channel. He was like, no,
No.
no quiero. Estoy comiendo mi jamón.
No, he lives in Peru now. He cannot get good jamon.
That's unfortunate.
Exclusive. Yes, they don't have the acorns we do in Spain. That's why it's so tasty.
It's very key. It's very key, ladies and gentlemen. The
It's the
acorn.
black acorn. Yeah, that's why it's actually called black acorn ham.
4 heroes bottom already for fun,
Mhm.
as they might be looking for a little cheeky breaky kill. It's gonna be Sacred. I want to show Frank. Anyway, as we'll see what they go for. We do have the stun leveled first and the Nature's Grasp. We'll see. Yep, he's going to put a point in Timber Chain and immediately off onto safety he goes.
They might consider tri-laning this if you're for fun and denying the timber completely, but then you're leaving the Alk a bit alone. Like, I've seen this a couple times where you tri-lane a bit early just to deny timber from getting level 3, particularly, and then you do this for a bit until your carry gets a bit of a level advantage, or until, it's so late that timber cannot really recover easily, and then you go back to the dual lanes anyway. Because Mars is a pretty strong laner in general, so he should be able to at least withstand the Alchemist for a bit. It's not like Warlock has much kill potential there.
Yeah.
So especially if Tusk rotates bottom, a Trilon would not be too crazy an idea. We have seen this a bit. Viking GG actually tends to do this very often when they are up against a Timbersaw, which, yeah, not a bad idea.
Yeah, I agree. Plus, Moo's actually able to get his damage in right now. He's doesn't have to be scared of the Whirling Death. He punches real hard. Timber Chain is decent damage, but not as much as the Whirling Death is going to be annoying you, as Brax will be scouted, rotating up. Matthew is ready to give him a few punches. Warlock as well, ready to give him a few punches, but it looks like it will be the duo lane, and they will be throwing the Wisp here in with Brax on the Mars. Interesting decision here.
I mean, it's the best matchup. Once I saw that they were gonna, obviously once I saw that they had another core, another support that could play 5, I was like, yeah, you don't really want to throw the IO against Timbersaw because he has absolutely nothing in that lane.
Yep.
And no, Trim Protector technically, canonically, should be bad against Timber, but it's not like until you get Whirling Death in lane that he's bad. Tusk though is a bigger issue because he has no armor, and tag team will hurt him a lot. But of course, now that Matthew goes up to the tower, tanks a couple hits, and then feeds the first blood.
Oh,
no,
wow.
he has boots. He has boots. It's fine. Oh, Moo has boots too. Wait. Moo with the Nature's Guy, trying to get the extra movement speed. No. Matthew's just literally running around.
In 5 seconds, though. That might be the death of him.
Oh, he's going for the courier.
Oh no! Why would you ever give Tree Protector a shortcut through the trees there, Matthew? That could be a mistake. They still need a little bit more, though.
I don't know if he wants to.
Envy can't be bothered, so.
Well, of course he's not going to help him.
No,
Your support, dude. Deal with yourself, man.
Get it yourself, dude. What are you? You're a Tree Protector. Just slow him or some shit. I don't know. Ult him.
Your Envy invitation on point.
That's my Envy invitation. I don't know. Do just overgrowth or some shit. I don't know.
He's actually gonna survive though. Matthew outruns the Tree Protector there, despite taking a couple bad shortcuts. You actually force him to use 2 Nature's Grasp for that. Not bad, Matthew. The best time waster here. He's learning from Schofield.
He really is. Even though Schofield probably would have died there for some reason.
Well, yeah, but Schofield would have gone mid, and you're like, what? Why Schofield mid? Oh, he's dying to the Ember now.
Oh, okay. He died under the tier 2 tower. That was a good effort, Schofield.
Yeah. And then you'd be like, oh, he actually kind of denied himself. The farm, that's pretty impressive, Schofield.
Look at how difficult this top lane is, even with the tether, as well as actually starting Headdress and Ring of Regen. So shout-outs to Snaking, who knew this lane was going to be pretty hellish for these two, as he came loaded with Regen, and that'll help keep Brax here alive a little bit longer. But they're still struggling here, still in level 1. They're going to get some good experience now underneath the tower for free at the very least, but Minos as well having a pretty fun time. 8-1, they started off with getting him his 2 bounties, so he is exactly where he wants to be here for an Alchemist.
It was to be expected though. Minos will be able to push out the Mars out of the lane, but he'll also be able to push the lane by accident with the acid sprays. What you do as an Alk, right? You're a melee hero against Alk, there's not much you can do against that. Wu now wants to pull, which is why Minos has to play a bit more defensively. But yeah, you have healing and an Alk. The lane is not going to go absolutely amazing for you, because Mars is, like I said, a good laner, but it's not going to go badly either. So you're fine as an Alk. You recover regardless in the jungle. You don't really have a good hero to stack, though, because Warlock sucks at that. If you had like a Shadow Demon, Call or whatever, I would like it more.
Yeah, you're right. He can do it. There's a few sneaky ways of stacking with Fatal Bonds. I've seen some players do it. I think actually I've seen Snaking maybe do it before, but it's not very easy. You're right. It's much easier to do with like a Shadow Demon is king of stacking almost certainly. They're fighting bottom though, at least for now. Sacred with 2 points here in the reactive armor. He's going to be nigh unkillable versus these two. He's going easy on them though. He's not gone for a point in the Whirling Death yet. I don't want to say he's going easy on them. It's not the time. It's not time.
It's not the build by them. Yeah, exactly. There's no point in going for Whirling Death just yet. I mean, honestly, when you want to abuse the Trim Protector, the Whirling Death is useful, but it's really the tag team that you should be taking advantage of, like I mentioned, right?
Yep.
Because tag team allows you to actually trade evenly with him. So look at this. See, tag team, Moo. He's like, oh no, we're gonna kill him. We're gonna kill you. A trees, a trees.
Yeah, run
Let's go for
trees.
Moo.
Yeah,
Nice snowball, and I think Moo might. Oh no, they missed the Timber Chain. So Moo just has a chance here. He's a bit too slow. Needs to go on around the trees, but doesn't get the buff as long as they hit him. So well played there, Matthew. Constantly keeping up the pressure, and they get the first blood there. On the 4 though, not too great. Obviously, Timber would have rather get that. But it's a kill.
Yep, pretty late for a first blood. I mean, not late, right? First blood is never late or early. It arrives exactly when it intends to, isn't that correct? But, I mean, given both lineups, I thought for sure we might have a little bit of a skirmish earlier on, especially with a Tusk. But hey, 4 minutes, first blood. I'm not going to complain. Everyone is CSing pretty happily here, except for Leo Style, who is 7 CS behind here, 7 denies to the 1 deny in his favor. Ryoya is having a pretty good time here in the mid lane on the Ember.
Yeah, Ryo played this really well. I like the build that he backs Sleight of Fist with a couple points in Flame Guard, because 2 points in Flame Guard is really the value point, the second point, as it almost triples
You
your...
can boot him from the lane as well. Nice.
Exactly.
With the haste.
But the real big advantage is that the Ember versus Puck lane is particularly difficult for Puck at level 1 to 3, because that's when the melee advantage is too strong, right? And of course with the Falling Blade and everything. And Ryoya took huge advantage of that. Huge advantage of that. So well played by Ryoya there. He's going to try to find Matthew, no Searing Chains though, so he cancels this TP. Goes for the courier. Nice swing around the Rosie there. But
yeah, but now he doesn't get either of the bounties here, unfortunately, which I think he was hoping to find, at least one of them. So his bottle's going to be empty until the 6-minute mark. So it's going to allow Leo Style now to come back with a full bottle, with relative safety here. 6 minutes is going to be another point of inflection here in this matchup, so we'll see how the supports respond to that at all. But I agree with you. This could be Leo Style actually mounting a little bit of a comeback here. As with another bottle refill, that's going to be in a bit of a tough spot. Plus, they were looking to try and snag a bounty away from the Alchemist. They weren't able to do so. I believe they actually secured 3 for him. So a bit of a tough time there.
Doesn't matter as much though this game. Puck will still be useful regardless of what items he gets, as long as he gets some experience. Now, of course, Ember will have to be a bit more active if you want to take advantage of him, so Leo Style should be able to recover. I wouldn't be too concerned about Thunder yet, because the Alchemist is farming well, and you keep getting the bounties, which is a great way to recover with an Alchemist, of course. As long as you get all the bounties, which is I think why Thunder is putting so much priority in taking those bounties, right? You see them rotating immediately, whereas teams sometimes play it a bit more calmly with the bounties. Not Thunder, because they know it's too valuable for the Alchemist.
Yeah, free money, you know. Why wouldn't you?
Literally, yeah, double the money.
It's kind of your whole bread and butter lineup here as top lane. Once again, for fun, just CSing under tower. Braxton snaking here. They're going to be able to dispatch the end of the siege creep here quite nicely. Easy money. And they actually have the Tusk now located top lane. They're going to be able to know that there are some pole shenanigans going on. So Tusk, Matthew, on the high ground here. And that's good positioning for him. But they do well to get
nice spear.
Wu pinned to the trees. There's going to be no follow-up there, unfortunately.
Wu gets hit by that spear. He goes, woo!
Woo!
I'm flying. The rotation by Tusk, I can see it if he didn't show himself that early, right? Because Timbersaw no longer needs him in lane, and actually Tusk plus Alchemist, pretty good combo. Matthew instead, though, since he realizes he can't get a kill, just starts stacking up for the Alch, which is good. That's what you should be doing. I said it. You don't really have a person to stack like Wu. You can't be in the lane and stack at the same time, for sure, right? So Tusk will just have to do it for you, and that's okay. Yeah, that's why you got a Timbersaw. And this is why I wasn't so concerned about the Puck. There's no way that you're winning the 2 lanes. Like, you either win the Puck lane for sure, and then you kind of sack the bottom lane, or you win the bottom lane and you sack the mid lane. Because then the Ember has to rotate to beat the Timber. So, either one of them is going to become the space creator and be able to get some space for Alchemist. I don't think Thunder Predator is too concerned about the Puck situation. Also, Leo's a monster, so I wouldn't really be concerned about him getting farm or not. This guy always pops off.
You can also see Envy's already like, I'm out of that bottom lane. No, thank you. He's got Power Tread, Silver Render Regen, as is the Envy standard. He loves this. He's probably done the math and found it to be the most efficient. Mid lane, though, careful. Ryoya's got Leo Style quite low. We do have 13 wand charges as well as the Dream Coil at the ready, so that one could turn on its head with a +1, and here we are. Matthew finding the haste rune. Ryoya, yeah, here we go. It's going to be kicking off now. Do they have anything to break it, however? Snowball as well as the tag team now. Silence up. Ryoya getting a nice bit of healing out from Snake King now. Looking to turn on the Leo Style. They with the kill onto him. Haste rune, however, snagged by Matthew. So in the end, it's going to be Snake King making the rotation, making the difference. Just plenty of healing on this guy.
Yeah, no, that wasn't the best. Leo didn't really have much mana there. As you can see, he didn't have enough mana for Illusory Orb, unless he used the Magic Wand, but that wasn't cooldown as well. So, yeah, not the best of plays there, I would say. If you would have played more aggressively, they got caught out, weren't expecting that. Not really certain, to be honest. I didn't see how they started, but yeah. Leo, though, at least you're keeping the IO in the mid lane. Like I said, you're playing more around Sacred. He's going to play maybe a more sacrificial Space Creator. Not too big a deal here. You just need to play a bit safer, right? You don't want the Ember to also be dominant. We have seen Ryoya being an absolutely standout performer this whole tournament, or in general, that last tournament as well. So, be a bit careful with Ember particularly.
I think a big difference there as well is just a level 2 on the Tusk, not level. Well, you didn't have level 2 tag team, right? You only had level 1 tag team. Maybe that makes the difference there because they had nothing to really snap the coil. His moves. Oh no!
Even I lagged it.
I'm in trouble. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that was the server lag. That was not them. That's why both teams get lag. If the American says lag while they're playing on USCs, do you know there's a big problem here?
Who knows? Maybe Valve just updated the game. 7.29.
It could be. We come back.
So anyway, there's 40 new items in the game.
That's actually what happened to Thunder Predator, you know, last time when they were playing in Opens, remember? They updated the game before the Open started, like for the second major. I remember them calling me, it's like, hey, we don't know who else to talk to that actually does like long patch analyses because we don't have time to do this. It's like, we are playing in an hour, can you give us a rundown? I'm like, yeah, sure. Sure. Anyway, then they lost the Open qualifier, so don't ever hire me as a coach. Terrible.
He's got a 0% run rate on his coaching abilities, folks.
They only played, they played 2 matches though. They won 1, and they lost the second one, so I would say it's 50%. It's not that bad. Some coaches do worse than that.
It's a good rotation, though, we should say, out for fun initially. Envy rotates top. He's now got almost the full Mask of Madness that he wants to start farming with, as he's going to sell his double ring of regen. He pops the ulti, gets that top tier 1 tower, and actually they're going to rotate now down bottom.
Yeah, Matthew will die.
Yeah, he will, as they were looking to try and push the tier 1. They're going to get forced away, though.
Oh my goodness, what a great play by Matthew. Now you have to leave the Ember bottom, which was not what you were planning on. Because of course this is wasted time for the Ember, and this is what I was talking about. If Ember wants to rotate, that's great. That's what you should be doing anyway. But then you're gonna leave the Puck alone, and Puck will be able to recover. The Alk at this point is not really pressured either. You kind of wasted your relocate. Actually, really good play by Matthew. And relocate just for a kill on support as Mook goes down, by the way, by Timber. Very well played. Realia tried to turn this into something, but Waning Rift surprised him. They still have a Dream Coil, by the way. They want to go for this. Realia uses the Flame Guard. Ooh, a bit too close. Yep, now trying to leave as the Timbersaw joins the fray. Dream Coil used a bit too early to save Wu, and that means the Timbersaw can't come in time. He does snap it. Almost gets killed by Chakram, but just last second with that Fire Remnant, instead snaking. Will be drawing the aggro and probably sacrificing himself.
Yeah, he will. Oh, what the heck is that creep doing here?
I'm not really sure. That creep might have just saved snaking. No way. Creepy the creep. He's not controlled, by the way. That was just a Radiant creep deciding to join.
It was just a Radiant creep.
That's insane.
I think maybe Sacred might have aggroed that one over, perhaps.
Meanwhile, Sven's actually chasing after the Alk. One of the advantages that Sven can do, actually, you can actually choose to farm aggressively. Very smart. I didn't really consider this in the draft, but well played by Envy. Since you have a stun, farming aggressively is rather safe for you. You're also a pretty tanky hero, and so you just farm the enemy jungle, and if the Alk comes and contest you, yeah, no problem. You stun him, you kill him.
Yeah, that actually really hurts as well. He booted him away from the Mud Golem camps, which is like, why are the casters talking about Mud Golems? That's who cares? No, that's a lot of gold. It's 120 gold.
That's the best camp for Alk.
Yep, that's 120 gold he's missing out on right there.
Yeah, and then you could also, it's those and Dark Troll Summoners. If you get a stack of both, GG.
GG.
Game is over.
I mean, if they can steal the easy
was
that'd be nice. But yep, Sacred in some trouble.
Oh wait, never mind.
Drop the Chakram. He does have the team rotating on over. Of course, there are a lot of strength heroes here, so we can turn on a dime. They need a little bit more magic damage to kill Sacred, who's at max reactive armor stacks, and that's not happening quite yet.
That's what I was wondering. It's like, what is that TP? And then I realized, oh, he has 24 armor. Yep, the 24 reactive armor stack. So he's pretty much safe with this. I mean, now maybe you gotta play a bit safer, right? Because you are really low on HP. And there's gonna be a point where you're gonna die, Sacred. So be careful. They don't manage to defend this tower, but they do draw aggro for a bit, which is not too bad. And they do force 5 heroes to go on this tower. For fun, understanding that even though the lineup is not supposed to be played fast, you kind of have to because you're up against an Alk. You gotta reduce his space.
Yep, and I like this. Snake King and Envy, then they're gonna farm their way out of the jungle. They say Minos. And Envy here is just, gonna boot him away, take the stack, or not.
Oh, they're taking all the big camps, dude. They're only gonna leave him with the potato and tomato camp, and that one sucks for an Alk.
This one hurts. This one does hurt. They're not happy with it. The rest of Thunder Predator, they're gonna smoke up and see if Envy and company are gonna get a little bit too aggressive and try and farm the next stack or the next wave of camps, but they're not. Envy again just gonna continue to farm his way away now, back into his own triangle. They've taken the easy. Oh, I say that. He's considering going back for it, Alvo. Yep, he wants the creep wave.
Okay. Well, I mean, he used the farm efficiently as well, right? Like, he's doing a good job playing this aggressively, but he has to find farm between this. Playing this kind of style is incredibly difficult because you don't swap between farming and fighting like most carries do. Hector. But Envy has to farm, fight, kind of in between, you know, interweave your play style. It's very difficult to play this way. This kind of shows, though, that, you know, despite however good your draft is, a very good play style can mitigate some of the weaknesses in your draft, and Envy is literally showing us how he's done. Realia as well, actually. Both really stand-up performers for now in this game.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, they've both been playing very well. Brax as well, he's continuing to farm, going for the Yule's first item. Ryoya going for kind of the older style, which of Ember, minus the Blade Mail, which is no longer good on the agility heroes, as he's going to be going for the Vessel instead, though. Yeah, that's going to be real good for them. Both supports here on Thunder Predator are still not level 6 yet, by the way. Sorry, make that the Warlock now level 6, as they are going to be looking to fight mid lane. There's a relocate coming on through as Envy joining the fray. Ryoya still credited with the kill, however, as off and away goes Leo style. Hastruin, however, on our Ember Spirit, he's going to continue chasing. And he could actually get the kill here. They don't have a Dream Coil. Again, just
Well
kind of
played,
taking him
Leo.
for a ride, but Leo is going to be able to bait him out.
There's one more illusory orb in 3 seconds. Envy, oh, where is he? Oh, he's there. Roshan
Oh,
actually
stun
bashes
Roche.
him. Oh my goodness.
No, Envy actually threw the stun onto Roche. That was not Roche stunning him.
Oh, okay. That was. Are you sure?
100%. Yeah, because
Definitely stun.
because
No, but that should have been blocked by the.
well, the stun was blocked onto Roche, but the Stormhammer still connects actually, so it still stuns people around him. I see you have not played support against Sven very much, because you would know that.
I was not aware of that.
Yeah, so that was really well played by Envy. That's why you saw the Lincoln Sphere pop on Roche. I know it's not Lincoln's with spell block, whatever. They're going to get the kill here onto Wu.
Well
Envy
played,
just
dude.
eats him up.
Man.
Yeah, that was
Bottom
really
though,
smart.
Brax does fall here from Minos. The attack
it's a
team
big
plus, of course, an Alchemist. Big deal. They also find Moose. Sacred's like, I'm just here for global, to stop, or to help global warming. Destroying all the trees.
Dude, Minos is so farm though.
Yeah, it's difficult for them to catch Mu though, because Sacred doesn't want to just chuck him all the trees here, because then they don't have any escape routes either. But getting the farm on Alk is important here. He's 4k ahead of the Sven, which is what you'd expect, honestly. He's not that crazy, but this shows that Envy is playing quite well. But Thunder Predator is happy about this for now. They'll have to play around the Alk for the most part. The puck is really the concern though. Leo's been all around trying to create space and slow the enemy team down, but For Fun has done a really good job of catching him every single time. I was hoping for at least 1 or maybe 2 points even for the phase shift actually to prevent some damage.
There we get the first one now.
Yeah, well, he's level. He has no other choice, right? It's either
Yeah.
that or the talent.
Yep.
So I was hoping that he would not max the illusory orbs early. I love that Leo maxes the waning rift. I think it's very effective. But this game, with as many routes as there are, I would say that maybe 2 points in phase shift.
There's the Yule Scepter now up for Brax. He's going to use that then to set up the kill onto Matthew. Overgrowth even to make sure he dies. Interesting decision there. So they're going to know that they've got an Observer Ward. The rest of the team, though, Minos looking to lead them into battle. We still have the Golem available, but Minos is just going to stun himself underneath a Radiant Observer Ward. They're going to go for this one.
Okay, they're actually going for his ally first, because he's a much squishier target. He has to drop the Golem here. They might be able to fight the Sacred, though. Misses that Timber Chain. Can't join his allies in the low ground here. As the puck joins with Dream Coil, the relocate saves him completely there. And Sven will not fall in this engagement. Sacred's forced to retreat. They drop the Golem and they can't do anything with it. This feels pretty bad. And Envy is even using this time to farm. Wow, that's the ultimate insult. Relocating to save someone and still farming. Alk, you don't have a Chemical Rage. Be really careful. MV stuns him. They missed the Searing Chains combo, though.
Yeah, they do have the Vessel up, so it's really sketchy, isn't it? They're going to just be able to back off. There's not a whole lot of control after you use the Arena and Overgrowth. You can kind of just run around. Royo not landing the Searing Chains there is going to be the only thing that they really have to set that one up. And
Second time Minos stuns himself.
Yeah,
And Brax might set up here.
yeah, they could.
Oh, I thought he was going to push him to the high ground, to be honest. But nope. I guess not. This time Searing Chains hits, but he made the spell. However, there's still the Spirit Vessel. Minos. Oh, the upheaval is slowing them down considerably. Ryoya is still quite fast. Ooh, is just sticking with his upheaval as Eternal Envy starting to fall. There's a stun finally hitting the mechanism, saving Envy completely.
Great
now they have the Arena of Blood. Timbersaw still inside though, and that's going to guarantee the kill on Eternal Envy.
Yeah,
well played
Ryoya still on the back lines, continuing to run around in between the tier 2, tier 3. Unfortunately, couldn't really get much done in there. They're going to force out the Remnant. There's no one actually guarding the Remnant, so he's off and away to safety. But the big news there is the kill onto the Sven then, who was willing to fight there, tried to fight. Good Arena to block him out, but Sacred, again, it just excels in these melee strength hero matchups, and he kind of just shreds through Envy. Not really much the Snaking could do there, even with a full mechanism.
Yep. I mean, the mech was a huge amount of heal, though, but it's just because of the Timbersaw existing that was so valuable.
It's just Timbersaw, dude. Yeah, what are you going to do?
That's what I was saying, right? If you don't let Leo pop off, the Timbersaw will, and they trust Sacred now, it's starting to become much more of a cohesive team, so it's not working too badly for them. Of course, though, the Alk is not beating the Sven by a huge amount. He's farming nicely, but Sven is also matching him decently for now. I also thought that was a good engagement for the Spirit Vessel to be used, because you actually were forced to use Chemical Rage, your dispel, to deal with the chains. But of course, you still had the Manta, though, so that's why there was no chance of them actually turning this around. Value item, though, the Vessel this game. I really like it.
It is. It is a really strong item for them.
Against Warlock, against the Alchemist, Timbersaw,
I like
and
the
good for the IO.
They've caught themselves a Leo style. Oh, nice job there, using the interrupt there. Oh, completely whiffing the spear, but that's okay. No follow-up there. No follow-up for the 4-man, what's it called? The Dream Coil. The root, just on the 4.
Brax didn't see Leo there. That was a blind spear, so.
Oh yeah, he didn't see him uphill, of course, but yeah.
I'm just pointing it out, you know, because Brax is the best player in existence.
He just missed. It happens. It happens with the best of us. It was the best of times.
I mean,
it was the worst of times.
It happens to me all the time, but that's not because I can't see the enemy.
It really does. It really
it's because
does.
I can't see the screen, apparently.
That's very true. Yeah.
Well,
Envy going to the BKB next year, he knows that he's going to be forced to fight here at some point or another, right? Especially versus the Alchemist, who now has the Battle Fury, the Manta style, and in a little bit more of gold will have the AC up and running. So it's starting to look a little bit scary for them, as they will now smoke up as 3. Leo style is going to have the coil back in 15 seconds, as they're going to look to scan as well, try and find Envy in the +1, but they will now relocate down bottom. We'll see if they ended up bringing him back, because they have scouted the location of where he is. Snake King, what's the decision? You've got a few friends waiting for you back home, and it's just going to be Snake King making the trip back alone by himself. He scanned it for Roche, and then they knew, well, they're probably waiting to kill me. So the noble sacrifice is Envy then will be able to stick around and snag that tower down bottom. You know, it's funny, had they not fortified, they actually might have brought Envy back.
They're going to go for the Ember, by the way. Dream Cold, surprise, and with the Alk stun. Yeah, the Unstable Concoction, very useful. That's a kill streak going the way of Leo style. A bit of recovery for him. Not enough, of course, but a bit. Helping him out. Sacred, meanwhile, is pushing the middle tower, hoping his teammates will eventually help him. This is not the best lane to do this as Timbersaw. Your push is slow, and if you're in a lane that can't be ganked, they will gank you. However, you do have full stacks right now, so I don't know if they actually even have the damage to kill you. And the whole team of Thunder Predator is rotating to this mid lane. Chemical Rage is up in 10 seconds, so Mino's not too afraid to just push this.
Yep, and there's no Ember Spirit, like you said already. So it's slow push, especially against the Timbersaw. I'm sorry, make that especially against a Treant Protector, the opposite of the Timbersaw, making it quite annoying here for them to continue pushing on. But I think eventually they're finally going to get this mid-tier 1, and that's going to be more map control for them. Fortify already used. They've even got actually the Dragon Scale to do a little bit more damage there passively to the tower, and that's money. Tower is going to be going down. Ruya has been scouted, however, gets the, forced to already Remnant back, but that's going to cause Minos to stun himself. Got plenty of teammates nearby, and of course already a full Lotus on the Timbersaw. They're going to fight this, though. Yule Scepter into the arena. They're going to try now, but the Golem is not going to be... Oh, it will be dropped in on the floor, but now the Dream Coil, big root, however, out from our Treant Protector, is going to set up for Envy to just start chunking them out. 4 heroes dead, just like that.
And Wu will be the 5th at this rate, because there's no way this Warlock is escaping Ryoya. Just slowing him down a bit, Spirit Vessel playing with Wu, and finishing him off.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the effect of the BKB, and of course a great overgrowth. Very well played there by For Fun. Really, really good team fight. Huge mistake though by Minos. He tried to avoid this. First of all, why Unstable Concoction there to extra aggressive? Unnecessary, especially if you don't have a clear target that you can throw it at. If you can't throw it at the Ember, because Ember's a really difficult target to go against. And then second of all, trying to avoid that Unstable Concoction Manta style, which usually okay play, right? But it's much better to just let yourself be stunned and get the dispel because they have so many roots than to actually completely sell yourself if you miss that technique. Because if you were to stun yourself without Manta style, there was no way you were getting out of there alive. And
agreed.
That was unnecessary.
And I think normally that's okay. I like you're saying it's normally okay to try and go for that play. Even the I'm referring to the Unstable Concoction. If you have like an instant stun, right? Like Avenge, like not even an instant stun. Like a better stun, even a Hex would be perfect, right? Then you go for that against an Ember Spirit. Because other than that, what you're expecting the Snowball to catch Ember Spirit? Come on, dude, you're playing against Ryoya. He's gonna Remnant away from you there.
Especially because you saw the TP, if I remember, and you also, the assumption as well of like, oh, that TP is a mistake. Like, Ryoya won't realize that, right? If he completes the TP, he's definitely going to get out, and he's probably going to bait it out for you. But that bait is a bit of a overconfidence, you would say, or even not really expecting Ryoya to do as well as he should, right? They're going to find the puck here in the middle lane. He has Yules. Oh, no, that's the Yules from the Mars. Nice evasion from the puck. But that means no phase shift, and he can't jump because he's still rooted. Yep. That Spearow was 100% on purpose to bait out the phase shift.
Indeed it was. I'm sorry, I was looking bottom. I expected there to be some action. Instead, Minos just stunned himself again with Unstable Concoction.
That's the 4th one.
And they just let Wu kind of walk over there. I don't know, maybe they were expecting him to dive there onto the Warlock, but Envy showing more restraint than that. They're going to go back into the mid lane this time. They're unable to purge up the stun, unfortunately. Spirit into the trees. Overgrowth used as well. Meteor Hammer's not going to connect, but it doesn't matter when you've got Envy BKB'd with God's strength. Now he's going to turn onto the tier 2 tower. And we'll be able to knock this one down as well. And now we've got For Fun with a 1K make it net worth lead here versus the Alchemist lineup. That's Envy, his farm, brother. Bless him.
Hit the blue button. I apologize, guys.
No worries. Oh no, and they get the stun on the Leo style. Leo style, no, he TP'd just like that.
Yeah, like Ryoya, except he didn't have a plan to escape there.
Yeah.
Or didn't plus phase shift fast enough. I'm not really sure, to be honest.
Now the upheaval's going to slow them a little bit here, but Envy eventually able to walk away from this one. They have shards up in 2 seconds. They're just not able to catch Envy, though. They just get out of there for free, Avo. That was a tier 2, a tier 3, and the melee barracks here already down. 5k net worth lead all of a sudden for fun. Not to mention, of course, the Super Creep are going to give reduced bounties, both in terms of their experience and gold. That's not going to bother Minos too much because he gets the majority of his gold, of course, off of the passive. But it's going to make a little bit of a difference, isn't it?
This is a tough game now, though, because you are 5k behind on the Alchemist, and I don't know how Thunder Predator is supposed to come back, to be honest with you, because now Timber's completely back, because obviously Alchemist taking all the farm on the map. The Alchemist has not really been that useful this whole game, and Sven is a really good hero against Alch in general, because you burst him down so easily. Sven's already completed his core, so the whole idea of, oh, I'm going to outfarm the Sven, I'm just going to be faster than him, it's 24 minutes, and Sven has completed his core. It's ridiculous, actually, by MVP.
Yeah, Sven he's good to go. Yeah, pretty much exactly like you're saying. He actually still has Aegis to boot. Steve even got a Glimmer Cape for him. And I got to say, for fun, they've itemized perfectly well this game. I think Ryoya, he's kind of accepted that his role this game is full utility, as they have caught a +1. Yeah, Wu will die. Oh, hello. Hey. There's the Agnum Scepter reveal. Minos landing a stun. Nope, just kidding. Yule Scepter is at the ready there for our Mars, as the Dream Coil will be dropped now, holding down Envy for now. But guess what? In range is going to be Matthew. Searing Chains holding down 2. Envy, a little bit more patient this time, not breaking the chains, just standing there, just watching as he was silenced by the Mask of Madness. They actually will end up using the Overgrowth for the kill onto Matthew, which allows Envy then to dive onto the Timber Saw. It's going to be 3 heroes down then in favor of For Fun. They're lucky to get Minos out of there, really. Well,
now with that, they take the 3 kills. At least Minos, as you say, survives, but he does waste the 10-second BKB, which he just acquired, and pretty much to prevent himself from being stunned, right? Like, both on Stormhammer and on his own stun.
And for himself, yep.
Yeah, exactly. Which is something that's happening a lot this match.
But real quick, I just want to point out Ryoya. I think he's playing a fantastic game here. This is not a very fun or flashy Ember Spirit build. The Deso, sure, but certainly not, Spirit Vessel Deso, right? He's definitely realized that he has to be the utility of this game. The Deso, of course, parries nicely with Sven, and of course the Vessel to counter our poor Alchemist, who's then forced to decide, when am I going to use Manta? When am I going to use my Chemical Rage? When am I going to use the BKB, right? These are all things that all of a sudden make it a little bit more complicated. It's not so much a free Alchemist game as Minos would like it to be. Oh, and of course, apparently, he's really struggling with the Unstable Concoction, which, is another thing he's got to worry about.
It's just all For Fun that's playing amazing. I'm glad you're pointing at Ryoya, but I think there's not a single player that I would say, nope, you're not doing the right job here, both tactically and mechanically. They're incredible this game. It was Ryoya now, and stuck the Dream Coil. He doesn't want to break it though. The Flame Guard helping him out. Relocate doesn't come out in time, so they kill Ryoya in time. And Minos can just walk out of the arena thanks to the BKB. He charges the stun, and this time he has good targets. Oh my goodness. I spoke too soon. This game, he's just meant to use the stun on himself, and now they're like,
good bash.
Oh, they actually bashed him the way there.
Yep.
Man, great bash. Beautiful. He activated the bash right on time.
He activated the bash perfectly. Nice job there, Minos.
Anyway. That's a little good point of inflection a bit, getting those 2 kills allows you to get some towers, maybe start to pressure For Fun a bit more. Like, maybe the game is not completely over, especially if these small mistakes can happen.
No, I mean, it's definitely not, right? But the problem is Leo style is now poorer than Mu. Right.
Exactly.
So, and given the 2 equal farm on these cores, Mu is actually a bit more dangerous at this stage, isn't he? Right?
Yep.
A nice blink into the Overgrowth, into a Meteor Hammer. I mean, eta gege, right? Because then you can expect Envy to just be slamming in there. You got beautiful follow-up as well with Searing Chains and Sleight of Fist, not to mention the whole Arena of Blood sort of thing. So it's real dangerous, right? Given the farm here. And that's not to say, oh, Leo Style, he's doing so bad this game, because he's really not. He's still got the Veil of Discord and the 12% Spell Lamp, so he's going to be packing a pretty punch as well, especially, punching above his weight class, I would say, on the puck, given this amount of farm, but it's still really, really difficult here. 19-8, of course. Again, Minos is just vacuuming up all of the farm here on the map. He's nearly 6-slotted here, to be honest. I suppose he's going to be selling the Battle Fury at some point, finishing up the Abyssal, and then he's got one more item to play with. But I guess maybe a Satanic will do him good this game. But he's getting there, right? He is getting there. And that's the scary part here of an Alchemist draft, right? Or an Alchemist lineup, I should say, is that you do eventually get 6-slotted, and then you kind of just plateau from there. Minos is going to stun himself again, by the way, unless he can Manta style it.
At this point, I think he's just enjoying it because there was not even a person there that he could stun, right? Like, it was not for the creeps or anything. I don't know. Maybe he's got an...
You're not catching the tree and protecting.
Like, you're
right?
supposed to be playing Alchemist, not Queen of Pain, dude. Stop enjoying this so much. Anyway, they're gonna go down bottom, by the way. Sacred just TP'd, and they can punish him really hard. They're seeing chains. Brax has the arena blow. Like, no, I wasn't if I did Lotus Orb. Brax just, he bangs his shield.
Yeah, Brax doesn't have a blink, though, right? So he can he can immediately go in. He
needs the Yules.
Yeah, that's right. He needs to walk in Yules, which is not really so free against the Timber Saw, right?
Well, especially with Lotus Orb, right? That's the particular thing.
Right.
Yeah, so I guess he survives for now. They're giving him a bit more space. After all, this is what you're saying. The Alk is about to plateau, and Envy still has a bit to go.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's not really good ag. Oh, yeah, you have one good ags here on the Warlock that's really valuable. The ags on Puck is also decent, of course.
It is. It's really good, actually. I mean, hey, to be honest, Tusk Ags is really good in this game as well. That's a pipe dream, of course, for him.
Oh, yeah, Tusk Ags with the Puck Ags, dude.
Yep.
Right,
that's really solid.
Alright, Minos, stop buying items for yourself. Time to buy ags.
Yeah, no, honestly, that's what I was going to say. I think maybe you just settle down here for a while with a double cleave, right? Usually the idea now is to get rid of this Battle Fury ASAP. Now, this is beautiful. Minos, he is going to be then farming up his team in Acronym Scepter. I think first up should be Leo. Silence the smoke perfectly here. We'll find our Ember Spirit. He's going to buy a little bit of time, however. The coil's still going to last a bit longer. They're stacking the stuns. Is that going to make the difference? Nope. They're still going to be able to get the kill there quite easily at that here.
Mino's so happy. He's like, look, guys, my estimable concoction. It hit one of them, not me.
I did it.
I'm like, yeah,
I stunned them.
Congratulations.
Good job, Minos. Win it. Okay. On the way.
They're not Mexican. They're Peruvian. Stop giving them Mexican slang.
They're like, que pedo.
Oh my goodness, Jesus Christ. They have also Kratz and Sven. That's going to be a huge help because, of course, most of TP's damage is from Minos, and Minos is all physical, so yeah, good for them. Let's see how these ags do. Honestly, the first ags, particularly on the Warlock, if that's the first ags they go for, really, really impactful.
I almost think it should be Pucks, to be honest.
Honestly? Yeah, I mean, because the BKB on MV, I can see the Puck ags, but I just think Warlock ags is one of the best ags in the game in general, right? So it's hard to argue against giving the
But what makes
Warlock
it so
ags.
good, though?
What, the Warlock?
Yeah.
There's 2 golems instead of 1.
Yeah, so what does
double
that
the
mean?
power.
Double the power and what? Double the BKB piercing stun, right?
Sure.
Okay, and then what does Puck Axe give you?
I mean, yeah, but it's not just a BKB piercing stun.
I mean,
that you get
it is.
for.
I mean, the golems just die to Envy in like 5 hits, right? Let's be honest.
I think you're underestimating the golems a bit. I think the golems are part of the power. But I do agree that with Cleave, it does make it easier to deal with the golems.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. You dispatch the golems pretty easily here on the side for fun, especially without a 25 now. I think Leo style would be. I mean, once he gets level 18, of course, which on a mid laner Puck is oof, you know. But once he gets level 18, you give him that level 3 Dream Coil with Ags to be able to hold down Envy through his BKB, to be able to hold down Brax through his BKB.
Sure, I can see the argument.
That's what I'm saying, because I think the majority of the Warlock power in this game specifically comes from having now double the stuns there, back to back, of course. But they are going to be looking to fight here, really liquid in right into the Dream Coil, only level 2. Roya is going to be free, looking to chase. Searing Chain's not going to connect. They're both going to snap Coil. I heard back there. Come on, boys. Brax continuing to look for Leo style here. Will find the Yule Scepter. They're going to be fighting mid lane, however, in the meantime, trying to kill Envy down. Snake King trying to heal him up. Will not be able to. In the meantime, they have still killing Leo style, though, and they're going to be able to get a follow-up kill. There we go. Onto Snake King instead.
That's Ags for Minos, so we're going to settle this argument now, see who he gives it to. I mean, I can see your point, by the way. I'm not against what you say.
Yeah,
I can totally see what you're saying.
I see your point, too, as well, right? We're just playing up our animosity. Alvaro and I don't really hate each other.
Well, oh, there we go. I win. GG, you're a fool. I was right the whole time.
Wu just drops it immediately.
What I like about this is that this allows the Warlock, because I saw the Warlock was building Ags. I'm like, oh, but if you build Ags, this kind of sucks, right? And this allows him to build a Refresher straight up, which is powerful. So that's another point to be made.
I get that, but also it's still only level 2.
Oh, that's true. Well,
it's still only level 2. That's the problem when you've got a Warlock. You get this item super early. I mean, what else do you want on a Warlock, to be honest? You get
That's
boots
exactly it, though. There's nothing else useful. Maybe Glimmer Cape,
and
right?
You're like,
that's one of the
what do
thing.
I want now? Ags or Ags? Okay, guess it'll be Ags.
And then after you get Ags, you're like, what do I want? Refresher or Refresher?
Yeah, he's really
maybe Ghost Scepter, Glimmer Cape if their game is going really bad for you. That's it.
That's kind of the same problem, quote unquote, I have with playing a Disruptor. It's like you play, you have a good game, you're like, what do I want? Glimmer Cape? All right, cool. Yules, maybe.
Actually, some Disruptors that when they play 4 nowadays, actually like going for like the Yules, like you mentioned, or even the Blink Dagger. I've seen a lot of Blink Dagger Disruptors.
I like the Blink. Okay.
It's quite fun. I think people are starting to experiment more with the hero, but I see where you're coming from.
Good.
MV. He sees Minos and he's behind the tree and they like have no clue. Envy's just waiting for them. Look at that.
Wow.
He just initiates. They do have the chemical rage for Minos, and with the Abyssal Blade, he needs to be able to withstand this. Minos runs away, uses the stun on the BKB unit. He's gonna lose the Aegis, and that means no more chemical rage as he comes back. That's a huge issue.
There's no
What are you gonna do now, Minos? No more healing for you. They even spear him back. They're gonna destroy Matthew in a matter of seconds. No, it's Minos who's the better target, and a spirit will actually hit Matthew in the face. Balls to the face is snaking.
They're still fighting.
Sacred. I don't know if Sacred can get away here.
Good
He, oh no, the root does not stop him from Timber Chain.
No,
Yep.
no problem there.
And Sacred will TP in time. Well played. They know they have no ult with their roots. Still though, yeah, Envy just actually relocated aggressively.
Oh, nice.
Try to catch the puck here and also push quickly. Doesn't really matter if the IO goes back. Envy's strong enough right now. There's no Alk anyway.
Yeah.
Sacred is annoying, but that's all he can really do. He can push the creep wave, but he's not going to kill any of you.
Yeah, that buyback's not going to save the middle. Oh, what, Envy? Okay, maybe
Did
it
he
was
purposely
expecting the
miss
Lotus.
Sacred?
Just pin him to the tree. Just leave him up there for now, boys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised they bought back because I don't really think For Fun can really go for the win here. We'll see. They're going to continue going up to the high ground. Lotus will stun him up. Thank you, Flapjack. But the life still here on Envy, even with the Massive Madness alone, is going to keep him nice and healthy. The upheaval going to be canceled. Simply Royoya just takes a step towards him and he's going to, okay, I'll stop. It's Warlock now with the Blink Dagger. That's going to be the next item.
the Linkens.
Good Linkens as well. It's Lotus blocking that stun completely. You need both to actually stop the Sven stun. As now, thank you for pinging that one back to Flapjack. Everyone Yule Sceptered in the air. Spear Mars is going to miss now. Matthew taking a lot of damage. He just popped back. Sacred now jumping in here with the Whirling Death as Brax looking to be able to TP out in time.
Nice defense.
Continuing to run. He should be dead, but he might be the only one to fall here. It's slim pickings, but they're going to take whatever they can get here, to be honest.
Oh, Warlock has a Blink Dagger.
He does. He's gone for the Blink instead of saving for the Refresher, which I think
He
is a
heard
better
us.
move. Yeah.
And he was like, I like this Disruptor Blink Dagger thing. Let me try it on Warlock.
So the problem there was that Brax actually had a beautiful counter initiate. And the Arena of Blood, actually, you can see all the trees are deleted here. That's because Brax immediately blinks onto the backliners, both not only, of course, the Warlock, but also the Tusk. Actually, I think Tusk was up there. Maybe it was the Puck or the Timber. And they actually got trapped inside the arena. Couldn't really help out Minos, and he just ends up melting to Envy, who pops that BKB. Minos then pops his BKB on his first life, maybe expecting the team to be able to back him up in fighting. Not only, of course, BKB, but of course Chemical Rage both popped on his first life, so I guess there's no point in saving the BKB now that I think about it. But he just gets chunked through, and then the second kill into him is just as easy as the first one. But that's okay. He's not going to be doubling back for another Ags, even though he's got the money. Instead, he wants to build a Hyperstone for himself, make that a Moon Shard.
Yeah.
Well, two Hyperstones, right?
Right. That's the appropriate build, though, I think, this game. You got the first most impactful act. If you gave the axe to the Puck, I can argue giving the axe to the Tusk and trying to go for that combo. But since you gave the axe to the Warlock, you're just trying to go for the most impactful axe, immediately Moonshard, and then you can continue to build axe. Which is, by the way, a way that Al can keep scaling, because he can give axe to his whole team, and then give an axe to himself, and that's increases damage.
They finally added an axe to Alchemist. I think it gives you
a certain amount of stats. I actually don't know it by heart, to be honest, 'cause I've never seen it in the pro game.
It gives you, well, it also gives you 30 damage and 6% spell to yourself.
That's what I meant, though. That's what the stats I meant. I didn't mean like the ag stats. I meant like the 30 damage and the 6% spell amp, which is pretty useful.
Yeah.
But particularly the damage is pretty useful. Like in total, you get 4 ags, like 120 extra damage. Not bad for an item that you can consume,
not
right?
Bad. It is green damage, but that's fine. You know, bonus damage isn't too bad on Alchemist anyway, because he builds mostly attack speed, right? So that's what you're looking for. So yeah, it's not bad from this game. The question is, can they survive long enough? Because the rest of For Fun are pretty strong, and now we've got a break. The break, is it too useful this game? Yeah, actually, for Sacred. Now you don't have to get 2 Vessel charges out. You know, you cannot dispel the break either. So that's going to be nice and good. And speaking of dispels, by the way, Sacred's gone for a really nice build here. He's not only got, of course, the Lotus to dispel himself, but now the Guardian Greaves to boot. 4 boots, I should say.
Alright, so they're gonna end up finishing up those Guardian Greaves as you mentioned, or try to finish up the Guardian Greaves. It's almost a late game item, of course, because you already have the basic items of Holy Locket, Mechanism, Glimmer Cape. You don't need the Urn because the Ember already went for that. Leo is farming super aggressively. This time he has Magic Lamp. He has Magic Lamp, so he should be better. Oh, he doesn't have the Jaunt though. He's gonna try to blink away instead. Well played. That's what you can do, of course, with the phase shift. Once you have it maxed, it always has enough. It always has enough time to save for your Blink Dagger. I mean, do you know what Thunder Predator could also consider instead of the multiple ags and that buff is straight up a Divine Rapier, because you are getting to that point where it might just be what you need, right?
For Thunder, you're saying?
Sorry, for Thunder. Yeah.
Okay.
For Alchemist. yeah.
Okay. I see that. Yeah,
Because
he's not. He's
you,
not
you already
committed
hit
to anything.
fast, right? And you might as well.
Hmm.
He got the Moon Shard now, right? Which is of course very useful because you're out of slots, and
Yeah,
you
it's a
sell
free.
your Battle Fury because you already have the Natural Cleave, and instead you go for the Divine Rapier.
Nope. He's just gonna eat it for now.
Well, of course you will. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. You sell your Battle Fury for the Divine Rapier. He'll eat
Yep,
the
yep.
Moon Shard now, and then he'll sell the Battle Fury for the Divine Rapier. I think that might be the choice you got to make this game, because otherwise I don't see this game winning. Because now the
Yeah.
Sven is getting 6 slotted. He also got a really lucky leveler. And your
Pardon
Paladin
me.
Sword is amazing, but
The thing I don't like about that, I mean, I agree with you. I don't really see another win condition, except for giving your team literally 2 other Ags, right, at this point. Is I don't know if that's going to be enough, because they can kill you pretty easily as well, right? Your BKB is down to a 7-second one, which isn't too bad, right? But we do have a Sven that can, still fight you through a BKB, especially when he's BKB'd. You got Brax, who's jumping on your backlines and preventing the counter initiations. Your Golem, which you paid 4,200 to have, essentially.
no Sacred. Nice Lotus Orb there, and Envy stunning himself, but he knows he has to keep Sacred in check. Envy loses so much, though, chunking him with Whirling Death. There we go on the Ember Spirit. But is in the Arena of Blood. Minos just walks in with a BKB. He can also dispel that overgrowth immediately, but he has no more dispels left. And now he starts chunking the Sven. Slowly but steadily, Sven responds to the Stormhammer, and Minos seems to fall. The Spear of Mars, starting him against the tree. Snowball to give him more space, but Envy is still full HP. Minos, how are you going to win this? It's absolutely impossible.
Oh, no.
They finish him off with a last hit from Envy. Now going for Sacred. Even with a full reactive armor stack, he just cannot tank the Envy anymore. He's just forced to get away, destroy the golems quickly, and probably go for the high ground afterwards.
Yep.
I guess not. They want to go for the Warlock first. No more upheavals. They're done with this, I guess. They even waste the relocate for this to hunt him. They might find Leo style. No, they're okay.
Nope.
That's an interesting relocate to use then. I guess you're just gonna finish the game. You still have Leveler on MV, so you could go for the tier 4 this time. Want to force the buyback on the Alk. You know he has Chemical Rage, but no BKB just yet, so this buyback would be pretty bad for them. Can they force it, though, is the question. How much patience can Minos have this game? Not much, apparently. You can't really afford it. Dream Coil here from Leo style. The Arena Blood to cover them. They stop Sacred
Good
immediately. Snowball helping again. Minos is trying to hit, and they do kill the Io. Now go for Envy. He's much easier to kill with the Abyssal Blade. They guarantee it, and the Stormhammer does absolutely Meteor Hammer does absolutely nothing. Brax does get stunned with the Yule Scepter. Chasing after Brax now. He has the BKB. They cannot stun him. This time he does avoid it, though.
Nice job, Minos.
He won't get Brax, but it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a hard kill for them.
That's the first time we've seen that work, actually. This whole
I
game.
am shocked. Cutler me shocked that for fun they just went down mid there. I mean,
Well, they wanted to force the buyback, but they misjudged how quickly they could retreat from an Elk, and that was just it. I don't think it was the wrong
they're
play,
gonna
though.
both buy back because they think Roche is what the heck? They know, brother. Roche is just respawning. They know.
How do they know? They don't have vision.
Maybe it was the max timer. I think
Oh,
it, I, think
I
it
didn't
could've
actually check, to be honest. Oh, and this rush comes with an Ags. They're like, we have our own Alchemist now. It's called Roshan. What do you give the Ags to? Probably Ember Spirit, honestly. Too good to forgo this.
been. Yeah, I would say the Ember, right? Oh my goodness, remember Mars eggs? They did buff it, but it's not that good this game.
Mars Eggs is fine, right, if you already had Ember Eggs, but I think
Yeah.
Ember's just so good. It's just such a good
Yeah.
Eggs. Eternal Envy is taking forever. He's like, I'm done.
Alright,
God
you know
strength. Time to murder.
Holy moly, look at this
Yeah,
attack
with
speed.
the overcharge. It's
Leveler and
ridiculous.
overcharge, providing plus 170, make that 180 attack speed.
Yeah, they get to
He
you.
will pick up the Aghanim Synth. Needs to be careful, though. That'll leave him without buyback, so he's going to need to farm a few camps here, as that does actually contribute to your overall net worth and makes your buyback more expensive.
What does kind of suck here, or what Thunder Predator just discovered in this last fight, is that MV is only really tanky if you don't have the IOs with him, right? Once they killed the IO, Minos actually didn't have much trouble with MV, so that's what they just need to do every single time. He's been Abyssal Blading MV every single time, and the Arena of Blood has been really good cover to make sure the IO doesn't die. But with Abyssal Blade, you can just quote-unquote blink out of the arena, right? So that's what you need to start doing.
My question to you then is, by the way, there was a buyback on For Fun, right? So they needed to get that Roche, right? So For Fun, they bought back on Snake King as well as Envy. They decided that was the proper play there. But now we've got level 20. Okay, so he has gone for the Sleight of Fist charges. I was wondering which one he was going to go for, because with the fresh Ags, he was deliberating for some time. But I think 2 Sleight of Fist charges is so strong on an Ember, right?
I don't think you need to. I think the Remnant plus Ags is good if you're losing, for example. You have to create time for your team.
I
When
got
you're
you.
winning, sieging high ground, Sleight of Fist is just so much better, right? And as you mentioned earlier, he went for Desolator as well, so obviously the two-sided face is so useful.
Oh, I agree. Just keep that the Deso deep up fresh, do more damage. We do have a full Crimson Guard. Not every single day you see this item actually built by, well, basically anyone in Dota, right?
There's one last, by the way, peak here by from Thunder Predator, which is called Timber Stars level 25. Once he gets the Whirling Death extra attribute reduction, which I hope is what he goes for, by the way.
22%. Make that 26%.
26%, which is ridiculous. That's a fifth, essentially, or sorry, a fourth of Sven's health.
Yep.
There's a pretty big deal here. So that might be the last thing they're waiting for. However, he's only level 22. They have to wait a while longer.
Minos, he sold his boots before he sold Battle Fury, so now he's slow. Slow
Reminds
with
me
that.
of Habos Medusa every single time.
Yeah.
This really old game where Habos Medusa, I think that's Rapier, maybe double Rapier, I don't remember. And she was so slow that they force-stabbed her fat ass around the map because she couldn't get to places, and they kept force-staffing her. Her teammates all had force-staff so she could walk. It was incredible.
I reckon Envy needs Satanic to fight now as well. Because now we have one on Minos, and yeah, the lifesteal is great on him, but
He's going for 1-2.
mostly, yeah, he is. He's keyed one up, but mostly it's for the status resist. That's going to make it really, really difficult for Minos to go. Even with a 5-second BKB, that status resist is super, super annoying. Because we've got 2 Dispels here still for our Alchemist, as well as, of course, the Lotus Orb providing him another. As Envy relocating down bottom, the Rats.
And will it work, though? Envy didn't use the God Strength this time. He's being patient. He knows he wants to use the God Strength after the Ages, of course. Well, the mechanism completely heals from the God.
Minos, I hear him. He's going to stun himself. Yep, nice. There he is.
It's been the whole match for Minos. I wish I could see in the post-game screen how many times he stunned himself. Oh, he actually used God's Strength. He could punish this if you kill him now. He comes back with no damage, but I guess the Predator's not interested.
No, they're gonna siege these barracks. It looks like
They're a bit too afraid of this. Nice Lotus by Brax, by the way.
yeah, very good.
That was
Lotus.
on point, dude. Wow. Brax doesn't care, but Brax is still a solid player every single time.
Yeah, and now Brax is just able to be annoying as heck, right? I mean, how do you catch him here?
Yep. No, you mean Ryoya.
Oh, really? Thank you very much.
Brax is there often.
Brax is.
How do you
the
not
Mars.
know the Jack in the Box
Listen,
star,
man,
Mr. Braxton?
First game, I wake up early. I wake you up. You know, I see Red Man flying around. I confuse him for Brax. Okay, give me a break.
Yes. That's a very fair assessment, to be honest.
Ryoya, in the meantime, though, properly naming the correct hero, is nearly completed here for the data. This is the beauty, of course, of the 2 Remnant charges. Sorry, make that the 2 Sleight of Fist charges is what I mean. You could just kind of jump in. You've got Deso, right? You built that anyway for your Sven. So now he actually does a ton of damage in these fights. He doesn't have a cleave, so he's not going to be looking for the splash damage, but it's still a ridiculous amount of damage regardless. Envy in the river has got to be a little bit careful here, I think.
Or maybe Sacred? I'm not really sure, because Envy seems like he wanted to go.
Yeah,
for
Envy's like, I don't care, dude. It's a DD rune. A DD rune's going to spawn, and I'm going to kill you all. And it's a regen rune top.
That sucks really a lot. That's the worst rune to get in the late game regen. Why do I need this? Oh, I have like 6 items. I need more damage.
Unless you're a Storm, right?
Yeah, I guess if you're a Storm.
That's
They still
the
have
exception.
Bottle by some miracle, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Sure. They actually go for the buck here. Ooh, this is really bad. He wasted his face ship. This is not good at all, Leo. How are you going to get away?
Leo's
Dream
dead.
Coil. He has Illusory Orb, Magic Lamp helping him out, but he didn't throw the orb. He has to blink away. They try to calculate that. Well played, Black.
How do you run away
It's
from
impossible.
Ryoya, though? He's actually only got 1 remnant. Yeah, he's going to.
That's how you run away with the
gonna
TP.
leave. There he is. But
Yeah,
nice job,
he
Leo.
couldn't guess that. Well played by Leo style. Now they can actually initiate because they know Ryoya's not here. He has to send his remnant over, but they've already lost Trim Protector.
Oh, Minos
Minos,
stunned
though,
himself.
my goodness. Please dodge it. Please dodge it. Oh, he
he
just
did it.
BKB'd. He's done with his game.
But
He's no
Envy-
longer
Envy's
trying.
breaking your base.
Oh,
And
they
that
stopped the
changes claim.
relocate though. They stopped the relocate play by snaking. They can actually kill him now because Snaking lost the relocate because they stunned him too early. But Envy, Superman, goes for Tusk. Matthews will fall. Minos does stun Envy this time. Envy's killing him a bit too much due to the Satanic, but he already used the active.
Stop
Envy
drop
trying to
here.
call the supports first. They lost the Warlock, but they still have the Golems. They killed Snaking. Envy versus the world.
Oh my.
Honestly, doing a pretty decent job. Here comes Ryoya, but a bit too late, and Envy will finally fall. Minos, tired of stunning himself, finally stunning fools left, right, and center. Gets 2 quick kills on the enemy cores. There's no buyback on Envy or on the IO.
Oh my
I mean,
God, they almost lost that throne.
They actually have a chance here. They actually do have a chance if you just go down mid. Just go down mid.
That was incredible. They actually almost lost that throne. Yeah, there's no buyback on Envy.
Give
for
Minos
another minute.
boots. Give Minos boots and go down mid.
They got lucky. They got pretty lucky. This wave that's pushing in now, besides mid, is not a mega wave. So they have a little bit of time, actually, because that's going to buy them about 30 seconds, really.
Sell
between
that
waves.
Battle Fury, Minos. For God's sake, buy boots. You actually need to be quick for once.
Nope, he's going to buy a Midas.
Oh my god. Watch him.
It's a 50.
Do not go for the camp. Did you see him? He doubted. He wanted to go to the jungle. What? Oh, Minos, you. Okay,
he's like
he's going for the rapier.
He's
Okay.
like, es que pues tengo, you know, 30 grivos, you know.
What?
Necesito.
Grivos?
Yeah, grivos green, you know.
Are you serious? He actually is leaving the Manta. The Battle Fury is the most value item for Minos this
He
game.
really
is
wants
gonna,
the splash damage.
He will die with that Battle Fury in hand.
He really will. I mean, he is so darn slow. Of course, he does get a bonus 110 attack speed, but we'll see. Enemy's going to have
took him
buyback in
50
30
seconds.
along with... okay, so we'll see. Can they hold for 25 is my question, right? We do have a
Yes.
Fortify. We do as well have, of course, a Train Protector. Do we have a Repair Kit? Yeah. All right, they're going to be able to hold on. So we're going to have 2 lives then for Envy as well as Snaking to try
has
and
Rapier,
work
though.
with. Yeah, they do, but again, still a Fortify and a Train Protector are going to be really freaking annoying here.
Yeah. Minos took a bit too long,
They
I
got to be
think,
careful.
though.
Again, their throne's exposed here versus Megas.
No, they have to leave. Wow, after getting that,
They gotta
after
leave.
forcing 2 diebacks,
Look,
you have
look
to
at top.
leave.
They don't even have
Minos
super creep in the
TP,
top
my
lane.
god. Why even walk out? Like, just TP. Oh, they
no.
might actually catch
Oh
him.
no.
There's-
Oh,
that
no.
might be GG. The reload gets used. They don't care about the Lotus Orb. They just want to kill Minos here. If they kill him, this game is over.
Envy's back at
Minos
5.
tries to fight Ryoya. Envy's back very soon, as you
Refresher?
mentioned. There's no reload kit to help Envy. Minos has to get away. Oh no, he's faster now. But the Ember's not gonna let you though. Searing Chains, stopping Minos. Here comes Moo. Is giving him more time. Minos is forced to use the
Here's Envy,
BKB. Envy is rushing. He has a Silver Edge for extra movement speed. Ryoya
Oh, no.
will withstand Minos, and that's the Chemical Rage over.
Golem
They even
2.
spear him to the
It's not
wall,
gonna work.
and that's going to be the Rapier on the
Oh.
floor, and Minos down. Wow.
Oh, that's
That
unfortunate.
line as well is brutal here.
Sacred
That's
is going to
GG,
live.
there's
Oh,
way.
no, they're just going to end the game. By the way, Snaking and Envy into the base. That's going to force Wu's buyback here to drop the Golem to buy them a
Can't
bit
be.
of
He
time,
has
but it's
Rapier,
already
dude.
dead. Everything's just dead. Envy with Rapier. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The GG will be dropped. They end up getting caught sticking around a little bit too long there. Fortify and a Train Protector and a Repair Kit all onto the Tier 3 tower, and that's going to allow them to just hold on for fun. They're going to take it. Game number 1 in their favor. Fun game there between the two. A little bit of back and forth. I think maybe, you know, who knows? Maybe Boots actually makes a difference there, huh, Minos? So you can run away a little bit faster. Maybe Boots will travel so you can TP, right? I don't even think I don't even know if he had a TP there at the very end, and he just gets caught running away from the enemy base. And they have so much catch here, especially with the Umber Spirit Hags. Like, how do you run away from these guys?
Yeah, I don't know. That was really tough here for that was really tough for Thunder Predator. I think that they honestly could have had this game. I do believe that they made a couple blunders, particularly Minos when he was strongest, right? Stunning himself a couple times, which allowed For Fun to come into the game. So they didn't play the perfect game. I was hoping that since this was their style, they would just kind of recover and they would like lift their head up a bit. Clearly, they're still not back to their full form. However, that said, For Fun played an amazing game, right? Like I think they're mechanically, obviously, they were really solid, but tactically speaking, the aggressive farming by Envy, the constant pressure by the Io, the fact that Ryoya also destroyed his lane, Brax staying so long up top to make sure that Alchemist could not get a free lane at any point in the game. It was just really well done by For Fun. So congratulations. I mean, this is a really well-deserved victory.
Yeah, I agree. I'm surprised. I mean, it took them a while, right? Of course, it wasn't going to be a walkover for them, considering that they kind of drafted themselves for melee heroes against, you know, a Timbersaw, 3 of those being melee as well, melee strength heroes. That is, but hey, they take it in the very end, and you know, like you're saying, some tactical decisions here, some itemization choices, perhaps making the difference. But in the end, it's going to be For Fun taking match number 1. Do stick around, guys. You're watching Realms Collide 2. Bittersweet with Avo Plus and Seek and Strike. We have 1 game of our best of 2 already done, but we've got another game here coming at you, and 3 more best of 2s after that. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage, and we hope to see you guys in a little bit after a short break. We'll be back soon with draft number 2.
Hello, and welcome back to The Voice of the Realm. We are your nightly shitty podcast to cover Realms Collide 2, The Burning Darkness.
Indeed. We have our two hosts, Richie and Alvaro, here to bring you through your nightly or afternoonly if you're in NA. Your nightly or afternoonly, your dire tide match here with a voice to have in the background, or your AFK farming while you're getting that abyssal blade, or if you're Minos, lo-fi radio show to stun yourself to, all that good stuff.
I love listening to Alvaro's voice while I stun myself for the 16th time in the same game.
He did stun himself quite a bit. You can look at the Yasper, the Open Dota, or one of the stats sites to see.
They actually show you.
Yeah, it'll break it down.
I will check it out.
How long he was stunned. So what do you wager? Do you think? And again, we don't do this to really have a laugh at Minos' expense.
Because there was really only 3 stuns that mattered, which was the first 3. Like, those were mistakes. Everything else was just like, whatever.
Yep. Everything was whatever. He wasn't gonna go on them anyway.
It was particularly that stun near the tier 2 mid that was the stun that lost him the game.
Yeah. There was another one tier 2 top that wasn't fantastic either when they were fighting there. I mean, there's a couple, right? But overall, I think it was a pretty. It was that kind of a game there for Minos. It happens, it happens.
It's been forced.
Well, yeah. What are you gonna do?
You should have had the unstable concoction sound set
What
up
are you
for this
gonna do?
game.
Yeah, let me just get them all set up for you real quick,
Yeah, I mean, what
and
kind of
wake you
producer
up
are
for the for the show. Anyway, we do have a draft now getting underway. We can go ahead and take a look at here between game 2. For Fun did take game number 1. It was looking maybe a little bit sketchy there for them for a little bit, but they played well against the Alchemist, didn't they?
Yeah, I did say it. I thought the draft was easier to execute and just better overall, but I was hoping that Thunder Predator would win because that was their style and they would just play it better. But as I said earlier, I don't think they're back in full form. If this was Thunder Predator with Frank, I would expect them to win that game. I think that they're still getting used to playing with Sacred.
Mm-hmm.
It not like Sacred is like a board. Actually, I do think that Frank is stronger, to be honest. But I don't think it's more like Sacred's a bad player or whatever. It's more along the lines of you change your team, your coordination is not quite there. You're not used to some of the mistakes your teammates make or some of the issues that they have, and you can't really play around them, which they used to do when they were back with Frank. So.
I like this draft out for Fun though. They open up actually the draft with first pick Lush overall, I believe. And normally that's basically a counter pick to an effective ban, I guess, for the Timber, but it still gives you the option of playing it. But for Fun, they don't really care.
I'm surprised. They first picked Spectre and Thunder Predator yesterday. They played against Quincy Crew. And they committed this, quote unquote, I want to say mistake, honestly, where they first picked Spectre. Mind you, Thunder this time banned the Undying, which is a good counter to Spectre, which is why this first pick is much better. But Quincy Crew immediately answered with like Undying Viper, right? Which are 2 heroes that counter Spectre pretty hard. I am surprised that Thunder got smacked that game and did not learn to do the exact same thing.
I see what you're saying.
Because the Viper can go in any position for them. Yeah, it's one of those things I go, okay, like Let's Track Tiny, fine. Like your draft is not bad, certainly, but you first picked Spectre. You got punished for it yesterday.
Oh, Alvaro, slow it down.
You got punished for Spectre yesterday, and you don't learn from it.
Yeah.
God damn it, Thunder. God.
Come on, Thunder.
They don't even ban the Viper. They're not even afraid of the Viper.
No, they're not.
Wow.
I think kind of last game was almost both teams just covering the other side of the screen and drafting, Especially it's more for fun.
I would say for fun actually was looking at the screen. 100%. They countered it pretty hard. Just because I seen like strength heroes, I don't think it was bad. Sven was really good against Elk, trying to slow down the game.
I mean, I agree. It was just funny to it's just a joke. I don't think any team actually covers the screen. When they draft, is this time Thunder Predator are going to take the Treant Protector for a whirl, the TP.
I don't see the point of the Treant Protector this time, to be honest. I mean, they have some pushing power in for fun. Usually his heroes is picked up to slow the game or to win your lanes, but he's weak against Lina and lane. If Forfun wants to run the Lina 4, right? So not great there.
I don't think I see the reason against the Beastmaster to slow down his push in the lane, but the Hawk can scout you super easily, and that's going to be a big thorn in his side.
And if do you really want to slow down? Like Beastmaster takes 2 lanes or 2 towers usually in the bottom lane, which okay, great, but like Treant is. I guess Treant can deal with the board somewhat.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
But I was talking to Panda the other day, and he was telling me that the reason why they actually pick Crystal Maiden so much is precisely for that, because it is one of the best heroes against Beastmaster and secures your lane. And I question now if that wouldn't just be a better pick, right? Because Crystal Maiden, yeah, she does suck against Lina, but Lina's so strong it's kind of hard to deal with, right? But you're much better against the Beastmaster, and you also would help the other lanes here.
Wow.
Yeah, Thunder's
okay.
going straight up for their own draft. They don't care what For Fun is doing.
Mm.
They're proposing something completely different. They don't need to counter the Spectre with a Viper because they just think they have other options here that are better. Which, respect to them, right? A lot of times there is a strength to trying to play your own draft. But I do find that considering the strength of the Spectre,
Yeah, I mean, we'll see, right? The Naga into Leshton or Naga into Overgrowth, right, at least has some potential there to lock down a Spectre. It is going to be Envy, of course, on the Spectre, so who knows? He might just haunt around the team fight and dodge all your spells.
he is pretty crazy.
He is pretty
He's
crazy.
really good Spectre.
Clockwork can always hookshot in out of range, actually. At least I think with level 2 hookshot, he can hookshot
Yes.
in from out of range of a Naga song to maybe, destroy your team fight setup. That always
Or
could
just
make
stop
a
your TP,
difference.
which is actually a big deal.
Stop my TP, yep, as well as a Naga Siren. That's a good point.
Not your TP. I mean, Naga's
Isn't stop my TP. How dare you? How dare you,
Not
Snake
you.
King.
Yeah, I think it's actually Lena 4 though in Clock 5, to be honest with you, because the Clock versus Naga matchup is so bad, and Clock actually versus Tiny for now pretty decent.
Mhm.
Clock versus I want to see what their offlaner is yet, right? Because Thunder's not picked up their offlaner, I don't think yet, unless it's Lesha, we'll see. But or the Tiny.
Yeah, yeah.
I like the Lena much more against. I think Lena and Beastmaster lane is strong enough, and they don't really have anything to kill the boar except for the Trim Protector. Lena can protect the boars really well against Trim Protector because once you get level 2, you have 1 stack of Fire Soul. Trim Protector's like, oh, puncher, pff, stunned, boom, boom, boom. Trim Protector's all of a sudden the Forest Fire, and it's like he's living in Australia all over again.
Trent didn't really strike me as a digger, as they call themselves. The diggers are Australian Foreign Legion troops, obviously Trent fighting out of his area. Maybe that's why he doesn't like birds like the Phoenix. As For Fun will ban that one out because
You know what I noticed?
the emu war.
You know what I noticed, by the way? And this is a really dumb comment. I just have to say it. Why is he Treant Protector and not Tree Protector? Because he only protects the living trees, right? Which seems like really stupid. Because there's not many of them.
What are you saying that he should be ripping the dead husk of a tree in Tiny's hands
No,
out
but
of it?
Treant means like the trees that can walk, right? So it seems like super, super discriminatory from Treant Protector.
No, I don't think that's how it works. I think technically all the trees can walk in the Dota universe. Some of them just choose not to.
Really?
I think so.
Why?
Well, because, in the Legion lore, she's like, oh, she was commanding a battle, and then all of a sudden Train Protector, just woke up the entire forest and, marched at him. So, I think, they all just choose.
Up. Oh, so when Nature's Prophet does like that, all he's doing is just waking up them?
Yeah, I think he's just, summoning their
So he just has like a little alarm clock. It just goes ring, ring, and they just...
Yeah, like me to you this morning.
How many times are you going to say that?
Well, it was only the third time. I don't know. How many times does it take until you consider, you're caning the dead horse?
I think 3.
Who knows,
Storm
right?
Spirit as the last pick for fun. Good answer, to be honest. I mean, he's bad against Leshak in the lane, but he's really good against Naga Siren, so I kind of get that for similar reasons as the Clock. This time, again, I do kind of... I'm not really seeing Thunder Predator's draft exactly why they chose to do this, but most of their draft, not going to lie. I think the Timbersaw is kind of good, but the Clockwork's pretty decent against the Timbersaw at stopping him generally because Cogs are super annoying to deal with, and so is Battery Assault. The Storm is going to struggle a bit. This time, Leo Style will have a much better lane, so it's good for them. But I still side with For Fun's draft overall. You don't really have a way to deal with Spectre except for Naga Siren just surrounding him and killing him. You have really good lanes, especially for the off lane, to deal with the Naga Siren, despite the fact that she's a good laner. I would have sided with For Fun. Yeah, I'm not criticizing Thunder Predator's draft. I just really can't see why they went so off meta.
No, I agree. Even the last pick Timber is kind of
It's
meh.
okay. It's okay.
Yeah, it's okay, but Roar, Lena to burst him down. Spectre, even with the dagger, does a fair bit of damage and has Pure as well to cut through the reactive armor.
I'll reserve my judgment until I see how they play as well.
Yeah,
I find that if you play the Naga Siren like Sammy Boy does, he has been finding a lot of success with his hero recently.
I think mid is going to be particularly important. Like you say, Leo Side does have a better matchup this time. Although I wouldn't say last time that the matchup is super Ember favored in Ember versus Puck. I think he just played it really well there.
That might be true. That's true. Yeah, you did play that really well.
So we'll have to take a look here as we're about to get underway with game number 2. So predictions, you're gonna reserve judgment for now.
I want to say For Fun, to be honest.
Okay.
Not because I think the draft is better, just that I think they played considerabably better than Thunder Predator. Before we go though, I have a rhyme that will break the English language.
Okay. Let's go. Let's hear it.
Let's see if Thunder Predator can execute their niche. Please give us a follow on Twitch.
That is just what it. Yes, greeting, hello, this is Richie, or I guess as Alvaro would pronounce it, Rich. Bringing you the action here, along with Avo Plus, Seeking Strike, and my Seeking Strike and myself. Seeking Strike and Avo Plus are bringing you the action. Game number 2 between For Fun and Thunder Predator. So we will take a look here and see how they are going to be able to perform in this game. Mid lane, of course, is hopefully going to be a little bit better for Leo Style. Had a pretty minor impact in the last game, unfortunately. I think is going to be the most accurate way to describe it. Puck Dream Coil, sure, you know, netting them a few kills here and there was obviously going to be useful at times, but never really ended up making a really big difference there, unfortunately, that puck. So I think Leo Style going to be hoping for a better game. As we have Wu actually with a beautiful Train Protector set. This relic of Crimson First Blood thing is super expensive. Super expensive.
Yep. Showing it off, you know,
Yeah.
that's what you do with it as a Dota player. That's what's funny, right? Most Dota players, they'll take money from the game and they'll give it back to the game.
We'll give it right back to the game, yeah. Envy, perhaps
No,
into
that's a good
trouble.
play.
Yeah, tossing him right back in. Envy's going to, okay, fine, I guess I'll TP. But of
TP
course,
to the
he's not
lane.
TPing home. He's TPing over to the lane.
He did go for the double ringer regen, which Envy loves so much, right? It is a good start, actually, at least around the Spectre. I don't think denying the Spectre farm, though, is the best way to play this lane. But you will secure the Timber Saw, which we guys saw how powerful it was. Timber Saw still going for the Spectre. Nice toss, and
Okay.
Trait will get the hit, but Sacred might die as a result. Have to go for Willing Death level 1.
fine.
No? Yeah, nice tanky by Matthew. Overall, the two supports here playing wonderfully, actually, Matthew and Wu.
Yeah.
And now they can rotate bottom and help out Minos, which he definitely needs.
Yeah, and not only that, right? Envy's got to walk back to the lane now, too. I think that's why they committed for that kill so hard, because he's like, oh, he TP'd? Let's go, boys. Kill him. So he's going to be missing out on this first wave of experience, maybe even a little bit of the second one, as this wave is naturally going to push into the tower. Moo will see if he can try and drag them behind the tower then to allow Envy to at least get the experience here. But it's a tough start here for Envy. But like you're saying, you know, yikes, stopping the farm of the Spectre is probably not going to be #1 priority. The good news, of course, it is going to be, I think your #1 priority is getting your Timber off to a great start here, because Timber, along with a good timing on Lesh's items, or just, you know, his experience, is going to help put you very, very far ahead in this game, and perhaps even into the driver's seat.
Yeah. And I think that was one of the biggest mistakes on the Predator, by the way, last game. Well, I wouldn't say mistake necessarily, but it was the way the draft was made. It just couldn't help Leo Style as much. And I've seen almost every single game, it's Leo Style who's determining the tempo of the game, who's ensuring that the game goes kind of their way, at least in the early mid-game stages, right? He's so crucial to the team that I do think that Thunder Predator should be prioritizing his lane. I think that might be why they picked the Leshrac early, because he doesn't have many losing lane matchups, and he's particularly good against a lot of heroes. So that way you always make sure that Leo Style can pop off to some degree.
Yep. Envy finally getting his hands on some creep. He's going to miss a CS there, unfortunately. He's only level 1, but he'll get there eventually. He's going to have a little bit of a slower start on the Spectre, but should be able to still maintain in lane now that there's no Train Protector, and might even be able to bully Matthew a bit, as there's a toss onto Moo. Avalanche to follow up. No strength remaining because of the Whirling Death. And that's going to be Moo now taking a death here on the side of For Fun. Man, well played indeed. Good combo there. They are definitely they're going to clean up shop here a little bit in the top lane.
No, I think they're doing a good job. Usually I don't see Tiny being that effective in lane, but there's a lot of kill potential here, and he's utilizing the Timber Saw well. And Tiny is decent against the Clockwork because of that very reason. You can just toss him to a much more valuable target. Now, Moo does hit level 3 with that Clock, though, which is a big deal as battery itself becomes much more powerful. I'm hoping that we see Matthew also rotating mid, because I think before level 6 on Storm, it's relatively easy to kill him with a Leshrac especially.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Leo already has Bottle as well.
Ryoya level 4 has his bottle now on the way, but Leo Style speed him to it. Into the punch here by a little bit. He maybe even go for a kill here. Needs another auto attack. No, he's not going to find it. Oh, no, he will. Wow, kind of with a lightning storm. Killed Storm with a lightning storm. Could you imagine?
That does suck.
Yeah,
That does suck. He likes thunderstorms better.
he does. He really does like him
But
better.
if you look at the build though for Leo, he is using the Lightning Storm Split Earth build, which is worse in the mid game. Better in the lane, but worse in the mid game. So that's almost a win in a sense for the Storm, because he's going to recover regardless. So Leo is securing this game to make sure it doesn't happen like one last game, but there's a couple drawbacks to that. Bottom though, Brax is having absolute freedom. I mean, this lane is so brutal. And Brax is going to farm so much, and this allows him to get early necros. It's going to be tough.
Would you
In fact,
look
he
at,
might kill Wu. Yeah,
would you
there we
look
go.
at that build, by the way? 2 points in the axes, none in the board. He
It's
goes,
the way to counter the Trent.
Yeah, he goes, you know what? You're going to kill my boar? I don't think so. Animal cruelty not allowed. Not cool, guys.
Yep. Actually really smart to do this because the axes now are magical damage, which sucks, but they do boost your physical damage, of course, when you hit the Treant Protector, so you take advantage of his low armor to kill him. Of course, you also break his trees, which is easy,
Oh.
so Treant feels really weak.
Matthew, top lane. Oh my goodness, these battery assault procs. Like 4 straight there, despite having 2 illusion runes to go on over. Luckily, we'll be able to escape the cogs eventually. And both mid laners fighting over that bottom rune, which did not end up spawning.
Did you see what happened, by the way? The Storm was walking, and like just as the vision reveals that there's no rune there, Leo Style starts dancing. Like, oh, look, you found out just like me. We both got duped by Ice Frog.
We've been duped. Ice Frog, you got us again, you madman.
At least I enjoy that Leo Style is having fun this game. Now Matthew rotating pre-level 6. Very good rotation here. Around the bounty runes as well. Pretty important. I don't know if they can kill Ryoya, though. Toss first. That's level 2 toss. Avalanche now comes up with Split Earth.
Nice.
Yep, that's guaranteed. Well played. This is what I was expecting from Matthew as well. Do well in the top lane and now go to the mid lane to secure Leo's. Well played. Well
Yeah,
played.
I mean, they can't really get a kill on the Sacred here. What do you do? Cogs and try and kill him? He's just going to Timber Chain away, probably. So it becomes very difficult. Bot lane, though, again, still going quite nicely. Brax actually currently leading the lobby here in terms of CS. And could still potentially bully Minos out of lane. Of course, Naga, one of the highest base armors in the game, already 13 armor. Well, underneath the tower, so 13 armor as they will get a kill in return here. Moo actually rotating around is going to find Leo Style, hoping for a sip and a refill of the bottle at the 5-minute mark. And he will be able to get a solo kill there, just simply locking him down. 500 damage nearly done there as well between the cogs and the battery assaults.
Oh, it's killing Leshrac quite important as you're going to even out the Storm's lane a bit. As I said, Ryoya will recover no matter what in this lane. But what's concerning to me is that Leo won't be able to go around pushing towers as quickly because of the build he went for. He has good kill potential, but he has to get those kills. When you play this kind of Leshrac, it's a bit tougher to try to create space here in the mid game because you can't just take towers easily.
Woo just barely lives there. I can't believe that. And that Dragon Slave, I think, should have had him dead to rights. But of course, he's able to walk away through the trees, so they didn't quite expect him to be in that specific spots. Now Sacred with the Chakram out top lane, tanking a little bit of this tier 1 tower. Can tank quite a bit though here, 3 points in the reactive armor, has another Chakram at the ready, and V can't really fight him either.
No, of course not. That Whirling Death, of course, also reduces a lot of MV's damage. All Expector has huge damage to begin with. He didn't go for any points in Desolate, which is the only thing you can do if you want to be aggressive against Timbersaw. Not that I think it's a mistake, but, you know, there's no chance of you playing aggressively against him now. Matthew, by the way, is living in this mid lane. It's become his home as Ryoya going for Leo Style. Matthew trying to come from behind. Avalanche, but Ryoya, not surprised. Oh, he actually ball lighting before the Avalanche hits because now Avalanche has projectile speed. It's not just 0.5 seconds till it hits, so you actually have time to do it. Well played. If you're far away, not as effective an ability anymore.
Leo Style trying to go for a bit of a jack of all trade, not just the lane dominator of maxing Split Earth and Lightning Storm. He's put a second point now into the Edict, and with an Arcane Rune can actually get a couple more Edicts out here to try and continue the siege now onto that tier 1 mid lane. Speaking of siege, top lane, Sacred just getting more and more annoying here versus Spectre. As, you know, he's just doing his thing. Another Whirling Death and a few more Chakram here available in a second. And V, you might be dead as the Avalanche only going to hit once. Good toss, but that's going to get Moo on over. Does not have enough mana, however, for the cogs. So make that Sacred just able to throw out the Chakram there, secure the kill onto Envy, who is not having a great game. Meanwhile, down bottom, Brax running at the tree into Protector here. Already at level 1 Necro Books on the playing field. Oops, the the Archer getting nuked down by the tower. But they've done well, at least, to boot Minos out from the bottom lane here, as even though Lina actually giving her a run for his money.
A bit surprised by that play, I'm not gonna lie, because he could have just gone on the Timbersaw side with a battery assault. I mean, I just think he was rushing too much. Because he didn't have mana for cogs, so then the toss was a guaranteed kill then afterwards. Like, if he had cogs, he could have tried to push him back, but since he didn't, there was no way. And the toss actually helped him, so yeah, Mo might have killed Envy. Nice snake. Good to know.
Moo was like, stop cutting down my trees!
Yeah,
now
snaking.
They've
He's
actually
going
got the
to fall.
poison.
Yep, well played by Leo Style. This is what you have to do when you're playing this kind of Leshrac. And he actually did manage to go down for the 3-point stab all Edict, so he has enough pushing power to start putting pressure. That's what they like to see. Leo Style dominating the lane, or doing well enough in the lane so they can start controlling the tempo. Though Brax will try to do the same down bottom with this Necronomicon's build.
Yeah, and I was actually watching him run down the Treant Protector, so I didn't catch the kill mid lane, but it just looks like another Avatos into Split Earth. Looks like it was. His middle lane No.
Oh, the mid lane, no, he was just run down by Leshrac. It was not even an Avatos.
Oh, okay.
It was just Leshrac running towards him with a pulse power. Ryoya now fighting the Avatos in person, which is Matthew. Can they kill him? Nice avalanche.
Oh.
For now, the toss keeps him alive. Matthew, no, he lost those infused raindrops, which means he's now vulnerable. And Leo style walking between 4 heroes, hoping to get the kill on Lina. Ooh, high risk, low reward play there, honestly.
Yeah, indeed. Sand King stays alive there thanks to the grace of the infused raindrops and gets we can make that 3 really nice stuns there to enable those 2 kills, as they will finally get a kill on return, rather. Brax actually does not have that tier 1 bottom quite yet, surprisingly. Rotates over to the mid lane. Hey guys, we having a party here? No, not yet, Brax. Okay, well, I'll go ahead and farm anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he can push the mid lane with his Necronomicon builds. You usually see the Beastmaster just going bottom, but since they've all rotated lanes and Sacred's bottom, Beastmaster can't really do much against a Timber, so especially now with Necron's build. So there's not much you can do here. Brax is better off either farming or trying to take some more towers elsewhere.
Indeed. Sacred, just missing the Timber Chain for fun there. I think Envy might have cut down his tree, to be honest. Could have been either. Or, as Envy continued to just get bullied by Sacred, not really much he could do here. This Moo again hitting him with the battery assault, has the hook shot to boot as well, but the Chakram just flying freely, doing so much damage. They do have a roar for him now, trying to burst him through with the magic damage, but Matthew as well. They're going to toss him Leo style, who has the split earth, will connect it eventually onto Brax. I thought he wouldn't have needed it, but eventually decides it's a good idea to go for that one. Picks up the kill onto Brax, wasting the roar, and guess what? Sacred is still going to be running at UNV. Oh, hook shot blocked by the creep as well. They don't connect there onto that one. And they do at least trap him here inside the cogs. Tier 1 tower doing quite a number here to Sacred. Envy, you need to do a little bit more, but he doesn't have any points in the Desolate there, as they will get a kill as well onto Minos. They're fighting top lane. I don't think they're going to get that kill there. Switching over to top. Overgrowth now to try and turn here onto Ryoya as well as Snaking. Unfortunately, Wu just does not have the damage. He is buying some time. Is Leo style rotating on over from the mid lane, trying to perhaps go for a bit more. Tiny's now respawned as well, but Brax is going to be rotating on top. Ryoya has a refilled bottle here, or should have a refilled bottle, and there indeed he does. Unfortunately, now Envy has the full blade mail, so you know, if that Timber comes back, he's dead meat, but he's not coming back for a little bit longer.
Goodbye to Wu at this point. Yeah, with Lifestrike Array, they guarantee the kill by Wu. Matthew trying to fight against Ryoya, but he just tossed him to ensure that they can also kill Matthew for free here. As Envy trying to use that Blade Mail to get Leshrac to run away. That Blade Mail pick up great to deal with the Leshrac. One of my concerns, by the way, was how Leshrac had picked against the Spectre, particularly, which was, hey, dude, he can Blade Mail you.
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah. Given how popular, in fact, how normal, in fact, I would say the first item Blade Mail is over something like, say, a Radiance or even just a Manta, or even just a Yasha. Everyone's always going for this build now. It's what all the kids are doing these days.
Yep, exactly. There's all the kids. Envy, yeah, well-known kid.
He's a well-known kid. You know,
actually, I don't know how old he is, to be honest.
Envy?
Because he's been playing here for forever. I'm not really sure if...
No. He's not on forever. He's on for fun.
I knew you were going to do that joke. Oh, Primal Roar. Find Leo. Leo can't activate anything because, oh no, there's not actually enough mana for Blade Mail. Doesn't really matter. He will fall regardless. That Yule Scepter by Leo didn't really help him out too much. And for fun is now, they're recovering nicely. They're lane really well for Brax. Leo and Sacred are still a problem. And Minos is farming nicely though. So Thunder is looking good for now in the early game. They want to start pushing.
Yeah, hook shot mid there out from Moo to try and contest the haste stream, but Tiny will pick that one up. We'll see if he can turn that into a kill here. Brax is a nice target. He's now got a little bit of mana and some boars surrounding him, so the toss isn't as free as he would like it to be, unfortunately. So he's going to go ahead and just continue rotating around. We've not seen Minos here for some time. He's got the full Yasha up and running, going next into the Manta first item here. Makes a lot of sense. Sacred slow sieging this bottom lane. Really likes to go for the Vanguard here, huh? He's a big fan of the Vanguard.
Yeah, I've seen it twice. I mean, last time it was for Crimson Guard, which kind of makes sense, right? Yep. This game, not really certain. If he's building the Crimson, because, I mean, Crimson, I guess, is good against Spectre, always, or against any Illusion hero, sure. And Lina as well. Yeah, I can see the Vanguard being useful. It's good against Necron units.
I thought for sure it might be a Hood first. Envy, you madman, just running in versus 4. Leo style then, as soon as that Blade Mail lands, actually a little bit before, he's going to turn on that Pulse Nova, but that's okay, because that's going to kill the Envy. Now they have locked down Brax as well. He's got Roar in 10, but no chance to use it. Looking to try and TP out. Yule Scepter canceling that one very easily, as Leo style now with follow-up stun will give the kill there to Sacred. For fun, what are you doing? What are you doing there?
Very happy I reserved my judgment for this game.
Smoke. That's going to be a kill here on the Leo style, as Moo will go and land that hookshot kill for free. Now Ryoya to mop him up here. Wu Dota will fall next in the river. The likes of Ryoya.
Yep. I mean, Ryoya getting those kills, definitely not what you were looking for, especially on Leo style. Again, your tempo controller. But for now, Thunder Predator's draft is working decently. Sacred and Leo are just constantly running at the enemy, forcing kills, forcing them to just play on their side of the map, while Minos farms your whole side of the map, which is of course what Naga excels at. And the matchup between Naga and Spectre is pretty good for Naga, honestly, because you reduce her armor really greatly, and your illusions tank the dispersion damage nicely. So it tends to be that you don't even need a silver edge against the Spectre. You just murder her regardless.
Matthew's invis, but they do have plenty of detection here in this mid lane. Moo perhaps could be going on now, as he will be dual scepter. They do have at least the cogs to buy him a little bit of space here. Matthew, though, on the prowl. Yep, there it is. Avalanche from invis. Moo saw him anyway, but there's really nothing he could do. Style there, picking up another kill. Oh, Envy just constantly getting bullied.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Sacred has to do. I'm surprised that Envy hasn't swapped lanes, though. They're still giving it to Beastmaster, I suppose, because Brax wants to take this bottom lane. But I would expect Envy to move, right, and go to the triangle and go find the same farm. Instead, he's still in the dead lane, despite the tier 1 being down.
I guess he just wants to show in a lane so at least the Timber goes on to him instead of Brax, right? Because it's important that Brax gets a few items here, still doesn't have a follow-up item after the Necro 1. Maybe that's the idea.
I think that's what they're going. I agree. Like, they want to play around Brax in the early. In the middle lane, by the way, Ryoya in trouble. A Hod from MV. The blade mail is hurting Leo style, but not enough apparently. Now with Snakey, the Dragon Slave forced him away, and Laguna Blade has enough range to finish him off. Matthew trying to avoid the Light Strike Array. Not possible. Gonna get killed as well. Well played by For Fun. That you lost Leo again, and I mean, yeah, your role is to run at them, but you can't run at them enough so that you're feeding them, right? You have to be a bit careful. You still are a core. You're not a support here. However, as long as Naga's getting space, I don't think it's too concerning just yet.
They get 2 kills mid. They get a kill as well onto the Stream Protector, who is annoying Brax, utilizing the hook shot for that one, as well as Roar, which is fine, you know, as long as you're getting kills with your ultimates. I think that's what's going to be important for fun, for fun here, as they are trailing 3K, all 3 cores of theirs being out-farmed. Oh no, Snake King, he's caught himself a little Stream Protector here. Off into the trees he goes, though for some reason his passive not breaking. Move with a very good cogs there, but now in some trouble could be Borax. LSA will connect only onto one there. Leo style free to walk around, do as much damage as he pleases, as he will not be able to do enough there to Snaking by the time he TPs out, luckily for them. But again, I mean, Minos continuing to just farm, has the full Manta style up, going next immediately into the Butterfly, and has gone for the Mirror Image talent as well for even a little bit of more damage. Why not, Avo?
Why not? Why? No, I mean that's the best talent, by the way. You would never go for the movement speed. That's so stupid. The Mirror Image talent is useful at all stages of the game. It's actually ridiculously good for a level 10 talent. I'm almost surprised that they gave that to Naga. The hero's garbage though, so I guess that's why. Sacred is going to be pushing here in the bottom lane, trying to go for Snake King. They have Matthew nearby. No blade dagger yet on Matthew, but still his avalanche is enough to just catch up to them. And will they just grasp and they'll guarantee the kill on Snake King. Counter initiation here by Brax. Still no Garden Graves though. A bit difficult. Oh, he's still going for it.
He's alone.
No, he's Brax. Alone is in another team.
No, he's not alone. He's got Moo. So find a hook shot now onto Matthew. The toss, they actually double stun him there a little bit. Ended up working in their favor, as they will eventually get the kill there in return to Matthew. A little bit more gold there than the Lina is worth. Sacred, though, with still just enough mana and a Soul Ring anyway to get the Timber Chain out, and the rest of the team will now back off. For fun, we'll rotate 4 heroes on over to defend the tier 2 tower.
Nope, 7k lead for Thunder Predator, which is what they were expecting. A lot of rush on the Naga, good pressure. Leo style, even though he dies a couple times, he still recovers nicely because he's just faster at farming than most of For Fun. I don't think Ryoya... Yeah, the choice of going for Kaya Ryoya was good for fighting early, but now you're starting to stagnate a bit as opposed to Orchid, which would guarantee you kills. But this game, Orchid is not even that good, to be honest, because you're up against a Naga. So I get the choice. I think it's the right choice. But it's tough now, because For Fun is not using the typical peaks you'd find in a Ting game like this, because the Spectre will already have Manta style in a normal game, or at least be inching towards it. And Ryoya would already have the Orchid. But because of the draft Thunder Predator proposed, they have to change their style a bit, and now For Fun is a bit slower. Hopefully, though, to work for them in the mid game. Naga's gonna come online soon, by the way, because she is got Manta already.
Ryoya is caught in the mid lane as well. He's been caught in the river. Have a toss there to
that is
continue the lockdown. Leo style just does way too much damage for this Storm to tank up right now.
I guess it's tough, right, for fun because they feel quite threatened. As obviously Thunder's playing this map particularly aggressive to regain the map control, and they don't know where to farm, especially because they don't want to take Envy's farm away, and they're giving Brax a lot of priority. So Ryoya seems to be the sacrificial goat here.
Fun should pick up a kill here quite easily. They see Wu in the trees, and that should be pretty much a free kill onto him. As down he goes, doesn't even get the chance to cast a spell. Now Brax holding on to the Primal Roar here against Sacred. It's going to be a bit difficult as he just about deals half of the HP there of those two heroes. But now top lane, it's in trouble. It's going to be Envy. They're going to call reinforcements in as the mechanism is not going to be enough to heal Envy. Dead yet again. Naga Siren will get roared in the meantime. There's no Song of the Siren available. Matthew nearby here with the toss at the ready. Instead, tosses Moo outside of the cogs there. They're going to continue running down Minos as down goes Matthew. They need a little bit more damage. And here's Ryoya. In fact, it's Moo actually getting the kill with the battery assault, but not that it matters. They get Ryoya involved here for a little bit of comeback golden experience. Why not? They end up dropping 3 heroes in exchange for the Spectre.
Yeah, good rotation. I mean, obviously killing Envy is valuable, but losing the Naga there was certainly not valuable. As you can see, you actually went for full farming Naga build. He was not expecting to go anywhere aggressively, so there's no point in Song of the Siren, which of course sold him there. But for fun now, can maybe take a tower and try to... I mean, the top tower is just not that useful. Like, they even doubt is like, is it really worth it even taking this top tower? It's just gold.
Yeah.
You want to take mid and bottom so you can reduce the enemy's jungle.
They're losing their tier 2 bottom as well in the meantime.
Oh, right, yeah, because Sacred is doing the slow but steady push that Timber loves. I like this build, by the way. He actually got his Greaves earlier than Brax. Even though...
I mean, okay. Look at this. Envy shows on the map, and immediately Thunder Predator, they smoke, and then just head directly in his direction. They know where he's going to be going. They're even pinging the direct camp that he's about to show up to. What's up, Envy? How's it going?
Good prediction, though, by Thunder. I mean, I know it's not the hardest thing in the world, but still impressive, right, that they can do it so precisely.
What? Storm?
Minos even found Ryoya.
What?
There's the Fusel Blade on Minos, though, as well. They don't have illusions just yet. Can they take enough mana? Yes, with the Avalanche, they'll guarantee the kill. He didn't go for the Butterfly because he knows he can fight earlier. Minos understands that this game they can play quickly with the Naga. All right, Thunder. All right, they're playing really well this game.
The heck was that from Ryoya? Yeah, you got a regen rune, I guess, in your bottle that activated. I guess he was looking for a rune bottom, but you just saw 2 or 3 heroes kill your Spectre. And then he's like, yeah, I'm going to run over there. That's where I want to be right now. Brax looked like he was about to roar someone. He's going to get no chance as he's going to get stunned out by the Split Earth. Overgrowth as well onto Snake King, who will not be able to even get a kill in return. Can't even think about it. 4 heroes dead for fun. And Thunder Predator, again, they continue their aggression and could look directly for a Roshan now. No detours, no delays. The DD run will now time out from Minos, so they got plenty of damage for Rogan.
Now, with this, I mean, the Roshan's... Okay, he said plenty of damage, but it's quite slow, actually, surprisingly. Even with the Riptides. There we go. There we go. That's the Riptides I was expecting. Moo can still steal this. Will he be the madman? Look at that. They're actually blocking him on purpose. Oh, now they stopped blocking him. The Haunt, they go in with the Storm as well. The Snatch from the Leshrac, and the Songless Side try to get away. All the TPs will happen. The Hookshot did not cancel any of those. Yeah. Even Wu will leave, but Sacred and Matthew have been left behind. Okay, I guess because they can get a kill against Moo. Yeah, sure. Moo did not get the memo that his team was leading, so he just committed suicide.
Yeah, it was a bit unfortunate, just a little bit. He jumped the gun on the hook shot a little bit. I'm not sure he really had the chance because he was getting zoned out very nicely by Tiny, getting zoned out as well by, I'm sure, Timber probably would have jumped in his face there momentarily, so kind of just had to go for it there. But they use a Haunt, they use a hook shot, and they don't get anything out of that Roche fight. And instead, they just lose the Clockwork instead. Now with an Aegis on Naga Siren, Bloodstone at least on Ryoya, but I mean, sure, now he's got some mana regen, but the problem is he's just food in these fights, unfortunately, as they're going to try and now force Sacred, jumping onto him. They got a TP coming in. Just using about everything as Matthew blinking in, trying to buy a little bit of time for Sacred. Can't really do much. We'll toss Ryoya just a bit, but this is going to be maybe even +2 Bloodstone charges here for Ryoya. Leo Style has been scouted. Envy walking into the Split Earth there. Ryoya. Need to back up now. Tiny re-engaging here with another toss. Now a nice avalanche onto 2. Ryoya in some trouble here, rooted down, but the hookshot actually nuking down the Lesh. The tree toss, however, out from Matthew is going to be able to kill Ryoya at the very least. As now Minos following up for the kill onto Brax. They're going to keep running them down as Snake King missing the LSA. Yule Sceptered up, setting up for the Split Earth. Will connect easily peasily. And now Minos picking up another kill here. Envy, he wants to die as well, though. He's going to jump right back in. Or maybe actually Minos is going to die. And Aegis already utilized there on Leo Style, so that means they're going to be able to get now 2 more kills into return. Not that bad of a fight, actually. for fun.
No, for fun kind of makes it kind of equal towards the end, especially because Moo, good cogs there towards the end. Nice battery assault, and when the Naga Illusions were down, hey, Minos should have played a bit more defensively. Naga Illusions are down because then you become super vulnerable to Clockwork, right? Especially with the build you went for. It's a very aggressive build, but it's okay. It's really just one death, and you still ran them down. You still killed the Storm. You're still stopping them from farming. Your map control is still good. Like, Thunder Predator can afford to lose these things. Some people might call it a mistake. Yeah, maybe, honestly, but doesn't matter too much. Not really. Right? These are not the kind of mistakes that will get you back into the game. For fun needs complete team vibes, needs nice trades, good smokes, not particularly these haphazard fights.
Yeah. I mean, they still do get rid of Aegis at the very least, but at a very heavy cost to themselves, right? And the only person to come out ahead of that one is going to be Envy. Yeah, that's a bit scary, considering Envy actually is going for the Radiance build, by the way, after the Blade Mail. No Manta Style for him. No siree. Why would I ever want a Manta Style out of a root? But that's okay. We'll see how Envy makes use of this one. He's pretty close to it, actually. He's already got the Relic, and he needs another 700 here. Actually, a bit more for the recipe. So that'll be up here in a few minutes. But for right now, the rest of Thunder Predator are very, very strong. You saw Matthew just blinking into fights there twice in a row. Leo style now. Oh, they're actually going to make the jump mid now on a Sacred. Can they kill him? Laguna Blade use, Spectral Dagger use as well. There's the Vessel a little bit late, and the toss will get them out in time. The hook shot, though, and Roar to keep him locked down will be countered now by the Overgrowth out from the Trim Protector, but there's actually no follow-up here from the side of Thunder Predator. Minos in the river here, considering going in. He's going to send the Illusions and then burn the mana of Snaking, but those Illusions will now be killed. Matthew, though, with the follow-up kill onto Moo. He will be now Electric Vortex in. Oh, goodness, be careful. All that damage there on a Leo style, courtesy of Eternal Envy is buying back.
Nice.
They're going to look to turn this one with a song.
Do you have Avalanche Toss from Matthew? They can stop Ryoya from going for now. Light Strike Array, though. Thompson's initiation.
Wow.
What a play here by Snaking. And they kill
back.
Matthew a second time. They don't have any problem with Roar, but doesn't really matter. Now they're going to go for the Naga Siren. Naga Siren cannot tank Envy that well.
Nope.
The Illusions don't come out in time, and he will fall. Okay, now this is the kind of fight that does turn things around. This is what I was referring about. This is the mistake that will turn things around completely.
Yeah, and that's now Radiance for Envy. I was just saying he's going to have that in probably 5 more minutes. Nope, he's got that now.
No, he got it, yeah.
He's got that one
it's
right
on the
now.
courier.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the fastest timing for Radiance, but it is a little turning point for you. It's going to help out. Thunder Predator with that was a bit of a weird engagement, right? Because I don't like when I see teams half committing to an engagement, because clearly they know it's a bad engagement. If you're still committing, right? Just leave. It's fine. You know, don't do this little, oh, I'll send my Illusions, oh, my little support will go in kind of situation.
Yeah.
You knew you didn't have the high ground there. It was and you even knew it was the mistake, so just leave in time. I think it was good for them to re-engage there, but honestly, Light Strike by Snaking, because he got Ether Lens first, was just a very well played. They were not expecting that.
They didn't really hold that thought. They're going to go for Sacred again. Spectral Haunt in, and we're going to have more than enough damage launched down here for the kill onto Sacred. All right, the game's getting a bit spooky for them now, actually, with the Spectre Radiance. Ryoya, even now level 18, is going a bit aggressively as they have now the Yule Scepter onto Envy, but look at this. They're going to be turning and fighting another Overgrowth. The hook shot is going to connect onto, I think, the back of Rax out from Moo. It's okay. They don't need it to kill Leo style, and now Wu is going to end up taking a dive. They do at least get a return kill out from Matthew here onto Ryoya, so they burn a few more of those Bloodstone charges off, but that's the only kill they get here in return for the 4 deaths that they will suffer then out at the hands of For Fun.
Oh my goodness, For Fun is actually going to turn this at this rate.
They really are. They really are.
Thunder Predator tried to play the fast traps here, and now as it's getting slower and slower, unless Naga Siren matches the I think maybe the choice for the Fusel Blade was actually what screwed them over a bit. If they had gone for more expensive items, Naga would have a much better match against Spectre towards the late. But Spectre itemized for Naga, and Naga did not itemize for Spectre. Naga was hoping to just play this quick and try to kill Kiara as soon as possible, particularly the Storm. I've also seen that Leo is being completely cancelled in these team fights just because of the existence of a Blade Mail. In fact, I would actually love it if Mo had gone for Blade Mail, but instead he's actually opting for BKB. What is this Clockwork? Is he playing position 3? My god, my goodness.
This is in-your-face Clockwork, given the support. Yeah, I mean, he was probably angry there at Brax. Brax, what the heck? You blocked my hook shot. What do you mean, dude? I'm the position thrower. I'm the position 3. You know, your hook shot hit me. What are you yelling at me for?
Exactly.
Moo's gonna BKB. I don't think so, brother. You know, who's got a BKB here in maybe 3 minutes? But yeah, I mean, Minos is still pretty farmed. Now has the Eye of Scotty, so at least the core-to-core matchup's a little bit better. But no, I agree with you. Not very much. Not very much.
To me, by the way, Loki MVP is snaking this game. His build is fantastic. I love the choice of Aetherlens first as opposed to the Yule Scepter because I mean, I know support leaders don't go for Aetherlens more often, but against Naga it's particularly useful. Now the Glimmer Cape, even more use against Naga. That song cannot really be well utilized for Thunder Predator. Not that it has until now, to be honest.
No.
They don't have much follow-up for the song besides the Overgrowth, and they keep using it beforehand.
Oh, Envy just taking a walk through the river here, looking to fight anyone.
Hey guys, they're here. Guys, they're here.
Hey guys, they're here. It's okay, I'm burning with Radiance. It's like 60 damage per second. It's like free. Like if
We're
they
getting
just,
better. We're getting better.
if they just like stand here for like 3 minutes, they're gonna die. I did the math.
That would be the kind of empty calculation he would do. Love casting this player. Okay, the Haunt, there they go.
Oh, what an
and there's the
initiation.
Radiance Burn, but good Overgrowth to counter initiate. Leo's is to get away. The Songless Siren used together with the
No,
Overgrowth.
no, they
This is
didn't.
what I'm talking about, right? You're kind of stacking these things and you're still re-engaging, trying to get closer to your towers. Enemy team still has the high ground. Gonna find Sacred first. Can they kill Sacred in time? This Bird Missile's just chunking him. As Matthew falls quickly, Sacred will not be able to last too long.
Oh,
He
no.
misses the Timber
Oh,
Chain,
no.
but a beautiful Meteor Hammer by Wu will almost save his teammate. Unfortunately, Sacred missing that Timber Chain, and Naga Siren and Leshrac not even being there. There was no follow-up. I don't know,
Yeah.
they seem to re-engage on that song all the time when they don't have the advantage.
Yeah, that was, they miscommunicated a bit on that one, obviously, as Ryoya going a bit further. He's got BKB, so he is not scared of anyone. Roar as well, up for Brax, as, oh my goodness, Minos actually might just kill him here with the illusions, at least doing a good job of burning the mana. Brax should be left for dead here. He ended up forcing himself right into that one. Does get the Roar off, but will still die regardless. Why not? It's basically your death timer anyway in terms of its cooldown. Yeah, they ended up stacking the Overgrowth as well as the song, and then canceling the song, and then still willing to fight that one for some reason. Little did they know they were fighting into a 10-second BKB of Ryoya, so he did not care for Leo style whatsoever. Instead, he was targeting mostly the Timbersaw there in that engagement, and that worked out very, very nicely indeed for fun. And all of a sudden, they take the kill lead here now, 27-33, just about 30 minutes into the game. Net worth is about to swing into their wheelhouse as well. It's actually, we have almost a 10k experience advantage in favor of for fun. It's going to level out here just above 10k. And net worth evening out here. But at one point, it was a 9k net worth lead here for Thunder Predator Alpha. What's happened?
I'm honestly hard-pressed to say. I feel like they're taking a lot of bad engagements here, to be honest, with the song constantly. Like, I keep seeing the song, I'm like, oh, they're going to retreat here. That's a good idea, right? They're safe. And then, oh, no. They're going to go back in and die because they don't have any follow-up except for the Overgrowth. And I keep seeing the Overgrowth before the song, which I don't know if that's a Wu problem or particularly a Minos problem, but if that's the only follow-up you have, or at least that plus the Tiny and the
or
Lash.
just communication overall, right? Sometimes we see that be the crux.
Yes. Don't play the blame game necessarily, I agree. But what I'm saying is that can't happen, right? You just need to have some sort of follow-up. And if not, it's fine. Like, use the Overgrowth, use the song, you play defensively, that's cool. I'm fine with that. But then leave, right? Don't play more cohesively with what you're doing most of the time.
And now look how confident Envy is, and without a real risk of him dying, as they're going to send the Naga illusions after him. Oh, Ryoya,
let's see.
you mad
Ball
man?
Lightning. They're going to go for the Timbersaw. Again, sneaking. So useful all the time. They kill him in the air. Matthew tried to toss him and save him, but instead Matthew will die himself. Good attempt by Matthew. That was almost worth it, but honestly, snaking has been a stand-up performance.
Tiny
so
Airlines Medivac, but Ryoya, he is so confident now with his BKB. He does not care, right? He's just in there. Envy now with the Manta style, can play a little bit more aggressively. Roche is about to respawn here in 20 seconds, but they see now Minos heading top lane, and they're going to scout him as well with this Rocket Flare. As they actually, now they got the vision, but do they have a way to cancel the TP? LSA from long range, and Ryoya from downtown, unfortunately, just a bit late. Decent kill there onto the courier at the very least, but nothing compared there to the actual hero. As Roche is about to respawn now, will be scouted instantly by the Tree Protector Courier, but Envy into the pit he goes, and I don't think Thunder Predator can realistically try and fight this, not without the Tiny.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I don't know. It's a bit tough. Not Tiny, not Timbersaw, right? Because Timbersaw's want to buy back. Ryoya comes in. Nice. Hookshot by Mu. Leo Star has the BKB this time, but they stop him from a Roar. They just have so many ways to stop them from getting away. And Leo there in the high ground. I don't know if he wants to defend.
Yeah, that was 10 seconds. He's just dead.
And also 75 seconds without him, which is a big deal. This is a free Roshan now.
Yep.
I mean, you have Song, but Minos, you can just walk in with Song. I mean, that was also an option, but Minos doesn't care. He's going completely out. I was expecting the matchup from Naga to be much better here, but because the control for fun is so good, Naga is not able to just man fight the Spectre, which is what she wants to do, or woman fight the Spectre in this case. She's not capable of just going up and pummeling her, and that's because there's so much area you control, even the good single target. The Storm could even opt for an Ags a bit later, which would be really nice here for Ryoya. And it's become really tough for Thunder Predator to just have these fights. Partially, I would say, because of the Timber Saw, right? You don't really have the initiation that For Fun can provide. Matthew's okay, but he's more of a single target initiator. Trim Protector, what can you really expect from this guy? Like, he's doing his best, obviously. And Timbersaw, unfortunately, is not a hero that can bring that. He's more of a tank. Once he's not tanky enough, he becomes kind of useless.
Yeah, I see that for sure. You know, I look at the side of For Fun, and initially I go, well, they kind of have very similar issues. But I think the difference maker, whoops. Just, you know, Timber chaining over to that Hawk real quick. Don't mind me. Says Moo. He's got a BKB, by the way. I think he just wanted to show off the BKB. Fresh 10-second BKB, as well as actually this craggy coat. So he is pretty darn tanky here. But I look at the side of For Fun. I see similar issues. The thing is, you got a Storm who can kind of just create chaos immediately in these team fights, and it's been working, to say the least, right? Leo Style pops a 10-second BKB. Last fight, they stack Song and Overgrowth, you know, and then Ryoya still has BKB to use after. It's all these things that are just going their way here. And I think Thunder Predator, I don't know, like, they can play this one very defensively, but they're still, like, they still want to try and fight, it seems like. But I think Envy is just really strong right now as well. Not to mention, of course, the Aegis he has. He's actually going for Ags, Envy. I love this guy. Okay.
Yeah, I like it. I think Ags is a pretty good option. I've spoken many times that I think Ags is actually underrated on Spectre many times. Of course, Envy will be the person to try it. Like, he is the king of, like, I think this item is underrated. Let me try it. Yep. And then he all of a sudden builds it every single game. In this game in particular, it's really useful because we've seen that Leo has been cancelled by the existence of the Spectre, right? The Blade Mill is impossible. You cannot fight into it. Spectre's tanks enough. You just Shadow Step, which I think is what it's called, into the Leshrac, and you just murder it. And then there's no follow-up for the team fight most of the time. You can even Shadow Step into the Trim Protector if you want to. Also kill him in a matter of seconds.
Yeah.
It's good. And Ryoya also went for Ags, by the way, which I suggested earlier, and I love. Seriously, I mean, I want to fault Thunder Predator because I don't think they're playing their best game, but also For Fun is playing so goddamn well.
Oh, no. Minos, he's been caught. Roar. I can't even see him. He's surrounded by 3 enemy heroes instantly as they waste no time whatsoever using the Haunt. Envy as well. Now going to get some damage onto Timber. He's going to continue just being annoying. Envy on the high ground. Doesn't matter. He's going to just go ahead and nuke the wave real quick. Why not? Farm that one with Radiance. And that's now nearly enough for Ags.
It's kind of crazy how efficient Envy plays sometimes. Like, I know that these are the kind of plays that also make him lose sometimes, but it's crazy how much efficiency he goes to, that he knows he doesn't need to actually be there in the kill for the Naga, and can just go and harass the Timber and force him out, so he can't really de-push this lane as easily.
Yep, there it is.
Look at that. Even the Blade Mill, like...
Oh.
Okay. Aghanims fighting Leshrac. Can they go into this with a hook shot? Beautiful hook shot to 2! Amazing. Sacred's already done for. Leo Style, you're body blocking him. They cogs him. Leo Style can't get away despite his BKB. They're going to waste the whole BKB. He's forced to Yule Scepter defensively, and it's too late. This is what I mean. For fun. My goodness. This is beautiful Dota they're playing right now.
It really is. Yeah, nice job indeed. Moo pops the BKB. He does not give a darn about no Leshrac damage. I almost thought he took the cogs +2 to kill, because, I mean, Leoside was just trapped in there, and now they're just going to go for the base, and I don't know if there's much they can do. I guess they can Song and Overgrowth and try and delay it, but they just don't have damage without Leo Style here. And even Leo Style is not able to withstand so much damage. His BKB now down to 8 seconds. He's died under the influence of BKB twice, and your throne is now under attack.
Well, Eternal Envy, the repair kit is annoying him a bit, but it doesn't really matter. It seems like they're just pushing right through it. You have a Beastmaster as well. It helps out. Yeah, that was a good toss, but they had a 4-step ready. Brax knew this was going to happen. The Meteor Hammer will catch Moo, but it's okay. Everyone's stunned because of the Songless Siren. But Minos will have no initiation technique for this next fight. They actually try to catch Minos. Unsuccessfully, though, Ryoya. He walks in, has the Electric Vortex, will stop Matthew here. Now going for poor Minos, and Minos is perma-stunned at this point. Envy's hitting the throne, now finally joins them. They force the GG by literally tearing it out of their dead hands.
Envy buys a Deso. I thought Envy was going to go fight. No, he goes to the fountain to buy a Deso to push.
This is the most efficient player in the history of Dota.
And then he
disconnects.
You, dude. And then he disconnects, because he's got another series to prepare for. That was
he's going to go play ranked, man. That's what he's going to do. He has to play 2 ranked matches for the series. This guy, my goodness, Envy, what a game. In general, though, for fun, it's just such a delight to watch them. They're actually playing so well. Despite Thunder Predator's odd draft that we couldn't truly see. And despite the fact that, yes, there was a couple mistakes, it wasn't that many, really. It was just a couple misreads by Thunder Predator. For Fun really played with those, though. They played an incredible game. Congratulations to For Fun.
Yeah, I agree. For Fun, they show a lot of resilience. They go down 10K. They have problems killing Naga. They have problems killing as well the Timbersaw, but eventually they get BKBs. Envy gets the Radiance. Great itemization this game out from him. As well as Ryoya, actually, with the BKB, just having the utmost of confidence of just diving at them, you know. I think that's not too easy to do, especially because early on he was having a really, really tough game here on the Storm Spirit. We could see at some point here he was 3-5-3, and then he gets that BKB. Actually, he doesn't even get that BKB. He's just confident with the Bloodstone even, and then finally he starts picking up kill after kill. The Aghanim Scepter, nice cherry on top there, along with the Ags of Envy. And, I mean, look at this guy. How could he not win this Dota 2 game? I mean, just resilient. Head down. I mean, that's great, though. I mean, I think that's what you get out of these nice experienced teams, right? Just head down, keep farming, keep playing your game, get your items, and then fight and win.
That's true. They're so calm at every moment. They don't ever commit to these kind of mistakes that people do under pressure, right? It seems like they do, but they have a clear plan many times. And I mean, even people were criticizing Envy for feeding. Oh no, why is he in the dead lane so long? But the reality is that because he did that for so long, the map actually opened up for Fun. They acknowledged this game that if Envy was the only one farmed, they played traditional 4 Protect 1, they would lose this game. And because Envy played the dangerous lane, because he's a Spectre, yes, he died a couple of times, but he eventually found the farm regardless, and he allowed Beastmaster and Storm to actually come back into the game. So it originally seemed like a mistake and was questionable, as we even said. Now turned out to be a really, really good play. It's for Fun, dude. Always in control.
And we're going to see them in a little bit here. They're going to get a 1 series break, but we'll see them here after our next series to face the Zoomers. But first, we have a next series, and that'll be an SA matchup. It's actually our only SA exclusive matchup of the day. Lots of NA on the roster today. But stick around, guys. We're going to be going to a short break, and when we come back, we have Team Brazil versus Infamous. That'll be very exciting. So we'll see you in a bit for that draft one. Yeah.
hello, and welcome to the Voice of the Realm.
Almost forgot the name of our show, did you, Alvaro?
It's because I tried to calculate what a quarter of a second is like. We're here casting the Realms Collide 2 tournament. Oxymoron. What is that? It's just my casting.
You can't count to a quarter of a second, dude.
Can you guys do that?
Yes.
Question for chat. If I asked you to count to a quarter of a second, can you do it?
Yeah, you just say miss.
No. I mean, are you chat?
You just say miss.
Miss?
Yeah, because one Mississippi and one miss is 1/4 of a Mississippi. Mississippi. There it is. So
I see the logic. What do you mean, what Mississippi?
that's how they teach us how to count in America. We count by Mississippis. How fast can you run one football field? I don't know, probably like 20 Mississippis.
To a European, your country is a living meme, dude.
We have our draft now live. Seeking Strike and rather Richie and Alvaro bringing you the action here between Team Brazil and Infamous Gaming. And although this is our only SA exclusive matchup, that doesn't stop America from being in it. Isn't that right, Flea? We have an American playing in every single series for today.
Sir Francis Lee.
Sir Francis Lee, thank you for your service.
I absolutely love his name, by the way. That's why I mention it all the time. I think it's such a cool name.
These guys winning, of course, LPG. Not doing too hot in this tournament though.
Yeah, LPG, yeah. Not so much, but to be honest, the LPG tournament was much weaker teams. Though.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think they're playing equally as good, or equally as well. Sorry, but they're not playing the same teams, which is why they're not winning as much. I think Brazil, and the only thing I don't love about this team for now is that I haven't seen them improve too much. I usually look for that in teams. I don't really care how good you play. Like their level is pretty good, but I haven't seen them improve too much as the tournament has gone on. But there's still time for the group stages, right?
Classic little Invoker into Cataclysm. Sorry, Invoker, Cataclysm into Faceless Void Chrono is what I should say.
They do have the best Invoker in all of South America, so Quasi-Exort Invoker, sorry. The best Quasi-Exort Invoker in South America, which is 4DRs. He has been like that for ages. A little story about 4DR, the way he actually got to competitive for the longest time, before used to actually be a certain MR. I mean, it still is the case to get noticed and stuff, right? And like, hey, he would spam and gain MR was that he would pick Invoker, of course, first pick, because that's before rank rolls. And he asked someone to pick Bounty Hunter, right? And they would just track someone, Sunstrike, kill every single time. He wouldn't miss a single Sunstrike. It was incredible how good he was. That's how he got known. Everyone's like, oh, this Invoker is trash. And they would just start, when bans actually came out, they would just start banning Invoker against him because it was so annoying. Anyway, this is a good build by Team Brazil overall. I like, Flea Marauder is incredible. The Invoker 540R, a lot of comfort picks, which is great.
I'm so excited, Alvaro.
Sorry, a lot of comfort picks.
You had some toast, and now all of a sudden he is rearing to go.
A lot of comfort picks, which are amazing.
Yeah,
the Void is incredible because it says it's for the Cataclysm. And for Infamous Gaming, not so many comfort picks.
No. The Vano, a very uncomfortable hero. Of course, he makes you very itchy when he sneezes on you.
Like me.
Like Alvaro does.
But the Vano is a good pick here because I think the Vano can often be a trap. If you pick up the Veno relatively early and you don't know the enemy carry or even the enemy support, you can lose really easily that lane. And if Veno is useless, then what's the point of even picking the hero?
Yep.
But against Faceless Void, and especially since they already defined their whole lane, Void Enchantress, both of which are weak to Veno, Veno is a fantastic pick here. I didn't like that they defined the Lina flex so early. It's very clear now that Lina is going to be played by Mr. Jeans, but it's whatever. You accept it.
Yeah, I think Mr. Jeans on the Lina is
He's good. He's one
not
of
a
his better
problem.
heroes.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that's the problem. It's more that if you're gonna lean, I like when you flex between 2 and 4 because that puts more threat in the off lane. But I guess you wanted to reserve your carry for last. Infamous always plays around their carry.
Yeah, without last pick, I think it's a little bit safer to do that as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't disagree with the decision, but I understand what you're saying. So yeah, it's definitely much more well defined here. We'll see what Brazil want to do against this Veno, because you're right, it's a real big problem to the Faceless Void. It's a natural counter, right? Can't time walk off all that damage over time. Same thing to the Ench, who is just going to be bullied basically by Venomancer. It's a really mean looking off lane here, especially if they pair it with the Earth Spirit. There's a lot of kill potential in that lane.
I don't know if you can avoid it, to be honest. I'm thinking of like solo offlaners that can actually just go there and try lane with the Void, like offensively, something like that. Maybe like a Mars, but Mars is banned. You could have tried maybe Timbersaw, but Timbersaw's a bit not the greatest pick here. I mean, it would just be for the laning stage, honestly.
Yeah.
First Infamous, though, they have to pick a carry. Here's how good against Void. They banned the Morphling. I mean, Wraith King's in the pool, but Wraith King's terrible. Overall, as a hero, I mean.
He is. Yeah, he definitely is. But I feel like if there's a game to go for it, it might be this game, isn't there? Especially when you're against an Invoker. Just because if you're in a Chrono, you're going to die. It's Quas Exort, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. It might actually go Quas Wex here if they see the Wraith King. Like, it could still be Quas
Oh,
Wex
that's a
and then
good point.
transition to
Yeah,
Cataclysm.
that's a good point.
That's the problem.
And then Void can always go for the Manta Diffusal build if he really wants to screw over
Exactly,
the.
so
Yeah,
that's
no,
why I don't love
there's still problems there. That's for sure.
You know, you could actually play the Naga again. Actually, a pretty decent game for the Naga. Deals with the Void relatively nicely. Has the illusions.
All right, it's a bit of a different approach. It's probably going to be, I reckon, a Quas Exort Invoker then. Sorry, make that a Quas Wex is what I meant to say.
Yeah, because you need to play a bit faster on the Invoker.
Yeah,
you can't
you
afford the
just-
Quas Exort.
Nope, there's no choice there really versus the Alchemist. Someone needs a Vessel. You don't really have a great Vessel carrier. It's going to have to be the Invoker. But then you're kind of lacking damage into the early Chronos. You have an Arrow, at least from Moran, as a follow-up. But
And they took away your Sanking, which was the perfect pick here for Brazil. Your
Your
Sanking and Mars were the good ones here, especially
Yeah.
against Elk.
your offlaner needs a little bit of damage to the team fight. That's going to be a must. Early, anyway.
I don't know what you can afford because Brazil's lanes are a bit weak with this pick already. Like, it's a really good pick considering Infamous lineup. I like this pick a lot, actually, now that I think about it a bit more. And you don't really have good offlaners to deal with the Elk. Maybe the Centaur could be an option here, but like it's just kind of a okay laner, right? He's not going to beat the Elk. He does have burst damage for the Elk mid game, and he does offer some initiation with the Void, but that's it. I'm thinking of other offlaners that are popular this meta.
There's the Underlord.
I don't know,
Which
it's not that
is-
great though.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you have the damage in the Firestorm and the Timbersaw, like I mentioned earlier, but Timbersaw is also a bit of a difficult one because you have so much magical damage. Timbersaw might be okay, Joe, just because you're up against Ogre Magi, and he does deal some damage in the Chrono. But I don't know if Brazil wants to play that. I know King RD, he's okay.
What will it be? It will be
There
the
you go.
Timber. Yeah,
I
one
don't
of the
think you have
most
better options.
one of the most popular heroes, along with Mars, in the meta currently. So it's really no surprise to see him get picked up, as that'll round up the draft here for both teams. We're going to explode into great balls of fire and take a look at the draft in full screen.
It's a good pick, the Timbersaw. It synergizes well with your lineup because you needed kind of a tank as well. You already have a lot of initiation in your Void and your Invokers. You don't need that on your offlaner, which is good. The enemy team, they do have a fair amount of stuns and silences though, which is annoying, and a lot of magical damage. Your lane is good because you're up against 2 strength heroes, or should be. Yeah, it is going to be 2 strength heroes. So I like that pick. I just think that Infamous actually has a really solid lineup, and even if Timbersaw does win his lane, you're still most likely going to at least tie mid lane, if not win it, because Lena's so powerful, and definitely win the top lane, or should win the top lane.
Yeah, that's the thing I see here as well. So hopefully the Timber, I think the plan is for King RD to just make space. But the problem is they do dispatch of him quite easily, at least the rest of the lineup does. Even the Ogre XL, once he gets level 6, if he puts a few points into the Fire Blast, can actually just get completely nuked down a Timbersaw very, very easily. Not to mention, of course, Lena, Michael, of course, Michel, rather. Is pretty strong, and Pepito. I mean, they've got some issues here, I would say.
He's a good hero to at least hunt the Alk.
Yeah.
That's the one thing that I will say. That's a
Yeah,
good
that's
thing.
true.
Especially Timber plus Mirana is kind of decent at hunting the Alk and stopping him from farming. But Infamous will probably be prepared for that and rotate the Lena relatively early. So will the Ogre Magi and the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit's a real bitch against Timber, so that gives me an idea for a rhyme.
Yeah, well, it is rhyme time.
It's rhyme time.
It's
so-
rhyme time. Well, make sure you say it into the microphone, though.
Okay. Here's the sitch. Don't be a bitch. Follow us on Twitch.
Wow. That'll be the. Hello everyone, and welcome back here. We've got our traditional SA pause already underway. Avo Plus and Seek Strike here on the call. Thanks to you for tuning in for this SA versus SA matchup. My goodness, make sure you don't follow us on Twitch, otherwise Alvaro's going to swear at you a whole bunch apparently. Oh my lord. Either way, both these teams rather, I should say, currently doing just okay. They're sitting 5th and 6th respectively here. This is going to be Infamous's 5th match played compared to Team Brazil's 4th match. Team Brazil currently 1-2-0. That's 1 win, 2 draws, and 0 losses. And Infamous 3 draws and 1 loss to their name. So I think both teams really looking at least for a draw here. So we should see a hotly contested match here between the two. Especially, I would say here more for the side of Infamous, who do have a loss to their name and are going to be now with this one finishing up at least the first half of their group stage matches. So it starts to get a little bit more real there, doesn't it? Once you actually finish up half of your group stage matches and you can actually kind of see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, it's a bit scary for some teams though, because they're seeing the opposite. They're seeing no light. They're seeing only darkness at the end of the tunnel, and they don't want to be engulfed by that darkness, right?
Yeah.
Particularly one of those teams, actually, Quincy Crew, actually, who is that did struggle to get points. They're actually within the elimination range right now. Quincy Crew.
Bless you, and actually on that note, so is Midas Club, which that probably does not, pardon me, come as much of a surprise considering that they are forfeiting close to half of their matches because of the servers.
No, but Midas Club, I'm pretty sure knew from the start that they were not going to be able to qualify.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure. Like, there's no way if you have to forfeit all the matches that they choose. Because let's say, I mean, seriously, I wouldn't even think this unsportsmanlike. If you're a team like, say, Unknown, right, which is also within the elimination range, and you have one of the last matches against Midas. If you get the point, you manage to qualify, right? Do you think you're not going to force both matches, or at least your own match on Peru? So they forfeit? Like, come on. Like, I don't care if it's unsportsmanlike. It's your tournament.
Dead. No, I mean, I don't think it's unsportsmanlike at all. If you want to play on Peru, that's your prerogative, isn't it?
Exactly.
Peta will die. KJ likely to die in return, as Fleet will draw first blood onto the Peta. They're going to do well to give the kill in return onto Mr. Jeans, but that only nets him half the goal that they got for killing Pepita without the first blood bonus.
We'll see as we have, well, first blood on the Void. Sorry, first blood on the Venomancer is a good start, of course. It might reduce him a bit, but I don't think he's too concerned just yet about this lane. You still have such a good lane against the Void. I don't think the Earth Spirit... That's a nice push. I don't think the Earth Spirit can do much this lane, though, unfortunately. This is really just up to the Veno, so we'll see. The early levels is usually when Void does best. And when you have the slew of Plague Wards, you set up your toll booth, that's when Void starts to suck a bit more.
Yep, that is. And that's when Earth Spirit will then ideally get to do something, right? Because right now, you're right, he is really weak. Level 2, level 3 even is not really too strong for an Earth Spirit timing. Well, we're looking for that level 4 and 5, respectively, power spike. It depends how Michel rather wants to build it. Sometimes you see an early point at 4, something like a 2-1-1 at 4. Sometimes you see a 3-1-1 at level 5 instead. I think Boulder Smash damage is going to be looking to be the most important thing here, because that's actually going to be what nets you kills in this lane. So we'll check on this one here in just a bit. Top lane as well is actually going to be pretty nice for Pakaz, who does have, of course, the level 1 Bloodlust to help him CS, only getting 2 of the 4 creep there, unfortunately, but that's fine, because they do, of course, get half of the bounties to begin with, so Pakaz is going to start building up his gold lead here, slowly but surely, and mid lane, it is going to be ADR, really not having a fun time versus the Lina early on. This is, I think, going to be where Infamous are going to have at least a good start to their game, almost guaranteed.
And that's what they're looking for. Of course, the lanings is the strongest suit for Infamous right now. This is the old Infamous, back when they started to become really dominant, and one of their best assets was particularly the laning stage into a snowball lineup, kind of like these. Not particularly with Yao, they usually played like faster carries, but still, it's the same idea, right? Strong lanes, put pressure all the time, they excel at this. It's the first style, as far as I know, it's the first style Babita taught them, actually, because obviously this team is a lot of because disciples, sorry.
Yep.
So it's going to be I think it's a decent game for Infamous. They're quite comfortable with these kind of styles. Losing, of course, Michel in the bottom lane, not great. Very surprised that they get this kill that early.
They got a few good bashes there, quote-unquote good bashes, right in the enchants there. Cherry on top just to be able to secure that kill, as I believe that's going to be ADR's second healing salve used already in this lane. Mr. Jeans opting to try for the bottle instead. Quite low on mana here, and of course Invoker is going to be pretty okay for now. Really only has, of course, EMP, Tornado, and, well, I guess Cold Snap to cast, because he's going to be able to TP back to his Tier 1 tower, off to the safety. Is the arrow already connecting there? Not enough damage there with the Whirling Death, so they're just going to save it for now.
I appreciate you describing what a Quaswex Invoker does, John Madden. It's really nice.
Yeah, well, you know, what else is he going to
I like that in the bottom lane, Papita decided to go for the Plague Wards build. I did mention this. I think Papita in general is quite a creative player. Most of the time, he's not afraid of trying out new builds. And usually most Venos in the offlane go for the 2-2 or even the points of Venomous Gale early and just maxing that. But against a Void, this is probably the best build. What's the point of Venomous Gale on this against this hero? It's really just defensively, and if you max Plague Ward as soon as possible, Void struggles against you. As you can see, the Costabile is already trying to destroy as many wards as possible as soon as possible.
I mean, for now, right, they're 2 hits, so it's just easy money for you.
That's why.
Poison saying not doing too much damage, but yeah, generally that's going to be the play here, is now they're going to try and turn onto Pepita. We do have now Michel back, doesn't have any spells, however, so just can kind of be annoying, but that's not going to matter. KJ with the impetus attack from long range, getting the damage done and killing Pepita. It's his second death now in this lane. Well, first blood, I guess, not really in the laning stage, but his second death this game, more accurately. And so far, so good, actually, in this bottom lane, quite surprisingly. Good CS as well, nearly doubling the Veno's last hits, and keeping, you know, not quite pace, of course, with Pakaz, who is going to be having a pretty fun time here, up and until I think we get a few more points here into the Whirling Death, and Timber Chain for King RD to really start to begin putting on the pressure here.
King RD, like we mentioned, is probably their strongest lane here. It's very difficult for them to push it completely out. But as an ALK, you're not really required to do that. Because as soon as you can go into the jungle anyway, right? So it's more about can King RD chase you then into the jungle. That's the difficult part. Pepita, by the way, decided that he's a solo laner now, and Earthspear is trying to rotate down or up to the mid lane, I guess. Let's see if that works out for them. I don't know. I thought that this lane could be much more pressure without the Earthspear and the Enchantress, of course, unknowing the Venomance all the time. It's become a bit tougher because King Jungles is just going constantly on Pepita.
Yeah, of course, he's going to have the very annoying Vol Assassin, which does a little bit of damage over time as well, so some poison damage. So for how do you like it now?
I love that name as well, by the way.
Vol Assassin. Yeah, because it's really starting to feel the burn now up here versus King RD. Now they've got the level in Timber Chain, so he can very easily close the gap. Sir Francis Lee at the ready with an arrow, awaiting his command, but needs vision there.
We're creating a storyline for Flea that doesn't exist.
Okay.
This war general commanding his arrow, loving it. But yeah, Vol, you know, it's not like Null. It's a completely different thing, I swear, says Valve, even though it's the exact same model as the Warcraft 3 units. What's funny though is like Null is a mythological unit, right? So I'm very surprised that that Blizzard will try to copyright. Actually, that's not true. I'm not surprised, but it's pretty shitty that Blizzard tried to copyright that.
So real quick, it also is kind of shitty there because we saw Brazil get 3 of the bounties, which is not going to be very fun for Pakaz. We'll see if they can get a kill in return. However, down bottom, they can.
Nice.
Of course, Tabil. That's what I was saying. They need to get something in return for this immediately because losing a bounty is very painful here for Pakaz, because now he really can't stick around in the lane much longer. King RD is starting to really harass and really start to bully him, and it's only going to get worse and worse as we're about to hit level 5 and then 6 on the Timbersaw. Pakaz is going to head out of the lane here real quick, go back home, maybe just TP directly into the jungle, as he's already got, of course, now full boots, and the Battle Fury queued up and ready to go.
Stabile. Dying there because of the good rotation by Mr. Jeans. Axel, though, in the top lane. Okay. Super aggressive, I guess. Not really certain why he was pushing the lane that way, but okay. He's died to the Invoker, now he's putting that rotation. However, Mr. Jean's rotation is still much more impactful, carrying a core, of course, in that process. That's just the nature of Alina. She has much more solo kill potential. Invoker's great at rotating, but you need some help from the supports, whereas Lina can really just go in alone. Mr. Jeans has to now separate her time between farming efficiently, but also trying to rotate to the bottom lane. So Pepita has enough time to set up those Plague Wards, which is the biggest factor in this lane.
Yep. Pakaz already setting up shop in the jungle here, asking for some stacks, I'm sure, as King RD is just going to be a little bit too strong here. He's about to hit level 6, so that Chakram is going to chew through him. So Francis Lee, into the jungle he goes. He's going to be going, trying to harass the enemy supply lines here, behind enemy lines, and see what he can get done here on his cavalry mount, doing what cavalry does best. But Peta as well, just, again, not really doing too hot. Finally has a point in the Venomous Gale. They can try, and now for the kill on the Costabile, there's the silence, and a beautiful rotation again out from Mr. Jeans. King Jungles is going to be very easy pickings for that Mr. Jeans, so that'll be the kill.
Up top, Axel also falls though to King RD, and I like that they're doing that. Axel is just cannon fodder right now. They know that they have to kind of defend this tower a bit, create some space to some degree. Of course, yeah, you're feeding, but you're trying to just sap experience, and there's nothing really better you can do as the Ogre Mage in this game. And they're identifying that the only lane they can really kill is the bottom lane. So well played by Lina.
Oh, they're going to try for mid.
Yeah, that's really scary. Flea has the arrow still, so Pakaz, no, avoids the arrow. Well played, a little sidestepping, but there's still the last leap here used. Pakaz will die alone to the urn and refresh those double urn charges for the Invoker.
Actually, I think it's, yeah, it is Invoker. Okay. I was gonna say from the cast range,
100%
I almost thought it was Morana. I was gonna say, well, that's strange, but nope. Good. Obviously, they're not gonna make that mistake.
Yep. Papita is now trying to push the bottom lane efficiently, but slowly, of course, whereas he now has to go to the mid lane to defend. This is the best thing you can do as a Veno. There's no point in you pushing bottom once you set up your plague wards. Try to defend mid. Axel will die, but as long as he gives time for the plague ward set up, it's not too bad. Papita needs to really desperately defend this though. The bloodlust on the tower is helping a bit. They don't want to lose this mid so early. If they lose it, that means that Alchemist loses a lot of space to farm, and that's how you can easily choke him and hunt him down.
Yeah, tier 1 tower with Bloodlust actually attacks very, very quickly here, but it looks like it's going to be well within deny range here. Papita going to try first. They're going to call in another TP here with Mitchell. 11 HP denied! Nicely done. King Jungle's now in danger. They're not going to connect the silence, but it's not going to really matter all that much as Mr. Gene's rotating on over with the Dragon Slave. Picks up the kill then onto King Jungle's. Problem is they've also lost their top tower here, and Pakaz is still getting bullied here. As in the general area is going to be Costabil, level 6, but unwilling to dive the tier 2 tower. He's like, dude, you're crazy, King RD. What are you doing over there? Mr. Gene's then rotating over, getting a free kill there onto the Timbersaw. 5-0-1 on Mr. Gene's. Currently all 6 kills he's been involved in, which is going to be a good start here for our Lina, who is going to be going immediately then into the Yule's Scepter as the first item after the dual Null Talisman. Okay, Invoker then still queuing up the Vessel, of course, for Pakaz. Speaking of Pakaz, let's check out on his farm. Not doing too hot, actually, as Lina, who is much hotter than him, just based on the lore, is actually overtaking him in net worth. Smoking in the jungle, though. They're keeping up the pressure.
That's what they need to do, but Lina is unfortunately not going to be able to create space by pushing towers. She's only there to create kills. So as long as Brazil can keep putting pressure by just taking towers, Lina is limited in her scope of options. She can either try to help the Veno push mid by just getting some kills here, but since you lost your tier 1 there, it's a bit difficult. She can try to put pressure bottom by just, you know, pushing this tower, farming, and then getting those big items, try to defend the Alk as much as possible. But these are not the greatest options either. Because if you have to go and defend the Alk, then you're already losing a lot of the advantages of Lina. I think Brazil's played this really well to cancel the L.
Nice job by Pepita denying the Arcane Rune with the Plague Ward before it dies. Starting to set up the toll booth, as you're saying, in this mid lane, just being a presence here and just being generally annoying. As we see Infamous now, it's their turn. Yule's Scepter for Lina delivered, and they're going to smoke up as 2 heroes here. Look for some kills mid lane, Bloodlust as well to help Mr. James move very, very quickly. Looks like they're going to go sweeping through the jungle and try and create a bit of space for their Alchemist, who is currently farming in the enemy jungle. As in they go, they've actually found a great hero in Pakaz, and well, Laguna Blade, he's as good as dead. That's the 3rd time that they've used Laguna Blade to kill this poor Faceless Void now. Speaking of poor, he is poor indeed. Still over farming Pepita, but not by much. As that's going to be his 3rd death of the game. We've not yet seen a Chronosphere. Again, we don't really have much to pair it with in terms of damage early on, so it's no surprise why, but good reaction here by Team Brazil. They're going to look for some damage onto the tier 2 tower. And, you know, King RD, he'll sit here all day pretty much. But we'll see. Courier killer. Thank you for your courier, Sir Francis Lee.
Sir Francis Lee. And they push the tower up top. Again, it's Axel TPing. I don't know if this is the best.
Oh, okay. He's also not level 6 yet. Mr. Stomps. Yep, keeping him locked down, and Axel is dead.
That was a
Schofield? Is that you?
No, because Schofield would not do that, honestly. That's Axel, 100%. Schofield likes to at least, like, they don't TP in. What's weird is that you TP in Vision, right? You never TP in Vision, especially in pro games, because you give so much information to the enemy.
Well, yeah, I think he was not, I mean, I don't know why you would not expect this, but normally you have trees here, right? That kind of
yeah, but you see it because you have a tower, right? So
yeah, but you see it, and also you're against a Timbersaw, so it's, you know, it's a whole thing.
Yeah, but it's not like they cut him after the TP was going on. Like, he TP'd right.
I agree. That's what I'm saying. Normally, there are trees there, right? So I could see the reason to just make that TP blind. But, you know, you just look over there for a second and you go, huh, maybe this isn't the best idea. I don't know. Pakaz, though, he's now had some time to recover, and recover indeed he has done. Battle Fury completed, has overtaken his Lina now in terms of net worth. And, ooh, unlike this, though, it's maybe not too late, to be honest. Mask of Madness. No boots, however, here for Costabil, who has now the Midas completed. As OXL, breaking the smoke, will be scouted here. He's in a bad spot, but that's okay. As the kills onto him, not really worth too much at this point of the game. 182 gold onto King Jungles.
Oh, well. I think Axel is creating space because he's constantly dying away from his team, so that's good. But they're not. I would like to say this, but the truth is, if they're not wasting more than half a second on killing you, is that really creating space? They're not even going to kill you, right? They just see you and they're like, oh, I guess we'll arrow him and murder him in a couple of seconds. It's just free gold. It's an extra creep here. Which is not too great, but I guess if you're really desperate. And here's what I was talking about Lina, right? She has no other options because she can't push towers like a Leshrac, so she has to just stay, protect the Alk, and pray that Alk can farm and carry her, because she can't go for solo kills right now. That's not going to help them. They need to make sure the Alk does not get ganked here. It's the right play on Mr. Jeans, but it sucks to see Lina reduced to this.
Yep, pretty much. We finally have level 6 now for our Ogre Magi, but I mean, basically this game he's been relegated to just buffing people up. Level 3 in the Bloodlust, does not even really care too much about his damage at this point in the game. He's got brown boots and a wand, and I suspect this is all we're going to see him carry here for a little bit longer. He will be able to set up some pretty deep wards here, and that'll allow then Mr. Jeans to push confidently. Normally, like you're saying, not really allowed to do this without really your entire team here, but with some nice vision provided here, watching TPs at the tier 2, really both angles covered at the tier 2 tower, as well as the Plague Wards watching for TPs. It's a pretty safe bet here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We've also got Michel watching rotations over from the mid lane. He's going to scout now the Illusion Rune. We'll see if they end up getting baited here by the solo rune. Excel will for a little bit of a second. That's fine. Just Bloodless level 1. Nobody cares too much about that one. And everyone's just kind of on their half of the map farming away, Avo.
I mean, Infamous is just... They've decided that this game is going to be 100% Pakaz. They're used to playing this way. They do rely on Pakaz a lot when they play, so it's not surprising they want to play like this, especially with an Alk. It's difficult, though, because if you don't... like, your other cores will be really weak here, but honestly, Mr. Jeans has been finding farm by some miracle, and they've decided to sack Papita completely. Brazil can't really hunt him this way, yeah, because you can hunt them if there's only the Alk there, but you can't hunt them if there's 5 heroes there, especially a farm Lina with a Yule Scepter. I think it's kind of working out for them. Now they're starting to open the map because saw a bit more dangerous farm there, tries to use it, King Jungles. Yeah, and she took one of the Ancients with a Hadoken. They do see him, though, by accident. He was just rolling Bouldering up to the high ground, and they dust him. That's KJ gone. And they can go for the Invoker as well, but nice Chrono onto 3. No follow-up, though, unfortunately. Only an arrow that will stop the Lina. Costabile is out of mana, and he's also going to get stunned. Not going to work out for them.
No, not at all. I mean, it was a good Chrono, but that's a Chrono you dropped, 30 minutes later in the game and you celebrated. That's not a Chrono you dropped 15 minutes in without, I don't know, a Lesh on your team, an Epicenter to follow. I don't think that's a Chrono you drop right there. Maybe you drop it and then immediately run away, but oof, not the best initiation there, I would think, by Costabile. I think he was kind of on autopilot there. I mean, he doesn't have any damage. He has got Mask of Madness, but there's just way too many heroes there. If he stays around and pops Mask of Madness, he's just dead. Oh no, not the best fight there for Team Brazil. Kicking it off on a bit of an awkward note because Michel goes, wait a minute, I just hit something here. What the heck? King Jungles then, without a point in Untouchable, is pretty easily killed here. Oh, he's got actually wand charges that keep him alive, surprisingly, despite the Vessel being applied, as Mr. Jeans now being forced out by King RD. Poison Sting, yep, indeed. What did it kill him with? Was it even... No, it wasn't even a Venomous Gale. He just hit him with, what, the Plague Wards, and that was it?
Yeah, the Plague Wards, Poison Sting, and the Spirit Vessel. Yeah.
Well, that'll do it.
He did him with the second Spirit Vessel there, but he did it just to guarantee. Because then if he got the kill, he gets the charges back, so he gets 2 charges again. He was only down to 1 charge.
And now our Alk is actually farmed with the AC, by the way.
Yep.
King RD just running at Axel. Why not force him away, boot him off as much as you can, but Pakaz is finding, just farm here. Oh, well, there's a stack here. Boom. 200 gold, 250 gold. Why not? BKB already halfway done, as we have now Classic Sword or Crossflex Invoker here onto Papita. Ice Ball drop. Papita just wasting a little bit of time here, but not really much else he could do there. This is team onto the high ground. Mr. Jeans getting ran at now. They do have vision of him here, courtesy of the Observer Ward, as they're doing a bit of damage. Tornado will not connect. Axel then 2 times multicast. Follow-up stun here by Michel. Nice. Very good. Magnetized out, catching everyone. And look at that, just perma-stun. Nothing that King RD could do. Deafening Blast only finding the Lina there. Everyone's still magnetized together. Sir Francis Lee will get ran down by Pakaz, who now decides it's time for me to join the fights. Dual Scepter combo onto King Jungles. Again, no points in the Untouchable yet, so he is very, very easily killed here by the likes of Mr. Jeans alone. Axel actually kill going over to him.
Radiant's
3
bottom
dead now. They're going to try for
Oh.
Roshan here, Avo.
Now they're really starting to work, and this is commendable. I really respect the way Infamous did this game, actually. Played this really well, because they knew that they had to secure the farm for the Alk. They understood that their options were dwindling as the game went on, and they just said, right, you know, what else can we do? We're going to play for Protect 1. There's no point in crying about Spilt. So, well played. Now Pakaza's farm, he's able to man fight most everyone in Brazil. Of course, the Void going for Midas here also slowed down his timing a bit. It's good for if this game elongates, but if it doesn't elongate, the Alk can just run you down here. And we've seen how weak the Chrono is. Ooh, that's a great rolling boulder. I don't think they saw it though. It's another one of those lucky rolling boulders when you catch the Invoker. Goodbye! And 4DR is down for the count.
Nah,
Apita,
they definitely
also looking
saw
for King RD. Axel, okay, they definitely saw him.
Yeah.
Cool. Poison Nova onto King RD, they Spirit Vessel him. King RD misses the Timber Chain, and they punishes the Corona now with some follow from the Timber Saw. Immediately the silence from the Earth Spirit, and Papita will fall here.
Better.
They don't get the kill onto the enemy carry, but it will finish off King RD, which is almost as good, honestly. Now, finding Flea, Sir Francis Lee, he leaps, and he dies.
And he dies. And he is DED dead. Yeah, this Observer Ward mid ended up catching Invoker trying to run away, as well as the creep actually giving them some vision. So yeah, they did connect. It was a lucky, quote-unquote lucky one, right? He had to guess where he was going, but a good estimated guess out from Michel, and he's going to be able to set up beautifully for that kill, actually smashing him right into the waiting arms of Pakaz, and then signs it up to make sure that he didn't go invis and create any havoc there. And additional 2 kills there for Infamous. The Chronosphere is a bit better that time for sure, because you actually have your Timber Saw who is able to do damage this time and not immediately dead. They still end up killing him anyway. And again, you only get Pepita out for this, which, you know, it's not all that worth your trouble, unfortunately, for them. We'll see here, as they will lose that mid-tier 2, and the rest of Infamous will now begin to cut waves down bottom. Pakaz has got a fresh 10-second BKB delivered, going next into the Basher, as he misses the last hit. Don't mind that. They're a team fight in the meantime in the enemy jungle. Cross-Code Invoker, Cross-Wax Invoker, rather, doing a good number here. Michael will go down, as well as Pepita. It's going to be the off-lane, trying to fight 2v5 there, and both kills end up going the way of King RD.
You're completely correct about the Quas. It's just the second one. A good job there on Brazil. I mean, they're killing the weakest hero. That's one of the advantages, of course, of Papita being so weak this game, but he's not really worth it as a kill, honestly. Like, his net worth is so low, you're not getting much experience out of it either. It just kind of sucks. King Jungles almost killed by Axel. There's Pakaz, no more Chemical Rage. Here's a Basher, untouchable. Oh my goodness! What? Oof. That's so much damage on one hit. I mean, I know it was a bash, but still, that was ridiculous.
Well,
I wasn't expecting that.
We still don't have Untouchable Learn, by the way. So
oh, right.
I mean,
that would help.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit, right? But yeah.
The damage is still ridiculous, like Pakaz, right?
The damage is indeed ridiculous, Albor. I have to agree with you there. Bloodlust as well, right? I mean, he loves building plus damage because he just has a great... I mean, his base attack animation, their base attack time literally becomes the best in the game when he gets level 3 Chemical Rage. There's even a talent that improves that a little bit more, because why not? Not the base attack time, of course, but his base attack time, I think it's like 1.1 there at level 3 on the Chemical Rage, which is pretty ridiculous. So plus damage on this guy is absolutely amazing, as well as all the attack modifiers. Why not? Just give them all to him, as they're going to be looking to fight. Rolling Boulder will catch Sir Francis Lee here, kicks back into the 2x multicast, and Pakaz making sure he gets the last hit there.
Okay, that's killed. Namara has been really crucial for these kills until now, so murdering her is important. Taking away the small gank potential now for Brazil if they want to regain space for that. And Pakaz will also proceed to farm the enemy jungle.
They got a clue. There's an enemy nearby. You'll subthread already.
Oh, can he cancel this? The Costa Vida time walk is almost perfect. You have to go between the trees to see him, but in the end, he will be caught out. There's the Rolling Boulder, Laguna Blade, and with the extra silence, they'll guarantee the kill. Pakaz kind of teaching Minos, this is how you're supposed to use the stun, dude. Not on yourself.
Not on yourself. That's right. We haven't seen him stun himself quite yet today, have we? And we're going to see him stunning a lot of other people now, rather, that he's finished up the Abyssal Blade.
They're playing better, though. Infamous is playing not only better than themselves yesterday, but also better than Thunder Predator did today.
Oh, yeah.
It's a really good game. I'm glad to see them, back in the form I was expecting him.
Oh, look at this. Pakaz looking to show off his fresh Abyssal Blade. There's an Invoker running away, as they will get a little disconnect. Or just a pause, real quick. Robistar? Question mark? Probably.
I don't know, actually. Who paused? Was it Timbersaw?
It was King RD.
I actually don't know what the companies are in Brazil. Because I know in Spain, we like follow the tradition of exploiting the Latin American countries by forcing them to use our internet companies, but I don't know if that's the same thing.
No,
So-
I didn't know that.
Yeah. We have massive issues with that actually. All the internet companies they have is all ours. All the telecommunications either ours or Mexican.
Oh, good old modern mercantilism.
Love me some consumerism.
What are you gonna do?
Is colonialism dead? Not for Spain. Anyway.
Neo-colonialism, folks. Anyway, Pakaz here is just farming out of his mind now. He's going to be going for the Silver Edge. Yeah, why not, right? I mean, I don't think he has any problems killing the Timbersaw anyway, to be honest with you.
Well, that's not why, though. It's the mobility that it provides plus the stats.
Yeah.
Like, people always see the Silver Edge. I mean, no offense. I was not trying to criticize you. I'm trying to point out that people see the Silver Edge. They go, oh, that's a break. What are they breaking exactly? Which it does break time lock, which is a big deal, actually. Man find the void. But besides that, it's more because Hector, if you see Hector play, and he actually started this trend in the region, they just love Silver Edge because it gives you the mobility a carry needs late game, plus stats, which Blink Dagger, of course, does not give you. So it's just a really good item. Also, now it's built with Blitz Knuckles, which is crazy good.
So here's the question I think that this boils down to, in my opinion, is can ADR finish the... Well, I mean, here's the two questions, right? First, can he get experience to actually put points into Exhort to make sure that his Sunstrikes do damage? And also, the second part of that one is, can he even finish Ags in time for it to be relevant this game, right? Because that's going to be the saving grace at this point, right? You just kind of have to hope for a good chrono, follow it up with the Cataclysm, and then you go from there. Because right now, they just simply don't hold the candle to Infamous any other way. But we're still only got 3 points in the Exhort, which is a problem, and we're still 2k off from the Aghanim Scepter as well.
Yep. I don't know if they're going to be able to get it in time, if I'm honest. Sorry, that's not true. I think they're going to be able to get it in time in the sense that they're going to be able to get it before the match ends, right? But I do believe that by then, Alk might be a bit too tanky. Because you don't care if you kill anyone else. You really care if you kill the Alk. That's the person you tried to murder.
Yeah.
And with the Silver Edge giving you extra stats, in addition to you getting, probably by then you'll be like level 23, level 24, because Alk farms like crazy, right? I would be surprised if they can kill him with just a Cataclysm, and I don't think Void will have enough damage either because of his build. He's still going for the BKB, which is appropriate this game. It's not wrong. His build is correct, but it takes so long to be able to just get a single damage item, you know? Like, his only damage item right now is the Mask of Madness, really. Imagine. That's how weak he is.
That's what I mean. He's going for this BKB, which, I mean, obviously he needs, but he doesn't have damage. Right, he's got good attack speed because he has gone for this Midas Mask of Madness. So, you know, he's going to be hoping and living on a prayer that, you know, he's be able to bash many times in the Chronosphere. But yeah, you're right. They simply don't have damage. There's the Timbersaw Chakram, but even now that's going to be a little bit difficult to get kills as we finally have some tankier heroes on the side of Infamous. Right, even the Ogre quite tanky. Lina currently sitting at nearly 2k HP and actually has a full BKB ready to be used. I mean, Pepita right now, he is very killable at least, right? He's only got about 1400 HP, so that's probably going to be the target for the most part. But again, yeah, I think to no surprise that this Alchemist is he's a bit of a problem here, Avo. It's a bit of a problem.
Yeah. All because of Infamous, though. I mean, Pakaz played well, of course, but Infamous played this game really well to ensure that he got farmed the whole time. And what I'm surprised about this game is more than the Alex farm is the Lina's farm, actually, considering how she's been playing. Now, for DR, trying to find Earth Spirit with the little tornado. Lina's like, let me show you how it's done. That's how it's done. Look at me kill your little friend. Yeah. And now she's going for King RD. Could be possible here. King RD, Timber Chain's available now. They miss a Dragon Slave. They need one more stun. Mr. Jeans has it. Light Strike Array. Laguna Blade's ready, but he doesn't have the mana. Doesn't matter. The stuns are so good. And the lack of mana actually allows him to get the kill on Costabile. Pops the Regen Root mid-fight. Wow. That's the ultimate. Mr. Jeans is too good. Alright, 2 Uds, you're right, dude. Mr. Jeans is a god. He just GG'd. He literally just forced the GG. What a god. Amazing.
Yeah, that was incredible. I mean, good LSA, first of all, onto...
A bit lucky, right?
Yeah, definitely a bit lucky that Costabile decided that was the exact time he wanted to time walk in there, then look for a Chronosphere, because he just immediately eats the stun, and then there's just nothing he can do. He's just dead after that. I mean, good, you know, yes, you did get it quote-unquote lucky, right? But Excel landing the two times multicast, which I don't think he could even cast more. He just got level 12 by the end of that game. So literally that was like the luckiest he could be at that point in the game. Landing a 2 times multicast there twice in that little engagement. I don't think it mattered, right? I think Infamous at that point were just way too strong.
Yep. We'll see now what happens in game number 2, because honestly, I'm really happy to see Infamous like this. Yeah, Brazil got a bit alked and cheesed. It happens. But Infamous played a wonderful game. Congratulations to Infamous, seeing them a bit back in full form. Though it is true that Infamous has always excelled when they play not only fast lineups, but also lineups around Pakaz. That's their best style. I hope they can continue to do this. Even if you lose versatility, right now it's important to regain that consistency that they have lost in this tournament. And then you can start to create variety afterwards, right? But it's still, you need to learn to play a bit more with Mr. Jeans in your team. I think this game, it showed that their coordination is back. So
Yep.
we'll see.
Mr. Jeans, 12-0-6. Great game for him as well. And to your credit, you know, playing the correct role in the correct way as well, right? Because they definitely recognize, oh, Pakaz, we need to let him get farmed. So Mr. Jeans not really being too crazy, looking for solo kills here and there, right? Pushing a tower and dying. Didn't happen. It was just a clean game up from Infamous through and through, 13-23, and that's where we'll end this one, I think. As we're going to be going to a short break. But game number 2 coming up in just a bit, guys. You're watching Realms Collide 2, The Dark Light. And we'll be bringing you draft number 2 here in just a bit, guys. Stick around as we'll be going to a break, and we'll see you soon.
Hello, and welcome to The Voice of the Realm. We're your nightly shitty podcast to cast Realms Collide 2.
Oh, am
War
I?
and Peace.
I gotta carry the radio show now. You just do the intro. I see how it is. I'm just here for the intro and I'm for the rhyme, and that's it. And I'm just gonna sit here. That's it. That's
I'm
it.
also the analyst, apparently.
We've also have Team Brazil versus Infamous Gaming. He couldn't even let us know what we're watching.
I was waiting for the oxymoron.
You didn't even name the tournament. No, you said you had it ready.
I had the rhyme ready. That's the only thing I'm supposed to do.
This guy and the intro, but not the teams. We just saw a really good game actually out from Infamous, who have been struggling a bit in the tournament. Team Brazil not really looking up to par as we've seen them either in previous tournament. Well,
I don't know. I wouldn't say that, to be honest, because I don't think it was Brazil's fault at all. When you get Alk cheese and the enemy team plays it perfectly, it's the what I always say, right? You propose first. You can have Brazil playing the best game of their goddamn lives. It still wouldn't matter because you get to decide first what happens. If the enemy team makes no mistakes and you make no mistakes, you will win every single game with an Alk. That's how it works. So Brazil couldn't hunt you down because you played that game almost perfectly. And that was not something that was expected, but it was really well played by Infamous. I don't think it's fair to fault Brazil. But if I was Brazil, I would just be like, all right, we got Alk cheesed. No big deal. Move on to the next game.
you really don't think Team Brazil did anything wrong in that game?
I mean, I think they didn't play the best game in their life, but I'm pretty sure that even if they did everything correctly that game, they still wouldn't have won. Is what I'm telling you. Like, because that's just the nature of Dota. Why else would you like? Everyone would just play late game drafts if it wasn't that case. You know?
Well, don't you think it's? We already kind of see that, considering Spectre is the most contested hero in this tournament.
Well, Sector's not that late. In fact, that's one of the mistakes. Everyone would just be playing Dusa or CK, which are true late game, like unbeatable late game characters.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point.
The whole point of out-tempoing someone is that if you play the game perfectly when you out-tempo someone, you will always win. The question is, can you play the game perfectly? 9 times out of 10, it's a no, right? That's why teams that play the game really quickly can beat the best team in the world as long as they play really well. That's just the nature of the game.
I guess I see what you're saying. I see your point.
If your tempo is just better, it's just going to beat the enemy team. There's not much response they can do, especially with that game. I mean, you could blame their draft maybe for not being able to respond to the Alk because they didn't have a draft that could kill the Alk easily, especially once Infamous bunched up. But that's the one thing I can argue.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, they didn't really. I mean, their draft was not a big problem, but even their mid lane was not. I mean, it was like a first pick Lina, and they still got crushed mid.
Yeah, but you can't beat Lina in lane. The only hero that can tie with Lina is Zeus. To be honest, Lina's really strong lane.
But they had what 5 picks to address it and chose not to.
Well,
you know that leaves you open to things though, doesn't it?
I mean, I guess
right, because that leaves you open then to the Alk.
Yeah, I guess you could say that, but it's like getting a last pick to Meepo. You know, you're playing a good draft and this happens. You go, yeah, you just need to chalk it up to chance. Like these things will happen sometimes. I don't think it's something you should dwell on because it's not healthy. It's one of those games that you can analyze and find all these nitpicky things. And then if you do them in the real game, you'll realize that you're leaving yourself open to many more other options. Right? I think they played well. I'm not too bothered by how Brazil played that game, and I think this draft again is pretty good. This time they did pick a higher tempo draft though. With the choice of the Lifestealer, very good against the Mars, but they're still not addressing the Lina, which is made, of course.
Yeah, I mean, they got some flex here with the Bat Rider. We'll see where they want to
Bat
put it,
Rider's
though.
not good against Lina.
That's what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm assuming it's Bat Rider off lane and just Profit 5, because they usually play It's usually King Jungles who play that Nature's Prophet 5, of course, because his name is King Jungles. Then Clockwork 4. I'm assuming Batrider 3 for King RD, which is okay. I mean, it stops a lot of the good combos with the IO.
It does. Yeah.
Look at those bans, by the way. Infamous bans. The only two heroes that can beat Lina in lane. The TA, which I don't even think is a good matchup any longer, and the Zeus. And then you're like, oh.
Maybe. I mean, I assume at this point they're just asking Mr. Jeans, what do you want to not play against? And they go, I don't want to play against this. And he goes, okay, cool, we'll just ban it.
Well, I know, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's the only two heroes that Lina will lose to in lane, particularly. And TA is not even really that case. It's really just the Zeus. That's why I'm saying that Team Brazil is now left with little options. You can go for Invoke or Queen of Pain, and you'll tie Death Prophet, whatever, but Lina will still get the farm she needs. Last pick for Infamous needs to be a carry against Batrider. I mean, I guess you can Jug if you want to just play it easy. It's not a bad Jug game.
Yeah.
The IO can overcharge you in the middle of the Omni Slash if you keep the tether alive, which is good.
Yeah, if you get lucky and your bounces and don't break it when you're bouncing around.
Yeah, it's partially lucky, partially organizing yourself correctly. There we go. I like the pick. Very good with IO as well because the tether helps you get kills early.
Not much you else could really pick when they already have Lifestealer against the Batrider. All right, I mean, that's... What are you going to do? Jug or... I mean, that's it. Either that or you have like an Oracle in your lane.
Nah, it could be something like Slark maybe, or like Legion Carry.
Yeah,
or you're starting to go really off meta
with
those kind of things, right?
Yeah, but Slark
or Baton Carry.
Slark is pretty garbage considering...
Yeah, no, Jug is a good game. It's just a good game for Jug in general. Good against Clockwork, good against Lifestealer. Nature's Prophet kind of annoys him. Good against Batrider. Why not? And Brazil needs the mid laner that deals with Lina. They don't have the Invoker option either. Oof, this is a tough one, actually. Quap is okay. Same with Death Prophet. You might Lush. Okay.
That's tough. That's a tough start there.
It's not the best of lanes with Lina.
We're gonna explode into fire as we take a look at our
which
full
is what the
screen
Storm
graph.
is gonna do in the lane against the Lina.
Pretty much is what I'm thinking. There's no way Storm can get close because Storm's bread and butter is doing that little 3-hit combo, Vortex, and then just overall just harassing with remnants. And I don't know how he does that.
No, but Storm is one of those heroes that I guess can lose the lane and recover jungle, which is fine. I just worry because I've seen Stormers play, and particularly besides Gunner and CCNC, or Quinn, sorry, they don't play that fast. They're usually a bit of a greedy pick.
That's true. That's true. But we need King RD to do somewhat decently in his lane because then, King RD and Storm are going to want to be farming in literally the exact same area, right? They're on the Radiant side, so they're going to be looking for that left ancient sort of camp, right? Yeah. So King RD, you need to at least win one of your lanes here, so King RD can then get a fast boost of travel or a fast blink or whatever he wants to go for here.
Sure.
Otherwise, it's the same thing as having too many cooks in the kitchen. Where how are we going to distribute this farm? Because they both kind of need that first item ASAP.
Yeah, it's a tough game for Brazil. It's a tough game.
It's
for
pretty
Brazil.
tough. I agree.
They did counter the Mars pick.
They did
quite nicely.
They did.
But that Lina is a thorn on their side, and the Jug is going to have an okay lane no matter what. Slaughter should actually have a pretty decent lane here as well because they end up being the Mars in the 5 position, which is very smart by Infamous. So well played by them. I think they actually might have winning all their lanes honestly at this rate. So we'll see. We'll see if Team Brazil's execution is up to par and can mitigate this trap. But I would say that Infamous. I would even dare use the word outdraft for this one.
Yeah, I would agree with you. To be honest, it's looking real solid. Potentially, of course, King RD. There's always outplay potential on the Batrider, right?
There's the mid-game power spike for Brazil, which is an important one to play around, and they can use that. They also have the ball lightning plus lifestealer.
Yep. Anyway, you were very excited for your rhyme. Now it's time.
I have a rhyme in Spanish.
Okay, so don't commit a crime.
No. Nice, that was good. My rhyme is: Si quieres aprender a hacer una quiche, por favor, síguenos en Twitch.
If you want to learn how to make a quiche,
yeah, but in Spanish we mispronounce it, so we say quiche because it's the only thing that would ever rhyme with Twitch in Spanish. There we go.
On Twitch. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2, match number 2. We're about to be halfway done with our day. That's right, you heard us correct. We're doing 4 best of 2s today. We're crazy. We can't stop casting Dota. It's incredible, Avo. by my side, figuratively, as we get to cast separately, so he doesn't sneeze on me in the games. Infamous having a 1-0 lead. 2 solid drafts out from them, honestly. And I don't really know how well this is going to go for them. At least maybe with Flea in this off lane, it looks like they're going to want to throw the Clockwork up here aggressively. They might get something done, but it's going to be the Mars position 5 then. So they're not even going to get the Lifestealer to really do too well here. Because, yeah, he does Lifesteal off the Slardar somewhat decently. But, of course, Pepita on the Slardar is going to be more than happy to just trade blows with the Lifestealer as well. It's a tough game. It's a really tough game for Brazil.
Yep.
Who knows? Maybe in mid lane, ADR is just insane, right? Maybe he's just able to really get under... You know,
yeah, but it's one of Mr. G's best heroes. I wouldn't be surprised. Mr. Jeans particularly excels in the lane. He's not Faker. Faker lost the lane, won the game. Mr. Jeans wins the lane, loses the game. Like, that's how it works. And if he wins the lane, chances are he won't lose the game, to be honest. So I think Infamous really drafted this really well. The bottom lane as well. They actually did decide to put the Bad Rider here because I think they're guessing. This is a really good play at Costabile. They're trying to avoid the lanes. This is actually probably the best play that Brazil can do because they know otherwise this game is lost. So they put King RD down bottom. He's hiding in the jungle. And you actually see Costabile going for the rune. So Papita's like, oh, we got the right lane. But nope. It'll be the wrong lane.
It'll be the wrong lane for now. No team with a Chen. So first team to TP loses musical lanes. All right, to wherever you settle. Is going to end, really decide your fate as both teams still paused. I would imagine having a quick word about it. As we'll see where they decide to settle with.
Yeah, they don't even ask. I love it when you play against an NA team. They go, what's the reason? And against these teams, they just go, go. Yeah,
go.
We got it.
Just go. Okay, now we're ready.
No.
You weren't ready 3 minutes ago when you reconnected? No? Okay. If you say so.
No, we're still talking about the draft, guys.
Yeah. Who used to get in trouble for that? I don't know. It's one of the maybe
Wind and
NA
Rain
teams.
Wind and Rain. Because
Right.
they were NA players playing in EU, and EU was having none of that. Because in EU, that's not allowed. Like in NA, I think it's kind of okay according to some teams. The thing about it, though, I remember being in that tournament, and actually, it might have been Seb. I don't remember who called him out, but it was like, guys, we know that you can't disconnect every single game because you know when you're playing from. Like, if you disconnect and then you pause immediately after as the game starts, chances are you're using it, right?
Yeah,
to tactical pause. Yeah, and then the admin.
There it is. Yeah,
the admin's like, I don't care what you do in South America. I'm Peruvian too. I don't need pauses.
And I say, it's just built different, The admin finally reconnected to the lobby after his internet. And he's like, what? We're still paused?
Oh, he has the timer on though.
He does. He definitely does have the timer on. Gee, okay, there you go. There's no explanation. Just go.
Yeah,
King
okay.
RD will now get unpaused, and yeah, dude, that's
I'm not the biggest fan of that happening, to be honest.
built different. Yeah, I mean, to some degree, of course, especially when it's going to be Peru, Brazil, right? You are going to have these issues. Those are definitely going to be exasperated here in the SA region compared to some other regions, Like if it's a CIS versus EU team, yeah, there's going to be a little bit of lag, right? But it's especially heinous in SA, unfortunately.
Oh, actually, yeah, so the people asking for servers, whenever they play Brazil versus Peru, it's always first server Peru and then second server Brazil, by the way. They did tell me it's consistently that. So this will be Brazil, or Team Brazil's like advantage, or ping advantage here. Which is, by the way, very uneven. I know the Brazilians will claim otherwise for some reason, but it's very uneven. Peruvians get a much worse ping to Brazil.
Huh.
Really, really bad ping.
Curious. Brazil don't contest any of the runes, so they're really... they don't want to show either of their side lanes whatsoever. They just know that the Clockwork is top. And, well, that's all they really know for now, right? KJ rather, has the first point into the Nature's Call for the Treants, so doesn't have the teleport quite yet, and you can see both supports, actually both cores, currently chilling mid lane. They're letting the supports scout the lane, as there's Michel. He's going to see King RD, so heading down bottom will be Pakaz, and heading to top lane will then be Pepita. So they're trying to minimize however much experience they can lose here as possible.
That's a good play. That's the right play. I mean, you didn't want to lose the musical lanes. They knew, like, Papita had this. He's like, they're probably going to try to do something like this to us. And I tried to be smart and cheeky, and we're not going to let them happen. Papita is the king of mind games after all.
Yep. Yeah, they definitely knew as soon as they saw nobody contesting the runes. And, yep, from here, we did hear one teleport. I believe, yep, that was Sir Francis Lee now heading bottom. Teleport as well will be triggered out from Axel, as he will then head down here. And already we can see why King RD is not going to be having a very cash money experience this game. Does have a level advantage at the very least, Pinned to a tree, though. He's not really going to be able to make much use of that, but now Sir Francis Lee trapping 2 members inside of his cogs. And lots of fire damage here, but no kills thus far.
I like the choice of the Mars in the 5 position as opposed to the 4 position. I think the IO Slaughter is really strong against the Lifestealer, and the Mars should be able to push away the Batrider and the Clockwork with his Spear of Mars. Quite a useful spell this game, actually. Even God's Rebuke is not a bad idea to just push him back. You know, these both are good ideas against these heroes that just want to run at you quite literally. And Baka shouldn't struggle too much either with Blade Fury.
And you can pin people to the cogs as well, which is really, really useful to have. You can,
it sucks when you're inside them, though, because you want to push the Clockwork out.
Yeah.
That's
true. It's double-edged sword. That's a fair point. That's a fair point you bring up. But sometimes, you know, that can always be useful. There we go. Somehow Mr. Jean's getting sucked in by the Electric Vortex Remnant combo. Just wanting to get onto the high ground, obviously, to not miss as much as possible. Lena's got a pretty pitiful projectile speed early on as well. As you can see, it's just, yeah, it's hard. It's hard to really hit CS2 consistently. Top lane, though, King Jungles looking like he might take a first death, but open wounds, they're slowing both Michael as well as Pepita. Break the tether. It's okay. You don't need to, Mitchell. He had that one calculated. Another bash here and one more hit for Pepita. There we go. We can retether for another slow. We've already just done that. Costabile continuing. They will dive a little bit for this one. Pepita has the crush, but not enough move speed there for the kill, and Michelle is going to die to the tier 1 tower. Okay.
Papita just goes, vamos, 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 and then Michelle's like, no sé, Papita. Oh, okay. If he had Rage there, Lifestealer would have been much safer, though, because he didn't go for Rage. They wanted to punish that, because of course he went for open wounds to save his teammate, and Papita wanted, it was like, this is our opportunity. However, they still get first blood. I don't think it's too bad, and Io just sacrificed himself to the Dire, not like the Lifestealer got the kill, so it's okay. Lifestealer couldn't really turn around and try to get that kill, or experience in general. I think they're quite happy with his top lane, and because he just needs to wait for that level 3, he got it now, and now you have a consistent Blade Fury to play aggressively. Look at this. 7 sticky Napalm stacks is still going against King RD because he knows that he could just dispel with Blade Fury. He also has Magic Wand, big deal. I'm hoping an early healing ward for Pakaz as well. Very useful against Clockwork, because if he cogs him in, you just healing ward out of the cogs, and you're like, oh, good luck trying to destroy this.
Yep, pretty much. You know, Pakaz, even at one point, he got trapped inside cogs, and all he did was just right-click the cogs. Free CS, thank you. He is not concerned at all. Confidence, I like it. Costabile doing pretty well for himself up here as well.
Bottom.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, Axel dies.
Shoot. Pakaz might be dead as well.
Could be in trouble as well. He still has 20 charges of Magic Wand, though, so I would be surprised if he died here. Yeah. Look at that. Immediately uses like just a show of strength. I don't need these 20 charges. Okay.
Costabile currently leading in terms of CS, so having a pretty decent time. Yeah. As Mr. Jeans getting some good damage onto ADR. And he's going to get Axel to TP over to the mid lane, as we will be getting pretty close to this 4-minute runes. Actually, now they've Flea's already grabbed it. Sir Francis Lee stolen the Arcane Rune. Axel then forced to just kind of use the TP for naught. Didn't even refill a bottle of Mr. Jeans. Doesn't even have a bottle yet, actually. It's on the way now.
Yeah, I think the advantage here, Axel is going to die here at this rate. He tries to push away King RD. Actually, fair amount of damage against Flea, but unfortunately, Axel is not going to be able to outrun the Batrider or the Batrider saw Clockwork. So, yeah, this lane didn't go as well for them. I think part of the reason is because they did force Infamous to change lanes and go into the off-lane Juggernaut, which is not great, right? As opposed to the safe lane, which is much more lane control. And Slaughter much rather have the off-lane because you actually can play much more aggressively in this lane. The safe lane is better for lane control, much worse for playing aggressively here. So we'll see that. Good resolution by Brazil. Still a win for Infamous overall, especially in that mid lane where Storm has fallen behind Lina considerably. Now, in fact, forced to go to the jungle.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at that. I mean, 23 and 15 here on Mr. Jeans. I just saw him deny basically a full wave under tower. It was pretty incredible. He's a very strong Lina player, that is for sure. And very good at the denies. I mean, had this been the patch when denies gave you like 30% of their gold, oh my lord, Mr. Jeans would be absolutely incredible this game.
Yep.
But luckily, that is no longer a thing. That was pretty crazy back in those days. But Peta, he's doing not too bad for himself either, to be honest with you. He's got some decent farm here, just about keeping pace here with his Juggernaut, and doing it as best as he can, really, to stop Costabile from farming. Of course, I mean, even though you do harass him very efficiently, especially compared to most offlaners, he is still just going to be able to lifesteal off of you. Bonus attack speed, though, is very nice. Pepita, though, up in the overcharge. I mean, look at him go. Yeah, he does not mind fighting you, Costabile.
Pakaz He's going to be fine here in the bottom lane, though. The Clockwork trying to go for him.
ADR
Yeah,
is
4th
dead.
DR will die. This is actually a really good rotation by Axel, and good communication from Mr. Jeans as well, because the big key point in this lane is usually when you get level 64 Storm, because you punish him hard, and you used it effectively. But Pakaz in the bottom lane might die as a result. Very good spear, but is that going to be enough as KJ comes in here with the haste rune? Axel doing his best to protect his carry. It's a bit tough, but there's no Firefly, which means Badar can't really dive, and Pakaz will survive. Axel, 2 very good rotations. Get a kill mid, still save your carry, guarantee the lane for Mr. Jeans now. In fact, even force Storm to go for an infused raindrop just to not die against Lina a second time.
Yep. I mean, and Lina, Mr. Jean's going to see this and go, oh, lovely. I can just now breathe fire at him, break through these real quickly, you know, force out his bottle sips, and they'll be sitting quite pretty there. As down bottom, they actually will get a spin kill on King RD, and they're going to get a second one as well. Flea returning the favor. Oh, lucky bounce there. Flea eventually able to aggro off the little Blade Fury there, make that the Omni Slash, and with a well-placed Cogs, he should be backing away to safety. Top lane, Costabil fighting here versus Pepita and Michel. And now with the Rage used, is going to have to back off for a bit. Oh, they're going to go on to King Jungles, however. That's going to be another bash guaranteed, basically. Crush in 2 more seconds. Gets a friend inside of him to heal up a little bit more, however. And he's actually going to be A-okay.
Well, that is not that bad for Brazil, actually. The early game is going okay. Is that mid lane that they really have to mitigate, but I think Storm should be able to recover still. We're going to see when Mr. Jeans start to rotate. I wonder what his build is going to be. Okay, heal Scepter first.
Yep.
Is it going to be like one of those games where he goes into the BKB straight up? Maybe the Ags build. This game is actually not bad because you're up against a Lifestealer. We'll see. I'm kind of curious about Mr. Jeans. Oh, they got a Keen Optic, by the way. Oh, no. Never mind. That was Brazil.
Yeah.
I got excited.
Why'd you get so excited?
Because Mr. Jeans getting Keen Optic is ridiculously good.
It is pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Poor man's shield doesn't hurt to have either, of course.
Nope.
They're going to go ahead and cancel that teleport real quick. Rune will be spawned bottom. And now an Invis rune here for ADR, as they will be now playing a bit aggressively. King Jungles will be scouted here by the ward, freshly placed down. They'll scout that one at least. As Pakaz running down King RD. King RD level 6 though, Pakaz. They need a +1 with Flea here. Unfortunately, that's just not enough damage. In my opinion, they're going to go for it though.
Still has Magic Wand.
Yeah, creep wave nearby. They're going to break through those cogs. Magic Wand at the ready. Oh, okay, not enough.
No, it was on cooldown. He had 6 charges even, but it was on cooldown because he used it once he got lasted, which was appropriate, or once the lasso released him, which was appropriate, but unfortunately not enough. I was hoping that someone would come in and help him. Nope, nobody wanted to TP.
Yeah.
Michel could have TP'd, to be honest, to get a bit of extra healing, but I guess he was just ensuring Papita gets farm.
And now we have a rotation top lane from our Invis Storm, breaking the Invis, looking for Michel. Pepita is going to go, oh, I'm just going to keep running. You follow me over here. Unfortunately, they will still be able to net the kill there with the overload attack, following our little Wisp as he ran away into the jungle. But Axel, look at this, double stacking on the Mars very nicely, pinging Mr. G. Hey, come farm this before the Storm takes it when he rotates back over. That'll be some good farm that way. Lina actually getting really good tower damage on to boot here. It is looking pretty darn good. Flea almost level 6 though, by the way, so be careful here, Lina.
Yeah. Meanwhile, compare that to the enemy 4, which is Michel, and he's only level 4, right? Whereas, I mean, inching towards a level 5, that's it. Now he's like, well, the best hero in this game is Mr. Jeans, so I'm just going to play with him, right? Who needs the Juggernaut when you have this Lina? And I'm going to try to push this tower. A bit difficult, though. They missed the catapult timing. There's the hook shot from Flea. They want to initiate here, hoping to separate this tether with Michel. Good timing and beautiful Ice Rock Array. They see that TP, KJ. So, of course, they're going to set up for you, and they immediately destroy him. King RD now had to run away.
Yeah, he runs in like he's got a lasso, but he doesn't. So he's just going to run his way back bottom now. As the jump will take his tower. It was a bait, I suppose. Pepita on the river, only Guardian Sprint level 1, so he's not moving at max move speed here. Since we do have another Omni Slash at the ready for King RD, if they can actually catch him. Because pulling the wave, pushing his tower at the same time here, is just trying to maximize his farm. Looks to be going for the Mask of Madness. Indeed, it will be. And Mr. Jeans, I thought I saw Boots of Travel. Oh, that's freaking RD, of course. He's going for Boots of Travel first. Right. That makes sense. I thought I saw Boots of Travel. Boots of Travel Lina. I was like, Boots of Travel Lina's not actually that bad this game.
It's quite common as well.
Yeah. So
but I agree. It's bad runner much better here.
Yep.
Axel. Well, not a bad guess. Kind of close. He wasn't going to hit him anyway, though, so I guess, sure. Pepita doesn't have Blink Dagger just yet. They're going to all go down bottom, take advantage of this catapult, and probably push the lane. Storm is TPing to defend. Interesting. I don't know if this lane is defendable, not going to lie right now. Lifestealer's already trading for top, because Stabil does a good job of keeping on farming. Oh, we do have a double damage on Storm. They might turn this into a play. Hook shot is ready on the Clockwork. However, the tower will fall. Here comes the lifesteal. They feel confident. They go for Pakaz. Still has Omni Slash. Blade Fury try to get away, but double damage deals too much. He didn't see it in time, and Pakaz will just fall to the storm. Super easy. As Axel is the next victim, they destroy the healing ward first, and then proceed to encase Axel in cogs, and then soon in a coffin.
Yeah, a good fight there from Brazil. They just fight around a little power spike that is the DD rune, as well as just King Jungle's doing his, as his name suggests, farming the jungle now, hoping to try and get his brown boots into the medallion for him next. Mr. Jeans will then rotate top lane instead and do a bit of fighting, or sorry, do a bit of farming there, clear out the big creep wave that was then doing a little bit of damage to the tier 2 tower. And he'll continue farming up. In fact, he might catch King Jungles here, LSA. We have the Laguna available. We don't need it. Where are you going? I'm going to kill you with Dragon Slave. Thank you very much. And farm your children. Cool, cool, cool.
Farm your children. Is that really what the children look like? Oh no, Mr. Jeans. You farmed the children too long, dude.
No, the children.
They're gonna punish him. Okay, Mr. Jeans uses Laguna before he dies, but oh, the Flame Break actually disrupts Axel and his spear. Abita now joins though, so at least they get a counter kill onto Flea, but they definitely want the offlaner, not the supports here.
Yeah.
2 supports for Alina. I would even say that trade is worth it for Brazil, as they're trying to slow them down anyway.
Definitely.
And killing Lina is very important here.
Yeah, actually kind of a mistake there by the Lina sticking around to farm the children, because those children do get vision, right? So they knew exactly where Lina was. They knew there wasn't anyone nearby either, because they've got a great observer ward here currently on the cliff. And they just felt supremely confident in going for that one here, as Pakaz will spin away from a potential death threats there. Open wounds applied, and he says, no thank you. I'm going to spin those off mid lane then. Excel. Getting good dove in a little bit by ADR, who also set a tier 1 tower up. Flea nearby in the vision. Sorry, make that in the trees. They will connect a stun here onto ADR. Mr. Dreams looking to follow up. Hookshot blocked
Nice.
by Axel, as he's going to read that one like a book. He's going to end up dying, however. Oh, or is he? Beat up from behind the tier 1 tower. Where are you guys coming from? It's going to be actually Michel bringing him in with the relocate, and they're still going to go ahead and run away. We're not expecting all 5 heroes there, and will then return. King RD, in the meantime, he is fast as heck on his Stingray, so he's going to be able to just run away here real quick. Continue farming the jungle. Might get gone on here by Mr. Jeans. No, he's just way too fast.
Obviously now that Stingray has boots, it's faster, right? So that makes sense. It makes it more aerodynamic.
That's how Stingrays work, yeah.
Yeah. You give them boots and Stingrays all of them zoom past the ocean. Lots of sharks die because they just cut through them. It's really terrible. Big environmental hazard. Flea in trouble. In comes Papita, they want to fight in the river. Pretty good for Papita for now. Papita gets slowed down with open wounds. As long as he's in the river, he's fine. Gets out of the river as slow as a fish out of water. And Pakaz will try to finish off Flea, but with the cogs, pushed him back. It's impossible. They have to settle for the tower. Not too bad, honestly. This could have gone much worse for them, but not ideal. They wanted a kill as a result there. Yeah, Massive Mana spell for Pakaz, by the way. Interesting choice.
Yeah,
I mean, good for farming, good for the Omni Slash as well.
Exactly. You literally said, you stole my line. What the heck? What am I going to say now? Yeah, I mean, he's going to go to the Battle Fury next, so he's hoping to be able to scale a bit compared to Costa Beal's farm, who I believe has finished up the Battle Fury. He's got both swords in his inventory, is what I meant to say. Not really sure how he uses those, but considering he has to walk on 4 legs, but, you know, he's got his ways. He's got his ways. So it is going to be Battle Fury for both of our safe laners. Straight Battle Fury here for Costa Beal, while we've gone instead for the Mask of Madness a bit earlier here for Pakaz. Makes more sense, you know, a bonus attack speed is always going to be nice when you have a crit, especially because this crit is actually considered to be the best crit in the game, just because of how high a chance it is. So, you know, it's efficient farming. I think someone has done the math.
Oh, the math. Oh, for DPS.
For DPS, it is the best crit in the game, yeah.
Right.
In terms of just, you know, it's high percentage. Yeah, it's not as big as other crits, you know. I think like a critical or mortal strike is like way more, but it's also
it's much more.
Yeah, it's like a 5% less chance or something. We're looking to fight here, by the way. There's that Omni Slash we're looking for.
Less.
King RD is going crazy there, but unfortunately they're just going to infest her and not went around. Michel then, meanwhile, will be trapped inside of the cogs. Nukes down as well as ADR running on over. That's going to be 2 kills for them in return. Mr. Jeans, though, what are you doing here? He's looking to fight. XL has the arena at the ready. King RD does not have Firefly. You'll use to try and slow down Costa Beal here. LSA will be dodged out, pushed back by the cogs. He's going absolutely nowhere. Laguna Blade used as well and to try and get something out of that fight, but Infamous kind of just throw their bodies against the likes of Brazil, and they just get owned.
Concerning play there by Infamous, honestly, because I don't know why Mr. Jeans decided to go in after they lost Papita, which is their initiator, right? It wasn't the right play, and Costa has gone for Battle Fury this game, which means not only is he ready to fight, because we've seen how powerful Lifestealer is with a single Battle Fury, but he's also farming more than the Juggernaut as it stands right now.
He is really
He's gonna
powerful.
go for KJ, Papita, Battery Assault stopping him.
Oh,
The
no.
Sprout, beautiful Sprout. I didn't even know you could do that, actually. You're not
I didn't
supposed
know
to be able to put two
I
people
don't
in
know
the
you could
Sprout.
do that either. I don't know.
Okay, that's surprising. King Jungles, though, punished by Ice Throne. You go, nope. No, that's a cheat. You can't do that. Haste Rune on Pakaz. He has to farm instead. Papita's like, what are you doing? Go for Costabile, man!
He's like, I can't. I'm silenced. I have to farm.
That is the excuse. Yeah. Guys, I don't know what happened. I just got silenced all of a sudden. It's like I had some sort of item for it or something.
Oh, goodness gracious. Mr. Jeans is back. Let's see if they want to keep fighting him. Oh, my goodness. There's the blink on the King RD. Hook shot, though, will slow down Michel for a little bit. They have gone on to Mr. Jeans. There's Laguna Blade, though, to nuke down King RD. Yule Scepter defensively used. There's the... Oh, the Spear actually does stun him close to it for a little bit of time, but they will get the kill onto Mr. Jeans. He is made very, very...
No, don't go back in, Michel.
Yeah, don't... Yeah, he was going, I'm going. Pepita's like, yes, let's go. No, don't. Michel's like, just stand over here, and hopefully they don't stun me. Fat chance, as they already have the cogs down, as yep, he is going absolutely nowhere. They might have caught XL as well. Oh my goodness. That man died. That man died like instantly.
All right, Lina has a 2 bad engagements here, where you kind of went in the middle of the engagement, right? Like you literally walk into 5 heroes, and you're not a melee hero. You don't need to do that. Please keep your distance, right? It's just one of those like brain farts. Social distancing for Lina. Bottom lane, by the way, they want to cook some fish and chips, and Papita, no, add a bit of rosemary to it, and finish him off.
He is not going anywhere. He was like the fish I ate last night, buttered up, put him in some olive oil, baked him in the oven.
Is that why the room smelled so nice?
Yeah, because I put olive oil in whatever I cooked. Every time I cook, olive oil goes, oh, what is that? It smells so good. I'm like, bro, I'm just heating up olive oil. Come on, dude.
I'm like, it reminds me of home. Back in España, you know, we go around. My mom would go, oh, you hurt yourself, Alvaro. No problem. Here's olive oil. We put it all over the wound. Aceite de oliva 100% virgen. Anyway.
Oh, good times. One time I heated up
Good
bread.
times when you were in my house.
One time I heated up bread and Alvaro goes, what is that? It smells so good, man. It's bread, dude.
Bread and olive oil is the basis of Spanish cooking, and that's
It
why our
kind of
cooking is so delicious.
It kind of is. You know what? I mean, everything that Brazil is just eating Lina. They're eating lots of fish here. I mean, they're eating good here, Team Brazil. Up 5K right now. They're feeling pretty darn good as well. They finally have the Life Stealer more farmed than Mr. Jeans, or as what's his name would say, Wife Stealer.
Oh yeah, Cyclops.
Cyclops, thank you. I can't believe I forgot his name.
Yeah, my God, he forgot X-God's name.
X-God.
X-God is also acceptable. Lightstealer's doing really well this game, but it is true. I mean, Battle Fury is a great way to outfarm the Jug, and I think that's the best matchup. I do think that Lifestealer versus Jug matchup is Jug favored, especially as it goes late, right? Because Omnis is just much better than Lifestealer. But if you take advantage of the Battle Fury and you outfarm him, you play your tempo, that's a good way to try to deal with him. It's not like Storm and Barrier are too far behind either. And Mr. Jean's 2 deaths prevented him from snowballing like he did last game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
It's crazy that last game Mr. Jeans was playing around his carry. He actually played better than this game where he actually has much more freedom.
We do have Battle Fury finished here for Pakaz, so expect his farm to accelerate now.
True.
Not quite.
Accelerate.
Yeah. Not quite as we saw it last game, of course, when he was on the Alchemist. And doesn't quite have as free as a game, free of a game either, because he can't just spin in TP. They have ways of canceling that. So it's definitely a little bit more of a dicey game here for Infamous. So I'd like to see them here make a play. And make a play, indeed, they're going to do. Unfortunately, it's just going to be King Jungles they catch. You'll take the kill, right? You could see the rest of Infamous. They're looking for bigger fish. They don't want to even break the smoke. Mr. Jeans eventually will go ahead and get the job done. Second around to kill the children yet again, but they're not going to really get too much. out of
Pakaz down bottom tries to kill King RD. Almost successful, but Flea tanks the Omnis. What a real support, dude.
Sir Francis
and Pakaz
Lee.
now could be in trouble as he's dragged back into the fire. Mr. Jeans joins in. The Cogs helping out against the reload. Mr. Jeans does a lot of damage. The Dragon Slave hurting Flea. But they need a stun here. Finally, the Yule Scepter sets up for Light Strike Array. He can even hit that blind, and it's going to be a kill onto Flea. Yes, Mr. Francis Lee is going to die, but they save the life of the Bad Riders. I would say that's a win by Flea. Well played. They even forced a relocate there, so honestly, great job.
Yeah, Sir Francis Lee throwing down the cogs as well because he saw the relocate coming, and that actually pushed back not only the Wisp, but also Mr. Jeans. So very, very nicely placed there on those power cogs, buying just a little bit of extra time. Then what is this time bought? Well, it's out of the kill. Actually, no kill, but you know, it saved King RD at least from the Omni Slash. Goes to Beal now with the DD rune, plus the SNY into the Rosh pit he goes. Doesn't lifesteal off of Rosh, of course, so this one not going to be too fast. Even with this medallion up on the NP, they are not going to scout this one, though, Infamous. They don't have any vision of the pit. Now they're going to go ahead and ping it. They don't have a scan available, so they won't know for sure, but they'll know for sure in about 2 seconds once we hear that all too familiar jingle, and Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Yeah, it just goes the way of Storm Spirit, which allows him to play a bit more aggressively now in the next couple of initiations, despite his Bloodstone. In fact, this is great, because you really want to play aggressive once you get Bloodstone to get more charges, but you don't want to lose your life. Aegis allows you to do both, right?
It does.
Really good timing for this, and they
you
should be able to
can-
push now.
You can dive YOLO, even, I guess Yolt, right? You only live twice, and you come back with full mana. It's fantastic. So you can dive extra far,
Dire's top tower
you know, tank
is under
lots of
attack.
spells, die on your first life, allow the rest of your team then to reinforce you on your second life, and guess what? You're as good as gold. King Jungles tries to put Pepita in the trees. Unfortunately, doesn't actually do any damage, so Pepita just blinks onto him and kill him. Costabil should be fine here. He's plenty fast, has a friend to hop inside of if he needs to, and they're just going to be forced out of the infamous jungle then for now. So good kill on the King Jungles. I mean, they're just constantly picking up those. He's always positioning himself right, you know, kind of just as a rest stop, like, whoa, 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 slow your roll. Don't go kill the rest of my team. Why don't you slow down and kill me first? And then they go, oh, yes, please, and they do so, but then they don't really have enough momentum to kill anyone else. And they're going to try for Costabil here.
Costabile could die here. The raid just ended. Inside the arena, blood he goes. The storm, though, is crazy. Going for Michel and getting the kill there as well. However, he's out of mana. Doesn't really matter. He has supports to help him out. Pepita in the river is fast, but he can't outrun lightning. Storm will be able to take him down, and that's 2 kills, even saving the lifesteal in the process. Finds Mr. Jeans, but yeah, I wasn't expecting him there, to be honest. He wasn't trying to chase after him. He was going to farm, and then it was like, oh, what?
What is going on in this game? That was the second time I've seen King Jungles put 2 people inside of a Sprout. As far
I
as I know.
didn't think that was
I don't know
possible.
if you can. I don't know. I thought you couldn't even blink into a Sprout if someone was already in there.
You actually can't. I know, because MV tried it 6 times in the game. And he's like, yep, can't be done. He even
Can't
all
be done.
chatted it.
I guess it's impossible, guys.
I remember casting that game, and he's like, all chats, can't be done. You're like, MV, why are you telling their team that?
Pretty sure, yeah. It's quite literally. I guess unless you have just phase boots and then you activate phase boots. Could that be why? Could that be
Maybe.
why? Is it because we have? Yeah,
Maybe. Could be the
yeah,
phase
it's the
boots.
phase boots. That's what it is on Pepita. That'll do it.
Yeah, it must be that. It must be that. You're right, because it was both times with Pepita as well inside, right? Yeah, it must be the phase boots. Good catch, good catch. Very good thinking.
Well, you know what they say.
They catch Selena,
Yep.
and she has no life strike array.
She has BKB.
She has Yule Center BKB immediately, but Storm has too much damage.
wow.
Jeans already dies, wasting BKB. And Axel in trouble. You're looking the wrong way, dude. Lifestealer just punishes him. Because he does have the axe, so he has a bit of invulnerability.
Good,
There's a
Yule.
Swift Slash first. He still has a Omni Slash as well. A lot of damage. Destroys King Jungles, but that's it. You're out ultimates. You got nothing left. Pacaz, what you gonna do? He's trying to spin to win. Can Costabile catch up to him with a rage? He prevents the damage, and Pacaz, there's no way he's getting away. Even with a Swift Slash there towards the end, he gains a bit of space, but he's gonna die.
King Jungle went back for that one, by the way. He buys
To
back.
get the, and he says sorry at the end as he
TP's in,
steals.
and then he goes, oh, don't worry, guys. I got him.
Yeah, I do love it. This guy's enjoyable to watch. What can we say, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, very, very nicely played there. That was a great fight out from Brazil. They forced the BKB on Lina, which was ultimately a waste because they got plenty of physical damage to follow up immediately. No real backup there either for Arlena. Wisp tried to get the relocate save there onto Pacaz. Not only does he get Yules canceling the cast animation of relocate, which yes does have a cast animation, even though Wisp just beeps some more, you know. They Yules up the Wisp and stop him from doing so. And then Pacaz has really no choice but to jump into the Swift Slash following that the Omni Slash. Try and buy as much time as he can. Pepita really not able to do much though, so he's just going to back off and not take a death there. Look at this, man. He is crazy. ADR still with the Aegis, so looking to play very aggressively. XL locking one in. Flea at least landing a little bit of a stun on Mr. Jeans. That's going to allow him to get at least Lasso. Does get the BKB off at the very least. LSA not going to connect up to anyone, however, is not Michel under the tower with Pepita. King RD though leading the charge here with the Firefly.
nice
Everyone
work.
just sniping his heart. There's an LSA. Laguna onto Costa Beal. They don't have enough damage for him, even with the corrosive haze. A buyback now from Michel as Mr. Jeans nearly dying to the wrath of nature, and Axel still behind enemy lines, as well as Pakaz. Pakaz in trouble, gets the spin off at the very least before he can get ticked down by the overload damage from Storm, who is now out of mana, still again with Aegis for another 30 seconds. They're going to use him up here, have an LSA. They do well not to kill him, and I think that's the goal. But Pepita jumping on in. He's going to ruin this one and immediately get murdered. Michel relocated in for this one as King RD is going to activate a second Firefly of this fight. Hook shot as well out from Sir Francis Lee. I don't think it's going to stun anyone, and that's going to be Pakaz now taking a death. It's a dive-back on Axel, as there's Wisp. Where did he even relocate to? What the heck?
He relocated to the high ground because he was trying to save someone. And then, well, they died too quickly. So he didn't relocate to save anyone. I think he was trying to save Papita.
Storm?
Mr. Jeans, yeah, caught again by Storm. Costabile just walking through the enemy base like it's nothing. Going for Mr. Jeans. Do we have a bash? We do not, so they're going to let him go. That's a BKB wasted regardless. Jeans with the Yule Scepter there, so Storm can't chase after him any further. Flea, they don't have a hook shot there. That's why they couldn't go for him. But now they can push towers. Yeah, Infamous. I mean, not looking as great as we expected with the draft, but also their team fight there starting to lose a bit of composure in the fight.
Oh, yeah. They're just getting ran out. There's really not much they can do. Aegis, by the way, of course, granting you, I believe, refills your mana to 100% and HP to 100%, or like 3 seconds or something ridiculous. So Storm just has, he's like, oh, I have unlimited mana right now, and he just dies, Mr. Jeans, because why not? Pepita is going to get lassoed and dragged into his death. ADR looking for anyone else that is willing to even think about trying to save their friend, and he is not going to find anyone there. We'll just go ahead and back up now. He might go right back in, though. He's got a friend inside of him. See what he can find.
Does Bad Rider have a friend in me? Storm has a friend in he. It doesn't really work out, honestly.
No, it doesn't.
Really work out when it's a third-person song, huh?
The Life Stealer! He is pregnant! When will he release the baby?
Shout out to X-God.
Much love. Okay, so Infamous, they're going to leave the base now. I mean, it's getting pretty dire for them here. 4v4, they might try and go for it. XL blinking back. Sir Francis Lee goes, don't worry, I got you, King RD. And they're going to scout at least a ward real quick. Flea scouts, he hook-shotted there for the vision onto the ward. And Flea is actually gone for a fantastic item in this game. Crimson Guard is really, really solid this game, actually, against the Lina, who doesn't yet have a damage-boosting item here with the Crystallis. That might change, though. Costabile still able to get off of the Rage, so off and away he goes.
I gotta give it to Axel, though. I think his game has been pretty solid this game on Mars. It's been very impressive past 5 Mars. But Brazil has been able to cancel him nicely, particularly King RD. He's been really good at positioning himself, and Flea. Stand-up performance from Brazil. Flea has been having just an awesome game. But
Sir Francis Lee.
Sir Francis Lee.
That's
but
exactly
Infamous, unfortunately, I don't think the rest of the players are as consistent as Axel. I mean, Axel is constantly saving them from misplays and out of position plays, particularly Babita and Mr. Jeans were out of position very often. And it sucks because Axel is doing a good job at saving his teammates who are constantly out of position. Then it's difficult to win then, right? Because that's you're just making it a net zero gain, right?
It's just unfortunate now, of course, because he's doing whatever he can on the hero. But there's a
plus 5 Mars.
Yeah, there's a reason he's past 5, right? It's because you have 2 amazing counter, 3, I would say. All 3 cores counter him. Like, what are you gonna do? You know, you can try and stand up Costabile, but like, good luck. You know, if King RD has Firefly, he does not give a darn. I don't even think you can pin him. I believe. Do you pin him to your arena walls if he has Firefly active?
No, you just push him forward.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. And Storm, of course, doesn't care either.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you have to go for the Yule Scepter build to really catch up a Storm. It's just impossible this game.
And so I agree. He's doing whatever he can. I know a lot of people might go, "What the heck? What are you talking? He's owned 8, 9, and 8. He is a feeder. You know, he deserves to be kicked." No. He is honestly doing the best he can. I completely agree
if they kick him, they don't have a drafter, by the way.
It's true. It's true.
Axel is the most secure player at Infamous. Everyone else can be kicked. Axel, no, because he's the only one that wants to draft. Everyone else in the team refuses to draft because they're not confident enough. Seriously, when Papita interviewed him, he literally told me this. Like, yeah. La nómina de Axel, which is his pay, está segura. He's secure. His pay is secure forever.
Mr. Jeans is going to be forced back here as Sir Francis Lee leading the way. They do have one spouted in the trees. Orchid out into Michel. As look how far they're dragging Pakaz. Still spinning to winning, but Sir Francis Lee sending up open wounds, pushing him down to the low ground into the awaiting arms of Costabile, but he's going to be right back up there with the Swift Slash, trying to break through these cogs. You need to hit him 4 more times, though, as Flea, he's got the talent, plus 2 power cogs to kill. Best talents in the freaking game. Pakaz still now rounding them down, however, as Infamous, they're a bit low on mana here on Storm, so Sir Francis Lee Flea will take a death here. Another Swift Slash to secure the kill for Pakaz.
Oh,
They're
he's
gonna go and
relocate?
relocate him. They've actually located King Jungles, cutting down all of his trees. Into the LSA he goes, and that is going to be a second kill there for Pakaz.
Did they
Very
cut it
nicely
because of the
done.
relocate? Was that what happened?
Relocate does cut trees, so yeah.
No, I was wondering if that's what cut the trees, though.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, because I wasn't looking. I just saw the relocate.
I know you know that, but I was just saying that for the viewers.
Oh, okay, yes,
Relocate
yes.
does cut trees, so yes.
Yep.
That was my yes because.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was wondering because I see King Jungles with half a sprout. I'm like, okay, I guess he's become impotent this game. All right, that sucks, right?
Well, I mean, how are you gonna grow trees in the river? You know, it's just so difficult that river. I mean, it do be flowing somehow. I mean, like
You gotta grow the baobabs, I think they're called. You know, the African trees that grows in river.
I was thinking you were gonna go with the what are the things that the Aztecs used to make? The camping.
I don't know. I don't know the name. I'm sorry. It's like a difficult
the
name.
floating islands.
You are the Mexican here. You should know that better than me. I'm sorry. MKP building up on Pakaz soon.
Chinampas. That's what they're called.
Chinampas.
Yes.
That's TIL today. Honestly, I didn't
TIL.
know that.
Yeah,
Thanks
that's
for
what
the
they call it. It's
information.
because Mexico City is literally built on swamp. Their whole lore, the Aztec lore, was basically go here and then build your city,
Oh, yes,
no
yes,
matter
I
where it
remember.
is. And then they're like, "Are you sure we want to build it here?" And then the priests were like, "Absolutely, otherwise we'll kill you. I mean, sacrifice you to the gods." And then,
Sorry, that's not a kill, right?
no, it's not kill you. You're sacrificing you to the gods. Anyway, and then they were like, "All right, I guess we have to build on the swampland," and they had to build basically floating gardens. So yeah.
Actually, people should check out the if you want to ever learn a bit more about it. There's beautiful drawings of what it looked like before of course the Spanish came. Really impressive architecture, really impressive in general. What it the island, as you say, the floating island.
Duele Loro, by the way.
Juggernaut silenced up. They go for him immediately with a bomb. Can they help him out though? A bit of healing thanks to the Ayo. Juggernaut surviving, but he gets killed by the Orchid. Oh no, the soul burn finishes off Pakaz. They can finish off Michel easily. Papita is not gonna last very long. Eaten up by this lifestealer. Only Mr. Jean survives.
Yeah, holy moly.
Right, so-
great engagement there. Unfortunately, actually, so I don't know if you saw, you might be going to say the same thing, but I'm going to beat you to it. Lassoed was going to be Pakaz. He gets, they end up pushing King RD with the spear, and then they actually drag poor Pakaz further. They drag him into the river.
Yeah,
I don't think it would have mattered, to be honest, because like you called, I think he was going to die no matter what to the soul burn from the Orchid, but it certainly didn't help.
No, so you know what? I was actually going to comment on the Soulburn particularly. So Soulburn does not work like Maledict. It does not calculate your HP based on the previous HP, right? Soulburn just calculates how much damage you did and then amplifies 30%. So healing is not a good way to deal with Soulburn because you just get a massive burst of damage
You
you
got
saw
to
there.
dispel it.
Exactly, you gotta dispel it. So
Yeah, that's
GG
GG.
there from Infamous. All right, they lose the game as per usual in this tournament. The Brazilians win their server and the Peruvians win their server game. That said, that is not why they won. By the way, Brazil played out of their mind and really recovered from last game. Congratulations to Brazil, really, really good game. I didn't trust their draft, and I'm happy to eat my words because they used the one strength we pointed out in the draft, which is their power spike in the mid game, to perfection. And the choice of Battle Fury Lifestealer, I loved it. This was the perfect game for it. Well, really well played, Costabile, and in general, all of Team Brazil. Flea especially, though. I want to commend Flea especially because he played incredible.
I mean, Flea actually had 10 kills. He had as many kills as ADR did, 40R. So an incredible game for Flea, to be honest with you. The rest of the team as well. I'm always surprised to see the Lifestealer Battlefield work so well because usually Lifestealer loves building stats, right?
Yeah.
And Battlefield doesn't really give you any stats actually. It just gives you a crap ton of damage, but it just works so well for this hero. I'm shocked. So again, a very good game out from Brazil, as you've stated, and that'll net them the 1-1 draw here versus Infamous Gaming. Very well played.
Well played to both teams. Congratulations for this 1-1. And now we are moving continents. Yes, we did have a North America, the General Sir Francis Lee, of course, in this game. But we did not have a North American team. And that's why we have the next matchup prepared for you guys, which is going to be between 4 Zoomers and 4 Fun. Literally, Zoomers versus or Millennials, to be honest. But Zoomers versus Millennials.
Could you
They're not
imagine?
Boomers. Eternal Envy. Back in my day, anime was so different.
I was watching Akira.
It's a great movie, though. Great movie. Anyway, 4 Zoomers versus 4 Fun, perhaps the 2 most dominant teams, not only in North America recently, but in general, you know, in this whole region. They've been showing some really good Dota. 4 Fun hasn't played too many games, which is why, you know, they have a couple ties. Their points are not that great, but 4 Zoomers is currently undefeated in this tournament.
Yeah.
So it's
Zoomer's
gonna be an
the-
exciting.
Zoomer's the only undefeated team
Yep.
this tournament, actually, as everyone else has at least lost once. Speaking of undefeated, Beast Coast so close as well. They are 7-1, and in case you want to see Beast Coast, well, guess what? You're in luck because they'll be playing after that match. So plenty of great Dota to watch, guys. Do stick around. You are watching Realms Collide 2 with Lava Plus and Seek and Strike, and we'll be live with our next match here in just a bit. We'll see you then.
Hello and welcome to the Voice of the Realm. We're back here, casting the wonderful North American and South American Dota.
Just North American for this one. And Alvaro, remember, you don't gotta wait for this one to be done. I told you, it's a little delayed. It's so you just look at it every time.
I'm sorry.
I got to start moving it over to the TV because it's really obvious you're looking.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I understand.
You touched it last.
Anyway, you guys are watching Realms Collide 2, the Fraser burn.
We've used that one way too many times.
Yeah, but that one's really good though.
Like Civil War. Realms Collide 2, Civil War.
Yeah, but that one makes it sound like we're gonna like franchise it into 8 different movies.
How about Realms Collide 2, Killing in the Name of Peace?
That's a bit long, but I like it.
That's a complex.
It's a bit long, but I do like it here as we have plenty of killing to be done here. Envy, he killed.
Hopefully not real killing.
Well, I mean, in Dota 2, it's a little bit, foolish to try and compare the two. But Envy has been killing it. I believe I saw a stat. He's been playing, I think, of the past maybe like 22 games. I think he's played like 16 of them on Spectre.
I thought you were gonna give me two TFT stats from.
Oh no! He did get Master though in between this game.
Congratulations, Envy.
Congrats, Envy. Jackie Mao now Master in Teamfight Tactics. He actually disconnected from the last game
to go play TFT.
To go play TFT,
and then tweeted his win.
And then tweeted it about maybe about 30 minutes ago from now. They were a bit late joining the lobby.
I think because he was playing still his game.
I have to agree with you there. Yeah, but the Zoomers, they are ready and rearing to fight. So I believe, I don't know if For Fun had a draft penalty, but they should have. They should have had like a maybe 20 seconds or minus 10 seconds. Should have had
I'm not sure
a level 1 penalty. I mean, what you're the not your admin. He's not your admin, but the admin is pretty.
He's the admin of my heart.
So he like sets the rules, and all of your girlfriends
tells me who I can date,
need to talk to him.
He's very open-minded though.
I get that, but yeah, he should have had a level 1 penalty. It's not the big deal. Level 1 draft penalty is like, it's like 10 seconds, 20 seconds.
I have that. For fun,
not too much.
They start out with a really powerful combo here, especially on. Oh surprising! Not the most powerful. I take it back. A powerful start, but not the most powerful combo, because this is actually a combo that's run much more as the second pick, because you can protect the Spectre pick much more, right? But we've seen that For Fun does not seem to be afraid of this at all, right? Which is why 4 Zoomers can pick actually not 1 but 2 counters, because they protect the Spectre pick as well. Both Chen and Storm are really good. Why is IO Spectre so good? It's not actually because of Tether, which is the biggest thing for IO. It's because of the relocate. IO will usually partner up with 1 more person, and they will go gank, of course. In addition to whatever is already in the lane. So that's you already have a +2, and then Spectre will haunt in, so +3. So any gank you pretty much do, it has +3 heroes always added to it, which is incredible.
You can tell it's really good because Alvaro gets really excited and loses his radio voice really quickly. That's how good it is. That's how you can judge how good or bad a draft is. If they're drafting really poorly, I should say, he's gonna go and be.
Our neighbors know when to bet because they're this is the good draft.
And then when he likes the draft or when he sees a weakness, he goes a little bit louder, and he gets a little louder, and he gets away from the microphone. But it's all about the radio voice.
Okay,
there we go.
They pick up. They always get +3.
Okay, see, like you don't need to whisper. Like this is the thing.
Stop. Just stop breaking my balls.
Whispers in the next one.
Stop breaking my balls. Okay. What I'm saying is, you I don't want to talk anymore.
This is the worst edition of the show we've ever made. So everyone's gonna be like, "Yeah, remember when I said they had a good product? Not anymore. It's shit now."
It's +3 people with Spectre and I.
Yes.
Right. Which is really good. And the best way to counter these kind of global lineups is with, first of all, mobile heroes, which Zoomers does, Timbersaw and Earthspirit, and then of course Storm as well, and then with of course some global presence, which Chen also offers.
Yeah.
Chen is also great because Spectre and Io have relatively bad matchups, particularly against Timbersaw. So Chen ensures they can't do any lane shenanigans because you will always win the musical lanes with that.
Yeah, with
4 Zoomers has prepared really well for this. It reminds me a lot of Quincy Crew's draft yesterday against Thunder Predator, where they see Spectre first pick and they go, yeah, no problem.
I agree with you because all these the Doom's a bit of a problem because all these heroes rely on their abilities to create space and try and buy a little bit more time for the team to rotate on over, or maybe just try and waste to relocate or waste a haunt, right? But that's a bit harder to do if the Wisp is bringing a Doom in with them and he just drops that because Doom typically not having actually mobility problems because he's one of the faster heroes in the game, especially when he gets Scorched Earth and Phase Boots, and he's like, 550 move speed.
Of course, Tether
yeah. So he's basically going to be max move speed running at you, but his positioning sometimes can be lacking because I think, what was it? You said that you quote someone's like, whatever you build on Doom, you just need to build whatever you need to get the BKB, or sorry, whatever you need to get the Doom off.
Yeah.
And basically, IO is that. Right, he kind of solves that problem for you very, very nicely. So
which allows you to go for the Aghanims.
It is, yeah. And the Axis game is looking pretty juicy as well, to be honest with you.
Very good against Timbersaw and Storm.
As Storm's damage comes from overload.
Oh no, I was actually thinking of the Ags because 1.6 second stun. So the trick about the Ags is you go 1.6 second stun Infernal Blade, then
Hoof
2
stomp.
second stun with War Stomp. Not Hoof Stomp.
Not
and then
Hoof Stomp.
The Infernal Blade again. And that's a whole 5 seconds of stun in addition to the incredible amount of damage. And Storm does not deal with that most of the time. Until he gets
Percentage-based
BKB.
damage as well. We could use... Tell you what, though. No, actually, I'm really... This is going to be a good draft for both teams.
Yeah, I like the answer of Trint against Timbersaw. I think For Fun has found out that Trint is pretty good against Timbersaw in lane because he is. Magical damage and single high physical damage hits. And then later in the game, yeah, you can destroy his trees, but you get overgrowth every time Timbersaw tries to escape.
I'm going to have to look a little bit more at how he builds it. I'm curious if you end up putting more points, or any points, actually, to be honest at all, in the... no, not the armor. The Leech Seed, yeah. I don't know.
Not sure.
Not
I
sure.
actually didn't check last
I think we didn't see it last game. I'm pretty sure it was almost always the grasp
It
and
was grasp
and the armor is just because it's so good, slowing down the game. Speaking of slowing down the game is really, really, really slow right now. Nobody pushes towers very well.
No, and you have a Trim Protector on one side. So For Fun, once a slow game, the best thing if Zoomers can do, because they don't have really a good tower pusher, is also try to play. Either they pick up a troll, which is an option here to give them tower push, right? Or which is good against For Fun's lineup. Or alternatively, you go for also a late game carry. That was a good core-to-core matchup against Spectre. That's why For Fun, they ban heroes like the PL, which is particularly great against Spectre. But you know what I'm seeing here that's kind of decent is actually the Terrorblade. I mean, I know Doom is annoying against Terrorblade, but if you Doom Terrorblade, then Storm and Timbersaw are free, so is the Earth Spirit, of course. And Terrorblade eventually tanks the Doom nicely.
Yeah, it is a Sammy Boy hero, too.
There's also Sammy Boy
it's a
hero,
really
good
big
matchup
Sammy
against
Boy hero.
Spectre. Yeah. You'd have last pick as well. So if For Fun doesn't pick a huge source of magical damage, I like the TB a lot here. Especially with Chen, because Chen will ensure your lane goes well no matter what. He's a pretty strong laner, gives you healing. I like the TB a lot. You could also go Alk, by the way. Oh no, they
No, bend. Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. It's a bit sketch, though. I will say, like the Chen is a pretty good save because it gives you that burst healing, but not if the Chen is. I guess they really don't have a silence or anything for the Chen
That's
though
what I'm
right
saying.
now.
If your big team fight
Yeah.
ultimate and your big disable is the Doom, right? The Terrorblade's particularly good because you have no other disables for TB, and at the moment you use Doom on anything, TB is either free or something else is free. And I also think the Storm is going to have a pretty decent game. They already banned the biggest lane counters to Storm, the Lush, which is the biggest lane counter, honestly. Oh, they think it's going to be Doom mid, actually. Okay, I could see that. I think Doom offlane is fine too this game. I don't really mind Doom mid or Doom offlane, but maybe they're banning the offlaners because they run Doom offlane and you just pick Terrorblade. That's a really good pick because now you deter the Terrorblade pick in the lane.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt, and it still gives you a good amount of flexibility as well.
There's no lifesteal or a jug.
No, they know what they want.
Oh,
the Naga.
that
There we
was the
go.
only pick
Yep,
possible. Yep.
another Sammy Boy hero, to be honest.
Yes, also good matchup. I would think it's a good matchup against Spectre. Now I'm starting to doubt it after the last match we saw for Fun, but I would say it's a pretty good matchup. This time you also have some kind of combo within the Naga Siren. Just the Earth Spirit alone is good enough, and good lane against Bat Rider. Not the easiest though, because Mirror Image is not like it's a really long cooldown to spell.
It is. I think it's like 24 seconds or something at max level, or even 30.
Oh, max level.
Yeah, max level. It's like
Yeah, but early is like, I think it's 40 at first.
and then there's like a talent. Yeah, it's super long.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're gonna have to be playing that one
it goes
basically.
down by 5 every level.
Yeah, you need to play that one on eggshells basically. And Envy, we've seen him be under pressure. Zero as well is. I mean, I've said this every single game, but I think this is now probably going to be their hardest match that they've played here for the Zoomers. Although they did 2-0 Quincy. I mean,
But Quincy was not playing their best game.
no, and Quincy. I mean, they've even had a 5-game loss streak as well in the middle of the group stage.
Even KBQ tweeted that they were on a slump.
So perhaps maybe Zero's biggest test thus far here, facing Jackie Mao himself.
I think this game is relatively even. It really depends on a couple factors, particularly the lanes for Zoomers. That Timbersaw lane is very important. See how powerful they can play. They're going to be running IO4, so it's going to be Trim Predator against Timbersaw, which worked really nicely for Fun last game. I am questioning Nagasara versus Spectre matchup. I honestly don't know because we thought Thunder Predator fail a lot, but the Nagasara did outfarm Spectre, which I thought would be enough, but apparently not. So we'll see. I like both drafts. I don't think either team got outdrafted.
Yeah, I would give the edge here to for Fun. I would give the edge to for Fun. There's a lot of 4s right now. 16 if you go out and square them up, or just if you add them together, there's 8. You know, 4 Fun, 4 Zoomers. It's a lot of 4s.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and force
No.
a rhyme right now.
Oh, okay. What is it?
If you thought that one was a crime, I don't know. I don't
Oh my
have one.
God.
I'm
Okay.
so bad at.
My name is Mr. All Plus, and I'm here
goodness.
with Richard, Richie or Rich.
That's
If you
me.
enjoy our cast, please follow us on Twitch.
All right, that wasn't that bad. Welcome back, everyone. Now live in game. We got the Zoomers versus the Millennials. Not quite the Boomers, unfortunately. Maybe if it was business associates, I guess we could get away with that one. But we cannot here, as we're underway now. Game number 1 of our NA versus NA series. There's, I think, one more. I think for fun, have to play Quincy, and then that's going to be all the NA exclusive matchups we currently have in the group stage. Majority of the teams being South American here. As we've got our 2 casters, Avo Blaus and Segan Strike here on the call with you, bringing you the action. As we'll see Envy not snag away that rune, unfortunately. Ocean's going to beat him to the punch there.
Yep. Excited for this game. Excited for this game because I've actually been waiting for this all the group stages. I was kind of hoping, because it's both a proving ground for Zoomers and for fun, right? Because for fun, yeah, they did really well on the summit and they kind of showed promise. But of course, winning one tournament is not enough. You need that consistency.
Husky,
Can they
get the
beat,
courier. Yes,
can they beat the
Husky.
strongest team?
Radiant's courier
In
has been
NA.
killed.
Husky literally, I mean, this poor guy, where's all his money? Okay,
I
he
didn't
bought a
even consider
bottle.
this actually, but Doom versus Chen. Oh, that's pretty bad. I didn't really actually think about this in the draft, but yeah, that's gonna suck a bit later on. The poor Chen, every single time he goes into an engagement, will lose 1 creep.
Yep.
And refilling
It's
the
just
zoo
gonna get
is
eaten.
so difficult.
It's gonna Doom is going to digest that delicious creep, as Husky will then go ahead and steal on over a range creep real quick here, do a little bit more damage with this one. Much to the dismay. I'm curious. I wonder if the carries even care that much. They must know it's more efficient in terms of the harass. I mean, what else do you want a level 1 Chen to do in your lane, right?
Exactly. That's not really much. I think the Holy Preservation though also. Oh no, it's the divine favor now. Yeah,
Yep.
I keep confusing it.
Oh, you're a bit quiet. I asked you to try and adjust your mic, and now all of a sudden you're much more quiet. Did you change anything?
Is this better?
Yeah. If you just
There we
want to
go.
keep talking.
Okay, I'm gonna keep on talking. Husky in the top lane.
There we go.
A
Yeah,
bit
yeah.
harassment. Yeah, sorry about that.
No, you're
Hopefully
good.
that's good, guys. Sorry that we can't have the best audio levels in the world. We are trying to do this at like really early in the morning, so we don't want to get fined by our neighbors.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
Or let's
Killed,
let him
right?
sleep. Oh,
Zero.
zero. That's
Okay, that was
you know.
that was the oh, I'm on a timber chat. Look at me. Watch me.
He's faking him out.
Yeah, pumping like in basketball. And here we talked about it all, the Sandy Boy lane. Like, it's an okay lane, but the Naga loses a lot of potential in this lane because you kind of have to reserve that mirror image until you are in danger. But if you reserve that, you lose one of your biggest attributes, which is, of course, those illusions to help your lane. Look at the C. Brax immediately comes in, but Ocean TP'd here and actually baited him out with the mirror image. Really well played here. Can they kill Brax as a result? Brax, really close to dying. They don't have the Orb of Venom. They do cancel his Salve, but it's not going to be enough. However, that's a really good play for Zoomers. They understood this matchup perfectly. They know what I said, which is they know Sandy Boy will start to be aggressed once he activates the mirror image. And that's why Ocean TPs?
Yep.
Wow, that's a really good play.
It was a really good play. I have to agree with you, but I mean, Snake just has way too much healing for them right now, right?
Yeah,
he
that's why
had to
Brax can
use-
go aggressive without thinking about the TP, right?
Exactly, right. He probably maybe had an idea about the TP. You know, Earthspear is one of the heroes where as soon as he's missing off the map, you better be telling your team that he's missing, right? You can think of him like a Pudge that's missing off the map. You're going to be pinging that one out, right? And you can more than be certain that these teams as well are having good comms, you know, in that regard. And you know what, Zero, he's versus a Spectre. It is EE Spectre, but he can afford to kind of stay alone now that he's level 3, right? He's got 2 points in the reactive armor, as Envy's looking to cancel that salve real quick, just continue to harass the new blood here on the scene.
Yeah, you should be nicer to your youngsters, you know, you gotta respect them. How is Zero gonna grow like this? You know?
Indeed.
Actually, the new blood is being super disrespectful to the old blood, though. He's just pushing him out now. They forced a rotation already from the Team Protector, actually going back to the lane now, as in the top lane, Snaking and Brax playing as aggressive as possible. Good usage of the tether, after all. Bad Rider is usually the here that goes by increments. Like there's a moment when he fights, which is Fireflies up. You go in, you have enough sticky napalm charges, go in, right? But you don't constantly harass in the lane like other people. You really just go as in a single bout of damage.
Yeah.
And with IO, you gotta harass it more, play a bit more aggressively, because otherwise you're not taking advantage of the healing.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We see Chen make that Doom. Ryoya got himself a creep. Second time we've seen, of course, for fun today. They had a little break, played a lot of TFT, I'm sure, for Envy. And Ryoya's back in the mid lane on a much different hero. Double Bracer. He's going for, grabbing the Ice Armor creep is a big favorite. That actually should allow him to not get, double shot by the Storm level 3, level 4 combo, just because I don't think Storm actually has the attack speed necessary with the Frost Shield, or Ice Armor, sorry. Frost Shield is the Lich proper.
Used to be called the same thing back in
Yeah. Well, and then Valve was like, no.
Dota 1, actually. 0? Okay. Yeah, because it literally has Frost Blast. It has no ice. It's all frost.
Got no ice.
Brax could be in trouble here in the top lane. This time the Earthspread will succeed in getting the kill, and Snaking's overcharge is simply not going to be enough. He had a good amount of regen, even used the magic stick there, but like a Fairy Fire, which he had earlier, allowed Ocean to get the kill. And it worked out. It worked out. Ocean will be able to get the kill up top. They get the first blood. I think they give it to Husky, which is not the ideal person.
Ocean,
but
kick him away. Oh, no.
no.
Maybe he didn't have it. He did have it, but doesn't think it's worth it, I guess. Snaking's going to be able to tether on over to Brax. Give him a little bit more healing. We've got a Firefly in 3, plenty of sticky napalm. We're going to miss that kill down bottom near the rune. As Ocean continuing to just run in a straight line. Of course, no use in trying to turn. With the
whoa.
napalm.
Nice purge there by
Yeah.
the Chen by Husky. Yeah. It's cute that the two supports, one support has cute in Japanese in his name, and the other support has the Warpath. It's very different, right?
These two supports, I'm telling you, there's something special about these two supports that they are almost always just in sync, like the boy band, to the degree where we frequently... Lag? Yes, no, yes. Can we get an answer, ladies and gentlemen? But to the point where they frequently ward in the exact same spot. I've seen them double smoke many times. I've seen them double dust many times.
A lot of coordination between these two supports. They think very much alike. That's what happens when you spend, I think, 17 hours a day together. According to Gunn, that's what he told us. Like, they actually spend almost all day together, which is impressive. Right?
Could
They're
you
really
imagine
good friends.
spending that much time together with somebody?
We do that every single day, dude.
You said do.
Okay, I hate you. Fun fact, by the way, if you don't spell kawaii with the two I's, it's actually kawaii, which means scary.
Oh.
Yeah, so be very careful. When people say, "Oh, that's so kawaii," the little weebs. Nope, you're saying that's really scary. That's not what you want to call your girlfriend or your body pillow.
I'm an otaku.
Actually, yeah, otaku means obsessed in Japanese, so you can be an otaku for a bunch of things.
It does. Anyway.
Though now traditionally it's used to mean manga.
Ryoya's going for a blade mail on our Doom, so no drums, no... I mean, I assume the phase boots are on the way. Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Good
but the blade
item.
mail. Yeah, no, I agree.
Very good against Timbersaw, pretty decent against Storm, to be honest, because he has to ball lightning to prevent the procs, and you have that extra thought process that you have to do to just kill. That sucks for you, right?
Yeah.
It does slow down your jumps. You can't play as super aggressively. The armor is fantastic. The stats in general are really good for the Doom. And it's not that bad on Naga, right? Because Naga also has a bit of area uncontrollable damage. It'll kill the illusions a bit better because of the passive. Yeah, I like it. Honestly, it's a pretty decent item. And it's a good transitional item. I think the drums are a bit overrated on Doom mid. I see it all the time, and many times I'll be like, hey, why did you build drums? They go, oh, it's good on Doom.
I agree with you. And also, just to, I think, add my 2 cents in here, because you didn't quite cover it, I think it makes sense, because if you look at what's... If we look at what Brax is going to be building, it's probably not going to be anything that gives his team any auras. It's going to be like a quote-unquote greedy item, right? Only for him. Maybe.
Oh, for Doom. Yeah.
No. For Batrider.
Oh, for Batrider. Oh,
yeah.
okay, sorry.
So you're not going to have anyone to really be that intermediary force, because you look at Zoomers, and 4 of them are going to be rearing to fight in about maybe 10 to 12 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And Envy is not going to be ready to fight. Doom, if he goes for a drums, I guess can try and play very aggressively, but I think the Blade Mail is an even better item for him as well, just to give himself some sort of defensive item, make him a little bit tankier so he can afford to frontline against the Zoomers. Maybe that just a little bit longer. He's already got, amazing regen, of course, with Devour. But I think maybe that could have something to do with it. Just because you're not going to have that offlane presence. For example, Zero, of course, on the... What? What's up? Your mom.
MV got Masters, your mom, and TFT.
Nice.
What? Who is joking here? Is it Brax or Ryoya? What's the more NA thing to do? I don't know, but yeah, I agree with you completely. It's just a transitional item, right? A lot of people
Yeah.
talk about
Yeah, yeah,
transitional
yeah.
items, and they refer to items like Veil, Discord, sometimes Yo, Ether Lens, Drums, and I find that way too often teams will just go for the quote-unquote mindless transitional item, which is Drums, which, yeah, most of the time it works, but it's not always genius, right? Is everything okay? And then Brax just types,
No,
MB
they
is
make-
playing TFT.
They're making fun of my mom. Gunner's
Uh,
like, Mama Gunner gonna tweet at all of them. He said MD was playing TFT, so no.
Yeah, I am.
Ready.
Anyway.
G. Okay, there you go. A little bit of a. I mean, you gotta love the comms in between them all, right?
Yeah. I honestly think that for fun, like their team name
Brax
indicates
dead?
their mentality.
Brax is dead.
Yep. Oh,
got
maybe
healing?
no,
No.
it's not gonna be enough. That Riptide destroyed him. Got a couple lucky procs there, Sandboy, to burst him down, and they might even be able to beat out Snaking.
No, it's a
but
bit
he's under
sketchy.
tower.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
they're
bit
gonna play it
sketchy.
safe.
They're gonna get another kill, by the way, down bottom. That's the second back-to-back death as tanking. The gank will be our Moo, the Train Protector, as he's gonna prevent Envy from getting dove in by that level 6 Storm Spirit. As I think actually, yeah, they've doomed him, by the way, mid lane, okay. Snake King is gonna TP on over, but Ocean just kicking away that big old devil. He's gonna kick the devil out of him, and that'll be that kill attempt to stop him in its tracks there. I was gonna say, what the heck? Doom at the ready? Oh, not any longer.
Yeah, well, I mean, those are good attempts still, because you're still pushing a Storm out of lane. However, I'm pretty sure Zoomer's predicted this, right? Because Storm can always recover in jungle. Part of the advantage behind this hero in the game. He's still farming more than Doom, despite the Devour, which is very impressive on Gunner's side.
I don't know what I just saw.
What?
I don't know if Envy just tossed a Spectral Dagger. Didn't hit any creep. He just kind of tossed it this way. Weren't any creep there. And I think he did it just to be able to walk through the trees.
Yeah, maybe to scout as well.
I guess? Yeah,
Because
okay,
it also
to
gives a bit
to
of vision
scout.
when it hits.
To scout. You're right.
Because if Timbersaw's not alone and there's an Earth Spirit around, then he
Nope,
might be
no,
dead.
you
And Earth Spirit
are-
wasn't on the map.
You're totally right. He was doing that to scout, actually. At
Everything
first,
Eternal Envy does has a
I was
reason.
like,
dude.
that's why I was like, Envy, why?
Like seriously, he actually does have a reason for absolutely everything. He thinks things through way too much. Ryoya,
Mid lane?
yeah, could be in trouble. There's no water stop, unfortunately, so they're gonna go for the IO first because Snaking seems like the easier target. But unfortunately, Snaking a bit too tanky. Gunner jumping over for him. The Ice Armor saving his life 2 times in a row, and Gunner cannot get the kill. No, not the infused raindrops, bro. It was clearly the Are you kidding me? The 5 armor bonus? I'm gonna ping that.
Pearl Boulder. As Envy will TP on home. Doesn't really want to be there any longer. He's got a lot of pressure, so Moo is just going to try his best to soak as much experience as he can. But his trees will be chopped down here quite regularly, and, you know, not just in a figurative way. Top lane, Brax, his trees are being chopped down as well.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he does.
I
Wow.
cannot believe the Vul Assassins actually did some assassinating for once. And Ryoya, though, in the middle lane could die to Gunner, but Gunner's out of mana, and Ryoya has a lot of healing. You can't kill him in time.
Oh.
Finally, the Static Remnant just walks into it. Didn't really take it into account. And those golems, nice separation there by Husky. He actually has the most DPS you can probably get with a Chen. A double Harpy into a golem that actually dropped in the middle
You
of the fight.
hurl the boulders at them, and you
Yep.
do some real damage there. The mini
play.
stuns as well, doing a good job. Envy now level 6, has himself the Blade Mail, and yeah, I'm surprised that they actually killed the Doom there. Pretty sure Snake King, he walked home, and then he TP'd back in with the Fountain regen, which is why he lived for so long, but in the end it wasn't enough. Top lane, now they're going to go for Brax. Really, I mean, just foot on the gas here for the Zoomers. 5 kills from them, they want even more, as now Ocean will be forced out. Ryoya does have the Doom. He's just going to Ice Stormer himself. I thought he was casting something else there.
For now, it's 2K lead for Zoomers, though. So they are winning regardless of the lanes. I mean, I got 5 kills. Like, I would say that probably that's an advantage. But they are winning against a Doom. They are beating pretty much every single lane. The Storm is incredibly farmed as well. And this is why the danger of Gunner Storm, you know. This guy is much faster on the Storm than most other heroes. So this game is going to take a slower approach because he understands, right? There's no point in playing this game quick because For Fun has really good abilities to counter you. And instead, he's going to try to go for the Bloodstone first.
Yeah,
Interesting.
And they're stacking for him beautifully as well here, so he's going to make some really, really good progress. Don't die to neutrals, please, Gunner. That would be slightly embarrassing, but that's okay. He's going to be able to live. I don't know if he can farm this stack. Let's see. I assume he's not just going to let himself die. Like, that doesn't really seem like a very Gunner thing to do. Got close, but he's okay. Maybe if it was Envy, right? Maybe if it was Envy. Let's take a look at net worth, though, as Envy doing not too bad for himself here, of course, as the Spectre. His farm's going to now accelerate as he now has the Blade Mail finished up. Backing now for the boots, and the Power Treads is going to be the name of the game. And Double Ring of Regen for now. We'll see what Envy decides. Last game, it was actually the Radiance he decided to opt for.
Against the Naga is a good idea because the idea of you being able to use as late damage against the Naga is more dependent on Say Boy not playing well than on you playing well, because he always has illusions and will get Manta style as well. And you cannot depend, your build should not depend on the enemy team making mistakes, right? Whereas with the Radiance, you also deal with a high armor that Naga has, which is pretty good. The miss chance, as you correctly pointed out in another game, is really good, particularly when you have a lot of units hitting you. So, yeah, I like it. It's a good idea here.
Yep. Yep. We'll see how it works for them. As we hear Envy just activating his Blade Metal whenever it's literally available. I'm sure Envy is the type of guy who will tread swap to Int whenever he uses Blade Metal, as you should, to be honest, but, you know, how many of us really do that is the question, and we'll see here. Envy still making progress there towards the Tread, so it doesn't have the ability to swap him yet. It would appear that Brax is going to be building a Blink Dagger, and I only say that because he has the Tranquils already finished up. Gold in the bank, as they have now captured Gunner for now. Brax walking on over. The lasso doesn't come through, as the Vortex will strike first. The Doom onto Zero, but he's already gotten the Timber Train off and away, and now Envy joining the fray, as he's going to go in and haunt on in. Spectral Dagger will drop. That's going to slow down Zero more than enough for required to get the kill.
Oh, well. Good job there for fun. That was a really valuable kill on Zero, but I'm surprised Storm could get away. This game, by the way, Linken's on Storm is actually super value to deal with the Doom and the Lasso. I wouldn't even be opposed to them going as Linken's like second item even this game, honestly. Just how good it is. Especially because, for fun, they need to play around the Doom and the Bad Rider early-ish, right? If they don't have that, then the Storm is pretty much a free game.
And that's actually the first kill here for fun against the 4 Zoomers. First kill for fun for Zoomers.
16.
16.
Okay.
Anyway.
Husky trying to go in. He has the Ghost this time. He's the king of the small camps right now, Husky. They go for the Eternal Envy. They do hit him, but that Magnetize will not be too effective against the Blade Mail. Ocean is killing himself. Yo-Yo of Death not very impactful. Finally, Zero joins in. He's too tanky. Doesn't care about the Blade Mail, and Envy is forced to run away. In comes Gunner to finish off Moo, but Moo heals completely with a magic wand. They lasso Zero. Zero's still alive. Moo dies in a matter of seconds, and Brax stayed behind. Unfortunately, falling as well to 4 Zoomers. They're more youthful. They're capable of running around you, you know? You're just tired. You just want to go to bed.
These guys are like the spry young boxers, you know? They're pretty fast. They're not exactly throwing haymakers out here.
That's a good analogy, actually.
But they are just kind of just running at you right now. They got this little scrappy team fight. I don't really mind just ducking and dodging, and they'll take a few body punches here. We'll see as they're going to head for Rayoya now in the mid lane. Good job holding him down. Silent stuff as well by the Geomantic Grip. Pulled one way, pulled the other, and now Snake King looking to get his friend out of here, and will be able to do so just in the nick of time. It actually looks like For Fun looking to counter-initiate here, looking to protect their Wisp, who's going to have to eat a Chakram. Well, no longer a Chakram, but at least a static remnant when he returns.
Static Remnant to just to leave it there, right, as the relocate to know who's boss, right? But of course they can now push here on For Fun.
He is going for the Radiance, by the way.
Yep.
Just queued that one up. Makes sense.
That's the right choice. I think it's the better build against the Naga, as I mentioned earlier.
Brax really needs a blink, though. He was this much away, and then they fought bottom, didn't get it. Fought bottom again.
This tower should
died.
give it to him, or close to. Oh, no, they deny it, though.
They deny it, and they're not confident in fighting here.
Oh, Ocean, though, walks in, misses the rolling boulder completely. They can't punish him, though. Okay, yeah, they can. They had the Nature's Grasp now. They should be able to finish him off. Good. Brax blocking that rolling boulder. They doom the Storm as well. And Gunner just walked into his own death.
Overgrowth.
Zero is now being burnt alive, but the Song of the Siren will save Zero for now. As the creeps are trying to deny the tower, Husky will use his minions to ensure that tower does not go... Wait, what? He didn't get a deny?
No, he did.
Why
It's in the chat.
show?
It's in the chat. It shows in chat on the side. But do you have him muted?
Oh, that's why.
That'll do it.
That is why.
Wow, you didn't really see the entire time Husky was like, man, this level plus guy really sucks. I was wondering why you didn't have a reaction to that.
He follows me on Twitter, okay? We're good friends.
Oh, goodness. We're best friends.
Best friends!
But a good fight there. Zoomers do well to disengage. They take down, or they deny their own tower there.
Yep.
As now Brax has the Blink Dagger coming to him. I'm sure Zoomers, they're going to know something's coming, as this Bad Rider has not had an item basically since the laning stage. It started, basically, or I guess was halfway through, just Tranquils and the Ring. So as soon as he's not showing on map, I presume the Zoomers are going to know that something's coming their way, and it's going to be a man. What is he riding this game? What cosmetic does he have? Brax. He's got an owl. He's got it's the Harry Potter owl. So
yeah, Brax's favorite cosmetic. He always likes to build the cheap builds. At least on stream, he'll use a lot of common items to show off his comments. So like, look at my comments, guys.
Well, we'll take
Very
a
proud of
look
himself.
then and see how effective his first Blink Lasso can go for him.
Let's see, let's see. For now, for fun, should be honestly getting the advantage in terms of kills. They have a lot of kill potential, but unfortunately, they can't really be farming, which is why Zoomers has the advantage in net worth. Because to for fun, there's no point in Bad Rider or in the Doom farming at all here. They should be creating space for Envy. This game has to be played as a 4 Protect 1. There's not much the other two heroes can do. Doom will find farm no matter what because of his Devour, but then he should be getting kills, especially when Doom is off.
Are you saying that because the concern is that Sammy Boy, if given the space, is going to outfarm the Spectre, or the Storm is going to outfarm the Spectre? Because right now, it's not like the Zoomers are really too keen. They don't seem too keen anyway on really bringing it to the for fun either. So.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying though. You should be forcing kills, because otherwise you don't take advantage of your Spectre's lineup. Oh, really? Because you have an IO Spectre. The whole point of your lineup is to go for a lot of ganks early. That was a weird relocate. Oh, he thought there was a follow up there. Unfortunately,
I got you.
There it happened. But yeah, they should be taking advantage of this, of the haunt and the relocate. Mind you, it's 50 minutes in, so it's not like they need to rush this. They still have us all like 10-15 minutes, but during those 10-15 minutes it has to be them trying to go for kills and putting pressure on Zoomers. Otherwise you're going to be dealing with Spectre, a great hero, yes, but against Naga Siren Storm and even Timbersaw, all equally farmed. That's scary. Even a Spectre cannot deal with that.
I get what you mean. It feels like Envy, he's more keen to use the haunts to counter-initiate from the last 2 games I've seen, specifically against the Naga. I don't think he's quite confident here with at least the Sacred Relic, right? And maybe, not full Radiance. It just, for right now, he's not really bringing too much to the table here. What's the level? Yeah, he doesn't even have a point in Desolate, right? So it's not like even the Haunt Illusions are going to be doing much damage for themselves. I mean, I get what you're saying, and it's still a bit... Oh, here he goes.
See, that was what I was talking about, though.
Yep.
Once you have enough farm to actually go for these kills, this is the best way to farm on Envy, because you should take advantage of the strength of your lineup and the strength of your core over Naga Siren. Because in the team fights, Naga Siren, she has the song. You have to be a bit careful about that. And that's a better counter initiation than Haunt 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, it is.
Not a better initiation though, not more damage or a better spell, but a better counter initiation particularly. And it's really difficult to play a Naga once she's level 18 because her tempo control is supreme. You know, with I think it's 60 second cooldown. Oh, 80 second cooldown. Sorry. Wow, this hero got nerfed.
On
the song. Okay. Yeah, so every 80 seconds you can just reset a fight. And that's a huge thing for the late game especially.
It's even shorter if you play Slasher's Way.
Oh, the what does Slasher do?
He builds eggs and sells your entire team.
No, in the Octarines, I suppose?
In the song. Yeah. No, the eggs reduce the cooldown. Ryoya, perhaps in some trouble, but Silence Hunter 2 as Ocean still fighting. They've got plenty of Mr. Stomps with the BKB activated out. Ryoya is going to allow him to now get the Doom off here. Onto Gunner. Does he have the damage here? The BKB still going for a bit longer. Ryoya. Oh, nice job keeping him alive as well with the Hand of God. Finally, the song will end. Stunned up as well, but we've got just as much healing actually on the side of for fun as well. My goodness, Gunner just barely stays alive there. Magic Wand doing him some good as Brax blinking very aggressively, unable to find anything but his own death. So he will be chopped up by Zero. And now they're going to smoke to immediately counter-initiate. Get that additional movement speed. Gunner has caught snaking here. The rolling boulder from Ocean should keep him locked down. If not, Mr. Stomps from Husky will do the job to keep that man killed.
That was, I gotta commend the Ocean for that, honestly. Calculating the BKB to a T and getting the rolling boulder literally as the BKB was about to end, that was incredible. Really well played. Really couldn't do much against that. Now you're trying to defend the tower. You don't have Haunt though. MV's just kind of showing his face like, look at me, don't take my tower, take my carry instead.
Pretty scary here, at least, but yeah.
It was a good fight for Zoomers, though. Honestly, that's the power of the song I was talking about, right? They always can counter-initiate you, and that's how you control the tempo with song. So for fun, the advantage that they have is this global lineup that they use, right? They have to use that global presence more effectively.
Oh, well, we didn't go boot to travel here on the Bat Rider. So yes, I mean, it's still very true. Obviously, with a Spectre and a Wisp, like you were saying in the draft, you always have 3 people potentially, right? Normally 4, I would wager to say, with the Bat Rider.
I don't think it's necessary though this game. I think it's overkill at that point.
Yeah, I mean I get it, but I don't know. I can't help it. Who knows? Brex knows what he's doing here with the Blink Dagger. He's able to net himself 1 kill with it. It's just kind of a tough game for him, to be honest. Everyone's so tanky. You have the Hand of God. Even a Doom to target there. The Storm Spirit actually just living thanks to the grace of the song out from Sammy Boy.
Yeah, I like the Blink Dagger build because you're still looking for the smoke ganks and stuff. You're still looking for pickups essentially, and Blink Dagger enables that much more than Boots of Travel. Boots of Travel is much more about lane control most of the time and farming, of course, which Battery shouldn't be doing.
Okay. Sammy Boy has gone for, by the way, Manta Diffusal. He's finished that one off.
Yeah. Typical build. I think this was the right build for Minos when we saw him on the Naga, right? I thought it was more about the initiations and them not taking too much advantage of the Naga Siren ultimate. But I think Manta Diffusal is the build. I don't think you can really vary too much on the Naga Siren build unless you're Eternal Envy.
Storm going for the Lincolns here after his Bloodstone. 16 charges currently in his pocket to be used. Hammer, Meteor Hammer, make that queued up for Moo, as it looks like Ryoya ready to fight in the river here. Still has a 10-second BKB. Brax will be the one to get gone on, but we have the Wisp there to keep him nice and healed. You'll Scepter to keep Ryoya at bay with no Blink Dagger. He is going to be just kind of held down. Pretty low kill game, considering how fast it was and how everyone was just kind of 5-manning earlier on. I think it's fine. Both teams, they're waiting for their moment, their time to strike. And they're both confident that they'll be stronger here once they hit their timings. As Envy has the Relic delivered, needs to farm a little bit more, and then he'll finally have the full Radiance up. So we'll see how willing For Fun are to what English? We'll see how willing they are to fight once that Radiant gets up, and we'll see how Zoomers react to that. Is really the words I'm looking for, I would say.
I was confused. I'll be honest with you. I apologize. I had no clue where you were going with
But
that. Okay. Radiance on Spectre is, I agree, the turning point here. Will they fight immediately after, though, or will you be looking for a smoke into pickoffs? That's what I'm interested in, though. Because with Radiance, you might feel like you're confident enough to take a team fight. The only issue on any 5-on-5 engagement is, of course, the existence of the stupid Naga. Up top, they waste the Overgrowth, and they still lose move. Not too great, honestly. It was still going for Meteor Hammer. Good lane control with that. Oh, Saiyan Boy bottom, going for MV. I don't know if the skill is possible. He has Blade Mail. Yeah, it's fine. Look at how good Blade Mail is against the Illusions. But yeah, you're right. Burns his mana. And Husky and Gunner, they're just waiting. Look at this. They're going to go for the IO. Gunner gets exactly where Snaking's going to be. And they're able to punish Snaking now with the Penitent. Snaking will not last. The lasso, though, does hit Gunner. But he's still pretty healthy here. Sets up a Static Remnant. And they finish off poor Brax. Now, with the Ensnare, Eternal Envy, he's been slowed. He's out of mana. They use a Song of Sign to set up. Oh, they have to cancel that relocate, and they just cancel by killing Snaking. With poor Envy unable to survive this onslaught, he's about to fall here. Chakram will guarantee the skill. The Doom comes out towards the end, going for Zero. Ocean trying to block Ryoya. This time the BKB was activated on time, and Zero will fall. Ocean, unfortunately, trying to save his team. It might also fall, but there is some help in the high ground, and they might be able to turn this around onto Ryoya, who got a bit cocky. Still silence Penitence for more damage. Ryoya will die, and that's a team wipe essentially.
Yeah, they know where he is.
Team wipe +1 because Moo died up top. Yeah. TP's bottom, dies there too. Oh, actually, team wipe +2 because Snaking also bought back there.
Yeah, that was a tough fight there for Fun, as 4 Zoomers kind of just ran at them as 4. And just really worked out for them. I mean, I believe Envy got tethered, which is why they knew exactly where Snaking was. Snaking then kind of realizes his mistake, hides out in the trees. I think he digs up a salve, doesn't even get to use it, that poor thing, and buys back, relocates in. At least it stops the song, right? Because otherwise they would have just relocated him right back out. But then Envy's just really, really easy pickings. The rest of For Fun, I don't know, it didn't really seem like they wanted to fight there initially. Our Spanish casters, I believe, or the Brazilians, pointing out that Envy did die without using the Essence Ring. Well, maybe that makes a difference. Who knows, right?
But he didn't have mana, though. I don't know why you said that. He was out of mana, so of course he didn't use the Essence Ring.
That's right. That's right. No. 200 mana. It's expensive to use.
Exactly, like quite honestly. And actually what was really good about for Zoomers that when Nagasaran goes there, and especially Nagasaran is one of the better heroes to farm offensively on because you have Song to protect you all the time, right? You go in, you harass Envy, you take away his mana. And Envy's like, well, if I leave here and this happens constantly, I'm going to constantly be at the mercy of the Naga. I can't do this. I'm going to keep on farming, that's what's efficient. However, what he wasn't expecting is that Naga was actually setting up for a kill, which was very well thought out by Zoomers. Yeah. They played around the expectations of Envy and tricked him because of that.
Dead, I think? I don't think he lives here. Okay, he does. Snaking. Forced to, well, he relocates back, expected a bit more. But, no, I mean, that makes sense. I think Envy was probably, he knew Radiance was coming, so it seems like he was okay sticking around and didn't really realize everything that was coming his way there, courtesy of the Samurai Boy song. And eventually it just bit off way more than he could chew there. Envy just hoping to grab a rune. It's going to spawn top. Oh, it's a regen as well here for Gunner. Level 16. 23 Bloodstone charges if he even needed one. And actually, Gunner's now got the full Lincoln Sphere to boot. Next, going for the Aghanim Scepter. We'll see here. As I mean, that counts as a Radiance fight, but I don't really know. I don't think Envy and For Fun would count that one as a Radiance fight. They are going to be fighting here into another item, though. Samurai Boy has managed to farm up the Eye of Scotty, as we're still looking to get a little bit more farm here onto Spectre. Ryoya, he's now got himself a full AC at least, so there's going to be another new item for them to fight with. Other than that, Brax is 200 gold away from his own BKB, which might end up making a big difference here. They have seen Envy, though.
Not looking too good. I mean, they're fighting under tier 1, but they're feeling really confident. Io's down. Ryoyo just TP'd here. You can Doom something, but look, they just keep him stunned forever. He doesn't even have time to use his Doom. Ryoyo's going to fall.
Not even his BKB.
They even used the
though.
song for safety and actually to catch out now Eternal Envy. Can they surround him with the Centaurs? They have War Stomp, beautiful Flame Break, but I don't think that's going to be enough. Centaur Stomp still comes out, and Envy ensnared. This kill should be guaranteed, even with the Overgrowth. Now trying to go for Sammy Boy Brax. Can't really do much. You can't be pulled if you're being pulled the opposite way.
Just dive into tier 2 tower then.
Man,
What the
stop
hell?
pointing out that
no
Envy has
chill.
items.
No chill on these guys.
Again, he
Guys.
was stunned. What do you want me to do? He was going to die regardless, honestly.
dude.
Magic Wand there just wasted charges.
They
Now
fortified.
I'm getting angry. I'm like
They-
one of those Reddit people.
They fortified to do more damage as well with the tier 2 tower. As I mean, why not with the multi-shot? Good overgrowth as well, but I'm surprised. Ryoyo maybe thought he was a lot stronger than he was. Couldn't even get the BKB off. You were mentioning the Doom. He couldn't even get his BKB off.
It's
That's
true.
how quickly he died, right? And just didn't really have a chance.
I mean, I don't know if I would say quickly or just an insurmountable amount of stuns, you know? Like, he literally couldn't move that whole matchup. It was so difficult. Sammy Boy gets the Aegis.
Okay, sure. I mean, I
Yeah,
think
why
it's because he doesn't really have a defensive item, right? The Manta style, sure, but
Well,
yeah.
Storm also has a Lincoln, so he's actually kind of unstoppable right now. He did go for the build I suggested, Bloodstone Lincolns and the Axe. Very good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I still think Storm is just better with Aegis, to be honest with you, just because he can dive YOLO crazy, go insane, right, and then come back with full mana and just do gunner things. But they do have ways of instantly locking him down, right? Lasso,
Exactly.
Doom, even when he comes back, Overgrowth, like a lot of very unfun things for him.
You don't have
on
any
the side of
Dispel or
for fun.
BKB. That's why. If you had a Dispel or BKB, it's much safer to do that, or it was earlier game, but 27 minutes in, I do agree that that kind of plays a bit too risky, right? And I understand the point of just giving it to your carry. If Sammy Boy doesn't die this game is yours, right? So you might as well. He's going to go for Bastion next, which I love.
Yeah, Envy is going for a BKB next. He's still a bit further off from that one. A Storm activating the Invis rune, just lurking in the river. Not a very fast boy here, which is brown boots on, 330, but luckily he's got that ball lightning to close the gap. Smoke did not break there. I'm not sure if Gunner, I'm not sure if he saw them. They don't have any detection here either, as actually now they've got a sentry on the high ground. What's happening? Oh, there goes Gunner, trying to break it off. Oh, BKB forced by Brax, who then is going to just drag Ocean back with him here. Sammy Boy popping the song is going to allow Ocean to escape in the meantime. They're going to be setting up the team fight here onto Envy. Nice job with the Flame Break, trying to push the two Centaur Conquerors away, but it's not going to go too well. Now Brax's BKB is expired. That's going to make Zero just dive him immediately. Ocean getting just dove in immediately by Envy and Ryoyo. Now they're going to turn on the Sammy Boy here. Still has the Aegis, of course, as Envy will use the wand this time. Make sure the casters don't ping him. Snaking, looking to try and drag him out of the fight, but that's going to be canceled by the Yule Scepter of Zero. They still actually relocate him, but not too far away, and Envy just gets immediately eaten. In the meantime, they have gotten the kill onto Gunner. Ryoyo running him down, as well as, zoning the supports out. But for right now, it's still going to be Ryoyo needing to run, as Sammy Boy is making a very good chase here. Dropping the net now. Snaking does not have to relocate. 6 wand charges. What can he really get done here? Trim Protector trying to do their best here. They do actually have still a Meteor Hammer to use as well. My goodness, Zero just bursted through him there with the Whirling Death, and now they're going to go turn onto the last 2 standing supports. Sammy Boy is going to eat Snaking. Moo is actually going to be able to TP out.
Yeah, but the support surviving is not even a good thing.
No.
What's this? It might even be bad that the support survives here, because he should have just sacked himself. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. Zoomers didn't have the best team fight there, but the biggest reason is that until now we actually saw the song being just a counter initiation, which is so useful. That stopped the Doom from being as effective, because you would just song after the Doom. Sammy Boy got cocky because he had the Aegis. Makes sense. They wanted to make something happen, and they wanted to force it with song. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have fought there if the song had been used so early. But of course, that sacrifices Storm. You could argue that's the best player or not, but at least they're making things happen, and you are using your power spikes to your advantage. So I'm not really going to complain too much about that. For fun, it's just so difficult to play these matches now that to play these team fights now that you're so far behind. Right.
Yeah, I mean, the kill onto Gunner is good. Only losing 3 Bloodstone charges instead of what it used to be like a third or a half of your Bloodstone charges. So he's still got some pretty insane mana regen. It's not even level 20 yet, so he's going to get even crazier here, and he's about to have that Aghanim Scepter, which is going to change the dynamic of these team fights by quite a bit. Now, our Spooky Spectre still pretty far off from BKB as well, and there's another 1k gold here on Envy. And what has Sammy Boy got now? He should have enough money for a new toy. Indeed, it's almost, well, the full Abyssal nearly completed. He just needs another 500, 600 there for the Ring of Health, and he'll be good to go. Man, Sammy Boy is so farmed right now. Loves these illusion heroes.
Yep. He's really good at them. That's why I remember when they picked Lone Druid and they're like, can Sammy Boy micro? I'm like, are you kidding me? Do you know who you're talking about? I mean, he doesn't play Lone Druid as often as Gunner for sure, but he definitely can micro. He plays Naga Siren terribly, PL. He's just, they want to be like OG, right? They run at you all the time.
Yep.
They play Illusion Heroes. Right? They're OG. They're OG
you
Americans.
bastards. Let me finish my eggs. Thank God.
Yeah, everyone's stealing farm from Gunner.
Yeah.
He already has Zags, I believe, now. Yeah, it's on the courier.
He
coming
does,
for.
yeah. He was like literally 30 gold shy, and everyone just kept taking camps from him. He was zipping and zapping around the map, trying to find the farm.
That's the most Zoomers thing to do. They're probably laughing at each other as well. Like, come on, Gunner, take this camp. And immediately, nope, take it away
Shen
from him.
converts it. What are you doing, dude? You're trolling me. Sharing is carrying, boys, remember.
At least I mean, this good attitude, though, does... I mean, it might make him throw some games, I'm not going to lie, but I'm pretty sure it keeps him really stable mentally. That's something that Zoomers has always had as an advantage over other teams.
So Envy's got BKB now, and in this game, BKB is kind of interesting. It's not going to save you any longer from the Electric Vortex. However, it does allow you to keep fighting while Song of the Siren's active. We've seen that used somewhat nicely here. Brax in the top tier 2 engagement, unfortunately still doesn't work out for them. Roya as well in that last team fight, BKB'd early, and now Spectre's going to be able to do the same. So we're going to be without the supports at least here for the duration of the Song of the Siren. We'll see how good it works out for these guys as they are going to last for themselves now. Brax kicking this one off onto the Timber Chain, nearly dooming himself as the Yule Scepter now up into the air. Moo with Meteor Hammer is going to be perfectly timed. Actually catches the Earth Spirit instead. Hand of God will be used as well as I hear Spectral Haunts. Envy fighting the backliners now, looking for Sammy Boy as well as Husky. Completely out of mana, however, as Royo just eating the Chen creeps in the meantime. Sammy Boy will set the illusions now onto the Spectre, not doing too much damage now that all the mana has been burned. And it looks like now they're going to take a disengage here for fun. Just pick up the position 4. Not bad, not great, but they'll take those kills wherever they can get them. Utilizing Haunts for that one. Yeah, sure. Not awesome, but they're going to be at least able to close the kill gap just a little bit now. 9-24 is definitely in favor here of the Zoomers. A fair margin here. 17k net worth lead as well. Sammy Boy, I believe, yep, that's full Abyssal. Going next for the Satanic. He's yet to die even once and involved in a shocking amount of the kills they've gotten actually this game too. It's three-fourths of all kills he's been involved in, which is pretty incredible for a Naga Siren that has this much farm.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
I don't know what to say, to be honest. I don't know what analysis to give this game, because for Zoomers is just slowly taking the game down for fun, and I don't really see a point of inflection here. I don't think the BKB is going to be enough, especially because the Abyssal came out, right? And now that the Abyssal came out, I'm wondering... I just don't know. Like, well, how can Eternal Envy survive these fights to begin with, right? Oh my goodness, Eternal Envy, you madman. I don't know if they can punish this, though. It seems like a huge bait.
Yeah.
But as long as they keep a Song of Siren to counter the Doom, it seems really, really difficult to be able to stop them, especially with the Abyssal stopping Envy. Even Sammy Boy knows he can play aggressively here. He might even ensnare if I force the BKB here. That's what he's waiting for.
Let's see, they see Gunnar mid lane as well. He's kind of a juicy target, quite tanky as Gunnar's just going to pop over and say hello, nuke his creep wave, and continue doing some damage. Ryoya is actually kind of close to the eggs. It would leave him without buyback is the problem here. So he's going to try and just farm that one up all on his lonesome. We'll see how close he can get this game. I wonder if Zoomers will finish it off before then. But it looks like Zoomers are going to try and wait for this next Roshan here in 30 seconds. We will have Haunt by then. We're going to have Overgrowth. We're going to have all the abilities here for fun to try and fight with. Of course, they still are fighting into that Song. And even with 3 BKBs on the cores, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Like you're saying, this Abyssal is terrifying right now on the side of Sandy Boy.
Exactly, right? Because that counters to possible BKB. It counters actually multiple BKBs here from the for fun side. It gives you something to do if they just had to BKB against your Song, right? Like you would actually just burst them down because of the Song. It's a really, really smart. I mean, obviously the pickup is just traditional on Naga, but the timing is perfect because now for fun, the biggest item you can do when you're losing is always the BKB because it makes you immune for 10 seconds to most of what the enemy team is going to do. That's huge, right? Unless they already have their bashes and their abyssals, and then you're like, oh, I bought this for nothing.
Okay.
Gonna have Ags on Doom, though, so this might be the
Yeah.
thing that brings them back into the game.
It could be. You never know. He's eating another creep here. Still holding on to that War Stomp. Roshan has respawned. I believe that is going to be scouted now by Azumers Courier. Indeed it is. They've got the Chance Courier there in the pit. They're going to go ahead and make a field trip on over to the Dire Secret Shop because theirs is a little bit too risky to go to. No thank you. And that will now be the Aghanim Scepter on Doom. Your favorite Ags in the game.
Yeah,
You don't sound too excited about it this game.
Well, because I usually like it in a winning game, and this is going to load it with win rate, and then pros are going to use that to justify why they shouldn't buy it. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I think this game is good, but it's not as good as what I see in other games. It's mainly to take out direct farm. That's the biggest thing. I mean, taking off Riptide from Naga is not that bad, but you have illusions and you have a lot of dispels, so it's not really good at Naga. You have to utilize that stun correctly. It's a tough game already for fun. I would usually be really excited, but not in this game.
It really is. +1 mirror image illusion as well, so you're going to be doing even more damage now with the Riptide. Not to mention you can push the lanes pretty efficiently too. Naga moves at 350, even without any boots, by the way. That's real cool. I think she's like faster than Doom. She's faster than probably, not quite faster than Envy, but it's getting there. The team just trying to push whatever they can here. They're going to take a bottom tier 1 tower and just watch Envy farm as much as he can. We'll see how long For Fun can actually hold on in this game. They will lose their mid-tier 2 tower in exchange for this bottom tier 2 tower. Sammy Boy sending his illusions to cut the bottom wave as well, but they have lost now the tier 2 and their tier 3 top lane, actually taking a little bit of chip damage here. So they would do well to get back a little bit more than chip damage. They got 2 catapults just kind of wailing on it right now. There's the TP back from Ryoya. He ought to eat one of them, except he can't right now. That's fine. It's Envy, I guess, for now, he just keeps farming until the team fight breaks out. The problem is they kind of know where he wants to be farming right now, and they are not only claiming the farm, but also setting up to kill him here if he gets a little bit closer. Ooh, it's a dangerous game for Fun.
Yeah, and right now they have to hope that Zoomers makes a mistake or for a smoke. Like, they have really good single target ganking, but the Storm is not even in a good gank, so they have to maybe find Sammy Boy
They're
ideally.
hunting Envy too. He's gonna go for the TP out.
Envy always does this on Spectre when he starts to lose, and it's the correct play. You know that you have so much mobility on this hero that you open up the map by trying to farm the most dangerous farm. That way you don't stagnate, you don't just turtle. A lot of people will always say, oh, they got a turtle now. No, never turtle in Dota. Turtling is useless. You gotta make things happen in the map, or you eventually just lose by a war of attrition. They'll choke you to death. That's what turtling means. And Envy knows this, which is why he tries to open up the map like this. That's why they also go for smokes just to farm sometimes, or even more in a bit, to regain some map control. It's the correct plays that they're doing, but it's just tough regardless, right?
Yeah.
4 Zoomers can still just take this game.
Envy's like, turtle dude? Like, I hate turtles or some shit. Don't they just like roll around real slow? I don't want to do that. I want to
Okay, you're getting way too good at this. It's creepy. Stop. I'm feeling like I'm casting with Envy. Even your voice is starting to go pitched like his pitch.
I like a lot of respect for Envy. I want to make that clear.
Yeah, you're not making fun of him. I don't think that.
No,
That's too accurate to be making fun of impersonation.
He's right. I was completely right, and Envy's completely right. My Envy is completely right. Turtling is not really the wisest choice for them. We're still holding on this 10-second BKB, so there's always a chance, right, quote unquote. And you can see Zoomers, they have pretty darn good high ground hold, to be honest with you. Again, they refuse to put Aegis on Storm Spirit. Sammy Boy's like, I'm not dying this game, damn it. You know, we're going flawless here. I need to improve my record. And they've just been not too eager to take a fight here, so we've got actually a lot of farm coming the way of, well, relatively a lot of farm coming the way of For Fun. Of course, Zoomers are still out farming them just based on map control, but now we've got a full Manta style here on the side of EE. If he can actually, get his quarry to the secret shop or get himself to the secret shop, might be time for another smoke field trip to the Dire secret shop to get that one done. I mean, Sammy Boy, what's next for you? Satanic, I believe, should be on the way, or he's finished up the AC. It looks like instead he's opted for that one. Moo's doing his thing top lane as well. He can be annoying as heck here with, well, basically just Stream Protector's entire kit, and the addition of now the Meteor Hammer. Gunnar, what do you have? Still just Bloodthorn.
Oh, wow.
Nothing
Wait,
new
he
here
built
for
his
Gunnar.
Bloodthorn? What? No, he has Orchid.
Sorry, Orchid. Sorry.
I was very confused. I'm like, are we looking at a different game? He's got to go for the Shivas to deal with the Spectre a bit more. It's really nice, actually, because Shiva slows down all of the illusions in the area. Of course, also reduces the IO healing in addition to Tree Predators as well. So it's a good item this game. But I like the Scotty as well for Nagasara. They went for a lot of items that reduce healing.
Yeah.
No need for Spirit Oh, actually, they do have sprinters
Oh.
on our sprint. Yeah, yeah.
Samuel Boy's
So
in
they
Slasher's way. He's built the eggs. He's building the eggs, rather.
I mean, yeah, but at this point, it's because you might as well.
Slasher's
You have no more
way.
slots. It is a good axe. People
It
underestimate
really
the
is,
axe.
yeah. 10% healing per second
Yeah, yeah,
is
not
pretty
bad at all.
insane. Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Reducing the cooldown by 20 is also not that bad, honestly.
Yep.
20 seconds in the late game matter a fair amount because they go from almost having it every team fight to having it every team fight. Because
Well, yeah.
team fights with more than 60 seconds between them is rare in late game.
And not only that, but I mean, you look at the side of For Fun, and they are very, very cooldown dependent. Doom as well. You know, obviously he builds Refresher. Train Protector, 100-second cooldown on this ability. He's building a Refresher. Spectre does not build Refresher, but 140-second cooldown on Haunt. Like, they got a lot of cooldown problems here, to be certain. We haven't seen a Lasso, but that doesn't have the shortest cooldown either. So that's a bunch of other things here and there. But we still have a few more core items. Again, way more for the Zoomers, who continue to extend their net with her. They're kind of just choking out the Envy stack right now. For Fun definitely not having a lot of fun right now, as they're just kind of trapped in their base and don't have much to do. Our Overlord AI predicts a 7% win rate for EE, which is basically 50-50 as far as I'm concerned.
I mean, he either wins or loses.
Either
This
he either
AI
wins or loses.
clearly has never
and
studied
here
math.
they go. Here they go.
Oh, he even turns off Radiance. Look at this Master EE play.
this
Turning off
Master.
Radiance so they don't know.
All right.
Oh no, he reveals himself in front of the creep. Husky just surprised him. Song of the Siren. Say, boy, is that initiation
They
or
don't have-
retreat?
They don't have Gunner here, though. He is.
Yeah, no, I think it's a retreat one. I don't think.
Yeah, but they're
I
not.
think Sample was just covering them a bit more. Oh, Chen was
Oh, okay,
bringing
now
in the
Gunner's
storm.
here. My bad, of course.
That
you
was
have a
why.
Chen.
But they have no song though. This could be bad if they can get a good Doom off. They're not going for the storm though. They actually end up dooming himself, but also saying, boy, not bad. Now they have to retreat. Apparently, after
Yep.
getting that Doom off, not the best target.
They've left Envy all for dead, though. There's nothing here to support Envy. Sammy Boy, he's just murdering him by himself through the BKB. Even is now Brax. Make that Ryoya is just going to be absolutely murdered
Envy's
by the
dead
likes
now.
of Gunner. Envy all left alone.
10-second BKB as well.
He's going to be dead for this one as well. Yep. And they even cancel Moo's TP as well. Scythe device at the ready for Gunner. They're going to ping out the ward. Not that it matters. Ultra kill there for Gunner. Gets recalled in the middle of the fight. I mean, I guess for fun, they know that they have to take a fight eventually. Brax just like BKBs and TPs out. He goes, this one isn't it, fam. This one's not it.
Yeah, but here's my question though. If Brax understands that that was not the right, because they initiated when they got the
Yeah,
Doom
okay.
off the GG. If Brax understands that the Doom was not the right target, why did Ryoya Doom him, right? Like, could they really not cancel a Lincolns there to get the Doom on Gunner? Was the Doom on Naga Siren really that useful? I didn't think that was the best target either. But if Brax acknowledges this, why is his team still doing it, right? That's my thing. When you notice there's a bit of a breach in what the team thinks, then clearly there should be better communication there. So, for Zoomers wins, they're gonna win this anyway. It wasn't the best game for Foreign in general, but that was not the best team fight to end it on. Either one.
Yeah, seems like they kind of half committed. I mean, Zoomers as well were like, are we fighting this one? And Gunner's like, yes, we are. I have 1,000,000 mana regeneration and kind of just zip zaps around the whole fights and it basically just kills everyone there. Simon Boy, of course, for backup in case they needed him. But yeah, I mean, that was pretty. That was a game of Dota 2 for fun. Kind of just, I don't know. Never got it started there either. I mean, 4 deaths on Envy doesn't really tell the whole story, right? Because it just felt like he almost never had a game.
Yeah, exactly. He didn't. The pick of the Naga was good. This time they showed kind of Thunder Predator as should be done when you play with tempo. They hunt the Naga, they hunt the Spectre constantly so he can't farm. They reduce the map as early as possible. They pick heroes as well that can punish the Spectre in the IO pick, which I was surprised Thunder didn't do, right? Especially when they got pummeled by the same exact idea by Quincy yesterday, but anyway. And on top of that, they also proceeded to choke for fun to death towards the late game, right? Not committing any blunders, not overextending, not pushing because they knew it wasn't their strong suit. They just needed to wait this game out, and that's what happened. For fun made a mistake, and Zoomers took the win.
Exactly. Zoomers are going to take the victory here versus the Millennials. It's not a best of 4, but it is a best of 2 instead between 4 Fun and 4 Zoomers. Do stick around, guys. You're watching Realms Collide 2, The Burning Darkness, with Seeking Dragon Abo Plus. We'll be right back after a short break with game number 2. We'll see you then.
Hello, guys, and welcome to the Voice of the Realm. We're here back again with the fourth series of the day,
No,
third series
that
of
is
the day,
incorrect.
third series of the day,
Alvaro is a
third
liar.
series of the day. We're casting Realms Collide 2, The Burning Darkness, and we have a match between 4Fun and 4Zoomers.
Yeah, and that one was, just farming for forever right there for the 4Zoomers. And honestly, that match was forsaken for fun for quite a long time, wasn't it? For probably like 14 to 40 minutes.
Pretty good alliteration, but I couldn't tell. Was it an F sound or a TH sound?
Yeah, well, listen, maybe if I spoke Castellano Spanish, I think it would help a little bit. Huh? What do you think?
Castilian, dude.
Yeah, well,
It's actually a word in English.
What am I, made of castles? How am I supposed
Which
to know
you
that?
should start using, by the way,
I
because
should-
Spanish is actually an
what am I,
inherently
I'm-
racist word.
I'm supposed to know. I'm supposed to know everything about castles now. All of a sudden.
Castile, known for Castile Castle.
For
Same.
castles.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty similar. Anyway, looks like we're going to get to see Envy on a different purple hero this time, but still in the same realm as he will be picking up the Faceless Void.
They have last pick, so they should have an advantage this time.
Yep.
Last time they got a big counter because they didn't have last pick. Because I keep saying this. Like, I'm very surprised when I see teams like first pick Spectre and then they don't get punished. I feel like all the good teams, when they play against Quincy Crew, when you play against For Fun, when you play against Four Zoomers, all the fours.
All the fours.
All the NA teams will counter that Spectre so hard, and rarely will teams actually make that work. Though, to be honest, For Fun did beat Quincy, I believe, in the Summit Final with a first pick Spectre, or one of the games, obviously. But now people are wising up. Like, that hero has been in the meta for so long. People have figured out how to counter, particularly the IO Spectre, which is why it's still surprising when I see teams that don't know how, because you just need to copy them.
Well, and here it is, actually. Speaking of the Wisp, he has appeared.
Wisp Tusk, though, is something Four Zoomers did earlier this tournament. You weren't there. I was casting it with Arthur. That combo is absolutely bonkers. They take the idea from SA, which is Infamous's idea of the offlane Tusk. Yes, I know. Papita was the first person I ever seen to actually use that, even considering other regions. And they combine it now with the IO to have an incredibly strong lane. Zero also plays on lane really well. He understands Tusk to a nice degree. He knows when to power spike, when to punish the enemy heroes. Of course, against heroes like Faceless Void, not so strong, because Faceless Void can't hold his own. Last time they saw this, they did it against a Spectre. But still, you're up against Undying. That's one of the best techniques against Undying.
Oliver's very excited, so you may have missed the point there, but it is what he is suggesting is a Tusk 3, not a Tusk 4, like maybe many people are thinking.
No, it's definitely a Tusk offlane. I was working with the assumed knowledge. I apologize, guys. Yeah, I've seen this.
You gotta remember, we watch a lot of Dota.
I do watch a lot.
Not
of Dota.
everyone watches a lot of Dota, so a lot of
People in the chat do. If you're watching an Dota, you watch a lot of Dota.
Well, I don't really know if that's true. You'd be surprised.
I think we have a nice community of good Dota watchers and the occasional better.
Well, you know,
Privyet, betters.
we'll take a look. Yes, Privyet, it's all the Russian I know. Besides, like, the battle chatter.
Huh?
Yeah. Have you ever play a Battlefield game?
No.
Oh, basically, they're just, hello, sniper, get down, shit,
okay.
go.
You know how to say all those things? It's pretty impressive. It's
Uh,
pretty good. It's more than I know. I can say my dad stole my motor.
that's a
And
very
I don't have a dad.
specific.
Duolingo has really screwed up phrases. man.
Yeah, Duolingo. That owl dude, he's coming for you. He's how dare you smack talk me on stage.
Void
He's
with a
gonna
Marana.
say, please repeat after me in Russian. Do you want to die?
Void with the Marana is a pretty good combo. I like it especially when you have some sort of healing on the other side, because it extends the chrono. As you've mentioned this a couple times, getting the extra 4 seconds. Void always has 2 choices in the chrono, right? You kind of use the chrono with a bunch of damage and you kill everyone, or alternatively, you pick up a bit more team fight and you try to make the chronos one of your many team fight spells.
Yep.
Clearly, for Zoomers, they see the Void early, going to bring both healing and tanky cores. So the best way to ensure that the chrono still works is with extra stuns, like the Marana stun. Also, the chrono with a Tombstone, not bad. You can put Tombstone in the chrono, set up the zombies. I like to drive for fun, but the lane of Tusk IO still worries me, because they're going to destroy the Undying.
My computer just decided to lose all the heroes. I apologize about that. I have no idea why that happened. Okay, so we'll be
That happens sometimes as a Dota bug.
Yep, we'll be extra clear about who gets drafted next, because it's not going to be plainly obvious. But for fun, yeah, I agree with you, right? Because the thought process early on in Chronos is you simply lack damage as a Faceless Void, especially against some tankier heroes, especially against a Wisp. And Zoomers are going to be playing into that one. The arrow is really nice because you can extend it for basically a free plus 2-3 seconds, which is usually what Faceless Void is missing at that point. It depends what the build is, right? How difficult your lane is. Sometimes you see like a 2-1-2. Sometimes you see 1-1-3 in a very aggressive lane, but that can leave you very open to, dying, right? Because I think time lock level 1 cooldown is like 24 seconds or something.
Yeah, it's really bad.
It's
And
really
you really
bad.
can't go for a time lock build this game. You can't. Not in the lane, at least.
Not against an ogre Tusk.
No, against Tusk.
No, I know, but even still, an ogre ganks your lane, you're just dead.
Yeah, but he's probably not gonna. But sure. The Void though is gonna have a really tough lane here, and your support is useless because Undying, particularly, has low armor. The best way to counter an Undying is actually with Tusk most of the time. You're like, oh, he's a strength hero. Yeah, but a strength hero deals a lot of damage independent of his own base damage. So your decay doesn't actually reduce his damage that much, and you have very low armor, which they take advantage of. The Tide though is a good way to secure your off lane. One of the more secure. Oh, Tide does show up. Interesting.
Oh yeah, Tidehunter's there.
It was really funny if Four Zoomers picks up a Ricky, because it's actually a really good pick here, and it would work with the
and he wouldn't show up for some reason. Permanent invisibility,
Yeah, no, but Ricky's actually a really solid pick here if they want to run a mid or carry. Four Zoomers still need to pick up their carry and their mid. They don't have last pick this time, so it's up to They have to decide which one they find more valuable, which here they think it's like just the perfect counter. I think it's a Tide. You have a fair amount of options still in the lane. I don't think you're too threatened by the Tide. And the mid laners, there's not that many consistent mid laners that you could pick. So maybe you want to secure your mid laner first. Something like Conka, Void Spirit, Ember, whatever it is. Something secure. Even the Storm is actually kind of decent here. Because Storm will take advantage of your lineup more as it's very global.
If you really want to just screw with Envy, just pick the Naga again, because that always creates a lot of problems for a Faceless Void. Either you have to 100% get Naga in the Chrono, and then you're probably not going to catch Wisp, who can relocate them out. Or if you don't catch Naga in the Chrono, you just Song and absolutely shit on their team fight.
I can see how Naga
Pardon
is
my
pretty
French.
useful. I could see how Naga is useful, but there's ways to set up on the Naga, like initiating with Ravage and Arrow.
Oh, that's a little
Ooh.
different.
That's something that Zoomers did used to run a fair amount. They love that Clinks. Sandboy
Yeah,
Clinks is a
yeah.
special.
They used to actually run it as support back in the day when you could, and you
Also-
still got death pack damage. I think it was Husky who used to play it. He got his only Rampage in professional play. On
Yeah,
the
but
hero.
that was the first. That
was
a
a
bit of a
long time ago, though.
that was a bit of a copy of what Nigma did though, because Kuroki did that first. But it's true that Zoomers did love that carry pick. Sandboy Clinks, he's really good on the hero, and I actually don't mind against the Faceless Void in general. Really good with Tusk particularly, because tag team works even better here with the Strafe and the new, or I guess new old Clinks, because he's back to the old Clinks.
Yep.
With a Death Pack can survive
Yeah,
Faceless
yeah.
Void Chrono relatively
Yeah,
easily.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
It's
it's
a very
pretty
good
good
point.
pickup.
It does well, of course, obviously, with the bonus attack speed up from Wisp, right? Because anyone that has generally auto attack modifiers like your Drow, like your Clinks, like your Silencer, with bonus attack speed is going to be doing way, way, way more damage.
Sure.
I mean, that's just a basic little interaction there.
And overcharge. Actually, the bigger thing about overcharge, I would say, with Clinks is that it gives you some damage reduction with your insane HP and your really good stat game. By the way, it makes it difficult to kill the hero, and he's great against Tidehunter in lane because Tidehunter Anchor Smash is completely useless against the Clinks.
It's true. He gets most of the damage off the arrows anyway.
So for fun now, it will probably ban the more consistent mid laners. In fact, Konka here, I would ban 100%.
That's a good ban on the Pango, though. Can't disagree with that one. The only issue I see really thus far is Zoomers. They do need some sort of mid laner that is somewhat capable of taking out a Tombstone. Because right now, Clinks is okay, but then no one else is realistically doing damage in your team fights. Yeah, I think you kind of need a +1. Tusk isn't.
Oh no, with the
that
Bloodlust
bad.
and the Io and the Clinks, I think Io can just take care of the Tombstone with Overcharge because that's what you use the attack speed for. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think the Tombstone
But
is
then
that
you
big a
don't want to
deal.
be using Tombstone that early in the fight if Clinks is not going to be, Because
No.
you do need it for your damage resist. Because then I feel like they just disengage and re-engage
you mean
with
overcharge? You
Chrono.
don't
With
use overcharge
overcharge.
so early.
Yeah, you don't want to use overcharge so early. Because like you're saying, I agree with you. The overcharge is really, really good with your Clinks. I think they might. Oh, no, they're not thinking Lena, obviously, because they just banned it. So there's no way you're going to be picking a Lena if you ban it.
Yeah, ban Lena and Zeus. I'm thinking that they're going for a laner like I'm either leaning towards the spirits, as in the Void Spirit, particularly probably Void Spirit, honestly, because otherwise you would mind the Storm. TA would also be a possibility.
That's the
That was a good guess. I just really like the Konka. Konka's just very solid here. Damage mitigation for the Chrono, dealing with Tidehunter super easily with the X marks the spot.
Yeah, the lore advantage there, of course.
Sure. He's also very beneficial with the. He's also much benefited from the IO.
Yeah, he's good against the bottom too, UX marker, and you go ahead and leap as far as you want, you stupid cat. You're still coming back home with me.
Yep. He's a solid hero overall. I mean, of course, that would be Void Spirit. Ember is also fine in general as a pick. Or Invoker.
Yeah,
Sure.
go
I mean, you went for
Invoker.
one of the more consistent ones. Invoker, I like as much as the Konka, actually. He's up there in the top echelons, much better than the Spirits. Because Tornado is a great counter initiation tactic. Very similar to Konka, actually. Not damage mitigation, though, in the traditional sense, but in the literal Tornado sense, right? And the EMP.
In the literal tornado sense? What is the tornado sense?
Tornado sense that you're preventing damage by lifting them out to the air. Tornado sense.
Tornado
Yeah,
sense.
tornado sense of the
I
word.
thought you were gonna say it's like a microcurrency in the game. Tornado sense. You need a bunch of tornado bucks, and they turn into hurricane
No,
dollars.
you're thinking of sense, not sense. I speak the Queen's English,
For
friend.
fun with the Ember.
Okay.
Yeah.
Odd choice to Ember to the Invoker, especially because it's Quas Wex. Usually you don't want that lane, but actually now Embers are better because Light of Fist got buffed.
Yeah, I was gonna say it should be Sleight of Fist. Good damage in a Chrono as well. You could
Sure.
follow up with a few stacks of the. Now the heroes are reappearing as they get drafted up. But you can throw a few stacks of your Flame Remnants on top of them, just like we
No.
exploded.
Faceless Void decided that he's not appearing.
Yeah.
Oh, because he's not picking it. That's why.
Not Envy is he's trying to finish his teamfight tactics game real quick before this one gets started.
I like for Zuber's draft again a bit more. I'm not gonna lie. I think the draft is a bit superior. I do think that the draft's a bit harder to execute. I want to see how the Tusk lane does this time because I think if they don't have the strongest lane that they did when I first saw this combo, then it wouldn't be as strong. But I think that four Zoomers can just run with this game and might 2-0 for fun, especially considering last game's execution. The team fight for 4 fun though is very strong. That's a power. There's a lot riding both on Invoker to stop these team fights from happening, and also on Tusk from making these lanes go well. So we'll see.
That's kind of what I'm thinking about as well. There's some really strong team fight for fun. The Zoomers, though, they're undefeated for a reason, right? So far, I believe this is now their 9th win in a row, I want to say. They played 4 matches. This is their 5th, so it's going to be their 9th win in a row. They're looking for 10, which puts them in a very, very healthy position in terms of upper bracket eligibility for moving on to the playoffs. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to say that Moo is going to wreck this off lane, but you're right about Tusk having damage independent of his own right-click damage. But still, I mean, I don't know. It's going to be kind of sketch depending on how many points, if any, he puts into the Soul Rip. Sometimes you see him max the Tombstone. I think that is going to be making a little bit of a difference here.
I'm pretty confident in offlane. My question is how much they're going to beat him by. But I'm pretty confident. I would be very surprised if 4Fun won that safe lane versus offlane matchup, unless they play a tri lane, which might be a solution actually here, because you can actually solo the Tidehunter. And obviously Tidehunter doesn't enjoy the Clinks, but Clinks doesn't have enough kill potential for a Tide.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very
true. An option.
Yep. Well, that's going to be our draft then set up. I don't know. I kind of want to say I like 4Fun's roster just because they have the better team fight, in my opinion.
I wouldn't go with 4 Zoomers. I trust this Tusk IO combo. It's really, really strong.
Well, we've had a lot of 4s, and why don't you do us the chore of giving us a follow on Twitch? Welcome back, everyone. You just missed a very large introduction here, courtesy of the Gunner Master Tier Invoker. And of course, you got 2 Master Tier casters, Seek and Strike and Avo Plus here on the call with you, bringing you game number 2 here. Hopefully, it's a bit more exciting than game number 1, as that one was. Well, it's just a really clean game out from the Zoomers. I don't think they can complain if this game went the exact same way, as they would then be 10-0 throughout their current run in the group stage, and they would be getting another 2-0 win here versus another NA team that maybe people weren't expecting them to beat, especially given that they have a brand new offlaner who, honestly, has been working without a hitch. We'll see here as we're going to be getting underway now with the game number 2 here. Don't forget, guys, we got another match after this one. That's all right, Avo. It's your favorite team. Don't fall out of your chair. Hold on to your butt. It's going to be Beast Coast.
Against?
Beast Coast? Oh, who are they playing? Oh, they're playing Quincy. So
okay,
another NA matchup. There you go. Sorry.
I mean, I knew who they were playing against, but I want you to announce it fully. I just love that you think that if I hold on to my butt, that's why I don't fall off my chair.
Then you can't fall over. That's why people say hold on to your butt.
Is that really a thing in America? They say that?
Yeah, we say it all the time, you know? Whenever the teacher comes in and she's like, oh boy, we got a big announcement for the class. And we're like, oh, everybody's got to hold on to your butts. Otherwise,
is that because the butt falls off the chair because of like obesity or something?
Well, no, because we get so excited that we fall out of our chair. Like you.
Okay, I'm not going to. All right, sure. I like learning about your culture, Richie. I appreciate that. Thank you for teaching me that.
Potom is going to be looking to be as annoying as impossible here. Snake King, that is, versus Sammy Boy, having already the
look at Envy.
Arrow.
Yep, already pushed out. This combo is ridiculous. It's so good. Loving it.
But with the Blightstone here already, that's what I was going to say. It's going to allow him to do, a little bit more damage to Husky. I mean, this Ogre, he very strong. He starts off with 7 armor, but with Gush now, we're actually talking some minus armor here. You can see -2 already onto the Clinks with the Gush level 1. For always forget about the Gush build. That's the thing to do these days, isn't it? Envy.
I'm just looking at bot. I'm sorry. I just love this combo so much. It's so satisfying to watch him destroy them. Yeah, the Gush build is good.
Bullied.
It's particularly good against Clinks because I think that Clinks is a hero that, yes, quote-unquote, beats Tidehunter in lane, but he doesn't beat him by killing him. There's really little kill potential against a Tide because Clinks doesn't have kill potential in lane most of the time. It's mostly you punishing mistakes that any team messes up and a lot of harassment. So you can play much more aggressively here, and Gush is a great way to deal with the Clinks and to annoy him and maybe even set up kills on the Ogre Magi. Who knows?
Yep. I mean, that's easier said than done onto this very, very, very tanky, chonky boy, especially as he's got the Arcana. But, you know, you never know. Always want to give yourself that opportunity here. I mean, there's some serious damage. You're going to actually use a leap charge, and this could be first blood. Look at that. I doubted it, and maybe I was correct, as it looks like Snake King nearly is first blood there. Husky just going to back off on the tower, use the little Fairy Fire, and go ahead and heal himself right back up to just about full HP. Well, we see down bottom, though. Mu absolutely getting owned by the combo, especially level 2 here. The Ice Shards leaves him with absolutely nowhere to go. Has already dropped the Tombstone, however, keeping them at bay. Slowed down by quite a bit. My goodness, the bash is there. Ocean redoing the tether, but he will still get ran down. Envy fully expecting that one, and that's first blood now into Ocean.
Very, very well played. I think I actually forgot when they played this combo first, but they learned a lot from that matchup. In that match, what they did, the mistake they did is they went for a typical Undying build, which was with Soul Rip. But particularly to beat this combo, because Tusk is melee, the best way to deal with it is just that Tombstone. So you're only attack team level 1, mind you, so you're not strong enough. We'll see attack team level 2 now, and how strong that is. But that Tombstone was a really good idea by Mu, and now this lane becomes much more difficult for them. Thank God for the Magic Stick on 0, so you can keep on putting pressure. Yeah. We have to play around this time.
See, that's what I was curious about when I was saying, I don't know, it depends on the build, right? The problem is, of course, as we're going to begin to see, is that Tombstone's got probably, I mean, not probably, it does have a really long cooldown, let's be honest, right? 85 seconds level 1, reduced by 5 seconds every single level. So you, and compared to, of course, the mana the cooldown of Tag Team, which is only 24 seconds, and when max is 15, like, yeah, it's good every now and then, but I don't really see how it's possible for him to constantly be able to push against Zero's tag team here. So we'll see how it goes as well. Speaking of tag team, dropping another one. Soul Rip to try and keep himself alive a bit longer. Envy getting involved, but there's the kill, courtesy of Ocean.
Yeah. You see what I was telling you? This combo's ridiculous.
Yep.
It's really strong. Even if with a build that was correct time move, you only get a bit more help. And even regardless, I mean, it doesn't matter if they're getting kills here. They're still stopping Envy from farming. There's no way, or usually you wouldn't see a Klinks having the same last hit as a Void. Klinks sucks at last hitting early, and it's no surprise if Boy missed a bunch of them. It happens. The animation is the worst. Your attack damage is awful. But he's actually keeping up with the Void just because of Tusk putting pressure all the time.
Oh, good tornado, and the rune will be denied right in front of Aurelio's face by Gunnar. That one's gonna hurt. Yeah, there it is. Just hit him with more voice lines, Gunnar. That'll make him not want to dive you in 30 minutes.
I love that voice line. It's my favorite voice line because it actually is a reference to the old Dota 1 where it was called Carl. With a C. Because that was his name before he was known as the Invoker, apparently, according to Loa.
Yeah, when he was in class. I mean, what? They don't just they didn't call you Avo plus Darklight Caster when you were in 2nd grade, right? They called you Alvaro.
No, they call me Avo, of course.
That's what I mean.
That's why my name comes from. No, Avo, no. I mean, they call me Plus, right? Because that was not my grade.
That's what I'm saying. That wasn't part of it. Just like the Invoker. It wasn't the Invoker until he made his 3 orbs.
I guess that makes sense. I see your point.
Envy is going to be going for the Battle Fury this game, hoping to try and keep the farm up. I just want to stay mid and just see. It's hilarious. Ryoya just pops Flame Guard and Gunnar goes, nope, and just immediately tornadoes him. He's already got it invoked, of course, just waiting on that one in case he dares to use it again. Snake King doing well here to keep Husky at bay and try and keep him off of the rune. And of course, with Leap, he's going to be able to beat the Ogre 9 times out of 10 there to that rune.
Good Tombstone then down bottom. And we see again that's keeping them at bay, and that's ensuring that MV can have a pretty decent lane. Good job, Boo. I like when I see this, right? I see when clearly pro players are watching other teams and they learn from their other mistakes, right? That's good. That's the kind of progress I want to see. So well played, Moo here.
Yeah.
And it made this lane much more survivable. They were prepared for this. That's why they didn't ban the Tusk early, like a lot of teams have been doing against Force Zoomers.
I think again the problem is now you don't have it for right now. It's okay because you do have a time walk and also 19 wand charges.
It's the best out of a bad situation. That's all you can
It is. And he's going to be putting more points into the Soul Rip now. Okay, we'll see how this works. Undying's got a little bit of depth to him. You might be surprised. He's not just stupid zombie man that steals your strength. He's, you know, you got to put down
complex zombie man that steals your strength.
Yeah, that's what he is in pub. Oh, Envy though. He's getting slapped around a bit. Again, just feel free to do that every now and then. And out of tag team range. Yeah, I mean, it works, though, is the thing, right? It does work. Plus, I feel like, that. I mean, again, just because the cooldown's so short on tag team, it becomes
That's why it's so strong.
You can see Envy, he just needs to back away because he's not going to have time walk. And basically, then Zero's going to go back in. And guess what? You basically have unlimited mana because of the Wisp tethered to you. I mean, there's so many problems to this. So I don't know. I don't know how they do very well in this lane here. Envy. Okay, there it is. Just showing off how much you can time walk.
Yeah, I would say that Force Zoomers, they drafted a really good combo, but I think for fun adapted as best as they could to this combo, right? Which you can't ask for more, right? Seriously, at this point, to just either ban the Tusk or accept it and you deal with this lane, and this is probably the good lane that they could run. Well
Takes
played,
a fair
Sammy.
bit of damage. Doesn't have very much damage now to speak of after he gets, well, basically half of it subtracted. But still, with burning arrows, doing a fair number.
I mean, actually, Anchor Smash doesn't really bother him, to be honest, because your base damage is such garbage.
Yeah.
I guess the way to counter Tidehunter, right? Just pick a hero that doesn't hit hard. You just need the Searing Arrows to give you the bonus damage. That's why I like the Clinks against Tidehunter. They go now for Brax. No Ravage just yet. Brax, I think he might just die to the last arrow. There we go. The fiery combo will beat him, and Snaking is out of leap charges. 9 more seconds till the next leap charge. They have a Fire Blast. Even with the infused raindrops, he will not survive. Sandboy activates that strafe at the end just to ensure the kill occurs. Well played. Well played.
Yep, very good job here in top end now. Bottom lane, as we do have our Quas Wex Invoker ganking the bottom lane. He's looking for his first 2 earn charges, and it's going to be hard pressed to find him here, especially with a Tombstone available and ready. Envy so close to level 6, just needs to kill a creep wave as well, as now they're going to get another TP on in, courtesy of Rayoya. Ocean getting ran down by Envy currently, does have level 6, obviously not wanting to use it here though. Good tether, however, should get Ocean off into the safety as the arrow will sail clear of any targets. And I believe TPing off and home is going to be 0, so a lot to do about nothing.
Snaking. Was that much ado about nothing, like the Shakespeare play?
Yeah.
Good reference.
Gunner he's got another arrow. He already missed the first one. He's going to miss the second one.
Wait, top lane though, Brax could die again because they see them around the bottom, so they just punish Brax. The strength of the Clinks is starting to show. Not even max the Searing Arrows. That's just the Death Pact. Now he has base damage, by the way, but it can, of course, just avoid. Oh, no, never mind. That doesn't happen anymore. It just gives you bonus damage as a green damage, so it's all good.
Yep.
Gunner tries to take the rune. This time it won't work because Ryoya is wise and dumb about this. Well played. But 4 Zoomers here. That was a really nice play by Gunner. Good rotation. I think they're taking advantage of the Quaswex Invoker. There's very few heroes that can rotate earlier than an Ember. Quaswex Invoker happens to be one of them. So you still have that advantage in terms of tempo, and he just went there to save their asses.
He does need to get that first kill, though, right? Or at least be nearby to collect the earn charges. Because from there, then the kills, they start rolling in, right? Like a pim. Like a bowling alley, like a pinball, I was going to say. But pinballs, they don't really be rolling. They be bouncing. So that's what Gunnar really needs at this point. It's going to be a little bit difficult here. No one really ganks the Ember Spirit at this stage of the game too well on their team. And it's definitely not going to be Sammy Boy because he needs to keep farming the jungle. We don't quite have Relocate. That could potentially be, the first kill, I think, is what they're going to be looking for. But, of course, Gunnar, he's looking to get the ball rolling as soon as he can. As you do with Quaswex.
That's what they want to do, though. Last time I saw this, they also played around the Relocate timing. That's why Tusk and Io are sharing this experience, as opposed to Io giving Tusk any sort of solo experience. They just gank the Relocate as soon as they have it. In the top lane, Husky could... No, I don't know what to say. Could be in trouble. He's an Ogre match. In fact, they actually forced a rotation from the Invoker. Now going for Tidehunter, but Sandyboy puts himself in range for the Anchor Smash. It doesn't matter.
There it is.
Searing Arrows from Death Pact, so good. Snaking, still hit by that Cold Snap.
We have a Tombstone, and it's level 3 Soul Rip. Are we going to put it on the ward spot? Absolutely. Will this save Rayoya? Yes, it will. Good arrow there onto Gunnar. Will he'll keep him locked down for a bit. As the Tornado will force out the last leap charge. Gunnar, careful here. Nearly dying now to this Tombstone zombies, as they will actually have to clear the horde, and alive on 30 HP. That Rayoya has been baited back in. Now Samboy looking for this kill. Rayoya, does he have any healing? Nope. Soul Rip was back up in but a mere second, and even then, with no units around, I don't think it would have been enough healing. And now the counter rotation as well. Morana's been punished now by 0, and the Relocate. They're looking to now get Sammy Boy here. Actually, I think he should just... maybe you get him back. I don't know. We do have Brax nearby. He's got a Ravage. What is he going to do? Ravage and then TP away. As Moo is going to be next to fall. Tornado is going to miss. That's okay. Sunstrike as well is going to miss, and that's okay.
The power of the taunt, huh? You can't guess where the Undying is literally facing. So it's really hard to guess where he's going.
Very true. Very true.
That's a little pro move, by the way. A lot of pros do that when they try to run away on Undying. It's actually pay to win. No joke, that taunt.
It's hard to tell which direction you're actually facing because you do a little dance, so it can look like you turn on a dime. It killed Envy's courier as well, so absolutely no chill here. He's like, man, dude, this game sucks. I want to just play TFT. Get me out.
Yeah. And Sandboy is about to finish his Midas as well, which is a great item to ensure the farm on Clinks. And they're playing really well with their timings. I love that they actually went aggressive before the Ridiculous was even available. And then once it was available, they trusted them to join in, right? That's the kind of coordination that Zoomers is known for, and why it's so lovely to watch them play, honestly.
Yep.
Now, Zero is threatening this bottom lane. It's really difficult to kill Envy because he has 2 ways to escape. Time Walk, which is maxed, of course, and Chronosphere. Time Walk wasted there, but he still has the Chrono, so they don't want to go. Okay. He just used the Chrono. He actually can't believe that just happened, though. They got the arrow as well on Sandy Boy. They're
nice
both
job
really weak here.
Range.
Where's the Invoker? Boy helped a bit by the Snowball. Can they run away? Boy still surviving. They try for the relocate, but they kill the Io in time. The Tornado comes a bit too late. They've already lost the Tusk and the Io. Luckily, Boy is still alive, though, so they accomplished their main goal. And Gunner gives him enough time.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, Envy walking into the ice wall wasn't helping. Searing Chains, no combo, will cancel Gunner. Deafening Blast to give him some more time. Will that be sufficient, though? The Soul Rip will kill him off as Eternal Envy shows off his time-walking skills and will just dive the tower and walk away.
Yep, indeed. Very good fight there for Fun, as they do end up catching in a good Chrono onto 2. He's like, I'm going to fake it. I'm going to force something. And he's like, okay, I'm just going to drop Chrono, you know, whatever. I don't care anymore. And it turns into a really good fight because he's got teammates running in to support him. Nice job there. Tombstone as well actually just kind of forces them back, even if it's not the best place Tombstone. It ensures that they're not going to dive any further, and a great follow-up arrow onto Sammy Boy, like we were saying during the draft, basically guarantees that kill. And good job there indeed. They had 2 more kills there, Tusk and Wisp, and they overall having a pretty good time. Then Brax does well to get some recovery farm in. He's still a bit off of the enemy offlaner, of course, but is hoping to at least do a little bit more damage. Unfortunately, he can't really be in lane versus Sammy Boy because he's, well, just going to die, quite frankly. But now they are going to be looking to bring some rotations over. Sammy Boy is going to read this very, very nicely. He sees no one looking to defend that mid lane tower, probably realizes that they're coming his way, puts on a defensive scan to make sure he's not going to get gone on, and out and away he goes. By the way, there was a good Reddit post about this one, about Skeleton Walk exit summons a burning army skeleton versus the 1.75 mana regen.
What was it? It was like 25% of a clarity or something was the joke they used. Yeah, I mean, that's a bad way to look at it, but it's true.
It's very true.
The name of the post was All Talents Are Viable. I remember that.
Yeah.
Top post, top post.
There's another one that's real bad that comes to mind, which is Winter Wyvern plus 1% healing. It was so bad, Ice Frog didn't nerf it by 20%.
Alacrity on the because they couldn't, I guess. He could have put 0.75%.
So
yeah, Alacrity is another good way to take advantage of the Tusk, and we didn't really think about it, but there's so much, like, this. That's why I like Zoomer's lineups as well. There's so much synergy in this lineup, so many things to give attack speed, the Tether, the Invoker Alacrity, the Bloodlust of well, and then you have 2 things to take advantage of the attack speed.
No, you got a good point, right? It's like a minus. I mean, you've got the buff, of course, with tag team. But
and then the Searing Arrows as well.
And the Searing Arrows, yeah.
2 great ways to take advantage of these attack speeds and a lot of buffs. Very well thought out in general. Husky though, double damage, hit him with the arrow. Tornado, giving him some space. EMP as well. They go for the Ember, and really gets cancelled, but the Ravage will start to counter initiate with a Chrono onto it. It's a really good Chrono as they put Io in the edge. They want to kill the Io, but Deafening Blast stops him from doing so, and the tide will fall. Boy in the middle of this fight is just tearing through for fun. You think he's a Drow Ranger, but they hit surprised by an arrow. Oh, Sammy Boy, too close to the high ground. Gunner dusted and dead, and Zero will also fall. Well, maybe fall. He still has a Snowball here. And the Snowball might kill Snaking. Starstorm will finish him off, but at the same time as Snaking.
Yeah, so that's what I was kind of talking about when I said we don't really have a Tombstone hitter this game. We got a lot of buffs to go for it, but no one really wants to stop, doing their thing, right, to go actually hit the Tombstone. Because, I mean, they can do it very clearly. We just talked about all the attack speed buffs they have, but they just fought around Tombstone, continue fighting. They didn't really have a choice as Envy dropped a really great Chrono. His team didn't have a choice either. He chronoed freaking half of his team there as well. Works out pretty darn nicely for him, though. I'm sure he's not complaining. And, and if his team is complaining, he's telling them to shut up because now they're winning. And 9-10 then the kill score here. 15 minutes in. Sammy Boy is going to go ahead and Midas up the Envy left.
Okay.
My goodness, was that Rayoya in this area?
Yeah, he just walked in, they'd use everything, and they're like, oh no, I'm just going to Remnant away. Honestly, that team fight was really well played by Fun. I think the big, but it was a slight mistake by Samboy's positioning. I made the joke like, oh, they think he's a Drow Ranger, just surrounding him. Yeah. But the reality of it is that by surrounding him, they actually made it harder for Samboy to know what's going on, right? Because there's so many things going on around him. And he was standing so close to the high ground that they took advantage of that to hit him with the arrow, which he literally could not see, right? Yeah. Boy did not consider that in the fight, and that was particularly really good by Snaking to go up to the high ground and use the arrow.
And there were just like a million zombies around, so he got chunked by the Decay. I'm sorry, by the Soul Rip make that. And Decay, of course, reduces his strength and makes it even less, and then he gets very sad. But Yeah, I mean, just so much damage there, just to burst through Sandboy. He was not expecting that one. I mean, even with Death Pact, you know, you reduce his strength. Death Pact just gives you a flat amount of HP, so you can't actually reduce it. It's a lot like each hero. They start with, I think, what, 200 base HP, or 100 and 200 mana? I think it's 200 HP, 100 mana. You can't go any lower than that. Basically, with Death Pact active, you can't go lower than, well, it depends on how much health you get. You can't go lower than the percentage you steal plus 100, right? So Decay, not actually all that strong against him.
No.
But I'll tell you what is percentage-based
wow.
damage increase. And
Well,
they just kill Aurelia.
we literally just talked about what happened with the high ground and how you have to be careful about with stuns, and that's exactly what just happened with Aurelia as well. Both of these heroes got cancelled by stuns from the high ground, taking advantage of the vision. Small but really effective plays, and this is how you actually get the, you know, these kind of really hard to kill heroes or really elusive heroes.
You want to see Roche die real fast, by the way?
Oh yeah, tag team plus Clinks.
Well, and, you know, Overcharge and, you know,
Alacrity, Desolator, Bloodlust.
Bloodlust. Yeah, you got them all. Although Husky is not really opting to max Bloodlust this game, instead going for just pure damage, which is working out for them, so can't really complain too much.
Just for damage, by the way, guys. He doesn't actually mean pure.
Yep.
That was very confusing in Dota. I apologize. It's just, yeah.
Anyway, what was I going to go on about? Oh, right. I remember when Tag Team got reworked and everyone's like, oh, it works with Death Ward, it works with the Spider Lanes. Look at how broken this is. And then nobody ever used it here. The Zoomers are now, you know, they've been waiting for this one, and they feel like this patch is going to remove it or something, because now they're just playing it all the time.
The offlane Tusk has been getting really popular, particularly in this region. So I'm not surprised that they're trying something cheesy. That's what Zoomers do, right? They see a popular pick and they go, how can we cheese this? And then you watch this, and it reminds you a bit of, like, honestly, OG, Wings, these kind of teams that try to be extra creative.
Oh, Wings. Pudge techies in the grand finals.
Well, no, because they invented the, people always forget the Wings afterwards, but they were the guys that invented, unfortunately, the combo of Brewmaster with Alacrity. When they gave the Brewlings, they gave the Earth Brewling Demolish, which hit buildings really hard, and they would just give that hero Alacrity, and they would take buildings, and you couldn't do anything, right? It was very, very well played.
Yeah, Demolish, by the way, the same on the Earth Panda. Sorry, Earth Panda. It is, that's true, but also more...
the Lone Druid.
Lone Druid Bear, thank you very much. Is what you should think of.
Cold Snap, Ice Shards on the high ground. They actually closed up Sammy Boy though, and the Ravage might punish him. They also have a Chrono with the arrow. Can they kill Sammy Boy in time? They're lacking damage with a Tornado, giving Sammy Boy a couple more seconds to live, and the damage on Sammy Boy is too high. He's not even moving. He just hits everything around him. Void dies, Titanor 2. You're only missing the Ember and the Mirana. They're going for the easier kill as Mirana. Gunner with that Cold Snap earn, snaking will fall. Gunner's been playing a standout in both of this.
I gotta say real fast that I was clicked onto the Ogre Magi that entire fight. Not the best target, I know, but I was just curious because I saw him multicast many times. He was on an 11 times multicast streak, which according to the in-game thing is a 1 in 24 odds at that point. This man should open some Dire Tide chests or something. That was incredible.
Yeah.
Here it is. Look at this. 12 times now. 1 in 32.
Why are you playing Dota and not going for the lottery, Husky? You're wrong game.
What is this? I mean, my goodness, he is popping up. I mean, these things actually make a difference, right? Because he's not only just multi-classing Bloodlust onto people that already have Bloodlust, he's actually fire blasting people and doing, you know, 480 damage instead of 240. You know, that's stonks right there. Yeah, and that doesn't allow then Moo, for example, to actually drop Tombstone in that fight. I don't think the fight, to be honest, looks much differently if they do drop the Tombstone there. You know, I think he's still dead, and I think the rest of 4 Fawn are still dead. But you never know, right? If something goes a little bit different, Gunnar misses a Tornado, which is also very unlikely. But you know, Envy's Chrono placement is even crazier. Maybe then it makes a difference, but not this time. It
was really the Tornado by Gunnar. I said that in the beginning. Gunnar has a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he seems like he does not care. He's playing this game so loosely and so well. And those Ice Shards thought were going to be punished, but they weren't at all. Zero in trouble.
Super dead.
That's right. Brax in trouble. Yeah,
no,
not
Zero.
Zero was
not
chasing.
In trouble. I was about to say, maybe in trouble with the police because he just murdered someone, but he's totally good to go.
Yes, 911. There's this murdering walrus just punching people into the air. Yeah, I just saw it kill a watermelon.
Funny enough, that's basically his lore, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He's just like Tusk does not care about the War of the Ancients. He just wants to fight people. He's like a bar master, and he wants like.
You got Arc Warden, who's like, I am literally made of both Ancients, and it hurts me to fight, but I have to join a side to make sure the Ancients don't destroy all of life. Tusk is like, yeah, I just get real drunk and I like a fighting.
Yeah, and then Brewmaster's like, I like you. You're my favorite hero. Trying to take the middle tower now for Zoomers.
There's a lot of love in the Dota 2 lore. There's a lot of love in there.
Yeah, I like it very much. Alacrity on the catapult is interesting. I haven't seen this in a while. Really? I like it as well that for Zoomers, by the way, it's They lost the Clinks Enchanters combo because IceFrog was tired. In fact, it was their fault that they lost it, by the way. And IceFrog nerfed it, and they're like, well, let's do a DIY Clinks Enchanters this game, right?
Yeah.
Giving in the same amount of damage through a series of buffs, and it's working out wonders.
But the buff bar is even so screwed up. It's going off the screen. I mean, come on, Velvo. What is going on here?
They're even buying Solar Crest, too. That's the degree.
Yeah.
They're just buffing him to ridiculous degree.
By the way, the tower is dead.
Yeah, in a matter of seconds. There's a Alacrity.
There's an Axe Gush at least. That's pretty darn good.
Sandboy is better than a Catapult to Alacrity.
Oh my lord, that was absolutely ridiculous. Finally, all the buffs are going to be ending for now, but he's like, hey guys, I'm going to go destroy buildings real quick. It's like a turbo strategy, you know, that they're using in this game.
I mean, this is what Four Zoomers does best, I think. These picks is what I enjoy to watch. And I don't know,
good chrono?
That's a very good chrono, actually. And they don't have the Death Pact on Sandy Boy, so he's going to die. His first life. Oh, no! He eats a skeleton! That will help him survive there! With the Ravage, though, turning this around. Envy's already fallen. Sandy Boy is going to start hitting. He goes for Ryoya. That's the only source of damage in the team fight. Ryoya does deal enough damage and avoids most of Four Zoomers' assault. You lose the Clinks. He comes back with the Aegis. No help from the Death Pact any longer. Sandy Boy is forced to retreat. But look at Gunnar. He has no chill, hoping to kill Ryoya in the process. Gunnar has enough healing thanks to Ocean, and the relocate might just save him. Now with a snowball, they're concentrating for Ryoya, and they will finally secure the kill on the enemy mid laner, killing Brax as a collateral and only leaving the Undying to live.
Yeah,
your name is Undying, so you'll see all your friends die, and then you will fall.
Level 1 Sunstrike.
Oh, he even snowballed to avoid the arrow, but the arrow actually helped Moo enough.
Gunnar was pretty hilarious in that fight. Is Gunnar dead? He should be fine. Good force step down to the low ground there, Snaking. Just looking for any pickings here. He's been dead so long, he's actually respawned, dying to the tier 3 tower. That's a little embarrassing, but that's okay. It happens. You go deep sometimes. Gunnar, by the way, was hilarious in that fight. He kept invoking spells. He had like Meatball, and he had like, what else is like a, I don't know. Yeah, basically just Meatball. He's like, I have Meatball. It's not going to do literally any damage, though, so he just didn't cast it. He's like, what's the point? I'm just going to give him another freaking wand charge at this point. It's going to do like 6 damage when it lands and 2 damage per second. Just such a terrible spell. Oh, Sammy Boy's at a DD rune, by the way, so they're going to be looking to end the game here pretty much. They smoke up immediately. Snake King is going to break the smoke. He thinks it's just a wisp. Little does he know that it's actually also a Sammy Boy with a DD rune for hitting for 105 plus 271. Nothing to dispel that. That's terrifying. And Sammy Boy now has almost double the net worth of Envy, who is going to be scouted as he is, going to get relocated on. Tornado just missing. Envy's got another time walk in a second. Is he going to live long enough? For now, the answer is yes. There's no Vessel charges, so they can't actually permanently lock him down. But they, honestly, they don't need to, I guess, because Sandboy just, like, 3-shot him. Ocean credited with the kill there.
Yeah, the synergy is bonkers. You actually have a lineup that's not only good at putting pressure on towers, but also good at putting pressure on heroes because of the relocate. Like, there's just no avenue that For Fun can reach and try to win, right? They have a good 5-on-5 engagement, but they have to wait until Clinks becomes not so powerful, right? Because Death Pact, especially in the earlier levels, is just so good because you lack the damage to deal with it.
Pretty bonkers.
Exactly.
Even with the minus armor here of the Aghanim Scepter on Tidehunter, which is really good. You got a Desolator as well on our Ember Spirit.
I mean, his net worth is insane as well, right? Usually Clinks falls off because he can't farm as well, but if you're farming heroes, who cares? You have a Salkarass and a Clinks just for the extra minus armor.
And a BKB that was scouted by Ryoya, but no chance for him to kill that one, unfortunately. They're just looking for damage in a chrono now. The problem is, I mean, Envy is just dying. He is just getting absolutely destroyed this game. I mean, poor dude basically got 3-shot by a Clinks. That was, I mean, DD rune, sure. Yeah, you know, what are you going to do about that one, I suppose? But, oof, that hurts. That one hurts.
I think you just, when you're playing against 4 Zoomers, you gotta ban the Tusk. That's the thing, honestly. You just gotta get rid of that Tusk. It's too powerful, that combo. I mean, the Clinks might have been in consideration in the second phase of bans, but in the first phase, that Tusk is too good. You can't let them do this to you. Or maybe the Ayo if you want to. You think that's the problem. Doesn't really matter, but one of the two. Because I don't think it was really 4 Fun played this badly. I just think that the draft really disables them until this goes late enough and their team fight is superior.
All right, now Ryoya's pissed him off. He's done pissed him off. He cut 3 waves, and that was 1 wave too many. He decided.
Yeah, that's what they should be doing. Cut waves, completely cancel Zoomers from pushing, and take a team fight when it's late enough, and Envy has more farm, more damage.
Yeah, it's just BKB in the battlefield. Now he's still holding on to the double ring of regen here, going next into the Mask of Madness because he knows he just needs any little advantage that he could actually get here. And, well, that's not exactly happening too easily here. The rest of the team, though, looking like they're ready to fight. In they go. Sammy Boy caught by the arrow as well. Do we have anything to stop him? Nice job there Oh,
played,
no,
well played.
Ocean gets trapped. Beautiful chrono placement there. Oh, Envy, though, you've gone a bit too far. You still have BKB to use. The question is, can you even use it here? BKB used now, and the wand charges as they are fighting here. Oh, my goodness. The Gush nearly killing them. Husky is just able to TP out on time. No bash, no arrow to find him. Gunner, in the meantime, is off and away like a thief in the night, and he is safe and sound. They have lost over their complete top lane. A barracks, just the range barracks getting killed there, I suppose, so not the biggest deal. No. And DD Rune then. But hey, a good chrono by Envy. He knows that if he doesn't put that chrono exactly like that, the Whisper's he's going to relocate him to safety. Unfortunately,
insane. He's been playing so well on this chrono, though. Hasn't really missed a single one.
In case not everyone plays Wisp, and maybe they don't know, but you can. Oh, hold that thought, Envy. You're mad.
You can't relocate if you're stunned.
That's right. It's a cast animation. It used to be a channel, and thank God they got rid of that. But it used to be a channel. So basically, you can think about it the same way, right? If you get interrupted in that, then you're unable to actually relocate out, including by, a stun, a Yules, a silence even will do it. Yep. And of course, Chrono is kind of all of them. Chrono is like, yes, I guess, does all of those. So yeah, he gets that one canceled. So nice, very, very important Chrono placement this game for Envy.
For Fun is doing this well now. So they push the lanes out so they actually get a bit more map control because the creeps will be more pushed, so they have better vision on the enemy team. This allows them to take better team fights and they take advantage of the one strength they have, that 5-on-5 engagement, right? I was actually hoping or thinking that Envy needed more items, but honestly, with just the BKB was a huge point of inflection, and they managed to turn that around. So well played by For Fun, taking that little power spike. You gotta keep doing the same thing and being very diligent. By the way, I know people will make fun of us, but I think the Ags pickup on Brax is incredible this game.
Oh yeah, it's so good.
Boosts up the damage in the corner so much, and allows you to push the lanes easily, which is, I think, the biggest asset here. Pushing the lanes with a 7-second cooldown area damage.
It basically is double your Desolator, almost a bit better than a Deso, actually.
Yeah. But the lane pushing from afar is a big deal. You can dead lane so easily with this Tidehunter. You're essentially cosplaying Bloodseeker now, so it's very, very useful.
And hey, now we got some damage on Ryoya, by the way. He's got a full data list, so hey, we're talking. We're talking.
Yeah, he went for the right build this game as well. Desolator data list because he understood Envy cannot go for damage straight away, so he'll mitigate that. Yep. Well played.
Mask of Madness now for Envy. Once he's in a chrono, he's committed to it, obviously, with the BKB as well. Of course, you cannot dispel. It's important to bring up. You cannot dispel Mask of Madness even with the BKB, right? Once you silence yourself, you're silenced, my dude. You're not going to be able to do much about it. And really, anything, I guess. Unless you're like, I guess really anything. I think once you silence yourself, you're silenced until you're either dead or it ends. As Breaking Smokes here is going to be snaking, tossing an arrow to pick up the creep, but they have found Envy. They found Envy. They found Envy, and he's dead.
Ooh, I don't know if that was the right BKB there. The Walrus Punch was always available, and now they can just run you down. They don't have the Chrono. They still have Ravage, and they want to counter-initiate, but there's no buyback.
There's no Envy either for a whole minute. Roche is about to respawn as well, so I'm taking a fair lick of damage here, but of course, 3 times to guess. Brax now with the Ravage catching 2. Do they have the damage for Sammy Boy, though? Oh, Sunstrike. Oh, no, that's the Jokers, though, but they do actually. They've killed Sammy Boy. Nice job there. Brax still nearby. He's got him with the Blink Dagger. Oh, the multicast, though. My goodness. Level 13 and putting that one to good use there is going to be Husky. Is now Brax just standing here awkwardly. He's going to have to be the one here to probably take the death for the team. Arrow will connect here onto Zero. Actually, Brax a bit of a tanky boy, but not for long enough, as now Snaking is going to be locked down thanks to the cold snap. Moose stealing a lot of strength in this fight, up to 32, but he's not really going to be able to do much here, as now his high ground will be Dobin, up to 40 strength. Now quite a strong boy, as Marana will buy back for him now, and that's one way to kill him. Just hit him with the Vessel charges. My goodness, that's way too much damage. Ocean might be down here. Look at all the tower auto attacks chasing him down. Yeah, he's dead. That's the only hero they've lost, though, except for Sammy Boy. That was all at the cost of a buyback as well. But Envy, again, this fight's been so long, he has respawned after being the first dead in the fight, and that was his 9-second BKB utilized.
Okay, it's not ideal that the Yasta faces Void there, but I think you defend it decently and you still kill the Clinks, and killing the Clinks was a really good choice by For Fun. You might have lost the Ember, which is the guy that cuts lanes, but if they just kill your Void and they're just going to run down your lanes, right, the biggest pushing power is on Clinks. You murder him, there's not much pushing power on Zoomer, so it's a good idea to do that to begin with, even if you lose your Ember in the process. He's gone for Glass Cannon. He has to accept that he's going to die many times just to get a kill, and it's fine.
I mean, they're also Glass Cannon, right? Basically, against his lineup, what's the point about building tanky? What do you even build?
That's true. You cannot build tank against
I guess
you really cannot. Yeah, right? Which is not a bad idea here, honestly. And it's a good consideration later.
Yeah, but then the problem is this Ogre just multicasts you 8 times in a row.
Gunner as well, this team fight wasn't able to counter initiate as quickly because Tornado was on cooldown, which was another thing that For Fun was taking into account. So they are playing around the Invoker cooldowns, because without the Invoker, Zoomers would have lost a lot of fights. It was really the Invoker that was stopping For Fun from punishing their mistake, because their 5-on-5 is so
All right,
strong.
break the buff bar, please, again for Zoomers, as we've already got now. Oh, okay, never mind. They're ending another DD room, by the
They
way,
have
for
Crest
Sammy
now.
Boy.
Solar Crest is a very big deal on this Clinks, adding more damage. I don't know if you can go for the Roshan though. That's like it's giving the team fight lineup a chance.
You totally can't go for the Roshan with his DD.
I mean, you can kill it quickly, but if you punch up, I guess it's just the Clinks.
No,
There we go.
There's still no Chrono. I'm sorry, there's no Ravage for another 10 seconds.
Oh,
Envy
Envy.
might just be dead. No, they have the root
That's Chrono?
to Ocean. Chrono now, but he's
Oh,
gonna get punched up
surprised!
in the air. Oh, he actually's gone for Sammy Boy. And time walked off the damage. Arrow now incoming, catching Ocean. Do they have enough damage? No. Zero's just way too
Enough
tanky
Ravage,
out in
though.
front. And now Ryoya has been walking off the Ravage. Catches 4
My
heroes.
goodness.
Zero too fast on the BKB. Now Sammy Boy 1v4. Can he get the job done? Gunner's here as well, but unable to have any impact. No spells. EE is dead now. Is Moo continuing to run around? Zero completely out of BKB duration. Gunner doing whatever he can. He's got Cold Snap back in a second. Will be chunking through Moo, as tanky as this man is. Might just have the kill onto Moo here.
Oh,
Sunstrike
he's back.
though, for the counter initiation. Oh my goodness, I can't believe Zoomers went back in like that. Sammy Boy is alive, running down the mid-tier 1. Beautiful Tornado, catches 2. Ice Wall should hold on Ryoya for a bit longer, as Sammy Boy looking to pump the damage. Nearly 2 shots Ryoya, as the Yule Scepter buying a little bit of time, but not nearly enough. Sammy Boy just needed a few right clicks there really to get the job done. Ryoya does have buyback at the very least, as Gunner continuing to chase him down along with Sammy Boy now.
Oh, no!
Gush damage though onto the high ground. They're going to stand their ground and fight, and Gunner will eventually die. Sammy Boy as well, low HP.
the arrow!
He might die to the right click damage out from the snaking. The buyback out from Gunner to try and land
No,
the
he
shot.
hit that
Oh, he
skeleton.
dodged it, but it doesn't matter. Brax is in there for the final auto attack. Make that the anchor smash, and it's a die back then on Gunner. Sorry, on Sammy Boy. Gunner bought back before the Sunstrike, didn't land it. What a team fight.
Okay, so I will summarize the team fight for our viewers. Very easy. Is I can't believe insert name X went for that. That was the fight, essentially. They both dove too far, and they both got punished for it. But to me, MVP, not of the fight, but in general this game is, my goodness, Brax. That was the blink reveal, right? I didn't see that blink before.
Oh, you're right. He did just get
Right?
a blink dagger.
I think that was what's so big, because that's how you got the massive Ravage, which allowed them to actually take that team fight around. Envy is dying. Who cares? Envy's no longer the damage, right? It's really Ryoya and Brax. And I cannot believe Brax is actually playing an astounding game. And he lived towards the end. The only reason why he couldn't kill the Kling so quickly is because of stupid Cold Snap, which Brax was like, why is this not dispelling? It took way too long to dispel because Klings lacked the damage. Now they go for the Roshan, also dangerous against the Void, but they don't have the great team fight initiation. So I think you're safer. That's why I didn't want them to go for Roshan, by the way. I think you're giving For Fun the advantage.
You were totally right about that
Yeah.
one, my friend. My goodness.
There's a chance for Fun. They're gonna beat the DIY Klings Enchantress. It's gonna work here.
I mean,
Let's
hey,
see.
the late game I think is going to be theirs. There's a 2-time
Yes.
stun onto Ryoya, but not enough to even break through the Flame Guard here as he... Goodness. All right, and that's Roche then. Aegis and Cheese here in the hands of For Fun. Zero's got some good damage in there. Aegis for EE. Why not, I suppose? And even look at this, actually, a bottle. Make that not just a bottle for Ryoya. Wow, he's had that for 30 minutes. No, but the Arcane Rune in the bottle is going to be massive for him, right? Because really all the damage is coming from the Sleight of Fist.
Exactly, right? In fact, that's why level 25 is so big here for Ryoya. That's gonna boost your damage a lot. I like he's going BKB though.
and I
It's a
think
necessity.
Zoomers, they know they got to chill now. They got real excited. They all dropped hot. They went into Tilted Towers and tried to just build, but unfortunately they got slapped around by some millennials there in that fight, being a little bit too aggressive, right? And they're all without buyback now on, well, 3, frankly, well, 2 really important heroes, of course, Sammy Boy and Gunner here without buyback. The only one buying back there even earlier in this game for Fun is actually snaking. So they're in a pretty good spot here in terms of their buyback. So I think Zoomers, I mean, you can tell because of their positioning, they know they have to play a little bit defensively here. They're going to be a little bit shy to cross the river. They're not going to be looking for engagements right now. If they are, we're going to be actually seeing now Relocate used more defensively than offensively, and that's quite the change in pace here for the Zoomers, I would say.
Yes, it is, because they don't want to play this defensively because their window opportunity is not very clear this game. Like, when does For Fun's lineup start beating you, right? It's more about the plays. Like, when is it impossible to get pickoffs any longer and you have to go for these 5-on-5 engagements? Envy, my goodness.
Envy, come
he has
on,
Aegis. He has Aegis. And BKB. Envy's turning around. Envy will die. He's learned that he didn't use his BKB though this time.
Yeah, but they're just going to disengage, I think, here.
Yeah, it's wise. They used the BKB on 0, forced that out, and for fun, it's like, that's why we gave the Aegis to Envy though.
Yeah, they also used, I'm not sure exactly, I think, did he just like literally run into the enemy team? I caught how he died,
No, he was farming the mid lane, was walking out, and then 4 Zoomers smoked in and killed him.
Okay.
I mean, it was not that bad. It was smoked in. They didn't see him in the map. Envy might have had to play a bit more defensively there, but it wasn't. You know, I'm not gonna feed the Eternal Envy train.
Yep.
I think he's actually playing a decent game. It's just that Envy has accepted he is not the win condition. This game.
Envy is not, and that's not every single time you see this. Maybe in 10, 15 minutes he will be, right?
Yes.
But for right now, I mean, he went Mask of Madness. His build, guys, was Battle Fury, BKB, Mask of Madness. What kind of build is that if you're expecting to be carrying the game?
Right,
and I don't say this, like, Envy knows. He's not
It's
stupid,
not an insult.
guys. Yeah, he's not stupid. He knows he's not doing damage. He's just here to put down a freaking Chrono. He's going to let his team gush, get all the minus armor in the world here onto Sammy Boy and make sure they can actually kill him. He's not killing Sammy Boy in these Chronos. There's way too many things. There's a Tornado. There's Fire Blast. There's Tusk. You know, there's too many things for him to really be too effective at this point in the game. He recognized that. He's a smart player. So, yeah, you know, I know the Envy train has left the station and it's now pumping at full steam ahead, you know, but I think really it's just he's outplaying you guys.
I think he is playing quite well, to be honest, because he knows that this game he's actually kind of playing more of an offlane Void, right? Kind of just setting up the Chrono.
Actually, that's perfect. This is Universe. This is Universe.
This is Universe, yeah, exactly. And it's working out for them. I like the Scotty, though. He will eventually tank up, and he will eventually have enough damage for the Chrono. But that's a matter of the late game. As of now, For Fun has one prerogative: survive. If you manage to take this late, like we've mentioned a couple times, then it's going to work. By the way, talk about surviving and taking this late. Sammy Boy takes one page out of the Envy book, and he actually goes for the Hex on the Clinks.
I like that.
Yep, I love that pickup. Really, really good on clicks.
There used to be Envy's things. Like, man, I love playing mid laners, but like in my pubs, but like I just don't have enough lockdown because my team sucks. I just build Helix. That's a good item. I'll just kill him.
Yep. Actually, I remember when he would like he would go Naga Manta style Hex, and everyone's like, "Why are you doing this?" Because Hex is a good item. That's it. This is simple. And it was amazing. People would always question his builds, and he was right in the end.
Yeah. I think
always right in the end.
He really started doing that.
Oh my goodness.
Minotaur
Not right to walk into the tornado though.
It's whatever. He's fine. He's showing off. He's got a cheese now.
Oh,
like,
that's what he's doing, right? Okay.
0.
He's really tanky actually, so that Minotaur Horn will help him.
Positioned interestingly here as well as Royoya. We got like a little pincer maneuver. Zero's kind of far from the fight right now. I don't think Zoomers necessarily still want to fight here. They don't have any ultimates. If they can like bait out a Ravage or even better a Chrono, maybe you then go for a really hard re-engage Empire Strikes Back sort of style. But for right now, I think you got to chill. They
so
might
much
go
tension.
for it.
Oh, Snaking is baiting? Or not? He
No,
was not
Snaking
baiting.
is just
He was dying.
Yeah.
Okay. I was wondering why you would take the outpost, but obviously he didn't have the information that we did, so he had no clue they were all there. Yep. Fair enough.
Ryoya's back home. Okay, he's got a remnant here. Smoke's
Brax.
breaking. Now there's the buyback.
That's a bait.
Beautiful two-man Chronosphere. He's caught 2, but Ryoya's walked into the Chronosphere. There's not a kill onto anyone there. Sammy Boy, though, really low, forced to use the BKB very defensively, running away. Ryoya now popping
They
it.
kill him!
The beautiful
The Ravage!
The 3-man Ravage onto the back lines. Gunner's locked down as well. There's the kill onto now the Wisp, and Gunner can do nothing but die. Ryoya with 3 kills after walking into the Chronosphere redeems himself. What a beautiful play by Brax.
Oh goddamn! That was the perfect time for the voice line Brax. Even you are hyping up this game. Gee, wow, that was such a good team fight. That was an actual bait. That time they did bait for sure. They had everyone. They had smoked up with Brax, and they were ready to initiate with a Ravage. Beautiful Chrono on Envy, and now they can take your towers. He has Minotaur Horn. He's actually fairly tanky just because of the strength of the Scotty, and of course you have that extra dispel. And Zoomers only has buyback on the Io, which Io Tusk is great in lane, not so great anymore.
Yeah, your cores are dead for a whole minute. Envy's like, come fight me now, nerds.
Yep.
I'm strong as heck, dude. My goodness, Brax, what a beautiful
I am
initiation.
Master Tier in TFT!
Ryoya, by the way, did.
Oh, they're gonna end the game.
So much damage to fight. Yeah, they definitely can here.
They have Dezo on the Ember and no Assault Crest though, but they do hit the towers hard.
man,
Zero
Zero
though,
is just
he's gonna get
dead.
punished. Yeah, with the arrow, bye-bye
There's
Zero.
no buyback. There's 1, 2, 4 down.
Everyone buys back. They have to defend this.
The
Oh,
best
Sammy
team shows
Boy, you
well.
didn't save for buyback, neither did Gunner.
No, I don't
And they're the
think they
best
have it.
heroes.
Oh,
They
don't.
need them.
They do have buyback. They just didn't save for it.
Yeah, they didn't save for it.
Oh,
That's why I'm
no.
telling you.
Throne's
Gunner
exposed.
wouldn't have it, actually. Gunner has 20 seconds. The throne exposed. What are you going to do? I think
This
this
is
game
it.
might just
This
be
is
over.
GG.
GG, Sammy Boy throws it. They accept it despite all the attempt by Force Zoomers.
They
It's already
strike the
over.
Colors.
Wow. For fun. What a game they come back. And they break the undefeated streak of 4 Zoomers.
9 games in a
Incredible.
row. Not 10.
Incredible.
It's not allowed, Alba. Not allowed.
Nah, dude, we break it. You can't get to double-digit wins as for fun. And yeah, their team might be for fun, but they are playing like absolute pros.
Wow, that was incredible. it's so hard to really. I mean, Royale, I can't. First of all, I was like, oh, they lost. Royale just walked into Chronosphere. And then Brax is like, don't worry, fam. I got you. We're not even going to remember that in 2 seconds. Beautiful stuff there. The Ravage onto 3, and then Royale just does so much damage in that last team fight. I didn't quite hover over, but I think he must have done like 6,000 damage in that team fight alone. Was incredible.
To me, MVP is Brax, though. I think his
Yep.
Ravages were absolutely insane. The choice of the Axe this game was incredible. I know Brax won't care, but congratulations, dude. You deserve this win so
Branks.
much. Branks. For fun, thank you for delighting us with this Dota. This goes out to everyone that goes, oh, NA Dota, lol. Well, watch this game, dude. If this wasn't exciting, I don't know what is, honestly.
Yeah, this one was really, really great. I agree. And you know what? If you thought Alvaro was getting hyped for this match, just you wait for our next match, ladies and gentlemen. We got Beast Coast versus Quincy Crew. This will
NA
be
versus
a
SA.
fun one. And Alvaro's been saving energy all day for this one. It's going to be amazing. Hold on to your butts, folks. You guys are watching Realms Collide 2 with Avo Plus, pardon me, and Seek and Strike. Stick around, guys. We'll be going to a short break. After that, our fourth
Remember
and
to
final
follow.
best of 2 in the day. And yes, remember to follow. Stick around because we're going to be watching some more Dota for the rest of the month and into December as well. Until then, guys, we'll see you in a bit.
Hello and welcome back for the last time today to the Voice of the Realm.
Second last time today, indeed. We'll be back one more time. This is a best of 2. And hold on to your butts, Avo. We've got your team, your favorite, one of your favorites. I think it's fair to say you're a big fan of the Beast Coast roster. I think it's adorable. You like them. Beast Coast?
I mean, yeah, do I squeal like a little girl when they win games? Maybe. Does that mean I'm necessarily a fan? Undecided.
Undecided. We'll let you guys decide for yourselves here as we'll get underway with our draft for game number 1. Very excited to see these two teams play each other. It's been a while since I've really casted Dota. I've had a whole 2 days off, you know. How dare me? How dare I? But more so than that, I've not casted Beast Coast in a little bit of time, so I'm really excited. I feel like it's. I didn't get to cast them like the day before I went on break, and then it was just we haven't seen too much of them, so should be fun. And of course, Quincy Crew, always a pleasure. I will say, especially it's relevant, and this is why I'm saying it. I'm not just saying this to flame anyone, but Yawar had some shaky performances on his carry, especially with particular relevance to the positioning on his carries. And on a hero like Faceless Void, really on any carry, right? Positioning is almost always going to be key and most important. But I will say I'm concerned about it going into here. So hopefully maybe they've had a chance to look at some of the replays and see what went wrong in fights and kind of take another look at that, because I'd really like to see you are, back on top. What do you mean? What, you seem to have a lot on your mind here.
I'm gonna reserve my comments.
You're focused on holding on to your butt, is what I see.
I'm holding on to my comments right now. Beast Coast, the most fun part of watching Beast Coast is their draft. And here's something that I was surprised. I was actually got a chance the other day to talk to Omega Gaming, their captain, because he came by my stream for whatever reason. What a nice guy.
That should be Panda.
Panda, yeah. And one thing that he told me when they were fighting against Quincy Crew, first of all, he told me they thought there was no way they were beating them, right? Which was very funny and very humble. He was very humble, dude.
They 2-0 them, by the way. 2-0 them.
One thing that he did tell me, which was, I was like, yeah, I can see your point, is that Quincy Crew did not ban any hero that they played. Any hero. They banned good heroes, but they didn't ban heroes that they played. And that was something that struck me. It's like, yeah, it is true. Like, how, is there, I don't know if it's a level of disrespect or it's a level of confidence or whatever it is, but you are banning heroes that, like Dark Mago, for example, their mate, he was telling me, he plays 3 heroes and they banned none of them. And it was very surprising. I started noticing that a lot of the games that they play, they let pass 1 or 2 big heroes. And here, particularly, that big hero is the Magnus. Every single team has banned Magnus on against Beast Coast as first ban because he's so strong. They play it as a flex. They play it in 3 positions, 4, 5, and 3. And he enables Hector. It's so strong on this team. And I'm surprised that Quincy Crew let him pass. Here, obviously, it's going to be a 5, though, because you can see Earthshaker 4. It's Beast Coast.
Are you?
Know.
Yeah, I was about to say, are you so confident?
Yeah,
I remember the last time you said, I know my Beast Coast, and then they locked in something else.
Most likely, it's Magnus 5, Vandal 3, Earthshaker 4. And it's very similar to the last game they played, actually, where they countered the Faceless Void with the same Venomancer. By the way, little tidbit, little inside information here, like what she told me, that I have been practicing on Peru server for a while. They now feel much more comfortable with this, and they have better ping overall. The thing is, they just needed practice for Stinger, who I believe is still in Mexico, should be still in Mexico.
No, I didn't know.
With his family.
Interesting.
Anyway, so that's why they're actually playing a bit better these days, and you're actually seeing them go back to full form because they had a lot of practice sessions beforehand. In fact, even Hector was saying that what they lacked was a bit of discipline for these games, and that now they're starting to practice more regularly and stuff. So they're coming back to their own.
By the way, it should be noted, Quincy Crew, you might notice they're pretty short on reserve time, and that is because they were issued a level 1 draft penalty. Yes. I believe at the bare minimum. I didn't quite to see the chat before lobby launched.
It was the bare minimum.
But I believe it was the level 1 draft penalty. So they find themselves here with a little bit less draft reserve time, that is. So that's the only thing it affects.
Okay. They get to give CCNC's Ember Spirit. Incredible. Quinn is great with all the spirits, and usually a lot of teams will ban the spirits against them. Not Beast Coast. They don't seem to be afraid. To be honest, I've seen that Beast Coast, 9 out of 10 games, they'll sack Chris Luck and just go, good luck, Chris Luck. Trying to recover. Also, there's a little bit of a fight between these two. I don't know if you know.
These two being Chris Luck and
CCNC
and Quinn. Okay.
Because they insulted each other in pubs. And then Chris Luck proceeded to beat them in a game. And then there was like, Chris Luck was right, Quinn was wrong. And there's this little tiff going on.
There's a bit of beef.
There's a bit of beef, yeah. I think he calls CNC stupid in a pub.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it is here. Chris Luck,
I choked up because it's such a beautiful story.
Alvaro, again, he's holding on to his butt so hard, and coughing. What can we say? But that's interesting. It's always whenever you get the inter-regional stuff, right? Especially in I mean, the NA is a little bit unique where, yes, Europe mostly also communicates in English, but you still have a big diversity, right, between Russian
but in this
and
case,
EU.
it wasn't that. It was 100% that Chris Luck and Hector, according to Flapjack, they don't take their pub seriously at all. And as he say, le cagan mi ranket. They destroy your rank. They make your rank really awful. And people that take it more seriously, particularly in NA, really hate playing with or against them,
I
really.
understand. I
Yeah.
understand.
So there's
No,
a lot of beef because of that.
But what I was going to say is that there's really, this might be just the American in me talking. I'm sure Alvaro's going to be quick to criticize, but it's like it's all English in NASA, right? Even or like the very simple Spanish. That's it, English or Spanish. Whereas in Europe, English, German, French, probably not that much French, right? A little bit of Spanish here and there.
I don't know.
Lot of Russian though. You know,
Europe
some
West
Swedish.
is mostly Russian and English. I haven't heard any other language, to be honest.
Even though very different languages, right?
No, it's just those two, though. I've never heard any other language.
And then here in SEA, right? It's very, very different as well, right? The smack talk is either going to be in Thai, Malay, English,
Tagalog.
Chinese. You know, like there's all the different dialects of Chinese. Anyway, we got a draft. It's moving. It's moving. So that's interesting. So keep that in mind when you're watching that mid lane matchup. Then Chris
Well,
Luck.
it's gonna be an exciting matchup
versus,
for sure.
Who knows, right? You know, of course, CCNC does stand for calm, cool, and collected. So I assume maybe he's going to play it level-headed, not let it get to him. He's on a very, probably the Ember Spirit, right? Could be the Viper.
I don't think he'll let it get to him. It's just to add more spice to the match for the viewers, right?
You know, and hey,
these players are professional after all.
They are professional. There's a lot of money on the line, both wanting to get into the upper bracket, right? Give yourself the best chance. There's no reason to really ruin your odds here.
Yep.
But you never know. Sometimes it does make a difference, right? If someone's going to be a little bit flashier in the mid lane, if they're going to chase a kill a little bit more, it's these things that they could make very, very small differences in their decision making. We're not going to see anything crazy. They're not going to be like all chatty, and they're not going to be like doing anything like that.
Might.
Well,
not all chatting like mean, just all chatting because they're having fun. And they always do this. They like smack talking.
Pretty much.
Talk about the draft a bit. Beast Coast, they got let their Magnus, which allowed them to pick up an Ursa, which we have seen a couple times on Beast Coast. This combination particularly really good against Faceless Void because you can rage around the chrono, or you can even go for Ags later on if you have to deal with it. They have very little stuns on Quincy Crew, and Ursa dispels the one good stun you have, or one good disable, which is the Searing Chains. Very good.
Yep.
But Quincy Crew's response is also a very good one. They realize that Viper offlane is not just good against the Spectre, but also really good against Ursa, because Viper Strike is undispellable. So you're going to slow him down no matter what, even if he uses the Enrage. So the Viper also will have a good lane against him.
I want to say not only that, but another Toxin Silence. Thinking late game. We're thinking late game in case it goes there.
Even early, right? Because it breaks the passive.
Breaks the passive, but not only that, right? Ursa Eggs is considered, it's just so freaking strong, especially against a Faceless Void late game.
Late.
Yeah, you always build it because you just Bear is stuck in time, right? Has no concept. He's basically hibernating. He can still roar in the middle of a chrono. Not if he's silenced.
It's true.
Not if he's silenced.
Goes against lore
It,
so
it,
much.
it literally does. Ursa just goes and then
stop any hero from doing any actions except
Bear.
an angry bear.
He will roar. Yeah. So I mean, what are you gonna do, right? But if you're silenced, actually, because Chrono doesn't actually silence you.
No.
It just kind of makes you.
That's why more-
You just can't act.
No, this is the only example that I could use, really. It's really just a bear. Yeah. So the Nether Toxin will really help there to make sure that the Enrage doesn't come out. And the silence does work on the Enrage, unless Ursa uses BKB beforehand, which then you start to get into really complicated executions.
Yeah, and then we start, Doctor Strange looking at the timelines. But like, hey, it's potentially very strong against the Ursa.
They need a pause for left. Marana's still on the pool. I actually like the Marana a fair amount. Marana with Void is really good. Marana with Ember Spirit's really good. They have a really solid Marana here. So like player, on Quincy Carew. So yeah, why not? I think the Marana's pretty good.
We could go for a bit of save though. I mean, on a position 4, unlikely. You already drafted the Ench. It's just we have so much strong team fight. Oh, okay, that's different.
Okay, so they want to play around with the flex of Ember Void because obviously Beast Coast has the last pick, and you have flex Ember Void, and with the Void Spirit, you also open up the flex of Viper Void Spirit. So if you actually give him a really good lane to the Viper, they'll also go that. Obviously, Void Spirit doesn't want to go offlane against the Ursa, but it depends on how Beast Coast wants to draft this. Options are always good.
Just to be clear, because you're sometimes just saying Void. Faceless Void is 100% in the safe lane.
Sorry, Void Spirit.
Void Spirit.
Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Flex is Void Spirit, Ember, and Viper.
I know what you're talking about. Just want to make it extremely clear.
Faceless Void is not Flex unless you're Neon Esports.
The purple one, the purple one is going to make me mid.
The one with eyes, though. The one with eyes. Purple and eyes.
Purple and eyes. That's how we're going to talk about him. Beast Coast then 8 seconds to decide here. They've got a bit of flexibility as well.
I think they might run the Earthshaker mid.
Yeah, I reckon they need an offlaner then, or just some sort of support.
I'm telling you, dude, this team is crazy.
Okay.
What are they gonna do? Are they? What is their position? I think it might be the. Actually, not sure. About 5 maybe. And then Magnus 4 or Earthshaker mid.
I think they're. Oh wait, you don't see what your enemies lock in anymore.
Well, not until they lock it. Oh.
No, you don't see it. No, you don't see it at all, actually.
Okay,
It's-
so yeah, Earthshaker mid. All right.
Earthshaker
This
mid.
time I did know my Beast Coast. Oh, but they're actually gonna play. Wow, Ursa
Wow.
4 and Hector on the 1. Okay, so carry Abaddon is something that Hector's done many times. It's something that Arteezy has even commented on. Yeah, Arteezy actually tried to carry Abaddon. He went literally, I quote, "How the fuck does Hector farm on this hero?" It was incredible. I love that clip. And it's actually a really solid pick. He goes with the Manta style, the Radiance. It's a good way to make sure Viper's not that impactful. You still have the power of the Ursa against the Void, particularly in lane and against the Enchantress. Hector is going to farm really quickly because of the Magnus anyway. And it's a good response to the Viper. And I love the Earthshaker because no matter what you put mid, Emperor Spirit or Void Spirit, you're still going to get punished by the Earthshaker. He still should be able to outfarm you or at least tie with you, depending on how aggressive they played. Wow. Yes, Beast Ghost. This is why I watch this team, dude. They draft something, you thought you knew what they were drafting. It's like reading a book, right? And you think you're reading an English book, and all of a sudden, then turn the page, you're like, oh, it's in Chinese. I had no fucking clue.
Yeah, that's it perfectly, succinctly, exactly what Beast Coast is like. Alvaro, you can see he's barely holding on to his butt over here. He's so excited.
So excited. I
He's
love these
very
games,
excited.
dude.
Yeah, so the safe lane, I'm curious though, what do you build on it? Do you go stats, maybe a
Radiance.
halberd? Oh,
Radiance
yeah,
into the
Radiance.
Manta style. 'Cause
Um,
did you know that Manta style, if one illusion it procs, like hits, that sets up the timer for the Cursor of Avernus, and then the other ones will actually proc it. So if I hit with a Baton, right, and I assert Cursor of Avernus, the second illusion will be the second hit for the Cursor of Avernus, and the other illusion will be the third hit.
Yeah, they all have the passive.
Yeah, but they stack the same passive though. Like if you, for example, have Ursa Fury
Yeah.
Swipes, they won't stack. with
Yeah,
illusions.
I know. Oh, I know this because I'm an Abba player. Yeah,
Right,
I know
but
this.
a lot of people don't know.
Okay,
this. That's what I'm
okay,
saying.
so you can actually stack
So the
it.
Manta style is really useful for him because you can get Cursor of Avernus in a matter of seconds.
Could be a good blink game. You could always free to blink on this hero, basically, because you don't take damage. Anyway, got a short little message from our sponsor before we get underway with game number 1 of our Best of 2 series. Make sure you guys hold onto your butts. And I don't know what. I don't know, dude. Just give us a follow us on Twitch because there's no lich.
He can't ride.
I
He
can't.
can't. Why?
I
Read
can't.
up-
Welcome back, everyone. Alvaro typing away. He is very excited for this game, and honestly, so am I. I've never seen an Abba hard carry before. I believe this is going to be the first time for me. Perhaps your first time as well, so we'll be getting underway here. Seeking Strike and Avo Plus here, bringing you the action. Group stage, day number 9, but 4th series of the day here. This is going to be our, what is the 7th game now, I believe, Avo, if my math is correct?
Yeah.
Yep, so still plenty of energy. Nice stand on a Beast Coast Quincy game, you know. Nice and hype between the two. Should have lots of energy here, especially considering, I mean, Schofield on the Ursa? Okay, let's get it done, you know?
It's unfortunate that the radio host, Mr. Richard Garcia, cannot rhyme. I don't know. I feel like Walt
Yeah,
Whitman beat him at some point or
Well,
something.
you know what's incredible is his alliteration game is on point, right? But
Yeah, right.
just can't
Well,
be
how
doing
can you do one rhetorical device but not the other? That's my
Honestly,
question, right?
You know, he's so good at strawmanning too.
Oh
What can I
my
say? That's my favorite rhetorical. That's his favorite rhetorical device.
It's not even a rhetorical device. That's the
Yeah,
worst part.
yeah,
It's
I
a
know,
manipulative
not.
technique.
I know it's not.
Don't get it confused. Don't get it twisted. Anyway, let's see how these lanes go for them. I really like the Abaddon pick. I thought it was a really smart idea. Particularly good, especially against the Ember support, actually. Really, really good there. And up top, look at that. Stinger, Skewer level 1. And this is what I like to see in 5 Magnuses, right? Playing much more with a Skewer, playing much more with the repositioning, the team fight ability you have, not so much being just an empowering person. That's not really
Yeah, my only concern here really is that not only I'm going to miss first blood, it's Schofield again, he's just off into the trees, dying, but like that Lelis, eventually, it's just going to be way too strong here. Stinger is unfortunately unable to connect, I should say, on that Skewer. Because at some point, he's just going to be, I don't care about you, what are you going to do? Push me a little bit? And he's just way too strong because the silence is good on the Abba, but it's, again, without a break here for the Viper, I don't really see how you kill him here. He's just so strong. especially because you can still use your items when silenced, so that's not going to be too big of a problem. Like, how do you kill Viper? I don't know.
You're not supposed to in this lane. You're only supposed to survive and farm decently enough, because the Empower will allow you to farm much better in the mid game anyway. Your only hope is that, I mean, if they make a mistake, yeah, you punish them, but that's it. You're not supposed to win, like, not supposed to destroy the lane here. The only idea is that Abaddon will always secure farm because he's a really strong laner. You'll see how powerful he is in the mid game, though, honestly. But if he goes for the typical build of Radiance Manta style, he's going to be really strong. If not, he seems to be going for the Echo Saber. It seems fine to me, too. Schofield, though, in the bottom lane, he's in trouble as you are, chasing after him. Use a little jump. Wow. Really jumped a huge distance there, Schofield.
Yeah, he did, but he's going to die. Oh, just kidding. He's going to stay alive. Healing salve as well. And he's going to toggle the creep. Nope, just kidding. You can't toggle creep waves, or you can't aggro them until 5 minutes. I always forget about that. Thank God they made that change, because that was real annoying. But, okay. I mean, fair enough. Hey, like I said, I think it can work, to be honest. And if there's a team that can make it work, it's definitely Beast Coast. But I think Quincy just got a pretty solid draft, though. I was more referring to how do you kill Lelis out of the laning stage, though, like into the mid game once he's actually, you know, kind of farmed. I don't. Where's the damage going to come from? Veno? Over time, sure. Shaker? Maybe?
Shaker does have a fair amount of damage.
Yeah, he definitely does, but I don't know.
Abaddon also brings damage, dude. Just wait and see. You know,
I'm dubious. I'm cautiously dubious.
I think when it's a pick that becomes a comfort pick for you in a team, like one time it can be a trial, but when you start doubting a comfort pick for a team that they've won a lot on, I'm not telling you, but I'm telling the chat, which I already see some of the comments here. It's partly because you don't know the team or you don't understand why it's good. Right?
Schofield is again still alive on 18 HP. That must be pissing off SVG a little bit, but
I don't know what the purpose of the 4 Ursa is though. That one I'm not gonna. That one I've never seen on Beast Coast, and I don't really want to sell because that one is not great. Besides that, though, I mean, they do have still a solid lane down bottom with the Veno, so it's not that much of a concern. But obviously, I will question what this 4 Ursa will do this game. Complexity did used to run it a bit, a couple times back in the day when Kyle was on that team, so... You know,
someone in the chat actually just made a really good observation. As SVG getting clicked down here, Gale level 1.
Noir might die, too.
Kill. No, but they will force him away very effectively there. Time Walk level 1 only compared to the 2 levels in the Bash. We'll see if Whisper responds here. 2 points here, thus far in the Poison Sting. But yeah, it actually kind of looks like Beast Coast.
He actually might die here. They do get the silence now. Oh, what? I miscalculated. Never mind. I'm stupid at math.
No.
I thought it was a 3.
2 plus 1 is 3.
That was really odd. I thought that it was going to be...
Whisper might be dead here if we can get a bash, 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 if we can... Okay, never mind. We don't need one, I guess.
Yeah.
SVG
so
does
Veno,
the
I mean, he doesn't have to... He just doesn't run away, right? Veno kind of stays, and he prays that he kills you before he dies. That's what Veno does. That's his goal. He's very similar to Oracle, for example, in that sense. You don't have any mobility in the offlane.
They might actually think that there's only 1 point in Bash just because of how unlucky he got there.
Void Spirit, middle, yeah. He had a haste rune though, well played. Crystalk for now is actually doing decently in this lane. Void Spirit was a really good choice here to counter the potential Earthshaker made. In fact, they read that perfectly, because Earthshaker would destroy the Ember, but Void Spirit has the shield. Farmer has an impulse to guard him against these hits, and that's why Quinn can play so aggressively with his haste rune. He still has Assimilate as well, but under tower you don't want to go, so they're going to let him.
Yep, and just free bottle refill here for Quinn, right? He's going to be coming out at a good angle. SVG as well joining. Has the enchant level 2. Good cast range there. Nice job there. Dodging out the fissure with the dissimilate, and then of course the Aether Remnant. Perfectly setting up for the kill there. Very effective gank out from SVG. Sometimes all you just need is a slow in the early game, right? Especially a slow that gives you 50%. That'll do. Yeah. Top lane, Stinger might be in some danger here. Lots of poison on it. A little body block out for MSS. They're going to give him the Aphotic Shield, though, to purge that one off. Not going to matter too much. Hector continuing to fight. Level 5, but level 4 make that. But fighting like he's got the ultimate, which he does not. That's 2 kills now over to Lelis.
Odd play. As the Batten, the biggest thing is securing your lane. If you don't have kill potential, you got to... Okay, but at least bottom, they force your wire out of the lane.
Yep.
Yeah. That's a bit of a win there. At least both carries are being annoyed, and a Batten will have the buff from the Magnus. He's still firing much more. Oh, mid lane, Chris Luck. Ursa's nearby. Let's see what 4 Ursa can do. Wow, amazing. Schofield did so much there. Now with the overpower, annoying Void Spirit a bit. Chris Luck might fall here.
Stinger is here.
They lack the damage. Quinn's out of mana.
Schofield up to the high ground. He's going to get right-click down. No, yeah, SVG, that'll do the trick as Stinger is going to go ahead and steal that DD rune away from Quinn. That would have been on the mana to continue fighting. Purged off immediately. Magnus, nice Fissure there. Wishing we had an Echo Slam, but still only level 5 as our Earthshaker. The SVG, he is a killing machine. He has 4, 2, and 1 on this Enchantress. She might look cute, but careful. She's going to kill you.
That was my biggest question over the 4 Ursa.
I mean, obviously didn't draft the 4 Ursa, right? It was not meant to be that. I was pretty sure there was going to be a carry and it's on the Viper. Like, okay. That's what Beast Coast tends to do. But the 4 Ursa is really weak against Enchantress because you can just dispel the Overpower. So the big source of your damage early, which should be the Overpower, is completely nullified. That's why Schofield is still level 2. But I've seen Schofield play weirder heroes, so I just want to see what he does in the mid game. Back when I saw Complexity play this, it was a long time ago, Ursa could actually jungle, and he just went jungle and came back with like a decent amount of damage. But nowadays, the idea of jungling is gone, so it's not really valid I got anymore. a quick question, Schofield. What's the point of getting Overpower if you don't have Fury Swipes?
You still do more damage with that than Fury
Well, I mean,
Swipes.
of course, right? Because
It's still 3 attacks in quick succession.
Sure, but, you know, 50 damage.
Yep, I am.
That's, you know.
I know, but like, you know, it's better than Fury Swipes because you're never going to reach the enemy heroes.
Listen, I get it. But, like, if you're going to put the point in Overpower, why don't you at least put a value point in Fury Swipes, right?
I don't know if it's a value point, honestly. You kind of need to put 2 value points in Fury Swipes, and at that point you're maxing Fury Swipes.
That's a fair point, right? Because level 1 damage is quite pitiful. Of course, you get 9 damage at each level. So I agree with you, but then, I mean, it's just Overpower. Why? I don't know. This seems to be like one of those heroes that you always kind of, I personally do this. I was like, maybe if you play SF, right? He does a lot of damage. He can zone people out of lane very effectively, but he doesn't like have any other support qualities. At least Ursa, I'm not saying this, Ursa's got a good slow, right? 10% or 20% slow here, up to 40%.
Abaddon might die top. He needs 9 more seconds. I don't think he's going to get them. Hector, he needs
He's
2
got a
more
shield.
seconds for the shield, but it's not going to be in time. Well played, Quinn, there. Using the Astral Step in time. And that it loses one of the biggest assets of the Abaddon carry, of course, which is your laning stage. If you don't win that, it does feel like a bit of a loss. But, of course, Beast Coast, they have good people to create space. The Earthshaker also did not dominate mid as much as he was hoping for.
Has been denied.
Alvaro's still got hope, ladies and gentlemen.
I still have hope. I think
do
people
too.
are
I
too
do
quick to
too.
shit on the draft.
I do too. I want to be clear. I have good hope in this draft as well. I'm willing to see things like this work out, as actually Schofield Scott's a huge stack right here. Maybe if they can steal that, that'll get him in.
Oh no,
Radiant's
you got the
good.
courier. There we go, Schofield. Use the overpower, dude.
Use the overpower.
Run!
You need
No.
it.
Then they see Schofield, and he's like, well, into the
Chris
trees I
Luck.
go. Okay. Oh no, this is the wrong tree. There we go. There we go. And the creep follows him. TP. Schofield will save himself.
Mid lane as well. They're going for a bit of a brawl as Whisper will TP on over. Venomous Gale onto SVG. Quite a fast girl indeed, but eventually they'll be able to run her down. Cool guys, don't look at their poison explosions there. It's Whisper with the kill there. Hector back top lane, going for the Echo Saber first. Okay. And then he's going to be going, I guess, for the Sange into the Radiance. We'll see how well he can make progress on that bad boy here in a bit. But finally, a third kill then in favor of Beast Coast. If Chris Luck continuing to farm here, halfway towards the Blink Dagger, farming quite nicely as well with the Empower. What level is it? It's level 2, so he's going to be trying to max it here. Giving that one on over to Hector.
Yeah, he needs to obviously just stay with Hector the whole time and help him farm. Abaddon can really go out of control, especially towards the mid game. He has a really strong power spike, and he's really good against the Void, right? That's another reason why they picked it.
Quick question. When you've seen Beast Coast pick Abaddon carry before, was it
Yeah.
specifically with the Magnus?
No,
Okay.
particularly. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's more about the Void. That's
Well,
the reason why they pick it.
Sure. I mean, I totally get that, but the thing is, it's actually
No,
not
they
that
played it
bad.
without Magnus a couple times. They still won with it, right?
I
The
mean-
thing is, Magnus opens up your pool of heroes, so you can actually use any carry much more viable.
I mean, a big reason why I like this, of course, is once you actually get the curse to apply, you get a crap ton of bonus attack speed, right? And because you have now a cleave, you actually farm pretty darn fast on the Abra, to be honest with you. So that's going to be a big bonus here. So I was just curious if maybe that was a big part of the thing. It's just a nice benefit, I guess. Obviously, they thought about it and have decided to run it as the safe lane here, as a switch over to net worth, and he is actually the most farmed in the game currently. The problem is Lelis is not too far behind him here, and in fact, nearly already has the Rod of Atos.
Well, as people joke about Hector, he was born with a Midas in hand, right? He doesn't need to buy it because he's just really good at farming. With the Empower, of course, that even boosts up his farming even further. And they are going to be able to beat the Void, but the problem is not the Void right now, but rather his team. Yawar goes in, hoping to kill Whisper, and should be an easy kill on Whisper. Even with his mechanism, Whisper will fall. Schofield not really sure what to do with this Ursa. He's like, guys, okay.
I guess I can get in there. He's got a point in Fury Swipes now. So not bad. Is Ench going to die? No, should be fine here. Poison Sting's going to be pretty annoying. She got Nature's Attendance in 3. Should be fine. Yeah, should be fine. Yeah. Pretty close. Close. It should be fine. Alright, well, Hector's going to say hello to Quinn then. And
He has Echo, I believe, now. Already completed. Or should have it.
He does.
Structure.
Yep.
Okay, so that's going to make a bit of a threat if you want to play a bit aggressively, and then he'll go for the typical Radiance build. He also loves the Heaven's Halberd a lot. He might not go for Manta this game straight up because you need to be playing a bit quicker here.
War's like, oh my god, it's an Ursa.
For now, Whisper should also be... I mean, Whisper's the master of creating space and pushing lanes, which is why he goes to the most dangerous lane, which is the mid lane. Very smart here, and puts pressure. Even if Whisper dies a bunch of times, you need recovery both on your Earthshaker and on your
Oh, is
Abaddon.
that Blink? Is that Blink? It is. Okay, Blink reveal here for Chris
Okay,
Luck.
let's see how this works out for them. They have Echo Slam as well. This will be the first Echo Slam of the game. They want to kill something more valuable. They're looking for the Void. It's not a bad idea, because Echo Slam should set up nicely. Oh, they don't have RP. Okay, I don't know if you can kill him, actually. You might be lacking damage, but you have good stuff.
They know where he's farming. I'm toggled over to his vision. It's real tempting once he Mask of Madness is here. Rotating around, Schofield ready to set up with the slow out from the Ursa. He's got Enrage as well to be more angry when he tries to slow them. And of course with the status resist. Oh, but now they found instead, unfortunately, the support MSS, who is actually just going to be fine. He's going to Remnant away. That's the Blink Dagger reveal, unfortunately. We're not going to be able to get a good chunk here at East Coast with that Blink. But Hector is going to participate here in the push.
Nice, okay. That's what you should be doing with the Abaddon, of course, carry. Taking advantage of the fact that you can push towers really quickly. But we need Chris Luck to start creating space right now, and he hasn't just yet. Oh, with the Echo Slam up top. I don't know if they can kill Quinn in time. No, it's... You should have fissured there. That was odd. He took a second to fissure, or a second to enchant totem as well. You want to Echo Slam hit, ideally enchant hit, but he took like a second to doubt himself for some reason. At least you kick the Void Spirit out of the lane, but Quinn doesn't care.
Yeah, at the cost of the Echo as well, which isn't amazing. SVG has the point in untouchable here. Chris Luck might be able to get this kill, but it also might be more trouble than it's worth, especially because Quinn is now rotating on over. We do have a point here, and they make that 2 now steps for the Astral Step. Playing with the fissure a little bit. He's going to miss Quinn, who's then going to be aggressive here onto Stinger. Blink Dagger forward, trying to burst through this Quinn real
Nice,
quick.
Echo.
Oh, okay, nice shot. Echo Saber.
That's the power of the
silences him
Echo.
up.
Yep.
And Schofield's got another slow here in a few more seconds for SVG, as well as the Empower. A good thing that they didn't stop Schofield here. Hit him with the Overpower attacks. Within the backlines.
Oh, look at that body block.
Oh, no, onto Ursa. He's in trouble. He's going to tick down now. Where is our little... Oh, Yawar's here now? He's got a Chrono? Okay, what's going on? Schofield? Okay, Whisper's going to use the ultimate now. Schofield's going to get real angry and now try and run away as Hector continuing to fight here. Great Chronosphere will hold him down as Lelis will actually die here to the front flip out of Schofield. In the meantime, MSS continuing to just bully people away. Schofield back into the fight he goes. You are quite low on HP. Needs to try and run away. Up to the high ground he goes. Good slow out from Schofield, and he is just barely going to live there. Venomous Gale and the Poison Nova applied. Not that bad of a fight for Beast Coast, which was weird. It's just weird. It's just a weird fight, Avo.
Yep, it is a weird fight. That was just Hector chasing after a hero for far too long, and they got punished for it properly by Quincy Crew. But now you're starting to see that Abaddon is really hard to fight him early, especially if he's the guy that's the main damage dealer, because you don't know what to do. He has no power time, however. They should be a bit more careful with that, saving Schofield here for a second, but he messed up with the Aphotic Shield timing, as he didn't dispel that special
this
mark.
could be Ember
Now,
dead.
silencing
Nice.
and killing off the Ember. Support for support, 4 for 4. Schofield's meant to die anyway.
Yeah, you take those trades when you're behind, though. You definitely take those trades when you're behind, especially if they can go onto your safe lane core. Problem is, of course, Quinn got a kill out of that one as well. He's got the Yule Scepter now to set up perfectly for his Aether Remnant. Lawless as well with the Rod of Atos on the Stinger, breaking him. He's going to force him all the way away. And Hector going to try and fight this one, I guess. Pops the ults nice and early as Stinger digs up a bounty rune here. Now he's ready to fight. Has the RP, but no mana for it, unfortunately, as Hector continues to just be in trouble. Dissemblate after Quinn is going to kill him down. Schofield nearby. I guess he can slow them with Earth Shock, but no, here's Whisper. Okay, now Chris Luck. The Cavalry's arrived, boys. There's the kill onto Lelis. 3 times kill spree ended. Gold over to Chris Luck. Not bad. Okay, you did lose your safe laner, unfortunately, but you pick up a very farmed off laner. Actually, Lelis the most farmed on his team, second in the lobby.
Yep. Yeah, not bad. Let us add a really easy lane, of course, on Viper. As I said, there's no way the Abaddon is killing you. You were just really supposed to annoy the Abaddon in the lane. That was as best you could, and Abaddon was supposed to farm. Well, no, so that was kind of it. Once you get Heaven's Halberd though on Abaddon, I actually wouldn't mind if you got Heavens before you completed the Radiance, but I know Hector likes to farm, so I would be very surprised that would happen.
Yeah.
Sanjay though is fantastic to give you a bit more tankability, and will also help you with the borrowed time. As it stands now, Quincy Crew, they're just profiling themselves to be quite much stronger, particularly because they're canceling Chris Luck's farm.
Yep.
I think if you pick up a mid Earthshaker, you want a really good matchup, and the Void Spirit was a good cancel to that. That was all a good read by Quincy Crew though, with that Void Spirit pick end. It was really smart. They actually got beast ghosted. Like Beast Ghost got beast ghosted because they're like, oh no, 4 Ember, haha, and then yep, the matchup goes to hell.
Yeah. Okay, so the good news is that Radiance is actually a phenomenal item here for our ABBA. Oh, wow, they get a kill into Quinn. Nice job there. Chris Luck with the Blink Echo Slam. In addition to Schofield, just, you know, being there for emotional support, probably getting a few overpower attacks in as well to boot. But, yeah. Oh, let's take another look here. Yeah, I mean, it was
killing Quinn,
most of the
worth
Shaker.
it. That's pretty good. Hector continues to push the bottom lane. They want to take the
Stinger's been
tower as
caught.
well.
Might be dead.
Oh, or is the Enchantress caught? Oh, Skewer, RP,
Ow.
bring Skewer. Yeah, bring SVG back, but Stinger might still die. They actually chrono him just to murder him. SVG with the Untouchable survives a fair amount. Finally, Abaddon gets the kill, but in exchange for a Whisper, that's not really worth it. The Poison Nova comes out though, and Abaddon realizes he has to leave. He doesn't want to fight any longer if his teammates are dead. I mean, they're getting good solo kills and stuff, but in the team fights, it's just not working because the team fight for Quincy Crew is so much more powerful.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really call that one a solo kill, though. I mean, I guess it technically was, right, because it was just Ursa killing... Sorry, make that Ursa. He's not the carry, he's a support, silly me. It was the Abaddon, rather, who got the kill onto the Hench, but that's all they got, and there was a team fight happening around them, you know. Not bad, not great, though. I mean, the Abba doesn't die. Luckily, he's a really good Radiance carrier, as he is, of course, well, basically 5 seconds and then 6 seconds of total immunity, right, where you're just going to be guaranteed to get the extra 60 damage per second for the Radiance for that amount of time, because even if you're Yules, you still get off Radiance. Even if you're Chrono, you still get off the Radiance burn.
Exactly.
So, you know, it's extra damage here for Abba, who loves to be in the thick of it, so that'll do well for him. As Schofield, okay, never mind, I forgot he's a support, so he can just enrage to back off.
Exactly, that's one of the strengths. I mean, the
Or
Ursa was a good pick earlier.
Go back in and die, I think, now.
Well,
No? Okay.
Schofield's meant to waste time, right? So he's wasting the time of Quinn right now with that, which is a decent play. The issue, though, is that that's all Schofield can do. There's not much teamfight potential to this Ursa. I don't know if he will ever recover. Because when I saw, again, Complexity play it, they did farm a lot on him. When EG played the support Ursa 4, which they did as well one game, it was all for the Roche control, right? They had ideas behind it. But this support Ursa was much more like, we gotta flex it or we'll lose the lane. It's like, there's no other option. The Ursa cannot be our carry.
And the tough part is, you know, even if you give him Empower, or sorry, if you, Empower for the team fights, it just gets purged off, or it's going to get purged off to someone else. He's going to get killed mid, Echo Slam though in the mid lane, I'll finally catch one of them, as Chris Luck then on a killing spree, mostly courtesy of kills onto Quinn. He really enjoys killing Quinn, doesn't he?
Dire's middle tower is under
I think they've caught Stinger, however. He's rooted down. Yeah, he is extremely dead. Lelis just right-clicks him to death. 19 to 10 then, the kill spread. Only a 1k net worth lead for Quincy. A lot of his gold, however, is going to be on Ector, who now has almost the relic after defeating that tier 2 tower.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
For now, Quincy Crew is doing exactly what their lineup should be doing. Farming every single hero, taking advantage of the fact that they're not playing a 4-protect-1 lineup, which unfortunately, with the Abaddon, that's kind of how it seems like they want to play. And they're taking pickoffs in team fights ideally, right? They're not looking for solo kills because that's harder for them. It's much easier to do on 5-on-5 engagement. So they push a tower and they go, yeah, Beast Ghost, fight us. Though Chris Luck, that play, questionable. He yulls himself, might help him out, but he's still in trouble. The TP, they're going to be able to cancel it just by killing him. Chris Luck, you should not be farming this unsafest lane there, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And of course, you'll fall because of that.
Yeah, Shaker, not a very, I mean, he's pretty tanky, but not in the other ways that a lot of other mid laners are. For example, like a Viper, a Void Spirit, or an Ember Spirit are, right? These guys have abilities to get them out of harm's way, whereas Shaker, he's kind of a one-way trip sort of guy, right? At least until he gets Eggs, then he's maybe a little bit more flexible. He's going to go for Force Staff to try and stop that from happening. But it's definitely a very, very tough time for him to find any farm that's not just in the jungle, right? Because he does want to be pushing waves. It's a bit more efficient, right? You put some pressure on the map, you get more experience, more gold, but it's kind of hard to do so when they got a lot of ways to kill you, and your position 4 is an Ursa. Right. I mean, what's an Ursa to do there, right?
It really is. It's just slows and time wasting. I think Schofield's making the best out of it, to be honest. But
I agree. But you can only play the hand you're dealt, right?
Yeah,
you can only play the hand you're dealt, Schofield, and I feel for him because he's trying his darndest. I guarantee you that.
When Stinger tells him, Schofield, vas a jugar Ursa 4. And he just starts crying on stream. Abaddon already, or should have his Radiance with his next creep wave, maybe with an extra camp. And that'll be the first turning point for Bisco. Let's see if they can take a fight after that. Because Quincy Crew until now has been forcing 5-on-5 engagements. They very intelligently went for a Midas on Yawar. Really smart to match Ector's farm.
They're fighting them?
Oh,
I guess it's just Schofield. Yeah. the
Yol Scepter used on the support for Ursa. Yeah.
I mean,
You don't really need him for the fights, honestly. Like, he's dead and it's fine, as long as you're farming on the event.
Yeah, and now you go, okay, I guess they don't have Yules for a little bit, they don't have Atos for, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's I really want this to work from Beast Coast, but the Ursa, of course, is going to be a big sticking point, really, for anyone, right? As they are going to be going now to try and smoke into Roche. Good approach here. Where is Chris Luck? Oh, his smoke's going to break, though. Good positioning there by SVG, I believe, to be the one to break it. The fight breaking out in the river here. Hector's here with Radiance. Don't want to fight him.
Yeah, you don't. That Radiance is quite powerful. Of course, you can't fight alone, though, which is why Quinn is trying to catch the backline Stinger. They have an RP, but oh, Quinn. He's too quick on his feet, and he'll be able to get away with Hector just guarding next to the high ground, so his team can help him. They might go for SVG, but SVG is too hard to kill. Considering, of course, to go for Rush, that's one of the few advantages this Ursa will provide you.
Yeah, it's really risky, though. Yawar still has, I mean, basically everyone has their ultimates up, right? No one really using them. So it's a bit risky. Schofield just standing guard here, ready to slow anyone down that comes his way. Yeah, I mean, and just to briefly go back to it, like a position 4 clock, you know, still has a lot of utility. Tanks a lot of spells, right? A position 4 Ursa, I don't know. Unfortunately, they don't really need a whole lot to kill them, as they will now burst through Stinger real quick. Oh, here goes Schofield. Okay, Yawar,
Nice
two-man
chrono.
chrono. Very beautiful onto 2. And as Hector trying to buy a bit of time, does get the kill onto SVG at the very least. And the Echo's time to follow up here onto Yawar. He's going to be killed, murdered, dead.
Well, this is what I mean, right? That's what your only job is to waste time, and it's kind of working.
Yeah.
It's kind of working. Quincy
Like-
Crew should maybe not go for you, to be honest. They see you as a free kill, and they shouldn't.
Yeah, like just
Ignore
like, am I crazy, or can you just ignore Ursa? Like,
Well, because I guess if you don't ignore him, he can just overpower and like start Furious Swiping you. You have to kill him relatively early, but it's just so
Yeah.
easy to do. I don't know. We'll see now in initiation. We don't have borrowed time though on the advantage. It's a big deal. Fissure now to stop him.
No, Echo
Well
Slam.
played, Chris Luck, but Quinn doesn't seem to care. Hector doesn't have anything
he's
to protect
dead.
himself with. He's going to
they're so
fall.
low, though.
In comes Chris Luck, kills off MSS, but that's a support brother. You want the core brother.
Got-
Lelis still is out of mana,
Fisher
but
on
has
one.
plenty of HP. And Stinger just trying to find kills here. Finally, support Ursa joins the
He's
fray.
here.
He has the urn, has
him.
a spirit vessel actually. Oh my god, actually a lot of farm on Schofield.
Get him,
Jump
Schofield.
on Quinn.
Get him.
Go and murder him. Look, he even activates the empower, or the overpower, sorry.
Uh-oh.
Will do absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
Enrages. Now he wants to cry.
Very
Schofield, unfortunately, will not get the kill. Impressive how much time he's wasting.
Okay, yeah, this is better. He's wasting some time. He's still not committing the one. He knows he's just wasting time. I mean, but unfortunately, Roche is just so low now. Adam's back at 13. And Chris Luck is not nearby. He's kind of nearby, but no Echo Slam here for another 50 seconds solidly. This is going to finally be Roche. Yes, you waste a lot of time. Unfortunately, though, I mean, Hector gets involved here. He pops the borrowed time a bit preemptively to make sure no one hits him, because that's a good guaranteed way of making sure that you're completely unbothered in these team fights.
Yeah.
And then he just doesn't have it when they go to re-engage here,
Well, I mean,
unfortunately.
I think it was good to pop it early, but like
Yeah,
then
yeah.
don't go for the Roshan when the borrowed time is on cool. That's one of your best assets and carry it down.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. It's good to pop it early because then it guarantees no one wants to lock you down. No one, they're just gonna ignore you, and that's Abba just runs free, right? He's like the dog at the end of I forget.
Old Yeller?
Yeah, like that. All right, he's just running free, and it's a glorious thing, but it only lasts 5 seconds, right? And then from there, life strikes back, and he goes, "Oh God, I gotta support Ursa." He's trying his darndest, but what more can he do besides just kind of run around and be distracting, right? He tries his best. Again, I'm just support Ursa. I just feel bad.
Yeah, don't feel bad though. Schofield chose to be on this team. He knew the risks of when
That's
Stinger
true.
drafts.
That's true.
And you know, sometimes you play this, sometimes they give you the Ursa spirit. It's okay. Don't concern this pick. The whole point of this pick was to avoid the Ursa versus Viper lane, which was honestly the smart choice here.
Yeah.
Because they should have banned the Viper. That was the one mistake in the draft, I will point out. But Hector can still carry this back in if he just plays better on the borrowed time. They have to kind of acknowledge that your team fight is all around Hector, and you have to play around his timings more than anything.
Oh, Schofield. He sees Yawar time walking. He's going to run back into the trees, though. What's long going to do with this?
Yeah, no, he does not want to fight Yawar.
Nope.
They just want to slow them down because Hector, I don't know if this game, yeah, okay, BKB is a good way to have a second save, right? He's not going to go for the Manta this game, which makes it harder to get the silence, but he does have a fair amount of attack speed. I would like it if he completed Heaven's Halberd, though. I find that Heaven's Halberd would be so useful this game.
Yeah. Yeah, the problem is he doesn't want to be anywhere near the Viper, though, like, at all. If ideally, right? Just because the Viper kind of wrecks him. Like, if he runs at Viper, he's going to get rooted or poison stings, or sorry, Viper strikes, and Schofield forced to use the ult, and then they're just kiting out port. Poor Schofield. Good force stats up to the high ground.
Chrono.
Okay, there we go. Yawar, questionable here.
We're not
The
P.
two-man Chrono onto the back lines. Quinn, though, counter-initiating. He's going to make sure that there's no chance there. Oh, no, they
what a
used the
good
Echo
BKB.
Slam. Yeah, Yawar too fast on the BKB there. 2 heroes dead already. Your support Ursa and your support Magnus, as they're going to go for a bit more now. Yawar, good job there keeping Whisper alive. Ector still does have the borrowed time and plenty of HP to use as well. Borrowed time used preemptively here as you continue on fighting. And look at him tick down here to the Radiance, but that's only the first life here of Yawar, as now Chris Luck will end up going down, and they have plenty of control here for Ector. Everyone just using themselves here constantly to try and avoid as much damage as they can, as Quinn looking to try and escape here off the high ground. Double Astral Stop should get him away to safety. Fissure not catching Quinn, but it will catch Lelis here. So it's a TP in a few more seconds, or he's got a TP now actually. Thank you, Choco. And he should be safe, yeah.
Yeah, I'm very surprised they didn't actually chase after him. The Baron just left back. I guess because they were, I'm not sure. They thought they hit TP much sooner. Anyway, that could have been much worse team fight, to be honest, for Beast Coast. The buyback on Earthshaker is not great, but they at least defend their towers. And again, all that matters is Ector here. Let's see what happens once Ector gets that BKB. Can he fight then? And the Silver Edge, maybe. Maybe the Silver Edge is the turning. I don't know what the turning point is for Abaddon anyway.
What really hurts there, I mean, obviously the Ector Slam not connecting on anything. Great counter initiation by Quinn. First of all, Stinger, what the heck was that Chrono? I mean, what the RP? How do you catch the people like that? Anyway,
that
he
was pretty impressive RP, but the Yules at the right afterwards to cancel the skewer was very smart as well. Who's the Yules on?
I believe that was Quinn's.
That was
Quinn's.
Oh, you think it was Quinn's?
It could have been MSS's. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But one of the 2 spirits, and they got Team Spirit here for sure. Again, Quincy only with a 5K net worth lead. There's the BKB now on Ector, who again, with Radiance, farms, right? He do be farming. So going next into the Shadow Blade, make that Silver Edge actually for him. As he will almost have enough for that one here already. Okay. Sure, we'll see how it works for them.
Quincy's also playing this game. I mean, we've got him Beast Coast because obviously this weird lineup has a lot to talk about.
Yeah.
But Quincy's been playing a really good game here. Very, very stable with the Chronos. Yawar, when we saw them against Omega, for example, not the best Chronos many times, right? He would mess up a fair amount, but this time really consistent with their team fights. They're playing around the enemy team ultimates, they're playing around their own ultimates, and Quinn is popping off as per usual on his Void Spirit. That's why you should have maybe banned the Spirits for Quinn. Not much like Quincy did not much respect Omega and didn't do any respect bans. Beast Coast should have done the same against Quincy Crew, right?
And I think props to Yawar as well, realizing, oh, this is not even a Battle Fury game for me. I'm just gonna go Midas, right? Just straight up Midas, because it's not like
It was the right choice.
He needs to outfarm anyone. Yeah, I agree. He needs to necessarily outfarm anyone. He just needs to farm and be ready to fight here. And I think Midas gives him a little bit more utility. I think the Battle Fury is going to be more damage, raw damage anyway. I think it's like plus 55 or plus 65 or some shit. But attack speed is going to be pretty good. Not only the attack speed, of course, but the transmute, giving the experience. They've actually buffed the experience gain a whole lot more than the gold again. It's now up to 2.1 times the experience you get. Basis Void now up to level 20, and already has the Time Walk talents here. Actually, both of them, of course.
And then the other factor about how Quincy Crew is particularly playing this, the Midas particularly, right, is that if you go for Midas, I actually think it's better than Battle Fury in terms of DPS with Chronos. So you can fight a bit earlier. Yeah, Lelis could die here. They have Chrono though. They have Chrono. They're thinking about it. Oh, the Fissure stops the Chrono from coming out, and that's enough time to kill Lelis. Yawar, he doubted a bit too much. Gets Chrono. Does get Chris Luck. Valuable. Has Yo Scepter if he just survives barely enough. Won't get it in time. Ector now chasing after him. Yawar was forced to BKB himself. Ector still preserving both BKB and the Radiance. We don't have a buyback though on Chris Luck, and there's a buyback on Lelis. Ector going for the hardest target, SVG. The Echo Saber will guarantee the silence, but it's such a difficult target to kill. And you actually pop BKB just for the support, Ector. That's not how you're supposed to play, Ector. SVG will die finally, but Ector's forced to retreat. He has nothing to dispel this finally against the Aphotic Shield, but look at Quinn, keeping him at bay. Yawar even joins. Ector has nothing here. No BKB, no borrowed time, and no HP. They might even find Whisper, but they won't. They had Yos at the ready.
Choco was like, why didn't you use your Greaves, man? Save your teammate. Wouldn't have helped there, unfortunately, Choco. I mean, Schofield does his
Today, the other casters have been really flamey, huh?
They really have.
They really have been flamey.
Normally it's us, right? But
okay.
I mean, unfortunately,
It's not really us, actually. We're
that's
quite
not true,
nice.
yeah.
Did you
Schofield,
hear what I said about this draft, dude? I said it was the best thing ever. Like, how is that played?
Schofield tries to distract them by just enraging and running away, but
Yep.
Quincy have learned that's just that's just a creep basically at this point. There's a creep with a slow, and that has status resist. The vessel's real annoying. Let's be fair, right? The vessel is very annoying, but other than that, unfortunately, our Ursa Warrior is more of a cub than anything here.
Yeah. You know what they say right here? If Hector's over there, just don't follow the bear. Right? You just wait and go for
That's very
Hector
good.
instead.
That's very good. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The Abaddon is the only hero for Pisco, so as long as he dies, that's all
Yeah.
that matters, and the rest of the team should be covering him. But honestly, what I like about Yawar is that he understands, if you kill Luck in the Chrono, right? You're not going to kill Hector in the Chrono. If you kill Luck in the Chrono, you take away the biggest team fight and their biggest counter initiation.
Yep.
Because Stinger is a support Magnus. Like, he is mustering some really good RPs, but honestly, you're limited, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. He's trying his best, and it's the same thing with Chris Luck, right? Because
Yeah.
it's not that bad. Like, so here's, I think, probably the biggest problem, unfortunately, for Beast Coast, besides, the thing I cannot bear to even speak about, is the fact that Hector on the ABBA, because of the nature of the hero, no one really wants to touch him. Right? This isn't a core that everyone wants to dive and kill immediately, right?
Exactly.
So it's not like you have a perfect counter initiation with the Earthshaker. That's not the case, unfortunately. And more often than that, it's completely opposite. Normally, people just ignore Hector as long as they can in teamfights. By the way, Chris Luck is just dying top lane, unfortunately. So it's like there's no natural order to these team fights either. And it's the same thing with Veno, right? No one wants to group around to him. So there's some more counter synergy. You're hoping for a good RP, but just how, right? There's nothing to really. There's no bait.
Oh,
ever
he got
here.
Silver Edge. Now you can finally kill the
There it
SVG
is.
like
There
you
it
wanted
is.
this whole time. Why is SVG such a like? Why do you hate him so much? Stop going for him. You've lost Whisper. You've lost Stinger. Hector, man, he's a support. I know that.
He's got BKB.
He gets BKB, yes. He's fighting till the end, though, because he knows he can fight with his BKB. Now realizing maybe not so much. The
No
BKB on
detection.
Yawar got popped.
No detection.
Okay.
Oh, here's
Schofield.
Schofield. There he is. Yeah,
From
dude.
behind.
Get in there, Schofield. Get the Observer Ward.
I think the Ursa, like they picked Ursa support, and their whole mind went whack, and Hector keeps thinking
my
this
God.
Enchantress is not support or something. 'Cause beyond the fact that their draft is a bit odd and it might not be working, he keeps going for the Enchantress.
You know what?
I think SVG might have just ruined one of his pubs
You're
or something.
totally right. We still have borrowed time here. Good luck breaking him, as he is just gonna be able to go ahead and run
Watch him
himself away.
Silver Edge and go back for
Oh
SVG
my
just
God.
again.
I don't know why. You're totally right. Even in the last fight, he used a 10-second BKB.
For
Bro,
SVG.
Bro, it doesn't work like that anymore. It's the ultimate. It pierces BKB. You can't do that anymore.
Like his name spells Savage. This guy's got to do
Oh
something. I mean, he's
my
playing the Enchantress. It's too good.
goodness.
Oh wait! Look at this
There he
play.
goes,
He's
there he
going in
goes.
again. Who's he gonna
SVG,
find?
he's
Okay,
locked him
Lelis.
on. Beep, beep,
I'm
beep,
okay.
beep,
No.
beep, beep.
Oh no, he has
Ah.
Lelis. That's the right play. But he has Hurricane Blank. Time to kill SVG again.
He's like, no,
He's-
that didn't go well, but it's a support. I want to
Oh,
kill him.
he's
I'm a
going
puppy.
in just with
What the-
BKB. He doesn't care.
Hector,
He's gonna
why?
murder Lelis.
No,
Nice
he
BKB by
can't.
Lelis. He can't Echo Saber any longer. He still has borrowed time as the Silver Edge himself away.
God.
And as Choco points out, he had BKB the whole time. Yep, there we go. Hector healing in another toxin, taking a little bath in the poison.
Okay. I mean, hey, relatively short cooldown at least here. At least for Hector. Quincy, you're like, what the heck is going on, brother? They're like, SVG, go bait him.
Say what you will about this draft, but this is one of the more entertaining games you get. dude.
Really? Here, SVG's
Hector-
literally baiting. He's
look at this!
literally
Look at
baiting.
this! He's
Here
going for SVG! Just tried to break him and murder him. Hector
him.
just has no chill. Has to kill the support. He will accomplish his magnum opus. SVG might finally die. No, SVG will survive.
There's
RP on the
RP.
Viper.
Okay.
Hector sees a better target,
no,
but they're in the
Yawar's
middle
here.
of this fight. Yawar's BKB. Whisper's already down. We don't have Chrono though. They kill Stinger really quickly. They finish off Whisper as well. Hector finds a better target than MSS. But it's not going to be enough. It's an
one-man
Echo Slam.
Echo.
Now stuns Yawar. Can they kill him in the process? They can't. It's all because SVG is alive. SVG is stopping this fight. Look at that impetus damage. He's too strong. Someone murder the Enchanters.
my
It's
God.
impossible. A team wipe.
What is going on? I gotta. I don't know what's going
This
on.
is the
in
best
this
game. I love this
bro.
team.
What the heck is this? I'm completely speechless. And they literally, I mean, I kid you not. They said, SVG, get in there and just walk, just take Hector for a walk, dude. He is gonna follow you till the cows come home. I mean, poor Hector still did 5,400 damage in that team fight. He's got absolutely nothing to show for it, right? Oh man. What the heck? I apologize for spiking the microphone by just laughing into it, but what, I mean, I think
it's a game. You're supposed to have fun.
yeah, I agree. Beast Coast.
You're not laughing at Beast Coast here. It's just they drafted decently. They forgot to ban the Viper. The Viper that came out. They had to put the Ursus in a 4, and this game became a bit of a wacky game. The Abaddon carry was not a bad idea, to be honest, for this game.
Yeah.
But the reality of it is if Abaddon carry is going to chase the Enchanters for the rest of the game, it's going to be really difficult to win it.
Pretty much. He's just walking. He's following the Enchantress. You know?
I mean, it's the easiest hero to kill, and I kind of see that, but you're in Abaddon. You don't have any magical... I mean, you have a bit of magical damage, right? Enchantress is... he even has Essence Ring to bait you in further.
Okay. So we do have at least the 15% cooldown reduction here for our Abba, right? So now he's got Silver Edge on a much shorter cooldown, nearly 18 seconds. Same thing here for Borrowed Time. 6-second duration, gives you a 28-second downtime here effectively. Pretty darn good, right? You get the eggs, you reduce that by another second. Who knows? Maybe you can get yourself a fancy Octarine core. I mean, I don't know here for Beast Coast. I love that they're playing it out. You know, they're trying. I'm speechless.
No, this game wasn't over from the start. They just need to have a better team fight organization here. Made a couple blunders here. Whisper again. Really good chrono here by Yawar. Catching. You gotta catch either Chris Luck or Whisper. Now Hector with a Silver Edge wants to surprise Yawar. He just wants to get the silence off. Actually punish Yawar, but he's lacking the damage. Borrowed Time though will save him. Nice! Ether Remnant. He couldn't dispel it in time. Well played there, Quinn. Saving your carry again.
Yeah, well played indeed. And now Quinn getting a bit aggressive, forcing Hector to pop the BKB. 8-second BKB, if I recall. No, it's just kidding. It's down to a 6-second BKB. He's been using that thing like his freaking as much as his Silver Edge, pretty much. Actually, to be honest, I mean, why not? Right? He's got a cooldown reduction talent. Oh my lord. Yeah.
Now it's a bit too late though. Quincy Crew has a better late game to begin with. Your 4 Protect 1 is not going to work this late into the game, and they have really good team foot as well.
I fucking love Dota sometimes, you know. It's games like these, right?
Right. The Beast Coast makes you enjoy Dota. Shit on them all you want. I don't care, dude. They always provide entertainment.
I agree. All right, well, we'll see how they do here. Yawar, again, it's kind of just a free game for Yawar as well, right? I mean, if we can even put some analysis into it, up 25k. He gets so farmed. 11-1 and 12 here. Perhaps a bit of a confidence boost back to Quincy Crew, right, as they had been not doing too hot here in the group stage. And could set up for a kill here on a Chris Luck. He also has, a Shadow Blade.
Yeah, to initiate better. They can still win this if they get a beautiful RP Echo Slam, right? They have force, like major force ultimates, and they can turn this around and they just get the team fight of their lives. Now, that's really difficult to do, but it is possible for Pisco. That's why they keep their hopes
right.
up.
And hey, I mean, we are getting there, Schofield. we are without, of course, the Chronosphere here for Yawar. So it's not completely untenable. You know, look at that. They got a tower top lane as well. Hector continuing to push. That's going to now net him a bit closer to the Basher, as he's got the full ninja gear.
All right. Who has, I mean, Hector's Ninja Gear will help him at least cut lanes a bit with the Radiance. That's a technique that we've seen the PA use with their Blur as well. Not a bad idea. He's actually farming still crazy well. I mean, it's incredible. They've been losing this game for forever, and they still are actually kind of even with Hector. He has Minotaur Horn as well.
Sorry, I'm watching the late team right now on the monitor.
Poor Abaddon.
Hector. No, Hector. TP.
He has borrowed time though. He has borrowed time.
Yeah, he's
it's okay.
Oh,
it's
the
okay.
TP?
Oh, no, they...
okay, he's okay.
They don't cancel.
Yawar was ready, though. Yawar was like, I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
Woo! All right.
The real problem there was Enchantress was nearby, and Hector had to doubt. He's like, should I TP or should I just kill SVG again?
Yeah, I mean, so the yeah, honestly, right? Hector, he was put on this earth to do 2 things. I'm here to farm and to kill Enchantress. And I'm all out of farm.
Loving it. Loving it.
He just farms the map too fast, map. They're farming all my camps. Guess I have to kill the Enchantress. Oh, the Chronosphere has been dropped. And they found
for
Whisper yet
oh,
again.
no, Chris, come on.
Linking into the Chronosphere. They're going to need to get back now. Hector getting bashed here. Does have the borrowed time up and available and will be able to get back into safety. As Schofield, he's just running around here having a laugh. Unable to really do much this game.
Yeah, you gotta control yourself, dude. You gotta... It's Hector, you're enjoying this too much. Look at the skewer.
Is that
RP.
not BKB?
Yeah, it's not BKB. Hector
He's
is
still
not
has
getting
Aegis,
damage though
though.
now.
Still has
Borrowed
Aegis.
time will be popped. It's not going to be good enough. Look, Yawar is just tanking way too much. He actually has Witless Shackle now, so it's impossible to deal with him. And Hector, you start to fall off, dude. Even with your Minotaur Horn. Why are these casters flaming him? Stop. He knows what to play. Hector has the Minotaur Horn, but he's going to fall regardless. Chris Luck has to get away with a Shadow Blade, but unfortunately Quinn will predict it. That's for my pub, says Quinn.
Nah, just no chance for not going there either. Again, it's the GG. Okay, like, and that's the thing, right? I honestly think this draft is doable, right? Well, if you change a few things, right? You just need something to get, hey, Quincy, you know, everyone group up, it's time for el photo, all right? Everyone group up, group picture, and then you come in and you echo slam them, and you bait them in with the echo. There's just nothing to get it done this game. It's a bit of anti-synergy here within the Beast Coast lineup, unfortunately, even without the Ursa.
It was a tough game to play, and I think that, as you mentioned, if you play the game with this kind of difficult draft, because Dota is influenced by the draft so much, you kind of have to play a perfect game, and Beast Coast did not do that, unfortunately, either, right? I would say that the biggest issues are actually towards the early mid-game, which is with the Abaddon carry shines the most, right? Because he had such a huge early power spike around the Radiants, and he kept fighting without borrowed time on, he didn't have a second save, yes, he didn't have anything good on Schofield, but that wasn't the reason they lost. Like, this Ursa was not why they lost. It was very clearly... No, it was very clearly the issue that they kept playing. Like, Quincy Crew played really well on their ultimates, and Beast Coast did the opposite, right?
Yeah,
and on top of that, I feel like the UR was really good this game compared to the. We've saw a couple other performances. You mentioned his positioning, but this game he was on point.
Yeah.
He knew when to chrono, what heroes to chrono. I guess it was easier because you could always avoid the enemy carry, but that allowed them to always have the upper hand in team fights. So well played to Quincy Crew. I'm glad to see them winning again. I think these kind of games against Beast Coast also, especially if your morale's a bit down, as KBQ mentioned on his Twitter, it lifts your morale because you can't help. I mean, I would smile if I was playing against this, right?
I mean, there's two different approaches, though, right? And again, not to kind of get into the team's mentality, because of course we are not privy to that. We're never going to know. But some competitors at the same time, right, at the other side of the coin of this, might be kind of pissed at this as well. I feel, right?
Oh, because you think they're not taking you seriously?
Yeah. I mean,
well, then you're like the chatters who literally don't know Beast Coast.
That's fair. That's fair.
When Alba carry comes out, which is a carry they've run a fair amount of times, and you're like, oh, what is this Alba carry, right? And that's you not knowing Beast Coast. I think if you play against them enough times in the region, you kind of accept this is the kind of Dota they play.
Yep. And again, I think honestly, nothing wrong with the Alba, nothing really wrong with the Ursa, nothing wrong with Whisper, like nothing wrong with all these heroes individually. It's just that together, unfortunately,
the Ursa.
The Beast Coast draft, it just doesn't melt, right? This draft doesn't work together, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And that'll be game one here, a very fun game here, as Quincy will take that one 47-15 in 40 minutes. Surprised it took that long, to be honest.
Yeah, we'll see shortly, as Quincy Crew still has one more game against Beast Coast. So let's see if they can bring this back. I know that Beast Coast will not let this kind of loss affect them, so
no,
it's fun
absolutely
to watch.
not. I
they
know
don't care.
I
they
know
don't
that
care.
much. Hold on to your butts, guys. We're going to game number 2 here in just a bit. We'll see you soon.
Hello, hello, and welcome back to The Voice of the Realm, your nightly podcast. This time for the last time, right?
This time
is the last time.
for the
yes.
last time, for the 8th and final time tonight. We're going
Yes.
to be coming back here to the radio desk before we throw it to our casters. What a draft there for game number 1. Position 4, Ursa Warrior.
That was a roller coaster of a game in the draft. Well, no, the game was not a roller coaster. The game was more of a free fall. But
yeah,
the draft was definitely a roller coaster.
the draft was more of a, it's what it is.
Look at this. We got soundboards now.
We
Oh,
got-
this excited
we got,
boy.
We got a sound.
We finally made it to the 70s, boys.
We're in the 70s in terms of radio shows. You know, I sent you a PM on Discord about getting like some transition stingers, like radio style. We'll see. We might have those for next time.
Don't tell me on stream, you.
We might be fun.
Anyway,
Might be fun. You know,
this
we
is
got to
game
give the
number 2
viewers to come
between
back.
Beast Coast and Quincy Crew.
Yes.
Despite what our score said, Beast Coast did not win game number 1.
They did not.
They won it in our hearts.
It was
though.
close.
It was an enjoyable game.
Really close.
I enjoyed the game very much. I think when you watch one of those games with the Beast Coast, you kind of have to throw your arms in the air and go, sure.
You know what the problem was, and I think it was Choco. He had it right. It was that one time someone died without using wand. And if they did that differently,
Choco is such a toxic caster these days, dude. He just keeps pointing out like wand, soul ring, essence ring.
Choco, by the way, the Spanish casters.
Yes.
It's not really a bug, but for some reason in Dota 2, if you ping something and you're in a broadcast channel,
knows this?
everyone else that is in a broadcast
knows
channel also gets the ping. I know. I'm telling the viewers.
Oh, okay.
Because I think we're probably, obviously we know all the spectator bugs for Valve,
true.
but I think people, when have they ever joined the broadcast slot?
That's why it's actually considered unprofessional. Not that
Yeah,
we care,
yeah.
but it's considered unprofessional to ping items or to chat or anything like that. It's usually frowned upon. That's
Yeah.
because that way you have the image clean.
Yeah.
But because this broadcast is made by 4D, which has a Spanish cast, it's a bit more leeway. We're trying to go for more casual.
We're at
style
their
for it.
mercy.
I was okay, sure. I was gonna say that. They're good. They're good buddies with us. They're really good people, honestly.
Yeah, they are.
Took us a laugh.
They are.
He helped me with in my first major.
I'm sure he's just having a laugh at that one. But yeah, obviously the biggest problem there for Beast Coast was SVG's Enchantress and Quincy Crew. They're gonna go ahead and ban it here. It's the first ban overall in the entire draft. Don't worry, guys. We'll ban it for you.
Oh, we realized they still let the Magnus pass. So okay, so now that I see the draft, I'm saying Quincy Crew, they are just thinking that Magnus is not so strong for Beast Coast, so they're just thinking they can beat it. I saw Quincy Crew much stronger this game though than usually. I think the one win kind of put them back on track. It's hard to gauge because what the hell was that game? But
Yeah.
I think they are still back on track though, because I didn't see them make any mistakes really. Quinn was on point. He popped off. Yawar was really on point with his Void. Mind you, it was much more of a Quincy Crew draft, which is something I haven't done recently these days, right? Sometimes it's just hard to accept that you have comfort picks. You want to draft the best draft possible, especially if you're a good drafter. And the Quincy Crew has really good draft most of the time, right? A lot of players talk about how difficult it is to draft against, particularly MSS, because he has so much, or SVG or MSS. I don't actually know who of them. I think they just talk it all. I think it's SVG. But he has such a good experience. I mean, both players have such good experience. They play together for forever. They understand a lot of compositions. It's like having to play chess against a grandmaster. They know all the openings, right?
Like Winter.
Yes. And
He's not GM actually. Sorry.
he's not. But the Quincy Crew, because of that, they always had really solid drafts, and sometimes it hurts that you have to draft worse just because you want to pick comfort picks. It's not a weakness, though, in your team, though. The best teams in the world have won, particularly the comfort picks, like OG or Liquid. They all won with comfort picks, right? So while having a varied pool of heroes is good, and Quincy Crew definitely has that,
Mind Control Tidehunter. He loves the hero.
right? For example.
Oh, that was a joke. Remember, he did not want to play Mind.
Amazing. He's great. He's so good at it.
I mean, he's pretty darn good, but he
Anyway.
was not enjoying it that particular TF.
I just meant that they go for picks that they can
yes,
play.
yes,
So Universe also hated Darkseer, and he was great at it. It's not about what you would like. It's about what you're good at.
Oh, Universe.
Yeah.
What was the memes? We only pick him green heroes, Venomancer, who's an offlaner. Might have been Mind Control again.
I don't know. Universe was the purple heroes.
I know
Because they
Universe.
picked
I know.
them
I know
for-
Universal's purple heroes. I remember that
And the
one.
joke was like, he's the most underrated offlaner ever. Even though he wins TI, he's the most underrated offlaner. Nobody except for every single caster, Reddit thread, and person is talking about him.
Or anyone that has ever quoted an esports statistic for like a school speech, because at
Yeah.
one point he was actually the highest paid esports player in the entire world. Actually,
That's true.
and yeah, so I was a big fan of Universe, dude. I really got sad.
If you weren't a big fan of Universe because you weren't a fan of Dota, dude.
I got really sad when
The
he
guy was a
retired.
fun.
No, I know, but I've got I was my first TI. Oh my god, at any
Oh,
team
there's a
one.
special
you know?
memories,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. So I'm
What a youngster
a
I'm casting with.
real soft spot for that guy.
There's also Zoomers versus Boomers in the Dota world, huh?
You're not really a boomer though. I mean, I guess you are because you did play the Warcraft 3 mod. So
For 10 years. I started playing on the same time that Fear started playing.
Okay, boomer.
Just
How
saying.
many TIs have you won?
0.
Yeah,
'Cause
okay.
There's one
that's what
very
I
clear
thought.
factor here between the
That's
very
what I
difference
thought.
between Fear and me is that I'm trash. Right? So that's an important.
Well, at least he recognizes it here. But Beast Coast, I think this is going to be a much better start here. Faceless Void Magnus, of course, a great degree of flexibility in the mag. I don't think it was Whisper on the mag, wasn't it? Yeah,
No, it
no,
wasn't.
it was Stinger.
Stinger,
It was
yeah.
Stinger.
Whisper does play the mag sometimes, but I think it's much better on Schofield or Stinger particularly because they like giving Whisper a more impactful hero. Last game though they gave him Venomancer because they wanted to counter the Void. Yeah, Venom's fine on Whisper. I like Whisper on more mobile heroes though, particularly. I think that's where he excels. The guy's really good at cutting lane, so that's why they banned Leshrac against him every single game. He was really good on the offlane puck. That was fantastic. He likes those heroes particularly. In fact, a little pocket pick that Beast Coast never shows these days because he's trash, but he's actually a Whisper pocket pick. Is a Tinker. He plays offlane Tinker.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. But that's so crazy. Like they play offlane Silencer, offlane Tinker.
I will say though, Quincy right now, their draft is looking pretty solid all
Very
around.
good draft to begin with.
Yeah, it's 3 solid
MSS
opening
Mirana
picks.
is ridiculous.
The problem is, of course, it's not very flexible. Right?
No, but they don't like to do that.
No, of course, that's okay. But I'm just saying some teams maybe can and will take advantage of this, right?
Yeah.
Of course, because it's 3 pretty strong heroes. You've got a strong Dispel in there as well. You're not really
wow.
opening yourself up to anything like a Bat Rider or something like that, right? That can really screw you over once you define your last or your bottom 3 in terms of the roster. But Beast Coast with the Maiden, you're surprised about this. Tell me your initial reaction to.
Well,
seeing the
usually they
Maiden.
don't pick their 5 like this. They usually flex something into the 5. They're like, oh, it's Slardar this time as a support, you know? Like the joke I always made is that what's a flex hero to normal team. Oh, like maybe Ember, maybe Void Spirit, and you ask Beast Coast, like, well, the Nyx Assassin, the Silencer, these are flex heroes. Like, what the fuck?
The Disruptor.
Disruptor mid. I remember that one.
That
Yeah.
was when you fell out of your chair.
Yep. Troll Warlord plus Oracle. Quincy Crew's going for their bread and butter. The Troll Warlord Yawar, incredible. SVG on the Oracle.
Troll Oracle is.
The Crystal Maiden, of course, was picked up to counter the Beastmaster, so it was a really good pickup here. But the Beastmaster should still be fine unless it's a monstrous Beastmaster. Like, these are all comfort picks for Quincy Crew.
It does well to counter the lane, right? Is what you mean, because you can do very you
Well,
can
in general, though.
you can clear the boars very nicely with Frost Knight. But yeah, but you can I get
Yeah, because you can always frostbite one of his creeps, and Beastmaster likes to go for the zoo. You might have to opt for not a zoo build because of the Crystal Maiden.
That's true. You might have to,
Yeah.
And we'll see. We have seen already in this tournament actually Beastmaster against a Train Protector, just max instead the axes, the wild axes.
Brax.
So we'll see here what Quincy decide. Maybe they're going to change it up here to try and mess with the CM play style. But
Watch Beast Coast flex the CM to 3.
the thing is, it could be.
China.
We do have some pretty serious problems right now that Beast Coast do need to address here. Oracle Troll is not a very easy combo to outplay.
Not with Void.
Nope, not with Void. You do have a root at least to try and keep him locked down, assuming he ultis before. There we go. Better pick, but I see maybe too many supports.
I think that might be a Winter Wyvern offlane. Or it could be a Magnus offlane. Either or.
Yeah,
but-
either. That's what I'm thinking. Almost certainly a maid in 5.
I know it
right?
sounds like I'm trolling when I say Winter Wyvern offlane, but Beast Coast has done this
No.
before.
And honestly, it's not that bad of a pick, to be honest, right? Because now the Wyvern, Winter Curse, you can actually do full damage to your targets in the Curse. So sometimes you see like a Blade, not a Blade Mail, not a Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn, but not the Orchid first, right?
Orchid, sure.
For the Soul Burn damage, because your Arctic Curse is insane, or Arctic Burn rather, is insane, and Winter's Curse allows you to solo kill almost everyone in the game. Of course, the exception is if you have a false promise, you're not going to die.
What I like from Beast Coast is that one thing they wanted to mitigate from the last fight, last game, is that last game they felt without options because they lacked so much team fight. The team fight was essentially in one hero, which was the Earthshaker, and occasionally Magnus 5 that would get a good RP. But that was a tall order for the Magnus 5. This time, though, with a Winter Wyvern, with a Magnus, with a Void, you have counter initiation and initiation for days. And this is the best way to deal with the Oracle counter to the Void, because Oracle will just make the Void Chrono useless most of the time, right? But if you use the False Promise in the Chrono, you get punished with a RP. You might get punished for the Winter's Curse. Like, this is a game where actually, personally, I would rather they run the Magnus offlane and they run the Winter Wyvern 4.
I agree.
Because that gives Magnus more initiating potential.
And I think we need the Wyvern realistically to almost just Winter's Curse supports when the Chronos drop. Because almost always you see Wyvern's like one of the better counters to Faceless Void because he just always wreck his Chrono. You just ult him in the Chrono.
Oh, I see you. You mean like ignore the Chrono.
Ignore the Chrono, go behind, find that Oracle, fucking ult him.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I agree.
If the Oracle's not in the
or
Chrono.
ult something around Chrono.
Ult something around
Oracle.
Chrono, right? Because exactly. You cannot let Oracle reach the Chronosphere because Oracle wrecks it almost 2 ways for sure. I mean, maybe even 3, right? False Promise to save his allies, but of course, Fate's Edict, not Fate. It is Fate's Edict. Yeah, Diabolic Edict is Leshrac. Fate's Edict is a disarm, which can be dispelled.
Yep.
But then you have to use like a mat style to do damage in your Chrono. That sucks. No one wants to do that.
Oh, they ban offlaners. Okay, so they think it's Chris Luck playing the Magnus then, which I think is correct actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you run the Magnus as the offlaner, it's gonna be a really tough lane. Oh, maybe not.
Okay, maybe not. A lot of flexibility here.
A lot of flexibility. Considering it's Beast Coast, everything is flex.
Okay, give me your lineup here. real
What I
quick.
think?
I'll give you a chance. Let's see the last.
Let's see
pick.
the last
Let's
pick.
see the last pick
Thank
because I
you.
think Beast Coast even. It's unfair for me to do that because I think
I
they're
appreciate
even. They're gonna know. I'm not gonna put you on the spot like that. That's unfair. I
I
apologize.
mean, I'm gonna mess it up no matter what. What is the mid? I mean, what does Quincy Crew at mid here? Like, do you assume it's the Magnus mid or the Lena mid? Because we have seen Lena offlane as well, not only here, but in general. Actually, I saw recently Brain was playing it a lot on Skylark. I've seen even Viking GG run this. Like in Europe, it's been actually kind of popular.
I think maybe TA
I don't like the TA versus Lena pick, if I'm honest, though.
versus Lena.
I don't like the TA versus Lena. You just put Lena mid.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I think
it's
TA versus
fine.
Magnus is pretty good, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You force the Mag offlane because then Lena mid is like, it's whatever. We got Oracle Troll to run at her. We got
Okay.
Beastmaster.
Can you afford I think maybe, the 2 Spirit Brothers are actually kind of fine here.
Which ones? Storm
and Void
Spirit.
Yeah, because those are the ones that are left.
Yeah.
Void Spirit is actually better, I would argue, but Storm is not bad if you want to catch the Winter Wyvern in the back lines and you stop the Crystal Maiden. They lack kind of reliable stuns, but Quincy Crew might want a faster hero, hence the Void Spirit. However, Quinn plays he plays a really mean Storm. And
He does. He's really good on the spirits. I agree. I don't know. I still kind of like the TA. Against the Lena, it's not fantastic. You don't die. You don't win the lane, and then you just go into the jungle and farm. Okay, something
So they
something
assume
much
it's
different.
Oh, it's actually really good against Magnus and Lina. Yeah, we actually saw Secret picking up a DK today, so it's not the worst hero in the
All
world.
right, don't look.
No, I mean I saw it already.
You cheated.
All right. Yeah, this is what I was expecting. I mean, the thing is, it sucks to have the Magnus off-lane versus Troll and Oracle. I question how effective this pick can be because that lane is quite strong. Troll is a really strong laner, and Schofield on Winter Wyvern. Winter Wyvern is really weak doing that, so you don't get much advantage there. This is a very standard dread lineup of Beast Coast. I'm actually surprised. No weird flexes, no awesome counter picks. And the Lina got pretty heavy counter by that DK. I was even expecting maybe to run the Magnus. Well, I guess the Breathe Fire is a bit too annoying. Yeah, I mean, I think Quincy Crew still wins this draft, though. I mean, you have a solid draft of East Coast, much more solid than last time, and definitely not an odd draft, I don't think, to guess. But Quincy Crew has a really, really good draft themselves, and comfort picks in general, and a way to counter the Void in your general team fight. The thing is, they have to play this quick, but they have enough pushing power to play this really quick.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they push really, really nicely
Exactly.
too, don't they?
All their cores push. I like Quincy Crew a bit more. I think that offlane's a bit weak, honestly.
They offlane a Beast Coast, you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I don't know. Wyvern, I mean, of course, Whisper with the with the not magazine, with the costume on the Magnus is going to be actually kind of strong here with the Wyvern. I think they got a lot of slows, decent kill potential there, but who knows? Who knows? You guys are watching. I got to rhyme this time.
Is it actually a rhyme?
It's actually a rhyme. The cadence is shit, but it's okay. You guys are watching Quincy Crew versus Beast Coast. Yeah, okay, it rhymes. Why don't you give us your host? No, shit, I already fucked up. Why don't
is
you give
wrong with you?
give us a
What is wrong?
give a
Follow us on
follow
Twitch.
give
Follow us
a
on
give a
Twitch. And
follow
get-
to your
we'll
gracious
kick
host.
this guy.
Welcome back, everyone. Game number 2 now underway in our final and 8th game of the day here. We have Avil Plus and Seek and Strike here on the call for you guys. Thanks for tuning in all day, or if you're just tuning in now, thanks for dropping by, as we are now going to be starting our last game of the day, Avil. It's been a fun day today.
It's been a fun day. Beast Coast make sure that's the case, of course. They're going to go for SVG up top, by the way, and he already wasted a Fortune's End. Oh, yes, this is from last game. You deserve it, SVG. Wait, they didn't get the first blood to Wisp. That's a great way to equalize this lane,
That's
honestly.
fantastic.
Yeah, because Magnus is a bit similar to Slardar in the lane. A bit more secure than a Slardar, but you'd usually want a good lane from an offlane Magnus to actually take advantage of him. Honestly, with the first blood, it might mitigate whatever they can do in the lane. You'll still farm a bit, just not very well. And he already went for the Shockwave level 1. I like it from Whisper. He's going to play defensive lane here. Yeah. What sucks, though, is the middle lane for Beast Coast. Lina does nothing against DK. DK just tanks all your damage. And as Lina, the best thing you could do is attempt to stop Quinn from farming by stunning him at the right time.
Yeah, you can as well as, I mean, the good news for Lina is that she can as well push her lane out very nicely, right? She got a lot of wave clear, in fact, one of the better ones, along with Quinn here. So she can try and stop Quinn from just, having free reign over the tower very, very early on, right? That's usually what DKs love to do. They love taking towers very early, and Chris Luck is going to get out CS there, but should be able to make sure that as long as she's in the lane, there's no way she's going to lose her tower for free versus the DK. That'll be fine. If you the problem is once you go and gank, right, then DKs go, oh boy, free tower, right, and they just eat it. So that becomes the difficulty, especially because I think they are going to end up needing a gank in this top lane. It's going to be pretty difficult here for Whisper and Schofield for sure.
At least DK won't be able to stop Lina from farming too much, right? Or shouldn't. And in general, I mean, yeah, if you just Lester Gray like that, exactly, you should be able to just at least farm somewhat and then kick the Lina. I mean, you're not going to kick the Lina out, but you're going to at least be able to mitigate the advantage that a DK naturally has by being a melee hero. And that's your role as a Lina this game. Your harassment is falling on armored HP.
Indeed. As Whisper is, yeah, he's not even having a very fun time. Oracle, one of the better, I think, base attack times in the game or something like that. What's he got? He's got a good animation or something.
No, he has one of the best base attack times in the game. In
That's
fact,
right.
that's why I always explain the story that when he came out in Dota 1, that was towards the end of Dota 1's life cycle. Actually, Dota 2 was already out, but people were still playing Dota 1 regularly, and everyone started playing him as a carry with Maelstrom. And I'm like, please, guys. Because back in Dota 1, everything was a carry. In fact, back in the day, the way you decided who was supporting in the lane was who was the intelligence hero. So Storm support was quite common.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. People didn't know how to play back then. There was no understanding of how the game
Well, I
worked.
mean, like, you know, even if you watch, like, a bunch of professional highlights, like, if you watch, like, really, really, really old Na'Vi clips, I'm talking, like, TI1 era Na'Vi, you watch the Dota they're playing, and you go, what are they doing? What is
Yeah.
Why did Dendi pick Pudge, and why is he just tanking a tier 3 bottom? What is going on in this replay? People get better at Dota. Just facts.
It's incredible how much that the Dota, like people in general have advanced, and even the general Dota knowledge. Like you'll find people out of 3K right now that have a Dota knowledge that is immense for what it used to be, right? Like pros back in the day were not as good as some 3Ks these days. You know, like mechanically yes, but in terms of knowledge and tactics, because there's so much thing has been discovered about this game.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Very, very true. It's always something to consider. You know, especially in a game that's a PvP competitive game, you're always going to have, you know, as the time goes on, the player base is going to get smarter and smarter. It's just a fact.
Yep, exactly. That's nice though, because that means that Dota can get higher and higher in level, right? That's why every year you see these crazy plays. You go, how could you even come up on with this?
Yeah, but then I know sometimes it can be hard to watch as well, right? Because then you don't really understand everything that's going on. It kind of cuts both ways a little bit. SVG Manuel cutting through Schofield with the Purifying Flames, and essentially dispelling it, and another Purifying Flames there to counter. Yeah, I mean that can be an issue of some esports for sure, right? But you know, like trying to watch StarCraft, you know, today is probably really difficult compared to watching StarCraft when it first came out, and people were just not as good as the game, you know. But that's a discussion for maybe a podcast, I think, right?
Yeah, for sure. In the bottom lane, they are dealing with it less nicely. They didn't go for the Axis build. They actually did go for the Pores build. I saw like when you go with the Chen or Enchantress, because Chen and Enchantress take your Pores. Here, there's no point to not just raise the Pores. And then Stinger, well, if he wants to waste Frostbite against it, sure. He's still going to secure Ictor's lane, but that middle lane is the real big issue. Oh no, Chris Luck, you're actually going for the rune here alone. Yeah, he probably is.
Yeah.
That's way too easy. He got way too cocky against a DK. Was not expecting the Oracle to rotate, I guess, but
And
yeah,
MSS
they rotated
gets
both
the rune.
supports. Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be, I mean, not too great for Quinn either, but that he's fine with it, whatever he's going to have. No Soul Ring yet, surprisingly, but I imagine at some point here he's going to go for the boots first and probably look to be applying as much pressure as he can in the lane. He knows that now that he's got a kill, right, he's got a lot of momentum coming his way. We'll see here as Whisper himself struggling a little bit in this top lane, but I mean pretty respectable CS, 20-3 here compared to the 23-6. SVG's return to the lane, however, and we'll be able to bully Whisper away for now as bottom arrow connecting here briefly, but just barely on the Stinger, and that's enough for them to net a kill. MSS here actually punches pretty hard with the DD rune, and that's going to force Hector back. This mid lane, Arlena has now returned, looking to get some more damage onto Quinn. Still fighting top lane as well. They are. I heard the Elder Dragon form be popped immediately here as well out from Quinn, who is pretty confident in just, you know, right-clicking on Lena now from range. He's like, nah, I'm a range hero. How's it feel? You know?
The lanes are really difficult on these schools we're seeing here. It's honestly, I didn't see a chance for them winning. I mean, I was actually expecting them to win the bottom lane, I'll be honest, because I thought the Crystal Maiden would be better against Beastmaster, but apparently not, especially if Lelis is playing it.
Yep.
And also Mirana, of course, helps a lot to harass Face's Void. It's just really tough for them. They have to make this game back in the mid-game. That's the mid-game power spy they're going to be playing around, particularly with the Magnus, with the Void, just so much team fight. There is something there, but Quincy Crew, they're the experts of snowballing from lanes, right? So it's always dangerous to see them do this.
Yeah, I mean, you know, potentially a nice Wyvern crew is like, you're right, we got some really, really big level 6 power spikes here for Beast Coast. Their team fight as well is really strong, but the problem is Quincy, their sustain is also insane, right?
Yep.
So I think if Beast Coast can be the ones to, using your terms, I think you say propose in these team fights, right? If they can be the ones kicking them off and dictating the terms on when they fight, I think they got a real good shot at winning this game, just based on the fact that their team fight is a lot better. They just need to make sure that Quincy aren't all set up in some sort of defensive position, right? Basically, that means Lelis waiting in the wings with a blink or whatever, DK out in front, a Troll as well in front, and then, you know, Mirana and Oracle off to the side waiting to help their teammates out as Chris Luck takes his second death here. Looks like they caught him just underneath this tower. MSS rotate on in, landing a beautiful arrow, and that might just be the tier 1 down here already. Well, the Dragon Form not up for 20. That should be fine.
Well, the boars are annoying Stinger a bit here in the bottom lane, and Hector is actually forced to deal with those boars. Sucks. The Frostbite not enough. Oh, wow. Lelis even denies it. This guy's so good.
Brutal.
This guy's really good on the Beastmaster, dude. I told you, there's a bunch of comfort picks for Quincy Crew, and
MSS,
they're a really solid team
He's
as well.
rotated down. They don't know.
Hector finally, though, is winning, or at least even in the last war against the Troll,
Yeah.
which is what I was expecting. I was surprised that Lelis had so much domination early.
Yes,
That's the Mirana effect.
You say that, but again, the Mirana is here, ready and willing to yeet an arrow there into the back of Hector. It could be a kill. Oh, there we go. Now Hector kicking this one off. Arrow on the way in. They will stun up Hector. We needed a bit more damage on the Lelis there. Being able to find it, courtesy there of Stinger's damage. However, they will get a kill in return. Lelis actually with the boar poison, of all things, getting the kill on Hector from beyond the grave. Doesn't get the experience, but
Not the poison, just the auto types.
just the boar.
Poison doesn't deal damage.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah. Remember, guys, not all poison kills. Some poison just makes you go slow.
That's
Like,
true.
boar is essentially just giving you a laxative, and you're like, oh, I feel a
I
bit.
gotta slow. I'm slow. Schofield.
Go to the bathroom.
Oh,
Anyway,
Schofield's
Schofield.
scouted.
Let's see. I don't know if they can kill him. That Dragon Tail, wow, that is not the range of that ability. Even with Dragon, what is this? I think that was an extra hatred because you're Dragon versus Wyvern, but that should not have happened. That was
Yeah.
one of those situations where.
And a good job by Chris Luck. He's going to come back out. His tower affected by corrosive haze. Thank you. Oh, okay. He's just going to ult SVG, by the way. SVG walks into Whisper. Whisper gets confused. And now SVG's courier's going to die. Okay. That was the best Dota I've ever seen. Roar down bottom lane. Will catch Hector. Into the arrow he goes. Lelis looking for a bit more damage with the Storm. They will have it. It's going to be 2 back-to-back kills onto Hector.
And now it's starting to become difficult though because Lelis has much more
RP?
advantage.
Mid lane?
Wait them down. Oh, mid lane RP. Yeah. I don't know if they can kill him though.
He's so
Honestly,
tanky. He's
it's
gone.
a tanky Dragon Knight. Can they have any other stun? Nope. And
No.
bottom lane they take Stinger, and as a result, they're gonna push a tower. Look how early Quincy rotates their carry. That's very rare to see when you have a Beastmaster in the off lane, but it is really common to see if you have Quincy Crew and they're running the Troll because they want to push and shorten this match as soon as possible, and they want to shorten your map as well.
Yeah.
And that's what they do. They're really good at getting map control.
Yeah, axes on axes on axes there. No Brax, however. And that's going to be Quincy then taking that bottom tower pretty handily. SVG soaking up some experience here in the top wave, as well as some CS to his name. Not bad. Always nice to have levels in gold here on your support Oracle, especially someone that can be really that useful. But level 6 on that guy cannot come fast enough, because that's going to change the dynamic of the way that Quincy Crew, no part of me, is willing to engage or disengage into team fights here. Still a bit further away, however, and we'll see how fast they can get experience here. Lelis continuing to deny his own boars, proving that he is indeed the Beastmaster. And now with the... Oh, he's going for a more Aura build here. Medallion into the Vladimir's offering, as this should now be Quinn pretty much getting control here of the mid lane as well with this Ultra Dragon form. Still only level 1, but this should be him taking a mid-tier 1 tower. Doesn't really care about the damage it's pumping out right now to him.
You know, the build, by the way, for the Winter Wyvern actually has an Etherlens recipe. I've never seen you start the build by the recipe.
That is
He must have
interesting.
bought it because he was about to die and then, just wanted to save it all.
Oh, no, Stinger with like 40, what is that, 35, 45 damage, actually getting the job done, denying the tower. Impressive.
Yeah, what a fantastic Crystal Maiden. This is what shows what real Crystal Maiden can do, right? Real Crystal Maidens, they deny towers.
They denied towers.
But this is the pushing power we talked about in the draft. It's scary to play against a draft that has good pushing power and also really good lane, or they beat you in all lanes
Yeah.
because you need to answer this somehow. I guess you have some nice lane control, particularly with the Lina and the Magnus, but it's tough regardless. Chris Luck again found out. There's the arrow, breathe fire, and goodbye, Chris Luck.
I apologize, I missed that one. I was expecting him bottom, but I misheard the
No, Yawar
vulnerability.
wants to go for a solo kill here. Schofield, he's just waiting for the trees to break. Oh, no, Yawar, you got stuck, dude. You got stuck. Schofield, play with you.
The trees only end up breaking when you actually land, as they, oh no, they're going to find land another arrow, speaking of that, onto Hector, who gets caught there. He's trying to sneak through the trees. That's going to be, of course, the vision courtesy of the Hawk into a Primal Roar, setting up for a very easy kill into them. Look at this, MSS continuing to just sow discord here across basically the entire map of Beast Coast. They can't even walk through their mid-tier 2 here without being safe, Avo. This is tough. Look at where Whisper is trying to find farm here. And I mean, he is farming here, don't get me wrong. Pushing the tower here as well at the same time. So he's doing some nice stuff here, but it's just a really hard game for them.
It's a really difficult game. I would argue this game actually is a bit more difficult than the last one just because of the lanes.
Stinger's,
You have to survive this early game. I don't know what he was doing.
Stinger's farming Ancients, don't worry about him.
Yeah, farming Ancients. I mean, he did stop the Beastmaster from farming. I don't think that was
Yeah,
the
yeah.
purpose, but there was no way you're killing Lelis. He didn't have Primal Roar. He could have just mowed him down, though. If he didn't use Freezing Field, didn't get the extra armor, he could have just killed him.
Oh yeah, 20 armor.
So I
is-
think that was the
yeah.
idea.
Good
Yeah, yeah.
luck killing a maiden with 20 armor this early on in the game. 20 bonus.
Because he didn't
armor,
have
I should say.
Primal Roar, of course. They're going to go for Hector, though. He has Corona, though.
Yeah, it's a tough one here. Arrow will be sent either way. Get down, Mr. President, says Whisper, as he'll go ahead and block that one. Allow Hector then free reign currently of the creep wave. They have no way to dispel the the empower this game, that is, at the very least. So at least they're going to have a little bit of extra damage and a cleave in the fights quite reliably. Actually, that's not true. They do have a way to dispel it, and that, of course, is Fortune's End. So never mind. I told a lie. A big fat lie at that.
There's a smoke now coming in from Quincy Crew.
You
They
got
have
a blink on Quinn?
All Dragon. Yep. There we go. With the Dragon Tail, can they secure? Oh, yes,
Yeah.
perfect arrow.
Beautiful.
There's the confidence I was missing from Quincy when I watched them against Thunder. That's back. This is the kind of Quincy I remember a lot. They go for these plays, they trust each other, they set up Dragon Tail for the arrow. It's really simple, but you can easily tell then when the team is starting to falter motivationally, right? Their morale is back to normal, it seems like, at least. That last
Yeah.
game against Beast Coast they must have enjoyed that.
Yeah, I reckon they did, right? I reckon they did. We were talking
Luck.
after. Oh, Chris Luck is. Oh wow. Okay. Not only able to escape is what I was going to say clearly. He gets off an LSA before he goes, but it's been a tough game here for Chris Luck here. 1-4-1. He's going to be probably the best performer here. 1-0-0 on Whisper at least. Top lane though, Lelis is going to find the kill onto a Schofield. That was courtesy of the Primal Roar. And another arrow there just to secure some follow-up damage. This is what I mean. It's just a really solid draft from Quincy. Not only do they win their lanes, but like, it's just good composition. Like as silly as it sounds, like they're able
No,
to
'cause
fight so well.
They have a composition to make sure that they can get kills and towers after winning those lanes. So they actually take advantage of these one lanes, which is Quincy excels at. That's their style. It's been their style for forever. You know, they're a team that usually were known for not making many mistakes. Let's forget the last couple of days.
Yep.
They play the lanes really strongly. They go and snowball from these lanes, and it's hard to stop them because they're always the first one to propose. But they knew that because they were such a consistent team that they could propose early and always win just based on tempo. And, well, now we're seeing them back to full form. Of course, though, Beast Coast, they are the experts of mid-game. They're also the expert time waste. I would say the best team at wasting time in all of America. So
Radiant's bottom tower
give Schofield a bit more time. Let's see what he does this game.
Yeah, you know, he's not a much better hero, right? He can get something done this game. I think last game he was literally just hoping to waste time, and early on in the game, Quincy Crew, they definitely appeased him with that, right? They engaged with him. In the later game, they kind of realized there's literally no point to killing Schofield, so they kind of just ignored him. But now he actually is a real threat. Even though we did get, I mean, on my screen anyway, I've got Glitched Wyvern, who has no cosmetics and no neck, basically. So it's kind of terrifying to see Schofield fly around here. Not that makes too much of a difference here.
Yeah, not yet, though. They lack the damage, though. That's the thing. If you have initiation, great. You have a whole bunch of lockdown, but you lack the damage because we were kind of relying on Lane at least doing okay in the lane. But since they picked up a DK, they countered it pretty hard.
Mid lane?
Gonna find Whisper again.
Beautiful arrow.
Beautiful arrow. Yeah. Oh, Hector comes with the chrono, but a bit too late. Well, he still have enough damage. The freezing field is
wait,
used. They
what?
go for Quinn, but okay.
Stinger
They
stopped.
cancel?
Yeah, Stinger stopped the freezing field, didn't he? By himself?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that happened. I think he misclicked. Must have misclicked.
Must have misclicked. Yep. Must have
don't
misclicked.
see any other reason to stop that freezing field. It was a good initiation if it wasn't for that. Nice arrow, though, by MSS. I don't think they would have killed Quinn, but they would certainly harassed
they
him.
would not have.
Maybe he's stopped it because he was afraid that an arrow. I'm not sure. I think it might.
Yeah,
have
but
been
no, but they just used arrow. That was the thing, right?
you're right,
It's
you're
not
right,
to
you're right,
whisper.
exactly.
So no, it was probably just a misclick. It happens. What are you gonna do? Not a big deal. Would not have changed much there anyway. Stinger just, hello everyone, look at me, you know, and then that was that.
We'll see Lala's going for Blink Dagger, by the way. Very good to continue getting those pickoffs. They go for the CM, the arrow. CM will fall immediately. Winter's Curse,
alright.
though, kills the Oracle a second time. This could set up for a chrono. They just had it, though, but they just used it. They still have the RP. Trying to go for Quinn. RP. Okay, with the Laguna play, they have enough damage. They bring him up to the high ground. Quinn takes a while to die, but eventually does fall. And Lightstrike Ray stops your war. Hey, well timed.
Hector catches an arrow.
Yeah,
I
nice
got it.
Hector.
I got it.
I got it, boys. No loose arrows in this neighborhood. That's
No,
very important.
No.
Lelis. It still has the promo roar, though, so if they make a mistake, there we go. Oh. He should have blinked to the high ground.
vision.
Instead lost high ground. And Lelis could be in trouble now as Whisper wants to secure him forward. There we go. And
Schofield
Lelis.
stunned.
Has to use the primal roar. Stops Whisper for a second. Can he just get the cleave? No, the cold embrace stops him from getting the hit.
Oh no.
I mean, I don't think he might have. I think he was hitting the board there. And the
I
cleave.
don't think he was gonna get it either. But hey, maybe Shockwave would have gotten him.
Yeah.
Dire's middle
It's.
tower
It's okay.
Yeah, it's tough to say. It's tough to say that one. That was a bit. It's okay. You didn't kill the Beastmaster. He wasted Primal Roar. I think it's fine. You killed the DK. That's your hardest hero, and you're starting to flex your team fight muscles, right?
Indeed. Okay, hold on. Let me just time this guy out real quick. Please chill. Thank you.
haste.
Wait, is that? Okay, sure. Yeah. Guys, please chill in chat. We see a lot of aggressivity. I understand a lot of people lost bets. We're
Radiant's
sorry,
bottom
but the
tower
only person to
is
blame
under
is really
attack.
yourself, though. So
That's true.
Beast Coast didn't want ask you to bet anyway. Actually, they didn't. They might have
Anyway.
asked you to bet on Betway.
Anyway,
Anyway.
Chris Luck here hiding out in the trees. He's betting that Yawar is going to come here and push, and he is absolutely right. But the problem is Quinn nearby is going to be there to counter initiate. And even against just 2 cores there, they're not really able to fight, unfortunately. Cronus here coming off cooldown now, though, so perhaps Beast Coast are going to be looking for it here.
Yep. We'll see. Beast Coast, they really can't force fights like they would usually. Like when you're a 5-on-5 engagement, or when you're 5-on-5, it's better than the enemy team. You try to like go for objectives, and then the enemy team fights you. You just beat them by team fighting, right? So you usually get a free objective many times if the enemy team is not ready to fight. Because this game you're already relatively far behind, Quincy can just flank these objectives, take a quick kill, and then fight you afterwards with a number superiority, and then they'll win. So it's not quite easy there. We need to have another option for Beast Coast. Vector actually went for the Sanjay and Yasha this game. It's crazy how this guy still farms. There's no farming on him whatsoever, and he actually being the DK. Or really respectable, honestly. Hector, people are right. He has an in-grade Midas.
He does. Born with a Midas, he's got the touch of gold.
Oh,
Without
he
the
might
drawbacks.
fight Quinn.
He could.
I think they can with a skewer. Oh, nice Dragon Tail to prevent the skewer, but they still root him. The Fortune Center to prevent
Beautiful.
the root. And the Corner of the Oracle. That's the best target. Evading the arrow, and SVG will fall. Now let's go with a Primal Roar. Here's the Winter's Curse. Look at this team fight. Beast Coach, such strong team fight. But unfortunately, they've used all their spells now. Stinger's forced to Freezing Field so that the enemy team, so the rest of his team, can retreat. And Schofield and Stinger will be the sacrificial lambs of these engagements.
Schofield saw Stinger going for that play and decided this is the perfect place for me to heal myself right in the river.
Well, because then they're like, oh, well, he's inside to the arrow anyway. He had to cold embrace because there was an arrow flying towards him.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Fair enough, fair enough. I apologize. I did not scout the arrow. Yeah, you know, I think what they get Oracle.
Not an
out of
arrow,
that?
like a literal auto attack. Sorry.
They
I meant
get
to say like the Mirana
Oracle,
little
and they
arrows.
get. Oh, that's just it. Unfortunately, they lose their
the
supports.
Oracle.
That was Chrono. That was Freezing Field. That was not Laguna. No RP.
No, he did use Laguna on the Oracle. Yep.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah. Like I'm telling you, they have a good team fight, but when you like the damage early because your lanes didn't go too well, it's hard to fight. When you're a mid-game lineup, you don't want to get into the mid-game with a disadvantage. You want to go with either slight disadvantage or even, of course. You don't mean to win the lanes. You don't really care about that. But of course, if it's a heavy disadvantage, the enemy team has way too many items and way too many levels for your team fight abilities to be as impactful. It's still doable. They can still turn this around for sure. But Quincy Carew is a bit of a tall order right now.
Yeah, they're a
Radiant's
tall
top tower
order
is
for
under
sure. You know, they're a tall glass of water when you're after you work
What?
out and it's real hot,
Radiant's
but
top
it's like
tower has
it's way too
fallen.
far away.
Doesn't that mean that someone's like really attractive when you say that?
A tall glass of water?
Yeah.
No, it just means that Beast Coast, they want to fight them, but after you work out, you shouldn't chug water or something because it can cause cramps, you know?
Oh, it just means that someone is. Oh yeah, generally long leg, tall, and very attractive. You need to improve your language,
What are you
dude.
talking about?
Yeah. That's what it means.
Why are you,
Calling
why are
someone
you
a tall
talking
glass of
about me
water.
that way?
No, that's what it is. That's what it means.
It's unbelievable, this guy.
People say it in like 80s movies. And
Tall
stuff.
glass of water.
Whisper. He might be caught out here with a
Radiant's
smoke.
middle tower is under
If
attack.
not, they could always go for towers, of
Oh,
course.
they're going to blink?
They have a ward there. Yeah, Primal Roar. They had the ward. They set up for the arrow. Good arrow, but the RP prevents the initiation here from Quincy Crew. Can Schofield divide them? He does. With the Winter's Curse, they force immediately a ward to Battle Trance, and they're keeping Oracle dead, actually. Really well played here. Stinger with that Freezing Field, forced to be stopped by a Dragon Tail. That's a waste of a Dragon Tail, only on a CM support. And she's like, sure, fight me. Look at me. I am better than a Dragon. Oh, no, she died.
Yep,
Goodbye.
BKB.
Yeah, BKB was too powerful.
DK and Dragons are better than Wyverns. Confirmed as Quinn ending off that fight air with a double kill. And 3 kills overall. They're in favor of Quincy Crew, fighting right underneath the tier 3 tower there, as there was a 2-man skewer, eventually forced to actually, you know.
Their team fight's still on point though. That was a good fight. Winter's Curse to divide them, killing the Oracle immediately. They keep him stunned and then kill him. And you even survive on Hector and on Chris Luck. Hector was dead otherwise, right? So it was a good fight, especially Stinger. Really taking advantage of this Crystal Maiden. But that BKB kind of, I mean, they forced the 10-second BKB on the CM. I think that's kind of a win in your book.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not too bad. All right, you get him to stun. Unfortunately, they were looking for a little bit more than that. As I do hear Yules. What? What are you doing here, Quinn? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. He stayed behind. Yeah. Oh no, this is Beast Coast works. Yeah. No.
That was an interesting place for the DK to be going.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Maybe he was hoping to transition and push the bottom tower, but everyone's alive and they still have Chrono, so.
Yeah. That was odd.
Yeah. All right, well,
that was odd. Whatever. We just gloss over it. Sometimes people, these things happen. I'm not really sure entirely. We didn't see the full play, so it's hard to understand the mentality behind it. Right?
Yeah, I just heard someone getting Yules, and I went, "Who is that?"
Same. Me too. Hector, he has to get away with the time block. He has Chrono, by the way. They didn't have to use it in the last engagement, which could be initiation. He has a decent amount of damage as and Y.
Yeah, and the Echo Saber actually. It's not your standard build here for Faceless Void for sure, but
it's the Loda build when he still played.
Yeah, it could work.
When back when Loda still played and Echo Saber was introduced into the game, and they used to run him on Void, right? That's because he used to play carry still. And actually was the first person I ever saw to run Echo Saber Void. He used to go Midas Echo. And it became kind of popular in Europe for like a month.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he doesn't need the Battle Fury, right? Because he has the Empower this game, so no reason to do anything for that.
And he's farming decently thanks to the Empower. Mind you, the Empower wasn't maxed until later. They actually maxed Shockwave in the lane, so it's still just Hector being really on point.
Schofield is going to be absolutely murdered. Quinn there picking up the kill as soon as he respawns. Level 16 now on our DK. Has the Elder Dragon form used, so he's going to be looking to kill this tier 2 tower here very, very quickly. Needs to start hitting that thing pretty... Oh, okay, never mind. He sees someone out in the trees. It's going to be Whisper. Arrow follows suit as well. LSA trying to hold back Quinn for a bit longer. Now Stinger on the high ground here with the freezing field, forcing the BKB out from Quinn. There's going to be the stun, the RP now on top. We do have Hector with still with the Chrono onto 2. He's caught MSS as well. In the meantime, they have actually gotten a kill onto Oracle. That courtesy of the Laguna Blade out from Chris Luck. And now MSS on the run. They are going to be slowing him down a little bit. Do we have the vision here? Arrow scouted. That's going to reveal himself. Maybe they thought they had wards there. He might have been dusted.
Very nice. Very nice, dude.
Good fight.
They're playing exactly as they should, honestly. They're killing the Oracle first to make sure the Chrono's easier. These freezing fields by Stinger have been on point, right? Because Quincy Crow doesn't have a single area stun. That's what I always talk about, right? They don't have a single area stun, so you have to waste a stun on a stupid Crystal Maiden. You hate doing that. Either Dragon Tail, Primal Roar, or an arrow on the Crystal Maiden, because everything else you have is roots, and those stuns are so valuable.
Mid lane.
So the freezing fields have been on point this game to make sure that Stinger is always a nuisance here.
I
don't think they can kill Yawar, right? The two sisters, because Yawar is hot and he's cold, he's yes and he's no.
Yeah,
he's still alive, Oracle will heal him back up.
And he's going to have the Aegis as well to heal him up here in just about 2 seconds. So that'll be good for him. And so it was a good job that Beast Coast don't invest anything else there to actually kill him with.
Guys, they're not playing SSR, by the way. With American teams, they play 2 USCs.
Yep,
it's always a ping advantage for Quincy.
That is correct. They're both on USCs. Oh, arrow?
No, that's what they want, by the way.
Schofield nearly caught that one, just being aggressive, scouting for the ward. That MSS may have put down. Lena now with the Lincoln Sphere, going for a bit of a defensive build, then into some mobility. Blink Dagger next. Whisper already with the Blink is going then for the Force Staff here. Let's take a look at some items here. Lelis has the full Solar Crest, which is going to do very, very nicely. Not only, of course, for the Troll, but also against Chris Luck here. As we will be going for an Orchid. Okay, Blink Dagger on our DK. Yules on the Marana, and Yawar. He's got a Basher, a Battle Fury, and now a Yasha, and a BKB flying towards him now. So they might be looking for a fight here, might be looking to contest this next Rosh, which is still 2 minutes away. So I think Beast Coast, they've got a little bit of time here. They're going to have all the ultis back up by then. 30 seconds left on Chrono, and, well, their RP now available. So it's going to be kind of ball in Beast Coast's court here for the next Rosh fight, I want to say.
It's pretty decent right now. I mean, the 5-on-5 engagement is still an advantage. Quincy should be looking for smokes and trying to divide them, obviously, in these team fights. But you have so many team fight ultimates you have to deal with. It's very difficult here. Okay, let's see. We see an arrow, not just for the catapult. I also very much like the build here for Faceless Void. I think the Sanjay Yasha was fantastic because you can disassemble later, of course, but in the beginning it's a really good mid-game item that can allow you to transition to the late game and prevent Quincy from pushing you too quick. And the Echo Saber is actually a fair source of damage in the Chrono. A bit safer than Mask of Menace, I would argue. So much better when you have this power.
Yeah, the Empower, again, very, very useful, and they can choose to dispel that, of course. But then, you know, Oracle's got to be within range of the Chrono, and if Oracle's already in range of Chrono, then, you know, there's probably bigger problems for Ector. In terms of, you know, dispels and stuff like that. You'll see here, as just a little stun there. Arrow, blocked by the creep, very eager into battle. Instead takes an arrow to the forehead. Poor guy. Good vision here, however, set up for Quincy Crew, as well as with the Roar. Will find one onto Schofield, force him away. Will be the rest of his team. Yawar might be in a bit of danger here. Arrow sailing on through, will not find anyone. That's a good job there by MSS, cutting the vision immediately. They have no other way of actually de-warding here currently. So Beast Coast, they're not going to take a fight here. I think they ought to look for one here relatively soon, however, considering that we did use Roar. That's going to be on cooldown then for some while. Stinger looking for a second deny of the game. Might just find it. Indeed he does. Denying both
Queen has a
mid-towers.
pause. This can't be, guys.
Second.
Why is CM denying all the towers?
How the heck? Did I not have an auto attack? Was that thing not poisoned?
Why is Stinger dealing this much damage? This is not allowed.
Oh,
No, I actually don't know why they pause. I love it as well
TeamSpeak.
because this is the first. Oh, TeamSpeak.
Yes, it's.
Oh, I have him muted. Oh.
Again, why do you have Quincy Crew muted?
Because I mute everyone that uses too many voice lines when I do replay analysis, and I guess I replayed analysis Quincy Crew
Unbelievable.
yesterday.
Just so disrespectful, this
It's
guy.
not because of that,
Wow.
dude. It's because of
Wow.
the voice lines.
Yeah, I know, I'm joking.
Yeah, exactly.
All
I
right.
love Quincy Crew.
I-
CCNC is my best friend.
I ought to think, I really do think that Beast Coast should be hankering for a fight here. They might be scared of Elder Dragon form. We still have half duration left on that, so about another 30 seconds. Roche might respawn here in 10. So it's looking real close here in terms of what the call is going to be. I'd expect that they're going to take this time in their own TeamSpeak server or the Discord server that is working to go ahead and try and figure things out here for themselves.
Yeah, they're going to be able to. I mean, honestly, with this Roche, Bisco's already drawing on the map, and this might be that they're actually drawing for tactics, or they might be that they're drawing just to troll the casters, which they also do, by the way.
They
very
do,
often.
yep.
Anyway, Quincy Crew, I think if they can get a pick off before Roche, to be honest, they just position themselves properly. I think most of these team fights, it's going to be a bit difficult for Quincy Crew to just fight them head on. So you have to try to flank them, try to get those pickoffs, and it is not impossible, especially when you're playing on the enemy triangle and the advantage.
All right, here we go. We'll see what they're going to do. Chris Luck, quick on the on pause. Squid blinking forward. Does not want to go any further. Shockwave there, holding him down for a bit. Dragon Tail onto Whisper, taking a bit of damage. However, there's the Solar Crest, which should help him. And now the freezing field. Chrono onto the back line. We've caught two, but Lelis actually no. They did not caught him, so SVG is going to be safe. Yuled up will be Ector, but now Yawar popping his own BKB, still continuing to fight. Whisper about half HP. Quinn is well forced to back off now. There's a bash onto Ector. There we go, though. The Yule Scepter allowing him to get the time walk out in time. Schofield catching another arrow, though. In danger here. Might go down as Whisper then pushing the troll up to the high ground. Yule Scepter, he didn't get the ulti off. Buying back immediately will be Schofield. Gets the ulti off onto one as Hector safe and sound for now. RP committed here onto Yawar. Do they have the damage from him? No.
Nice.
Because SPG
Very good.
with the false promise from the low ground. Still alive is MSS as well. They didn't manage to kill him despite using now the Winter's Curse as now actually dead is Ector. Oh my goodness. Stuck around
And
long
Quinn.
enough. They will get Yawar at the very least as the fight continues now onto the low ground. SVG finally dying for his sins, but that's a
look at
dieback
that.
now onto Schofield. MSS up in the air. There's a roar. This fight's been going on for so long. That's going to allow MSS to get out of the nick of time as Quinn now looking for the kill onto Stinger using the Breathe Fire. Unable to find it. Didn't have the damage. Now Chris Luck blinking right back up onto him. Nice job there breaking. Oh, what the heck? Oh, he broke it with Orkin. Very well played. Lincoln's broken. That's going to allow Chris Luck to get stunned. Unfortunately, it's not going to make the difference as Whisper and company have a bit too much damage. All of a sudden, Lelis is the only survivor out of this very long and messy engagement.
Well played, Beast Coast. This time, of course, the mistake. I don't want to call it a mistake, but the well played, I guess, by Quincy Crew is that Oracle was not killed first, right? So you got a really good false promise there, and we saw now why people that were laughing at Beast Coast in the chat. We see why they killed the Oracle all the time because he's the most important hero in this cast, in this game.
In this cast.
In this cast, he's the most important hero. Oh, that's all I'm concentrating on. That's why last game they were going for SVG the whole time, right? They understand SVG is the most important hero.
Yeah, he's the cast of characters, you know.
Exactly. Without him, they just really can't deal with the Troll Warlord reliably. However, I was surprised by the amount of damage Beast Coast could put out. I didn't think he was going to fall after the false promise, especially with the battle trends. That's incredibly impressive. So, I particularly like that Quincy Crew played a bit more safely with their Oracle here. However,
Yeah, the Team Bisco's recovering little by little. Lena's now second net worth. Void is fourth. Not too far out from the TK. They're getting decent kills. And I also like that Schofield has decided to become more of a 4-3-ish this game. And they've left Whisper just with the Blink Dagger. Because this Winter Wyvern can be really impactful.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got a nice, we had, that is, a nice candy cane in terms of farm before Hector ruined it. It was, you know, tit for tat here in terms of who was closest. As, by the way, Troll Warlord is doing Roche at the speed of sound, and poor Roche can't even basically get off an auto attack here. Aegis and Cheese now both onto Yawar. I thought that was Winter Wyvern, but it's actually the Dragon Knight. Do you see this?
Yeah, that's kind of similar. I can see that. No, it's okay, dude. We're never going to change the first glance value of here.
First glance.
Value.
The glance
Anyway.
value, yep.
Let's see if Quincy, I mean, with this Roshan, can they push the high ground? I mean, Cheese now on Quinn makes it much harder to kill. He's been caught out every single time with the RP, though. They're concentrating on displacing Quinn, which is very smart because Quinn, of course, is the tankiest hero. But I think the Cheese will prevent him from dying in the high ground, and that will allow Quincy Crew to dive after him, which they've tried to do every single time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I think this push is looking really, really strong, actually, as well. I don't know. Quincy, that's the final tier 2. They're going to maybe look to push through bottom, maybe expecting someone to be farming there. That's usually some sort of TPs you see if someone like an Hector was actually pushing that tier 1 tower, but instead they're going to smoke now under the cover of their tier 1. Everyone's missing off the map now, so they're going to be looking to play this one a bit more cautiously on the side. No, just kidding. Beast Coast, they're going to counter smoke. They're going for it. Showing in the mid lane is Quinn.
This is the perfect initiation, though, for Quincy, because
Yeah.
you're catching him from behind.
Beautiful
the Oracle
wraparound.
will be in a really good position. Yeah, you have the high gun as well.
Oh,
that's
no,
gonna
they
be
missed
an
the RP.
Oh no, without the RP, this is a blunder. Now they can take advantage of this. Look at what Chris is. They used the Oracle, the Chrono only on the Oracle, but Chris almost died alone. They're actually leaving him. There we go. MSS finally finishing him off. Lelis, they don't really care. They have the Orchid here for the poor basis Void, and he's alone.
wow.
There's no teammates around. That RP was a blunder, but the smoke was too good for Quincy Crew. Beast Ghost. They were slowly inching back into this game, but Quincy Crew is capable of bringing them, smacking them back down, and Chrono for the Oracle would have worked earlier when you had the extra team fight. When you lose the RP, when you lose the Winter Wyvern this early, it's just not possible. You can't afford to do
They
that.
might even yeah, they're going to catch Whisper. Beautiful arrow to follow up the Dragon Tail stun. Plenty of damage. Yule Scepter now onto Quinn. We'll stun him up for just a little bit. That's going to be Chris Luck's buyback. Does have the Laguna Blade, but he, along with the Winter's Curse, are the only two ultimates they currently have available for use to try and defend the high ground. And I mean, good luck defending these mid lane barracks.
It's not going to happen. They destroy the range Rex and the melee Rex super easily, and they go for the top lane.
We do have a curse, so watch their
Yeah.
spacing here. Arrow. Schofield caught it. Don't worry, he's got it. Repair kit to try and slow it down, as you said. We've got a buyback as well on our Whisper. See if he can make the difference. But Quinn making the jump now onto the Wyvern. Two Wyverns battling each other. There's the first kill, however, on the Aegis, but they have lost the Wyvern for that. No buyback available for that.
This is another power of the pushing power in Quincy Crew, right? Whenever you get a team fight, you can turn this team fight into so many more objectives. Yeah, B-School has great team fights. Your team fights are easier to execute, great. But how do you push afterwards? You just don't have it. So
Yeah.
Quincy Crew is capable of taking 2 lanes of racks in a simple win. And this is going to make it so much harder to B-Schools to play until they're playing like they've been playing until now. They can no longer engage properly in these team fights.
They could even go for another engage. By the way, beautiful smoke out from Quincy. I think they're just going in. Yep, indeed. Great force staff. Oh my goodness, Hector nearly time walks directly back into the arrow. That would have been a little bit embarrassing, but indeed, our Brazilian Portuguese casters, the point is to the force staff on Magnus, which ends up probably saving his life there. Yeah, but Quincy with a beautiful smoke. They even bait the poor little Dragon Knight mid. He's, oh no, don't kill me, don't RP. And then he's totally expecting it. Got the blink out in time and completely just get flanked.
Well, with this, Quincy Crew just needs to bide their time, wait for the next Roshan, and if they guarantee the Aegis for this, I mean, like, you could fight here still, right? You could try to fight again, but I think it's just easier to wait for the next Aegis. You don't have any pressure on you any longer. You're pushing 2 lanes. You have so much more lane control, and now Beast Coast, they have to make something happen with the smoke. The pressure's on them now.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and we'll see. We do have some good items here for Hector, right? Oh, goodness. Smelled that one coming. Got out of the way. Arrow, chasing. Connects onto Whisper. It's a long arrow. You are with the DD rune now expiring. Running in. It's got the team behind him, but it's a bit too far away for them to really go chasing for that kill.
Okay. They just no need to go, right? They could take the high ground, but as soon okay, Quinn. Is that the right play with the Chrono? They catch him behind, and it's the Oracle though. And Schofield's already done for. They thought they had the Chrono onto the Oracle. Without that, now it's very difficult to fight. Little Chris Luck immediately stuck and destroyed by the Oracle. And Yawar looking for the kill on Whisper. Might be the last core. They finish off here. Oh, but Lelis actually body blocks him a bit.
Yep,
That
arrow
dilation
misses.
a bit
Quinn
bit annoying.
misses. Stinger goes for the freezing field for like 3 seconds and goes, maybe I don't want to die here.
Push towers. Nothing to stop him, right?
Yep, pretty much.
Lena's
Nothing to
dead.
stop them. No Winner's Curse, no Lena, no Chronosphere, but they do have an RP, but they just got to watch their spacing just like they did in Game 1. And this is going to be then the Mega Creeps.
Radiant's bottom tower is
That's, I think, a game. I don't think you can defend against Mega.
I agree with you, sir. I mean, they can, right, because they do have Magnetize, so technically they can. But, I mean, realistically, no.
What is Mega?
Magnetize of being reverse polarity, being
empowered?
not RP, being empowered.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering what the Earth Spirit
I don't
was
know
this
why
game.
I keep, Earth
That's okay,
Spirit,
it's
yeah,
fine.
that's the one.
Yawar, let's see if we can find Hector. Quinn has BKB ready. He can still walk away. He still has cheese as well, reserves from the last Roshan. Okay, I mean, you're not really going to kill the DK, but you can try. Yawar comes by, activates BKB, Battle Trance.
bash.
Time to go for Hector. Yeah, the Cold Embrace will give you a bit of space, but he's just stacking the Fervor stacks. Now with the RP, they can
fountain.
scare him back into the fountain.
He's dead.
There we go. Kill off the Troll Warlord, but the 4 other members of Quincy Crew are still alive, and Beast Ghost can't do much against them. You still lost the Void in the process, by the way.
They did. They're not giving
Beast
it
Ghost
up the
plays till
fight
the end,
just
though.
yet, though. Hector onto SVG he goes, looking for a bash, finds one eventually, but gets stunned immediately. 4-step forward into the enemy team here. As Stinger looking to try and get whatever he can done. BKB is going to be Quinn, not taking any damage there from the Maiden ulti. Freezing field, 2 more heroes dead. Whisper will buy back. Stinger will buy back, but your throne is already dead. Megas surrounding it. So is a troll. Not even a troll just dealing damage, just the Megas straight up as Quincy Crew will take the 2-0 victory here.
Yeah, we said it in the right after the draft, right? Like I was trying to hype up Beast Coast because they had a really good team fight, and of course you have to look at the strengths of Beast Coast lineup. But if you lose lanes against a pushing lineup like Quincy Crew, your chances are very limited. Beast Coast played it really well. I think it's commendable how much they managed to inch back into the game, and this is what they usually do. They play really well when they lose. But Quincy Crew in the end, all they need is one team fight, and the tower falls completely, as we saw here. So, congratulations to Quincy Crew. I'm glad to see them back to full form because honestly, both games, yeah, people will shit on Beast Coast as they do, but Quincy Crew played a really good donut. They're back on top as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I agree. I think, unfortunately, that's just fan bases in the community, right? Is when a team is winning and doing well, everyone's going to say, oh, they're only playing crappy opponents. And then when a team is losing,
exactly, right?
they go, oh, they're so bad, right? There's never any slack for the other guys. So, you know, and I'm sure Quincy, they've been together for almost a year now. They got a lot of seniority, right? KBBQ, CCNC, Yawari, even MSI. Like, you got a lot of strong players as well. So I'm sure it doesn't really get to them, but yeah, I think a lot of people are just kind of toxic about it, and I agree with you.
Dude. I remember when Beast Coast lost the first game, there's people here saying, oh, go to their page so you can accuse them. Are you serious? Is that what you're going to do with your life? Come on, guys. Like, be a bit more respectful to the team. Some teams have bad days, some teams have good days. It's wonderful. Enjoy the good days, like Omega, for example, who's doing really great, right? Enjoy the clowny drafts because Dota is a game at the end of the day, but don't go to their page and insult them. I'm sorry you lost your bet, but it's not their fault.
Indeed. But that wraps up our first day of 4 best-of-2s here. Pretty fun one indeed. Lots of for fun, you might even say, as we got to see.
That was a really good series. That was an enjoyable series.
Indeed. But tomorrow, guys, we are going to be back at our regularly scheduled time, which I think is like, what, 3 p.m. EST or something like that. 2 p.m. I think Eastern Standard Time, 4 a.m. Singapore time if you're crazy and you're here in the SEA region. We have 3 matches, more Beast Coast tomorrow. Hold on to your butt, Avo. It will be our last series, but we start out with Infinity versus Omega. Should be a really good one considering how well Omega's been playing. Midas versus the Quincy Crew. And finally, wrapping it up with Beast Coast versus Thunder Predator.
We'll see you guys tomorrow here on this very channel. Remember to give us a follow in general, as you will be here for the rest of the tournament, including the playoffs, of course, and we'll have some special things for the playoffs for you guys that we hope you enjoy.
Indeed. For now, guys, we want to thank you for watching. That's going to be it for our coverage here today of the Realms Collide 2 Dark Light I've been Seek and Strike, and joining me is Avo Plaus. You can give us a follow on Twitter at Mr. Avo Plus and at Seek and Strike Dota if you enjoyed the cast or have any feedback for us. It's always appreciated. For now, guys, enjoy the rest of your Friday night, I believe it is in NA. Yeah, Friday night. Enjoy your Friday night, guys, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more NASA Dota. Until then.